What's up, everybody? Happy Thursday. Junkies back with you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. And, of course, we're brought to you by our friends at Crop Metcalf, the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. Looking to be their next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber. Just visit cropmetcalf.com, and you can join their team today. We thank you for tuning in this Thursday morning, December 4th, 2025. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Jason Bishop.
What's up?
And Eric Bickle.
Morning.
I got to tell you, Jason, I don't know if you noticed it. So Jason and I park at Homewood Suites, which is about a block away from where we work.
Yep.
We're at 1015 Half Street, a couple blocks away from Nationals Park.
Mm-hmm.
This morning, the waft of weed was overwhelming.
I smelled it.
Could you smell it?
Yeah.
I don't know if everybody's out in their, fancy schmancy condo balcony smoking weed. I don't know where it's coming from, but it was prominent this morning.
I think I smell it about 3 times a week, 3 out of 5.
I don't think it's quite that frequent. I mean, look, it's everywhere. Yesterday, my kid had swim practice.
Mm-hmm.
And right where she has swim practice, they have these little outdoor mini soccer fields that are on blacktops.
Yeah.
They're like these little mini kind of indoor, but it's outside soccer fields. So we actually went there about 45 minutes early to practice some soccer. And there's a tennis court not far from it. We could see 2 people playing tennis. There's another father and son practicing soccer on another field. And it just smelled like weed everywhere. I didn't know where it was coming from.
Yeah.
Like, is it coming from were there kids in the woods?
Eric Bickle
I don't know what it is.
He loves that
This is
smell.
unbelievable. This morning,
No, it's awful.
because I smell it on occasion when I park. I don't notice it 3 out of 5. But this morning it was strong. Like I thought, and you know what?
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of growing on me a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
Well,
I used to hate it.
You're kind of digging it a little bit?
I don't know if I'm digging it, but I can tolerate it a lot more.
No, I hate it. I had actually 2 guys sat behind me at the Mason game, and they just reeked of it.
Oh, really?
And there's nothing you could do. They literally were right behind me for 2 hours.
Yep.
It honestly kind of ruins the game for me. I mean,
So you could just smell it on their clothes.
Yeah, dude. If people drive by on your car, you could smell it.
I saw an article, I think it was the day after Thanksgiving, and it said that Thanksgiving, the number 2 thing in Thanksgiving besides food
Smoking
is
it up?
marijuana.
Is it? Well, people love it.
That
Right.
like the
I've never
dispensaries on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, the dispensaries were just doing
I've never gotten
killer
into
business.
it. I never will. My kids never did. My kids' friends never did. But for some reason, it's really effing popular, especially in DC. But I do smell it a lot walking from my car to the to the front door.
It was pretty overwhelming when I got out of my car.
Yeah.
Got out of my car, I was like, whoa.
I'll tell you what, it was just
Because that's a couple. I mean, think about it. That's an entire city block
I know.
that smells like.
Pickle, let's play some golf today. It's warm.
I don't know what the weather's going to be.
Well, I don't know. It's 28 degrees when I got in my car this morning.
It's not going to snow though, right? I think there originally was some talk that it might snow in the afternoon.
No, not today. Maybe tomorrow. Just a little bit though. Nothing crazy. But don't be surprised if Monkey County schools are 2-hour delay or something.
Yeah, Montgomery County, they'll cancel for rain.
Yeah.
It's already happened.
Maybe there'll be a
not
flurry.
canceled. We had 2-hour delay.
Yeah.
Well, I tell
But
you,
Mr. Bickle is traveling the world, following Cornell hoops on their road trip.
yeah, I know. It's been awesome. It's too bad they couldn't get a win. They lost against Mason, lost against Towson last night. But it was great to see Coop and the guys, and they were competing. But I tell you that I had the exact opposite experience that I had on Tuesday. The drive to Towson was a nightmare. It took 2 hours.
Really?
Oh, it took 2 hours.
Oh,
It's 51 miles from my house.
did you go to the back roads where the guy
I went
told
the
you?
guy the way. Yeah, and that's the way my way he said to go.
Uh-huh.
You can't avoid it. You
This is-
cannot avoid going to Towson, Maryland from Montgomery County. You can't avoid traffic.
Right.
And you're going to hit it all through Montgomery County, and then you're going to hit it
in Baltimore. Yep.
like in Baltimore, 70,
695.
all that. You and then you get through it and you think you're okay. And no, there's another red thing on your thing with another 14-minute delay.
Uh-huh.
And it's never ending and it's torturous. And
Were you late to the game?
we got there. Actually, by the time I sat down, because I had my mom in a wheelchair, I got to get elevators, and by the time I actually got to my seat, it was 6-2. So I mean, not bad.
Oh, okay.
But
you didn't miss anything.
I like to.
Yeah,
be
but he
there
likes to
early.
get there early and
I like to
chill,
get there early,
relax.
relax. I like to see the
Watch a little
warm-ups.
warm-up. Yep,
Yeah,
yep.
just settle in. So I mean, it was fine. And the people at Taos are great. Again,
What's
I
the
have to
arena
say,
like?
Awesome.
Is it?
It actually reminds me a little bit of UMBC's arena. I don't know if you've been to that
I've
one
never been to that one.
recently, but it's like yellow and black. It's kind of like their school colors, I guess.
Mhm.
And
We did a high school graduation at UMBC. That's about my only file.
You did. Very well lit. Nice gym. They have another like big. It's the problem with Cornell when we play these teams is they
big
out
dudes.
athlete you. Yeah, they just have big ass size. Like they have athletic bigs that you just over time they just wear you down.
Right.
You just can't.
I saw
they out rebound you by 15 or whatever.
I saw the kid Tejada.
Oh my god, he was a monster.
Yeah, he was. Big
He's like
kid.
I don't know what he's. He looked from I was in the first row, right behind the bench. He looked like I guess it was the second row. He looked like he was about 6'7", 6'8", and I don't know how many threes he hit, but he seemed like he made all of them.
They list him at 6'9", but
Yeah.
he had 26 and 8 boards.
Oh,
hell,
he was dominant.
Towson scored 56 in the second half.
Yeah. It's the same thing. It was like tied at halftime, or 2-point game at halftime.
58,
and then the second half comes, and it's just hard to keep up with these big athletic teams,
right?
That these bigger conferences have, and whatever. Awesome to support them. We'll go see Cornell when they play at Penn. I'm sure we'll go when they play at Princeton. We'll probably go when they play at Columbia.
Mm-hmm.
We may even go to a homestand with it when they play in Ithaca because Meg's been dating Coop for almost 2 years now. It seems like.
Yep.
So they feel
probably get married.
I wouldn't suggest that, but we know the families really well. And it's cool.
Well, they're at Samford next, and then they're at Albany, and then they go to Michigan State.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. Last year, see the thing is, their biggest player went to Vanderbilt for $900K.
There you go.
So we don't have size,
right?
And that's what. And this year, like last year, we almost beat Syracuse. If you look at the box, I can't remember what Coop had that day, but he was on fire.
Yeah, I saw Coop, but he was 0 for 7 from threes.
It was tough.
So he had tough shooting night.
Tough shooting night. Both days.
Yeah,
both days on this road trip.
Did you have traffic on the way back?
Traffic on the way back? No.
What time did you get to bed? I'm gonna guess about 11.
I got home like on 10:40, but I couldn't go right to bed. So yeah, I got to 11, but I didn't sleep well. I sleep awful.
I slept awful.
Is your mom digging the basketball? Man, that's back-to-back nights. Your mom going to watch college basketball.
Oh no, she loves basketball. She was only scheduled to go Tuesday, but then she said she liked it so much. She asked me yesterday, "Could I go to this one too?" And so I actually got to thank Coop's dad because I thought he was putting her on the list, but I think it was too late. I think he bought her ticket, so that's a little awkward. I got to thank him for that because I could buy her a ticket, but I just we tried to get her.
Can't
on the
imagine
list.
the ticket being that expensive.
It was like $20.
Yeah,
it's fine. It's just then don't want him to think I need him to buy her the ticket for me. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But no, she had a great time.
But the Towson's Arena is not as big as the
not as big as the Patriot Center, but so much better lit.
Is it?
Like that's the thing that blew me away the most is just how well lit it is. It's a nice, clean, cool gym. Now I don't know where they're projected in their conference, but that guy Tejada is an absolute beast. They got a 7'1" kid that also made it difficult because he's nothing offensively, but he just changes everything defensively. So it's hard, just got to work that much harder.
Yeah, it makes you play for kind of the inside out because
you just get a little bit intimidated when you get near the basket.
Yeah,
Well,
Towson's 6-3 now. Haven't lost at home yet. I'm not sure where they're projected in the conference.
They're solid. I'll just say this: they're solid.
Yeah.
Were there any banners worshiping cakes?
No cakes, love. Although a couple of people did come up and say hello, which was nice. One girl who's like a junior there, and she's in sports information. She came up afterwards and she said, "Yeah, are you EB? Because my dad listens to you every day." It was her dad thing.
Yep.
Let me take a picture so I can send it to my dad, which was really nice.
Well, we've been doing this show for so long, it throws me. I'm used to my dad listened. I grew up listening. It's when they're like 35, have kids, and then they say, "Yeah, I used to listen to you on my way to middle school with my dad."
Yeah.
And you realize, well, they're freaking 35 with a 10-year-old.
Right. Well, then somebody else came up, and she was with one of her friends, and she goes, "Do you know Brian?" And I assume she meant Brian. I said, "B. Mitch?" And I said, "Yeah, sure. He comes on after us every day." And then she wanted my picture then because I knew Brian.
Mm-hmm.
Hey.
I guess she was going to send it to Brian. And I was like, he's not going to be impressed by seeing the picture. I don't know what to tell you. Like when you send a picture of me to B. Mitch, it's not going to weigh on him at all.
No. B. Mitch is going to say, "Oh yeah, EB." That's about it.
If that,
right?
If that.
Well, so now you get a break from
time.
going to games.
Yeah,
You've done like 3 in a week, right? Caps game.
Yeah, it's true. I would like to just chill for a little bit. I do like being there.
Get some sleep.
It's just yeah, I know. It's the getting there and getting home and all that. I don't like.
I like being in games. You know, I was talking to Kelsey yesterday, and she's going to come. Now I'm forgetting the exact date, but like roughly the 18th of December and stay all the way till the 29th. And then she goes back to LA, but she wants to go to a Commanders game.
Mm-hmm.
And there are 2 games that week. One is on Christmas. I don't, that's just too much hassle on Christmas, especially, you know, you got to open gifts and the whole routine in the morning.
Well, that would change your whole routine.
And the other one is the Saturday game. So I'm going to try and score some tickets.
That's the one that was moved at 5 o'clock versus
the 20th, I believe.
Is that the Eagles game? Yeah, the Eagles.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, you could do that.
Oh, that's a Saturday game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it is like I'm with EB. I like being at the game, but it is such a hassle to get out to games if you don't live close by.
Part.
Like actually the Wizards and Caps, I have no problem because I'm pro Metro. I just hop on the Metro. That is easy.
Yeah.
But the Commanders game is a significant ride. And
5 o'clock on Saturday.
The Christmas game, I think I got to do the show the next morning, which is the 26th.
Yeah.
I'm not feeling going to the Christmas Day game.
No, I'm not doing that.
That would just, I mean,
but my daughter, of course, she works for the Commanders, so she's working Christmas Day, and she's there. She's got to be at the field, at the stadium, 4 hours before kickoff, and she's usually there 3 hours after the game ends. So she's there all day. So we're doing Christmas the day after Christmas.
Will she?
We're not doing any Christmas, gift exchanging it on Christmas Day.
Will she continue on after the season, or it's been just a game day vibe? You don't know. You're hoping.
Look.
Is she trying to work some connections over there?
Yeah, I mean,
because that's her only job right now, right?
No, she works at a clothing store in Georgetown as well, part time.
Okay.
Just trying to get some paychecks, but she wants to work for the Commanders. Yes.
Oh, it'll work out.
I hope. I mean,
sure.
She wants to stay in the PR department. No, she wants to be PR. Yeah, she likes the PR thing. She was hanging out yesterday with Jordan McGee's girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
Her and I don't know how she knew her. She follows her on TikTok or something, and she went up to her and said, "Hey, I'm Ava, and I follow you on TikTok." And so she knew who she was, and they started talking, and I don't know, maybe they'll become friends. Who knows?
Yeah, good.
But
it's wild when your kids grow up and start forging their way.
I know. But all right, so you saw Cornell last night. Props to AU, our boy Dwayne Simpkins. They beat Drexel last night. AU.
They've been struggling, right? AU.
No, they're 6-1.
Oh, I thought somebody had sent me that they were like 0 and something for a while. No,
hold on.
Totally wrong. Then I had a totally wrong vibe.
They are 6-4. I'm sorry, 6-4.
Did they start out rough and then now they're rolling? Okay,
maybe.
Good.
But they, they probably played some tough team. They opened up with Wake Forest and lost to them.
Right.
They lost to GW. I mean, GW is just better. So
yeah, I mean,
they don't have any. They lost at Rutgers. They don't have any horrible losses.
That's the thing. The out of conference stuff doesn't matter really.
No,
I mean, you want to always do well and you want to knock off some teams, but it's always
if they can win the
at
Patriot
any level. It just matters what you do in your conference.
Correct.
All right, got to take a break. If you want to chime in throughout the show, it is Open Line Thursday. Your chance to steer the show. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. It's a Thursday. That means we're going to check in with Baldy a little bit later. He'll jump on at 7:20. Brian Baldinger, Odyssey NFL Insider. Big game tonight. Kind of an elimination game, really. Cowboys and Lions.
Yeah,
so we'll get
one.
into that with Baldy. That's coming up at 7:20. Coming up next, we'll jump into the Junkies sports page. The Capitals, we need to pay attention to what they're doing. They're on a bit of a run. We'll get into that next here on the Junkies. Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106 on the Fan and the Team 980 on an open line Thursday. Your chance to steer the show. 1-800-636-1067 is the number. Coming up at 7 o'clock, we'll hit the skins, give you the latest on the Commanders and Jaden Daniels. Ramp it up for a possible return to the field. So we'll get into that coming up at 7 o'clock. Brian Baldinger, Odyssey NFL Insider, joins us at 7:20. We can go around the league with him.
Talk some fantasy, too.
Got a big game tonight as the Cowboys take on Detroit. Detroit right now 7-5. You're used to seeing them atop the AFC North. Well, they're chasing the Bears. They're chasing the Packers.
Yep.
So
this is a
it's
big one
kind of a must win for the Detroit Lions. And the Dallas Cowboys is 6-5-1. They're playing as good as anybody in the NFC, but this is pretty much a must win for them too if they want to get into the playoffs. So a lot of people are saying tonight's game is almost an elimination.
And who knows
game. Neither team will technically be eliminated, but it'll be an uphill battle if you lose tonight.
And who knows if Amon-Ra St. Brown's going to play, the stud receiver for the Lions. He injured his ankle last weekend. Left the game, didn't have a catch, and so he may or may not play. He's questionable.
I was listening to Grand Danny yesterday when I was driving around, and I thought they brought up an interesting point that Detroit, you could almost say they're almost eliminated now because Jared Goff's numbers indoor, basically 4-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio, and outdoors
it's flipped.
It's like 1.5-to-1.
Yeah.
And if they get into the playoffs, they're probably going to be a wild card. As a wild card, they're then going to go on the road, and you're going to probably play a team like the Packers or the Bears or the Eagles on the road, all cold weather outdoors where Jared Goff stinks.
And they still have 3 outdoor, road games on their schedule because they play the Cowboys tonight at home, but they have to play at the Rams next week, and then they have to play at Minnesota in week 17, week 18. They're in Chicago. So tonight is a critical game for the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, I mean, they could go on a run and look. Chicago has a tough schedule if you look at their schedule down the stretch. So there are a lot of things that could happen. Detroit could end up atop, but they pretty much need to win tonight's game, which is at home against the Cowboys. All right, let's get into the Junkie Sports page, Bish, because a lot went down beyond the Cornell basketball game.
Yeah, and of course, the sports page always brought to you by our good friends at Open Road Distillery in Reston Town Center. And of course, we've always talked about Open Road, which is a great restaurant. Heirloom is the speakeasy inside the Open Road. But also, you can go check out Circa or El Bebe, Trio, which is over in Falls Church. They got a lot of restaurants you can check out in the DMV. I'll tell you what, fellas, I'm going to lead off with signing day in college football.
Oh, really? I thought you were going to lead off with the Red Hot Cats.
I will. I'll get to them. But this blew my mind. Okay, I watched the presser yesterday with James Franklin. He had a presser talking about signing day with the local media down in Blacksburg, 20-minute presser. And they were talking about how all these relationships with these kids that they had been recruiting for, 2 or 3 years at Penn State. So before Franklin was hired at Virginia Tech, the rankings were, depending on where you're looking, the rankings were 124th in recruiting for Virginia Tech. All right, 124. That's where they ranked in 24/7 Sports. After Franklin was hired, and he flipped 11 kids that were going to go to Penn State and are now going to Virginia Tech. They are now 22. They said it's the biggest flip in probably college football recruiting history to go from 124 to go 100 spots. And they're 22 in one poll, they're 25 on Rivals, but they went from 124 to 22 according to 24/7 Sports, and they flipped 11 kids from Penn State. They signed 19 kids. It's one of the biggest flips ever in recruiting.
See, I didn't read it from Virginia Tech's perspective, but I saw a national article.
Yeah,
and they were saying disaster for Penn State.
Oh yeah. Well, they don't even have a coach.
You got no coach. You got no recruits.
It's a big time disaster.
They'd kill for James Franklin come back.
Right. Well, can't get him. But Virginia Tech got this kid, Terry Wiggins, who is a linebacker who was going to go to Penn State, flipped him. They got this kid, Messiah Mickens, who is a running back from, I think he's also from Pennsylvania, flipped him. Pierce, I think his last name is Peterson. He's a tight end from Minnesota, flipped him. This kid, Troy Hoon, who's a quarterback from California, 6'4", 220. Apparently he's a stud. Was going to go to Penn State, flipped him. The list goes on and on. There's 11 kids. It's kind of staggering. So if you're a Virginia Tech fan, which of course I am, it's kind of a big story.
How did LSU do? Now they've got Lane Kiffin. Did they do something similar?
I'd have to.
Pretty hard for him
I'd
to
have to
flip
look
a bunch of kids. He might.
LSU's ranked 10th.
They'd always get
pretty
good
good
recruits anyway.
Yeah.
LSU kind of recruits itself.
Yeah. But they're ranked 10th. And I don't know how much of that is.
I'm guessing Alabama 1 or 2.
No, it's the first time an SEC team has not been ranked 1 in recruiting since 2008. It's
I
US.
said 1 or 2.
No, Alabama's not. Georgia's 4, Alabama's 6.
Okay.
USC has the best recruiting group of kids according to Rivals and according to 24/7 Sports.
Must have got a stud quarterback.
And they got somebody. But Notre Dame's 2, Oregon's 3, Georgia's 4, Ohio State's 5.
But go baback to just thinking about Penn State for a second, because you want to talk about a program that's reeling.
Mm-hmm.
With the amount of coaches that they've reached out to and sort of been turned down by.
Yep.
Kind of on the down low behind the scenes. What's next?
Well, the story behind the scenes is the AD, this guy Pat Kraft, I think is his name. He has completely effed this whole thing up because certain coaches were interested in it, obviously, and Pat Kraft has an idea of how he wants to put the roster together, which differs a lot from one of these coaches. Bob Chesney, the one who I thought would have been perfect. He's from Pennsylvania. He's unbelievable at JMU. He's been there 2 years, might go to the college football playoff. Now he's going to UCLA, but he was interested in Penn State, but they couldn't see eye to eye on how to put the roster together with the NIL packages.
Well, I saw the same thing was with Urban Meyer, actually.
Yeah.
And it was NIL stuff that they couldn't come to an agreement on.
So now this AD is, he's kind of lost because, maybe they just hire the interim guy. This guy, I think his name's Terry Smith. Maybe they just keep him, or maybe they go after somebody else.
But think about all the recruits they lost.
Oh, yeah.
And I heard, the list of coaches that they reached out to, like the Notre Dame coach, Signetti, all these guys. And why would they leave? They're cruising, but they reached out to everybody. They got nothing.
Yep, got nothing.
They lost probably half their class, if not more.
Yep.
When is
the portal? These kids are all going to transfer out of the portal.
This has got to be as low as it was when they were at the height of their scandal.
Well, you always hear that it's great to fire a coach, but do you have somebody better that's going to come in? Everybody's in a rush to fire somebody.
Yep.
Because Franklin, look, he wasn't winning their big games. His record was abysmal. Anytime they faced a top 10 team,
correct,
his record was horrific.
Correct.
But now all of a sudden you're in a bind.
Yeah.
They're big time in a bind.
They are. And
and
Penn State fans can't believe it.
Yeah.
They just can't believe it. They're very frustrated.
They're going to find themselves in Terp territory.
Lose 8 in a row.
So we'll see what happens with them and if they decide to
and by the way,
keep Terry Smith.
Respect to the kid, I think his name's Zion, I think from St. Francis Academy, right?
Yep.
Who committed to Maryland, the highest ranked Maryland recruit ever in football. And I saw him being interviewed. He seemed like a nice kid and seemed just like, he just wanted to stay local. I got to give it props because I don't know that as much as I like locks and my relationship with locks might be great. If I'm a 5-star and so I could go anywhere, literally anywhere. I guess he was also kind of talking to South Carolina and Texas. I don't know if I could go to a program where in all likelihood that coach is going to get moved on from in 1 year.
Yeah.
And they've just had no success lately.
Unless you believe in what he's selling you.
He does, obviously.
They're young players.
Obviously.
And he can point to 3 straight bowls just a couple years ago, right? Last couple seasons have been rough, but he had that 3-bowl stretch.
And he said
where they were better. And then it did seem like, watching the team, and I'll admit casual at best, but they have like some defensive linemen that are really good that were true freshmen.
Good. Yeah.
They've got some pieces.
They had 3 games that they blew.
And then the quarterback is a freshman. So as long as the quarterback comes back,
what'll happen is what'll happen is if this kid Zion Ely, or Ellie, I'm not sure how you pronounce his last name. If he has a bomb year, I'm sure he's getting paid a lot of money to go to College Park. But if he has a bomb year, he's going to get plucked for more money.
Yeah, I guess it's. He said that it was very important for him also to have family, be able to come to his games and that kind of thing. But man, knowing that you might only win 3-4 games.
Yeah.
When you could go compete for a national championship somewhere.
Well, hopefully they're a little bit better than they were this year, but it was a tough stretch. Their ranking currently is 36. So it's not horrible. Top 40 recruiting class. And a lot of that has to do with the Zion coming in.
Right.
But anyway, so it was staggering what happened down at Virginia Tech with James Franklin.
You want to say something, Mar?
Yeah, did you guys see yesterday the number 1 QB prospect, 5-star Jared Curtis, flipped from Vanderbilt or from Georgia to Vanderbilt?
Yep.
It's just insane. Like,
They gave him a bunch of money?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure.
I'm sure they did.
But the days of like, you'd always think like if you're a high profile high school player, you'd want to play at a Power 5, like, Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee.
Right now they're going to Vandy.
And now Vanderbilt's just like the hot school.
Yeah. That's what happens when you go 10-2.
I have to just get back to the Maryland thing for a second. Now, this is going to date me, obviously. I mean, everybody knows we're mid-50s. I'm 55. But you remember when Buddy Rogers went to Maryland? Buddy Rogers was like
Running
USA
back.
Today. Like, how was he not a 5-star? Maybe they just didn't call him 5 stars. He was as highly recruited. He was as big a name as you could get at that time.
Yeah.
If you remember. He was like USA Today, like top running back in the country.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking about it as I'm sitting here.
Yeah. Where did Buddy Rogers play high school ball?
Was it New Hampshire or something? I don't know. It was something.
Who knows?
I'm sure that's wrong. But
I know some kids just go to certain schools. They just like it, or maybe he was getting paid under the table. Who knows?
No, it's fine. But I'm just saying they were saying that this kid Zion was their first 5-star. And I'm thinking, okay, look, Maryland hasn't been this legendary football program. But are you telling me in 100 years or whatever?
Maybe they didn't rank him like that.
Maybe they
as
didn't
much.
rank him like that.
Yeah.
Because Buddy Rogers was a high recruit.
Because the focus on recruiting now is so in depth that you can find out anything on these players. All right.
He was from Rhode Island, DB.
Yeah,
so it's kind of close then.
That makes sense. All right. So you mentioned the Caps, JP. The Caps are on fire. They went out to San Jose last night. Of course, they beat the Kings 2 nights ago, 3-1. Played a back-to-backer. Put up 7 on San Jose last night. They win 7-1. I believe this is 6 straight wins. Is it 9 of 10?
How about this nugget from OptaStats I saw this morning? The Capitals are the first team in NHL history to get multi-goal games from a player 40 or older, that's Ovi, and a player 20 or younger, Ryan Leonard, in the same game. So that's pretty cool. I mean, they had an offensive explosion, 7 goals. I mean, they're now 17-9-2. 2 weeks ago, like, I don't know anything, but 2 weeks ago, based on where they were, I was like, oh, maybe this is one of those years where they don't make the playoffs. Well, they're now right back at the top of the division.
Remember the last time we had Coach on, I asked him, we were supposed to have him yesterday, somehow miscommunication or something didn't work out. I know they're traveling. I said, I'm trying to figure out if you guys are good or not, because you start out good, then you lose a bunch, then you win a bunch, and I'm just trying to figure out what you guys are. Turns out they might be pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, when you win 6 in a row, 9 of your last 10, and they have the best point differential. I'm a big point differential guy. They have the best, I think, in the Eastern Conference. Yeah, they're plus 27.
In goal differential?
Yeah, goal differential.
Okay.
How are they?
Ovi has 14 goals.
I know he's got 29 points. How's he going to retire if he finishes with
45
75 points?
Right.
How's he going to retire?
Why does he have to retire?
He
sign a 1 or 2 year deal.
He looks exhausted when you see him on the bench.
Yeah,
and like it looks like he's kind of mentally, like it's a lot.
Who knows, man? He might not.
How can you retire at that production?
Ovi has scored in 11 games. Okay, the Caps are 10-0-1 in those games.
Right.
I mean, he's just. I'm blown away. And like you said, they were at the bottom of the Metro just a couple weeks ago. Now they're at the top of the Metro.
Numero uno.
Yep.
It's great. Look, hopefully we'll have something to really root for and cheer for in late spring, early summer.
36 points. They're 2 ahead of Carolina. They play Carolina next week here, I think on Thursday. So,
because with all the other teams failing, it's great to have one team. And then you know what it's like when they make the playoffs. Look, anything can happen in the playoffs. You can lose in the first round if you're the 1 seed. You can go on a run if you're the 8 seed. You just got to get in the dance, right? But then those series, you live and die because it's like every other day, right? You have a game, then day off, another game. It's awesome.
Yeah, it is. No doubt. So props to the Caps. And I believe they have Anaheim next. We're going to try and get Coach Carbs on. He's on the West Coast. So he's sleeping in his hotel room right now. But
we're going to try again today.
Let's try and get him in maybe 9:20 or 9:40 if we can.
Yeah.
Kind of a sad story. And EB, you can kind of expand on this. The Siena lacrosse player, or
No,
excuse me,
coach.
lacrosse
The coach.
coach, 41 years old.
Yeah.
Apparently, he died. He fell down his stairs at home. He fell down the stairs. I mean, we don't know why.
That's the unofficial report. So I got
Yeah.
a text from lacrosse world's small, right?
Liam Gleason's his name.
There's like 71 or 72 D1 schools. If you're in that world, it's a small world, and so you kind of see everybody. That guy had recruited Stevie's high school teammate. And then he to Albany. So I would see him at the fields. At Marist, we had a big rivalry with Siena. So we played Siena all the time.
So you were very familiar with this guy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. If you go to tournaments, you see all these coaches. They're all on the sidelines. It's like I say, it's a small world. And Stevie texted me and said, "Yeah, the coach fell down the stairs." He texted me on Monday. Said his buddy told him that the Siena coach fell down the stairs and is dead.
Mm-hmm.
And then you look at it, and it was just reported as he had a serious incident, and that's all they were saying for 2 days. So my guess is they probably just pulled the plug yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
But all they're saying is a fall at home. How do you get it? And they said traumatic brain injury. So I get it. So I gotta understand if you fall off a roof or something, right? You're on a ladder. How do you fall down your stairs? Now, again, that hasn't been reported. That was just what was texted to me.
Okay.
But how do you fall down your stairs
and
have a traumatic brain injury?
You slip and you hit your head.
Well,
yeah, but how?
What do you mean how?
He's saying because you can break your fall. If you slip, you're going to break your fall.
But
if you pass out, what if you passed out? Then you can't break your fall. Your head
it doesn't have to be. I'm telling you, if you're wearing socks and you just have hardwood, I don't know if
I've fallen down my stairs before.
Yeah, on your steps. Do you have a runner? Like a lot of people have a run. We don't either.
It's hardwood,
right? So it's just hardwood, and especially if they've just been cleaned or something, they get slick. There's parts of my hardwood floor in the kitchen where I almost fall. For some reason, there's a little spot. It's almost like a wet spot in a basketball court where you slide. So I can easily see you slipping.
I can see you slipping and falling, and then not having a traumatic brain injury.
If you slip backwards and then you hit your head, I mean, who was the guy that died in the hotel that we all wondered about?
It was the comedian.
Yeah, the comedian that died. I mean, the
Bob Saget guy.
Yeah, Bob Saget. Like sometimes you hit your head in a certain way and you get that brain.
That was a little bit different. You maybe hit marble or something. I don't know. Whatever. It's a terrible tragedy. He had 3 kids. He's 41, had a wife. Lacrosse community, of course, so always comes together in these kinds of things, and they've raised a bunch of money. There's a GoFundMe. I think I retweeted a link to it. So, if you're of a mindset to help someone, help a young family, it's just a terrible tragedy,
right? I mean,
but how does that happen at home? You think you're safe at home?
Yeah, you know what? Just anything can happen.
I guess
life is day by day.
I've slipped and fallen on my stairs because I have carpet, and the carpet just gets worn down. And if you're wearing socks, you go a little too fast. I've slipped, but not. I couldn't fathom a traumatic brain injury out of it.
Yeah, but again, what if he passed out and he was unconscious even before he hit his head? Then you can't break your fall.
Yeah, I mean, we're speculating. He could have had an aneurysm, could have had a heart attack.
Yeah,
like there's a million things could have happened.
Well, they say from a fall, a traumatic brain injury, so that is being reported.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think it was an aneurysm.
So we don't know though. Anyway, real quick, you mentioned it tonight, Thursday Night Football, Cowboys, Lions. Your line currently is Detroit laying a field goal. Totals 54.5. So make sure you get your, if you're a fantasy player, get your fantasy lineups in. I'm sure you got a lot of players with Dallas and Detroit, but it's a big one tonight.
Phone number is 1-800-636-1067. If you want to chime in on an open line Thursday, we'll hit the skins at 7 o'clock. Give you the latest on Jaden Daniels here on the Junkies. Hey, you know me, JP here. I'm a bit of a weekend warrior. Love to play sports, but I got banged up knees. Injuries happen all the time, especially at this age. That's why I trust Vantastat. Whether you need urgent advice after an injury, help understanding symptoms, or just want a connection to over 400 plus CAO orthopedic specialists, Vantastat is there for you. The Urgent Ortho Helpline is open 365 days a year. Don't wait. Call 844-VANTA-365. Seriously, I've seen how much of a difference it can make.
Like, what can you say?
So it is open line Thursday. If you want to chime in throughout the show, talk about whatever you want. You know how it works. 1-800-636-1067. See, a couple people are wondering where Cakes is. Cakes had scheduled days off Thursday and Friday. He was going to roll the Christmas party at MGM National Harbor, which was scheduled for yesterday, into his Cakes Classic, and then just crash. He's got a couple extra days. I mean, Cakes pretty much does one big vacation a year, and that's Kiowa. And he takes his time off here and there, but he has extra days. So that was a scheduled day off. Now, the Christmas party yesterday was canceled. It's funny. Yes.
Oh, okay.
It's funny that yesterday, especially Ben, and Ben, maybe you can chime in. Is he there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Benj
So
there.
Ben was fired up about this Christmas party. Now, he doesn't really know anybody at the station.
Anybody, man.
He says he basically knows one person that's not like kind of in the immediate doing the sports radio show. He knows Chepe. And then maybe he knows Ivy.
He knows the
who's
promotions.
the big boss.
The promotions girl, right?
Yeah, Wendy.
He knows
Wendy,
Wendy.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
I love Wendy.
It's a handful of people that he knows.
Yeah.
Truthfully, we don't know that many more either,
yeah.
because like the
Well, we
salespeople come and go.
I know
and,
the old heads.
We know
Yes.
Michelle
Right.
and Sam and all those guys. Yeah.
Right.
Which, by the way, speaking of, I'm not going to bum rush your story. I got a text from an old head that used to do sales for us, who now has, Jesus, what's the name? Hold on. Remember, I made fun of the cheese dip the other day of
Cheese dip.
Remember, I said I think Chipotle's is better than
I can't remember which
Cal
one.
Tortilla.
Oh, okay.
Cal Tortilla wants to come in and bring in some
dip.
some dip, and
Oh, really?
try to maybe I just got a bad
To kind of flip you.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, from an old head that used to work at a station
Gotcha.
who works for Cal Tortilla.
Anyway, Benj, as Jason likes to call him,
Mhm.
he was kind of fired up. He was talking to people. I overheard him say, what do I wear tonight? And he was hell bent on going to this party.
Was Mar gonna go?
I don't know.
Mar, were you gonna go to the Christmas party?
Like Amon Ra, I was game time decision.
Okay. Okay.
JP's big time slicing it, by the way.
In what sense?
He's acting like this was my life to go to this party
No, but-
yesterday.
No, but you
were
did
excited.
talk about it.
You were excited.
yeah, that was cool. I thought
mean-
it'd be like the sitcoms, the big holiday Christmas party at the office,
I'll
right?
tell you what. 25 years ago, we used to have big Christmas parties.
Yeah.
Like
And
Christmas parties were the guys like the afternoon show were wearing tuxes. We would be downtown DC, right across from the White House.
No,
Like
I think
real parties.
I think the parties are fine. Like it was going to be at MGM National Harbor. Now, here's why it was canceled. And it's unfortunate. This can happen anywhere. But a man was shot in the food court.
He was targeted.
He was targeted.
Yeah.
They know who he is. They got him on video. They just haven't found him yet. He's still on the
They know
loose.
exactly who it is.
Yes.
And he killed the guy.
Oh yeah.
Dead.
Yeah. Only how many people died? Just that
Just
one guy.
one,
Yeah.
Like you said, targeted guy. So, I mean, it could have happened, across the street.
Yeah.
It happened at MGM National Harbor. So they pulled the plug on the Christmas party.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I actually had told my wife about the Christmas party and she felt bad. She was like, I actually thought it was great. This is a good excuse, right? But she had to work. I have to take my kid to practice. It just wasn't going to work out. She's like, oh, I feel so bad. You can't go to the Christmas party. I was like, seriously, it's a perfect excuse. Like, she was talking about maybe canceling one of her or getting somebody to replace her. It's like, seriously, don't.
Yeah.
We can use the money anyway.
Right.
Don't cancel your class.
By the way, I wonder, was it just a one-off when I was driving 495 around Tyson's the other day when I went to the Mason game and it was like great? It was like not a problem. Is that still? I'm curious for people that are driving every day. Is it markedly improved now that they
That's a great
seem to
question.
be done with the construction?
I don't know
I'm
if they're
curious.
completely done. I don't think they're completely done, but I know they opened up those express lanes like JP was talking about yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it appeared to me. Well, at least when I was driving, there were 6 lanes open. You had the 2 express and then your regular 4. I mean, it was pretty great.
Maybe it's done.
And I think you're right. I think there might be a little remnants of some stuff that they're still working on, but I just wonder how much of an impact it's actually made.
Right.
How expensive is it? Do we know?
I think it's one of those deals where like it
Oh, it
depends on the
fluctuates?
usage of it. Yeah, right. Which could be crazy. My daughter actually ended up staying at a hotel near BWI last night because she had to catch like a 5 a.m. train. And she was like, I'll just stay at a hotel by the airport. And the Uber surge pricing or something, if she booked it last night, would have been $40 to go 1 mile from the Spring Hill Suites, by BWI to their Amtrak station. 1 mile.
That's ridiculous.
Before it was surge pricing.
Mm-hmm.
So I think she waited till this morning and she booked it. I think she got it for $20 to go 1 mile.
Yeah, I mean, my daughter who lives in Arlington but works in Tyson's, she avoids the toll roads because the tolls in the morning are outrageous.
Yeah.
I mean, they're effing outrageous.
Yeah.
She goes side roads and just avoids them all.
Yeah.
Of course, I pay them anyway, but I'm glad she does it.
Right. Well, that's why I was telling JP, like when he went to go visit his brother in New Jersey, he doesn't realize how much he's actually spending in tolls. And it's good. It's better not to know, to be honest with you. But when I go to New York, whether it be Cornell, Marist, wherever it would have been over the last 5 years, if you actually look at the bottom of your Waze, it'll tell you how much it is. And it's like $80, $90
when you go to New York.
Yeah.
Yeah. New Jersey, you're dealing with, Delaware, tolls in Delaware, and then tolls for the.
But then, like,
turnpike.
just to go over like one of those bridges, it's like could be $27 or something.
In
like
New York.
Yes.
Yeah.
At the end.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going all the way to New York, but yeah, I mean, it adds up. Like I make those decisions all the time on 95 South. I can use the express lane, and a lot of times you'll see it doesn't appear like there's any traffic in the regular lanes, and then you see, oh, it's about $3.50. Do I want to spend $3.50? Oh, let me roll the dice with the regular lanes.
Yeah, but those few times when you do hit it and it's a jackpot where you're cruising and then you see the regular lanes are dead.
By, right.
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing you ever did.
You feel like
literally feel like you robbed a bank.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, just seeing now, I was just looking. Penn State lost 28 commits yesterday.
That's crazy.
They lost 28.
Yeah, like I said,
commits.
if you read the national
so not
stories,
only did Franklin take 11 of them or however many he took,
Mm-hmm.
they lost 28 overall and they got no coach.
If you're a recruit and you commit to Penn State and they fire the coach and you don't know who the coach is going to be next year, why would you go?
Unless it's just been your lifelong dream.
Yeah, why would you go?
I
mean, still some kids will go.
Yeah, I mean, it's Penn State.
Yeah, but
played the Big Ten.
A lot of these kids think that they want to go pro. They want to be starters. They have no idea.
Borderline unrecoverable. That's like a 3-year ditch.
Yep.
Can you imagine?
They are in a bind.
That's unbelievable.
They better hire some quick. I mean, obviously the early signing period's over, so I guess there's not a rush now because it's all these kids are already committed.
Right.
But they got to hire someone certainly before the portal opens in January.
Well, some of the names that they're not reaching into the pro level now. Now they're talking about like Dable, Jeff Brom.
Well, who was talking about Tomlin?
Somebody said Tomlin would be. I think it was.
Who brought him up? Oh, it was.
Was it Orlovsky? No, somebody like that who said he'd be a great recruiter. Roethlisberger.
No, Ben Roethlisberger. That's what
Roethlisberger's who said it. I think.
Yeah.
I know that would be right up his alley.
I thought Chesney would have been a great hire, but the AD disagreed.
Coming up next, we're going to get into the Washington Commanders. We will hit the Skins, give you the latest on Jaden Daniels and what Dan Quinn said about his status. That's next here on The Fan.
Alex Ovechkin scored twice to extend his record to 911 career goals. Riley Leonard had 4 points, and the Caps crushed the San Jose Sharks 7-1 for their 6th straight victory. Ovi started a 4-goal flood in the first period when he scored on a rebound near the side of the net midway. He added a power play goal in the second to give him 14 goals on the season, 10 in the past 11 games. Here's that call.
Chip in front, and Ovechkin scores again. It's his second. It's a power play goal for Alex Ovechkin, and the 911th of his NHL career. The Capitals blowing the doors off. It's 5-0 Washington. Chip.
This is the team's longest winning streak since also winning 6 straight in January last year. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network and brought to you by our friends at Crop Metcalf. They're the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. Looking to be their next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber. Just visit cropmetcalf.com and you can join their team today. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Jason Bishop and Eric Bickle on an open line Thursday. Your chance to steer the show. So we sneak in a phone call before we hit the skins?
Sure. I got no problem with that.
It is open line Thursday.
Let's go to Tyler. Hey, Tyler. What's going on, buddy? Going with the Junkies.
What's up, fellas?
What's up, man?
Hey, bud.
I had a question for you and Lurch. My brother's getting big into golf. And what's a good gift idea for him?
What's your price range?
I knew you were going to ask that.
I mean, it's kind of important.
I know. 200.
$200 bucks? I mean,
Does-
that's pretty
does-
good.
Does he have clubs already?
Yeah, he does.
I mean, if he's probably a pretty dedicated golfer. I don't think you can buy him a club or anything like that.
Get him a gift card to Golfdom, so
I
he
mean,
can.
you could do that.
So he can go out and pick his whatever he wants.
But they all golfers like Pro Vs. You can
Yeah.
get us a Pro Vs. You know, golfers, it's a weird subset. Look, I think men are basically sloppy. But if you play a lot of golf, guys like to dress up when they play golf.
Yeah.
So you could get him some good golf gear.
Get him some Peter Millar
Get him
gear.
some Peter Millar stuff.
How old is he?
He's 25.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
actually,
Yeah.
getting him clothes isn't a bad idea, actually. I didn't think of that.
Yeah.
No, get him some good golf gear. Go to Golfdom. They're great with us. Get him a golf belt. Like I got buddies. I just like to match and try to wear nice stuff. But I got buddies. They're all into the belts and the accessories.
Yeah.
And they have 10 different pairs of shoes. So get him some Jordans.
This guy will know the good brands to get for golf, attire. And Peter Millar is spectacular. So if you just give him a gift card or get him a Peter Millar gift card, he'll definitely appreciate that.
You could get him.
Okay.
Is he good? What's his handicap? What's his index?
I don't know. He just started. He's probably
He's probably,
golfing
He's probably
full time for about a year now.
oh, so he's probably terrible.
he's probably a 20.
yeah, he's
He's
probably
probably
terrible.
terrible.
Yeah. Mark,
Well-
you have an idea?
Yeah, I'd recommend the Bushnell golf speaker. It comes with a rangefinder. I have the speaker. Valdez has the speaker. It's silly.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, that's a good one.
If he likes music, Bushnell golf speaker.
That talks to you, right? When you go up there,
Oh,
it'll tell you, it'll give you the GPS.
It's pretty legit, and it's about
Yardage.
$100, $120.
That's it. That's a good
That's it.
idea.
That's a great idea too. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
All right, buddy.
All right, buddy.
Be
See you,
good.
Merry
Look at that.
Christmas. Can you say Merry Christmas now? It's early.
Of course
No,
you can.
Definitely.
Say
I
Merry Christmas
actually-
the day after Thanksgiving.
I did not start decorating yet, but I did take down all the boxes in the garage, including one of the Christmas trees. So today is the day when we'll put up that tree, which will be like the living room, the one that you put by the window so everybody can see
Of
it,
course.
the lights.
See,
And then the big boy, I'll tackle that this
the
weekend.
downside of not traveling, I think this is the first weekend I'll be home in a while, is that means I'll probably have to do something.
Yeah, you will.
I'd
Step
almost
it up.
rather be on the road than go in the attic, dodge all the rusty nails, pull down all the crap.
You got to get it all hooked up. I mean, it's December 4th.
Oh,
I saw the very first Christmas commercial this year. I remember telling my wife it was October 17th. I saw
That was the earliest. Yeah.
It was October 17th, 2 weeks before Halloween, and I saw my first Christmas commercial.
Do you play a lot of Christmas music at the house, or pretty much only like Christmas week, like
only when
the last few days?
Only when people are over.
Yeah.
But Teresa likes to do that. Yeah. I mean, we play Christmas movies all the time.
Right. All right, you want to hit the skins?
Yeah,
let's do it. 7 o'clock.
I know we have some good audio from DQ, of course. It's our first 1 o'clock game in quite a while, right?
Hit the skins cooked up by Oseo Korean Barbecue. Oseo means come on in, EB.
Yep. So
it's at the Lansdowne. It's over there in Lansdowne. Head on over to Oseo Korean Barbecue.
They've got the Vikings and our injury report. When you look at it, we got quite a few guys banged up a little bit. I mean, Zach Ertz looks like he got a veteran day. Drake Jackson, who they opened up the 21-day window, he didn't practice. Javon Kinlaw didn't practice. Of course, Von Miller never practices. Tunsil didn't practice, veteran day. Bobby Wagner didn't practice. No, they are saying he also got a knee. So I don't know. That might be something to watch out for, because you think he's the first time I've seen him with something listed.
Yeah.
Although he's what a pro, right? He's a Hall of Famer. He'll probably play. But what's interesting is when you started to get guys like Noah Brown, who I think they think is going to play. He was a full participant.
Okay.
But the one that everybody wants to know about is Jaden. Here's DQ with an update on Jaden.
Do you have any update on Jaden Daniels? Has he been cleared for contact? What's your optimism that he'll play this weekend?
Optimistic he's going to get a lot of reps for practice. I'm going to take it all the way through Friday. There's still like functional evaluations to go through, but game plan and practicing and that part is good. You'll see like on the side it's a little more challenging to work at quarterback when you're not doing the same contact. So we'll have to simulate as much as we can, but he's off to a good start. But we'll go all the way through Friday for sure, but he'll get a lot of reps at practice.
I think
the medical staff clear him for contact.
He has not been cleared for contact. That would be a game, one, but they'll also wait for the whole week too. They have more testing and movements to examine. So that's where we're at.
I'm iffy.
I think he's going to play.
I hope you're right.
I watched video that like Keim and JP Finley and those guys are putting out there, and he's ripping throws. Like he's ready. Let's go.
But he hasn't been cleared for contact yet.
Yeah, it's just a formality.
Okay, but
they just want to see him.
DQ keep using this functional term. I don't know what the hell that means.
Stiff arm tests later in the week. They're trying to wait as long as they can. He's playing.
He does that.
Mama said he's
week.
playing. Remember that.
Right.
Mama said he's playing. I saw the video. Like, he's fine. He's like his arm looks great.
Mm-hmm. Does he have a brace?
Right arm.
He has a
brace.
brace.
Have a brace.
Oh, he didn't.
No, no brace.
Okay.
Now he'll probably have a brace if he's playing.
Yeah.
But no brace, just ripping throws.
What do you need to see in these last 5 games? Let's say he plays these 5 games.
You see him look pretty good. I'll give him one game to be mediocre.
Well, look, he's going to be a little rusty.
Yeah, I'll give him one game.
To me, number one, he's got to play all 5. Like if he ends up getting hurt again, I think confidence level and his durability will be gone.
For next year, yeah.
Yes.
100%.
I mean, we already kind of kicked it around a few weeks ago. If we had to set an over-under on how many games he's going to play, we were all like in the 12 to 14. Like we're just assuming he's going to miss 3 or 4 games.
Mm-hmm.
Which is unfortunate. Because even these young guys, like if you look at it, Caleb Williams has played in every game. Bo Nix played in every game. Drake May this year played in every game.
Mm-hmm.
You want your guy available, number one. So to me, that's the most important thing. Go through 5 games unscathed. Because last year he did it. He started in all 17 games in the regular season.
He got banged up
and in the playoffs. He got banged up. But now kind of confidence is completely shaken in his durability.
Well, I just want to see how
to reprove that.
You certainly want to see him. I hope you're right. I hope he plays.
I think he's going to play.
But you certainly, and I expect him to be rusty. He hadn't played since the Seahawks game. So it's been a month. But I just want to see, I want to see the offense click. Now that Terry's back, you want to see it click.
Make it easy for him. Quick throws. Get rid of the ball. Throw it to Terry a bunch.
And Debo. I need him to throw it to Debo too.
Take off and run. I'm fine with that. But just get down, protect yourself as best you can.
Yeah, get out of bounds.
When you get flushed, if you don't want to take off and run, just throw it away. Don't take the 3 or 4 yard loss. That always kills me when he's at the sideline. And instead, just throw it away.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, he runs out of bounds and takes a 3 yard loss.
Yeah. So you
just do
think
that.
you think he's going to play?
I think he's going to play.
All right, I'm still iffy, man.
Because I saw him just snapping throws, and I went, looks fine. He has no brace. The mom said he's going to play.
She knows.
I mean, she's got to be pretty plugged in.
I hope she's right.
No, who's more plugged in that's not on the team than Jaden's mother? I can't think of anybody.
I don't know. I feel like she said some things before, and he's
not true.
Yeah.
Okay. Until proven otherwise for me,
she's just being
think
optimistic, backing her son. But
I think he's playing.
Hope so.
So but we'll see. All right, we also got some more audio where he talks about a couple other things. First of all, I think he sealed up a spot for next year, but who knows? Guys have had big weeks and then get cut the next day because they don't have room on their practice squad or whatever. Treylon Burks. He talks about the impact Treylon Burks has had.
Adam and his group knew a lot more about him, just going through the process from draft to that. I got a chance just to have fresh eyes, man, and say, like, and I try to do that with every player here. Sometimes when a person's on another team, well, he did do this or he did that. And so, like, let's just see what it looks like here, and I think a player like Trey deserves that, have fresh eyes here. And I told him that coming in, man, like, this is your space. And you could feel a hunger to go for it. The unseen work was coming in to learn a new system. Some of our verbiage and communication is unorthodox, but it's not standard NFL wording and formations and groupings. And so it's not just like add water. Yeah, we used to call this that. And so seeing that type of work, you could feel how important it was. After, his injury to his finger, nope, I'll be back. Where it knew it could be a couple weeks. No. Like he wasn't having any part of that. Like that was not an option that he wasn't playing. That's what I felt from him, in the game heading into Denver. Big brace on it. Nope, I'm good. He was catching everything with it. And so that's what I see, a guy that's hungry to prove. And I think you're just going to keep seeing that.
Yeah, I've been impressed so far, but you need more than one catch to do it.
Yeah, you got to be targeted.
But he's had a couple plays here in some limited time, so let's keep an eye on him. And then the guy that's taken a lot of abuse, but as of a week or so ago, and it may still be the case, the only guy I think that's played every snap on that offensive line is the rookie Josh Connerly. He's given up some sacks, but I know he's played better of late.
On the edges, I thought that was a nice job by Josh, and probably maybe his best game as a commander. And I'd kind of joked with him earlier. I said, like, look, it's hard to know like how you're improving right now. I said a year ago, man, you're fired up to, play Indiana or Ohio State. And like, yeah, I can block that guy. And then now you're blocking guys every week that are like, man, this dude is really good. And all of a sudden, like, your skills keep improving. So you see that jump take place with a lot of the, first and second year players, because their confidence is gaining, they're getting momentum. And so not comparing yourself to Laramie, but like, am I improving? And I think that's an important piece for a young player. And you do gain confidence in that. And our whole game sometimes is comparison, this versus this and this versus this. But sometimes like, am I improving? Am I getting better? And so I was super pumped to see him do that. It's an important part of every game, line play, run actions. I thought that helped. In our game this week, that here's a team that if you can run it and you can stay committed to it, you don't let them pin your ears back and go. And that'll be similar this week as well.
The Vikings are kind of in a similar spot as Washington because, they were 3-2 after 5 games, playing pretty well. They were obviously got some studs on the offense. Quarterback play is iffy, especially because McCarthy's been injured. But then since the Brown game when they won 21-17, they've lost 6 of 7. They haven't scored more than 19 points in a month. Last time they scored more than 19 was when they beat the Lions in Detroit. I'm not sure how they did that, but they've scored 19, 17, 6, and 6 in the last 4 weeks. Brutal. And of course, a lot of that has to do with the injuries at quarterback, but they're in kind of the same situation as Washington, not playing well and
right.
not scoring.
If you're into tanking and all of that, right now, currently, the NFL draft order, Washington would pick 6th. Minnesota, with just one more win, would pick 11th.
Mm-hmm.
So the good news, I'm not into tanking. I don't even really like to acknowledge this sort of thing. But if you're into tanking and moving up, if for some reason, unfortunately, Washington won, from my perspective, I would like to win this week. Cleveland plays Tennessee. So we could actually move up this week.
Because one of the teams has to win.
Yeah. And then the Browns, who are currently picking 5th, they would switch with us. So
Yeah.
something to keep an eye
And
on.
Cleveland's playing Tennessee at home, so they certainly are the favorite.
Coming up next, we're going to talk to Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger here on the Junkies. Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. Of course, you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. Joining us right now is Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger.
Baldy.
Morning, Baldy.
Oh, I got to punch him up. That's my bad. Hold on, Brian. There you go, buddy.
All right.
Yep,
Sorry.
you're there.
Yeah. Good morning, guys.
Hey,
How you
morning,
doing?
man?
I'm good, man. I missed you guys last week. Obviously, it was Thanksgiving, so we probably didn't have our
Well, you were
little
busy.
weekly chat. But yeah, I missed you guys, man.
Yeah, missed you too. I know you had a boatload of stuff. Did you actually? You probably had no time to really chill.
Not really, but I always have a good time. So I was in Austin, Texas. My girlfriend, we were down there, Thanksgiving down there. I had to work that day. I was upstairs. Everybody downstairs was having a great time. Then I did that Texas A&M Texas game, which was a blast. And then I got to my football game on Sunday. So it was good. It was a football weekend, but it was around a lot of fun people. Man, we had a good time.
What are you seeing from Arch Manning? A lot of
Oh,
hype
my
before
God.
the season, right? A lot of hype before the
Yeah.
season. Then it kind of starts off slow. Now he's
Yep.
been playing better. I'm wondering, before
Much
the season, people were like, this guy's going to be a number one pick. And then first couple of
Yeah.
games.
But the guys, that all that stuff is absolutely true, and it kind of disturbs me because the kid is a great kid. He just wants, obviously the name is the name, but he just wants to be a normal guy, But he is very gifted. I mean, he can run. He's big. I saw him against Oklahoma in early October. And I saw all the things that people were saying, like the week before they lost to Florida, he wasn't very good. But then I just think he's been like on a really good arc.
Yeah, he's playing better, no
I
doubt.
thought he played great against Texas A&M. He did his decision making, how he sees the field. Man, that guy, he's not going to leave. He's going to go back to Texas. Everybody's going to want to play with him. Every receiver, offensive line, they're all going to want to play with him. And I think he's going to have an amazing career at Texas. And he probably will end up being the first pick. He's got everything you want.
So let's transition to a guy who played at Texas A&M, who, because he lost a bet, had to wear a Texas jersey. And that's Von Miller. I saw you did a Baldy breakdown on Von. We have Von join us every week on the show.
Yeah.
If you just looked at the numbers, you would go, well, he has 4.5 sacks, but your breakdown kind of showed the guy's got still a little gas left in the
He
tank.
still got a little juice in him. And Von's just, he's just a good old country boy, little hog farming here. And, he's got Texas roots. He's had an amazing career. Like, he came in 2011. He's the second pick in the draft out of DeSoto, Texas. And Texas needs an Aggie, man. Like, he's had a great career. And he's got a role. He's got a role in Washington. I mean, obviously things aren't going well. He went there, I think, in large part because Jaden was there. And, they went to the NFC Championship game, and he wanted a chance to, finish his career in a good spot. And obviously things aren't going well. But, I thought they played well against, Denver last week. Got to see, not that anybody that's there played with him. I don't even know if anybody was, but the organization was good to him. He was good to the organization. They won Super Bowls. He was the MVP. It was probably meant a lot to him, I would think, last weekend.
Oh no, for sure.
What do you see from Dan Quinn's defense now that he's taken over? If you can notice anything on film, because the last couple games since he's taken over the defensive play calling, Washington's defense has performed better. Now they did face Miami and Denver, which is not the most explosive offense, versus some of the games. I mean, with the games leading up to him being demoted, I mean, they played Detroit,
Dallas,
they played Dallas,
Seattle.
they played some of the most explosive offenses. But have you noticed anything on film from Dan Quinn's defense?
Yeah, I mean, they play hard. Deron Payne played real well. Wags always plays well. Like he's just, I don't know how he does it because, nobody that's made as many tackles as Bobby Wagner in this business can be the same guy that he was 10 years ago. But he's still, it's an old saying that, the problem with experience is by the time you get enough of it, you're too old to enjoy it. But here he is he's in the passing lane, intercepting a ball from Bo Nix, giving them a chance. Like he's making key stops. He's still, Luvo has been really good all year. He's just an electric player. They just can't make the play at the end. Obviously they go for two with a chance to win the game, in overtime. But, you played overtime. playing basically an extra 10 minutes. And they do have a lot of guys that have a lot of age on them, you know. So, but it looks like they're in the right places to make these plays. Bo Nix is just like all the guy does is run around. The guy never looks like he gets tired. He runs around all day, and you just go like, "Is this a good way to play quarterback?" But the guy is he's just an amazing athlete.
Joined by Brian Baldinger, Odyssey NFL Insider Calls, brought to you by Nationwide for all your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. Let's get into tonight's game.
It's a big one.
A lot of people are saying it's an elimination game. It's technically not an elimination game, but Dallas at one game above 500. Detroit's at 7-5. Detroit plays much better indoors. They're at home. What do you see tonight?
That's true, but they have like Detroit. They started off playing Green Bay and they lost, and then they went on a 4-game win streak. And since October 5th, they have not won 2 games in a row yet.
Great point.
So they've won one, lost one. So they lost on Thanksgiving at home, and you know, so the pattern says they should win tonight. But I don't know. Like their secondary is not very good. I don't know if Amon-Ra St. Brown is playing or not, but he's their go-to guy. They've already lost Sam Laporta. You know, they've got 2 players that have to beat Dallas tonight, and that's basically either Jahmyr Gibbs or Jameson Williams. Those are the 2. If Amon-Ra doesn't play, and I'm not sure if he is or not, but you know, they're just not getting great performances defensively right now, and their secondary is beat up, playing a lot of backup guys there, and that's the strength of Dallas right now. Is their passing game has been incredibly productive, and so I feel like Dallas is playing really, really smart, explosive football, and I feel like this is Dallas's game to win. But we'll see. We'll see. I think I'm really looking forward to it tonight, though, because it is kind of an elimination game, especially with Chicago playing Green Bay this weekend. Somebody's going to win, you know, either their 4th game in a row or their 6th game in a row, depending if Chicago or Green Bay wins, and they're going to be in the driver's seat to win the division. So I feel like Detroit has to, you know, stay close to the pack right now. They got to find a way to win this one.
Yeah. Speaking of Dallas, I mean, they're chasing Philly in the division. Philly looked terrible on Friday. They've lost 2 in a row.
They look terrible.
Yeah. So they've looked bad. You know, I always say, look, when Philly, if they get to the playoffs, they can get hot because they've got so much talent. But I'm not so sure this year because of the way the passing offense looks. But do you think Dallas is a considerable, maybe not a favorite to win the division, but certainly a possibility to win the division?
It's possible. They're 6-5-1. Philly's 8-4. So they're a game and a half back.
Mm-hmm.
They beat Philadelphia, so they split now. They beat them 2 weeks ago, and they were down 21-0 and came back on them. And since then, I mean, they were terrible. Philly was awful against Chicago. They go to play the Chargers this weekend. I don't believe in Philadelphia right now. I know that organization. I know those guys in the team. They're not clicking. You know, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And they started great this year because defensively they were in every game. But offensively, they're just not very good right now. They don't move the line of scrimmage. They don't run the ball well. They don't do anything well in offense. So I feel like the Chargers are a type of team that will give them a lot of trouble. The way that they play, they really take the air out of the game, out of the ball. They slow the game down. You're not going to get many possessions. Philly leads the league in 3-and-outs. If Philly doesn't win this weekend and Dallas does beat Detroit tonight, I mean, we're looking at a half a game separating those two with 3 or 4 games left to play.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
I was listening to I did Thanksgiving New Jersey, so I'm driving home on Saturday listening to some Philly sports talk radio, and all the fans are all over the offensive coordinator Patula. But I mean, you watch some of the video, and I know during the broadcast they showed it that guys were wide open for even potential touchdowns, and Jalen Hurts isn't hitting them or finding them. What's kind of your take on that? Like, I actually felt bad for the guy Patula. It's like guys calling plays, guys are open, and they're not completing them.
Listen, I was on WIP yesterday in Philadelphia, and they're like, you know, I like the offense coordinator. Like, he's not like wildly imaginative, but that's okay. Like, you know, you have to do the basics well. And so, you know, Chicago threw a lot of blitz zeros, meaning they were bringing 6 and 7 guys on some blitzes and playing man-to-man behind it. And, you know, they had Devontae Smith was wide open. Dallas Goedert was wide open and they didn't complete the passes. They got A.J. Brown on a shallow cross on a third down. He's wide open. The play is made for him. They're clearing out one side. If he catches it, he might run all the way to the end zone. And, you know, they didn't make the throws. They didn't make the read right. And so that's not the offensive coordinator. You can't draw it up a whole lot better than what he did. You know,
Right.
blitz zero is blitz zero. Like, you know, they got to play for it. It's Devontae Smith, if it's thrown properly, is going to score a touchdown. I'm with the fans that were saying, you know, it's not the coordinators. A lot of times it was the quarterback or what he was looking at, which is a little confusing sometimes. But they just have to execute better, honestly. I don't think it's the play calling at all. And they're not moving the line of scrimmage in the run game like they did last year. Lane Johnson's out. Mekhi Becton's not there. The center's hurt. Like, it's just not the same group as a year ago.
When you look at the NFC right now, the Bears are currently the 1 seed, okay, but they still have to play the Packers twice, including this week. I think it's this week. Maybe they're on a bye, but they have to play the Packers twice. They got to play the Niners out there. The NFC West is crazy, Baldy. I mean, all 3 teams have 9 wins. San Francisco has the best division record at 4-1, but they're currently third in all the tiebreakers because they have one more loss. But what do you see there? I mean, I don't think the Bears are going to get the 1 seed. I don't think they're going to get home field advantage. I think it's going to be one of those NFC West teams, or maybe the Packers. I don't know. What are you seeing in the NFC right now?
Well, you know, we're in a 5-week stretch run right here. And so nobody thought, including me, in fact, I told this to somebody that was in one of those polls, that the elimination, you know, games.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, like, oh, the Rams are going to Carolina to win. And they had 2 red zone, you know, turnovers, and they lost to Carolina. And I didn't see that coming at all. So you're going to see some upsets. Seattle looks really, really good. Nobody knows anything about Seattle because they never seem to be on TV. And so unless you're a Seahawks fan, I don't know how many games people watch that defense play, but they're really, really good. So I feel like Seattle could beat anybody, but I feel like the Rams could beat anybody.
Mm-hmm.
I think Chicago and San Francisco have to play a certain style to win games. And if you can not let them do that, they're very beatable. But, you know, that style for Chicago has won 5 games in a row.
Right.
And I don't think the quarterback is playing. I like the quarterback a lot. You know, he's right there from DC, but he, I feel like he still has a lot of growth left, and he's doing a lot of good things. But I feel like he could, if he plays his best ball the last 5 weeks of the season, I feel like Chicago could beat anybody also.
Yeah.
Wow.
Talking to Brian Baldinger, Odyssey NFL Insider. You can catch the best football show hosted by Brian Baldinger as well. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide for all your insurance needs and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. What would Brian Baldinger do if he was running the Steelers? Because there's more and more chatter about Mike Tomlin. It's getting booed. You know, in 18 seasons, in 18 seasons there, he hasn't had a ton of success in the playoffs. He, of course, has won a Super Bowl. The fans are getting restless. What would you do in Pittsburgh?
Well, in 55 years, the Steelers playing there in Pittsburgh since Chuck Noll took over, no team had ever run the ball for 250 yards against them. That's what Buffalo did. They didn't look like they wanted to tackle and get off a block. I might put the pads on them Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and just go do some old Oklahoma drills. You know, and learn, you know, remember how to get off a block and make a tackle, because they couldn't do it the other day. They were like looking to get blocked rather than defeat blocks. So I would start on that side of the ball and I'd go, this is how you defeat a block. Like the very basics, like something Chuck Noll would tell, you know, L.C. Greenwood what to do, or Jack Ham or Jack Lambert. Like I might show some old Steeler films about what it means to be a Steeler and how you actually become like a modern day Steel Curtain. I might pull some of those videos out because it did look like they remembered how to do it. And it's not just last week against Buffalo. It's been going on for much of the season. And the names on the back of the jerseys and the talent says they should be a lot better than that. And that's maybe where I would start. I'm going to be at that game in Baltimore this weekend.
Oh.
And if they don't remember how to do that, then I think Baltimore will run right through them and probably eliminate them from the playoffs.
Right.
Do you think it's time to move on from Tomlin?
Like John Madden said this, and I believe John. And John used to say it on the air with guys that were up there in age. And, he coached for 10 years. He won 2 Super Bowls. And he thought at the end of 10 years,
that's enough.
The message can't really be told any new ways. And in some ways, Mike Tomlin's message might be, but they have a lot of guys that have a lot of age. Aaron, obviously, and, you're looking at TJ and Cam Hayward and Jalen Ramsey. Guys have, Darius Slay, like guys have been around the league a long time. And sometimes old guys, that's just what they are. They're at the end of their careers. And you're banking on those guys to play like they were, 5, 6, 7 years ago. And you're probably not going to get those performances week in, week out with guys like that. They probably don't practice a whole lot. So, at some point you go, is it the coach or do you get a lot of new young players in there?
I mean, the only problem
I remember talking to Mike about this a couple of years ago at training camp one year. And he said, I've got to change my ways to coach this team and teach these guys because I got a lot of new players. And maybe he is, maybe he isn't, but I don't think the coaching staff is. I don't think they do some things that are not that smart, and so maybe the staff needs to change as well.
Yeah. Well, I hope it's not Danny Smith. That's my boy. I've known.
Too, that's my guy too. I want Danny there forever.
Yeah, he's
great.
I
love
the only thing with Madden's thing is that there's so much turnover in the league. So like you could be there 10 years and got the average guy's there like 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's true.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's only certain guys. Andy Reid is, probably right behind Tomlin. And if you look at Andy Reid, like he's still winning a lot of games. Although this year things aren't going real well, and they play a really good Houston Texan team this weekend, and they might find themselves on the outside looking in.
Hey, real quick before we let you go, is what's happening in New England stunning to you? They had 4 wins last year. All right.
Yeah.
Vrabel's going to be coach of the year. Maybe it's Ben Johnson, but I would certainly vote for Vrabel. May could win the MVP. Is what's going on in New England blowing your mind? Did you ever think this was possible?
No, I didn't. I didn't think it was possible. But the coaching is so good on every level, whether it's Doug Marrone coaching the offensive line or Josh McDaniels coaching the offense or just Mike coaching the team. It's amazing to see if you have a great quarterback, and Drake May's the number 1 rated quarterback in the whole league, and in almost every category, whether it's passing yards or yards per attempt or quarterback rating, he's number 1. So he doesn't make many mistakes. They had a backup left guard and left tackle in there that I didn't think were any good at all. I didn't even know. And they played great against the Giants. I know it's the Giants, but they don't, they return another punt for a touchdown. It's perfectly blocked. Like, however they're getting it done during the week, like they know how to execute on Sunday against everybody. And they don't waste a whole lot of time doing it. They get out. Like I saw them a couple weeks ago against Tampa, and they went up and down the field on Tampa. And Tampa, I think, is still a pretty good defense, but they just out execute you from the very opening kickoff of the game. And that's kind of refreshing and amazing to watch.
Yeah. Well, they got the Bills and the Ravens the next couple weeks after the bye, so we'll learn a little bit more about them. But yeah, they could win 14. It could be a 10-game turnaround in 1 year. I mean, has that ever happened before?
The Commanders kind of did it last year.
Yeah.
Washington did it last year, right? I mean, they won 14 games.
Yep. Texans did it the year before.
I think they won 3 the year before.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It happens for one team pretty much every year. So Washington last year, I think the Texans the year before. This year, it's New England's turn.
Yep.
All right, Baldy, good stuff as always.
Yep. My pleasure, guys.
Hey,
talk to you next week.
Hey, rooting for your Dukies.
Have a great weekend. Enjoy the games.
Rooting for your Dukies this weekend, buddy.
Oh, I can't believe it. He's talking about a turn. He's talking about like amazing. We'll see.
Okay.
We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Right.
Brian Baldinger, host of the Best Football Show podcast. Of course, Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide for all your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Chunky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. Getting geared up for Christmas season, and every time I click on my email, there's new ads for something. And I'm kind of a sucker because instead of like an automatic delete, every once in a while there's something that grabs my attention. And this has been around for a while, but I saw the headline. This is actually in the New York Post. It says Jennifer Aniston can't live without her Aura ring. And I've been seeing this online a little bit. Do you know what these are, Jason?
Yes. My daughter has.
I am intrigued by this. I want to hear from people. 1-800-636-1067 if you have it. Is this worth it? Because I've seen two different stories about it. So the Jennifer Aniston story, she, I guess, is big into fitness. And this ring, it's kind of like an Apple Watch. It'll track your activity, but it also tracks your sleep. And apparently it tracks like 50 other health metrics.
Yes.
And
They're
it's just
very popular.
and it's just a ring. It's like a wedding ring, right?
Yeah.
And it's like $100 off. So that's what
I think that's a
intrigues
monthly
you.
thing, though. Right?
There's a monthly subscription. Mike Marr and I just looked it up. It's $6. Pretty reasonable, right? And then I saw this other story, and it was, look, these are ads. I get it, but it's built. You'll see them. They pitch them almost like a news story, and it was like some guy. I want to say heart attack, but the Aura ring caught something in his health. And then he went to the cardiologist or something, and he nipped something in the bud before it killed him.
Yes.
Essentially. So, we're 55. I don't really need anything for Christmas, but this thing has intrigued me, but I wonder if it's worth it. Like when it tracks your sleep activity, I've never tracked sleep activity.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I don't sleep enough. If I get 6 hours in
I know
night,
I don't
that's a
sleep
good
well.
night.
I know that.
I think I sleep well.
You think I do? I don't.
I think I sleep well. I don't really wake up or anything, and I don't have a problem going to sleep, but I have bad habits. I've always gone to bed late. I think it even started in high school. Cakes and I went to the latest high school in Maryland. We started at 9:30. I mean, that's outrageous. Most kids are in school for like 2 hours by then, right? It started then in college. You just don't, and I just have always been a wake up late guy, except for this dumb show.
Meg uses the Aura thing, but there's also something else that it's a very similar thing. I can't remember.
I'm sure there's a bunch of them.
There's a bunch of things very similar. The watch, and she has all these things, right? What? Forget what it's called. She has a special watch. Obviously, she has an Apple Watch, but it's not an Apple Watch.
Garmin?
Garmin's like
I don't
old
think it's
school.
the Garmin. It's something else, but it does all that stuff where it literally tells you where you are in your recovery from your sleep, where you are. And my daughter, and she got it from Coop. Coop's very into his health and getting his sleep and making sure his nutrients are
And
right.
they're high level athletes.
Yeah, and so
Samsung makes one too.
They all have them.
Yeah.
But there's a famous one that's not Aura, but it's a watch.
I'm just wondering
But
if
she
it's
has
worth
both.
it for regular
her-
people.
It depends.
Like us.
But Meg will live by it. She looks at it and goes, "Oh, I'm in the yellow for this. I can't work out hard today. Today I have to work out a little lighter. I have to get back into the green or whatever." And Coop, he goes crazy about it, apparently. Not to me, but with Meg. They live by these scores.
Yeah. Right.
That kind of tells you sort of where your stress level is, where your energy level is, how rested you are.
My scores would probably be horrific.
I'm
Because
sure mine
honestly,
would be too.
last night, look, I have a kid that does a bunch of activities every night, kind of like EB still has one, right? So oftentimes we're getting home from these activities 8:30. Then by the time she goes to bed, it's like 9 o'clock.
Whoop
And
is
then
the thing.
Yes, I've heard of Whoop.
All
So
right.
she has
So then-
Aura and she has Whoop.
So then, like a lot of couples, my wife and I like to do stuff together. It's usually watch TV show together. Well, it's late. So like my average bedtime is probably 11 o'clock and I wake up at 4:30. It's not enough.
Yeah.
So I'll get a terrible sleep score just because like I sleep fine. It's just not enough. But I'm wondering if people have this Aura ring and if it's worth it.
Yes,
So
people
I'm
have it. You can
seeing-
see people. You
No.
walk around, you see people.
I don't see many people with it.
Oh, I see them. They jump
But
out
I've
at
never
me.
really looked for it.
Yeah, they
Like,
jump
and
out at
truth
me.
be told, when I brought this up to Mar, you can jump on the mic. I said, hey, what do you know about Aura ring? And I took off my wedding ring and he goes, "You have one?" I was like, no, it's just my wedding ring.
Mhm. No, you can
But
tell because the guys will wear them like on their index finger or something, or
Okay.
like a weird finger. It just jumps out at you.
Yeah.
When guys
How
have
much are they?
1-800-636-1067.
$100, but then there's a little monthly fee
It's
that's always associated.
It's listed right now 100 off. You can get it for $250 the Oura Ring 4.
So the price ranges, it's kind of drastic depending on which color you want. It's $350 for silver, $400 for black, and $500 for gold.
Right.
I get the cheapest version.
But do your boys probably don't have it because I would doubt the guys who just go boozing all the time really care about.
No,
what their
I
sleep
just use
score
an
is.
Apple Watch, but I can't sleep with this because the battery's so ass. But I want to get the Oura Ring just for sleep. I don't really care about tracking my workouts with it, but I am fascinated with the idea of like grading my sleep every single night because I do try to take it somewhat seriously.
Yeah, I think it does way more than that. Way more than just track your sleep.
Oh, yeah,
it
it tracks like your heart-
literally everything
It
you're
tracks
doing.
your heart activity.
Everything.
And at our age, that's
important, especially in your 50s.
I don't know if it's the number one killer, but it's up there.
Well, I used to.
I've always heard if you get out to the 50s, you're kind of out of the woods, but the 50s is the true danger zone for like heart attacks. And you could be in shape and everything, and just some
Yeah,
gets
I'm kind of
undetected.
banking on the fact that I've had so many EKGs over the years. I've always been good. Kind of banking. I should go for one, but remember last time I was walking around that hotel in Florida, I got the emergency EKG, one of many that I've had.
Oh yeah.
I had one
was that 10
after
years
the
ago?
I had one after the marathon, and in retrospect, it's kind of ridiculous. I finished the New York City Marathon. I've told the story before.
You look sickly.
And then you have to. You're in Central Park, and then you have to walk down this path. And when you walk down the path, there's a couple of park benches. And so I sat on a park bench, and a lady's like, "You can't do that." And I guess they don't want people to cramp up and everything. But I'm exhausted. I'm dead. I just ran 26.2 miles, and then some lady comes over to me, and I look like ass. And she's like, "Are you doing okay?" I was like, "No,
Not really."
Next thing I know, I got pulled into a tent and they're doing an EKG on me.
Yeah. It didn't want you to donk off on their watch. And you were fine, right?
I was okay. I was in the tent for 15, 20 minutes, as fine as you can be for being, you know, what Farley told me after that one. He didn't think I was going to finish that one because I didn't really train.
I think you should get one. I'd like to see what your scores are.
I think it'd be pretty brutal.
What score is your heart score?
Well,
Well,
my
anything,
sleep score.
anything. Yeah.
My sleep score. I
think
think the
it
rest will
vary
be
day to
fine.
day. My sleep score would be horrific.
Mine,
But
would-
I just wonder, okay,
yours would be bad. Mine would be really bad.
but what do you do with it? Like if you have a bad sleep score, what do you do with it? I guess you're theoretically supposed to go, "Oh, well, it's terrible. I'll change my habit." But
You should try to change your habits. But,
but I get
so
psyched
you're
to
not
watch
going
late
to.
night games.
You're
like
not going to.
Yeah,
Detroit. I'll watch the whole game tonight.
Yeah, I'll watch a
The
quarter.
game will be over at 11:30.
I might not watch with snap. I might watch some, but I'm not going to stay up all night.
I guess it's Dallas, Detroit. I mean, maybe I'll go to bed if it ends up being a blowout or something. Then I'll go away from it. But oftentimes, I'll just suck it up and then I'll rationalize. I'll be honest. This is what I'll do. It's Thursday night. I can sleep on Friday night. Friday night into Saturday morning.
I'm amazed that you could still get excited just like for the league in general. But when you don't have a team per se, it's kind of what like you don't really
I
have
love
a
watching
team.
the NFL.
Yeah.
I think most people. I mean, did you see what the ratings were?
54
for
million.
Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I mean, it is Thanksgiving, but still,
kind of held hostage.
There's nothing else to
Not
do.
like the NFL. Don't get me wrong, but I don't have to watch every game. They just don't have to.
I don't have to watch every game, but
Yeah.
Detroit Dallas is an interesting game, and that's Thursday night football. I will, for a split second, I'll go, "Oh yeah, it's on Amazon." Then I'll watch the Amazon broadcast.
Yeah, should be a high scoring game. Should be fun. I just can't stay up until
All right,
11:30.
do you have people with their whoops and their auras all calling in? Is that what's going on? But no, okay.
All right, we got to do Dave Richard next anyway.
That's
Okay,
right. We're all
Dave?
going to talk some fantasy
Dave with
football.
no cakes.
Dave
all right. I got
Richard,
plenty of questions
Fantasy
for him.
Insider, will join us. If you've got a fantasy football question, the playoffs are around the corner. Give us a call, 1-800-636-1067. Dave Richard from CBS Sports next on the Junkies.
Hey, I got to tell you about Foley Mechanical. When my HVAC went out in the summertime in June, I called Dan Foley, and he didn't just send his crew out. He showed up himself, hanging out in my basement while his crew was installing my new sump pump. That's because he owns 100% of the company. No franchise, no giant corporation, no private equity. Dan runs a tight ship, takes pride in every install. His team replaced my HVAC, my water heater, and my sump pump. Took about 12 hours, did a great job. I saw firsthand how skilled and hardworking the crew is. These guys do care. Dan cares. Foley Mechanical is full service, heating, AC, hot water, boilers. They specialize in older homes with radiator heat. They serve DC, Maryland, and Virginia. They proudly install Amana HVAC equipment. So if you want quality service from a company that you can trust, call Foley Mechanical and ask for Dan Foley. Make sure you tell him I referred you.
The San Jose Sharks got absolutely destroyed by Alex Ovechkin and the Caps 7-1 last night. Ovi had a 2-goal night. He started the Capitals scoring off in the first period. Then with Washington already ahead by 4 goals, Alex Ovechkin added to San Jose's very ugly night, added a power play goal. At that point, it was 5-0. That goal also put him closer to tying and breaking yet another one of Wayne Gretzky's records. It marks Ovechkin's 181st career multi-goal game. Only Wayne Gretzky has more multi-goal games in NHL history. He has 189, so the countdown is on to watch Ovi make even more history. Your other NHL scores last night: the Stars shut out the Devils 3-0, Montreal beat the Jets 3-2 in a shootout, and the Flyers beat the Sabres 5-2. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're brought to you by our friends at Crop Metcalf. They are the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. Running a 3-man show today. Cakes taking Thursday, Friday off. He had his Cakes Classic at MGM National Harbor last night. I'm JP, joined by Bucks, Jason Bishop, and Eric Bickle. Joining us right now to talk some fantasy football is our pal Dave Richard from CBS Sports. He's brought to you by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. For all your moving needs, use Metropolitan Moving and Storage. You can go to dcmetropolitanmoving.com. What's going on, Dave?
JP, do we know how Cakes did in the Cakes Classic?
Don't know how he did last night. You know what?
Still waiting
check
to
his
hear from
Twitter.
him.
He usually does do Twitter updates.
Yeah. Still waiting to hear from him, Dave.
Is it?
Yeah, well, hopefully he did so well that he took it down and then immediately went to bed.
You know what? He doesn't have any like update tweets. He just has
maybe that's not
starts at 7:15. So I'm guessing he didn't cash.
Yeah, I do feel like if he had won, if he had shipped it, he probably would be bragging about it on Twitter.
Yeah, we would know.
I was texting him earlier, and he said he got bounced really early.
Oh, okay.
That's right. Wasn't even worthy of a post.
There you go.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, because usually when he's kind of like on the bubble, he'll tweet out kind of an update, and then the next morning he'll show up. Like he's not doing the show, so usually he'll show up and we'll say, "How'd you do last night?" And we'll be like, "I just missed it." Or he's actually cashed quite a few times. You'd be surprised.
Oh, I know it, and he was in the WSOP. He did great there too.
Yep.
So, and I
Yeah,
played
sure.
with him before. So,
Yeah. No, he knows what he's doing.
big time card player. He's great.
Yeah.
Dave, who was the fantasy MVP last week?
The fantasy MVP last week. I mean, you could make the case for any of the studs like Devon Achane and people that just put up absolutely huge numbers.
Seattle
But
defense.
fantasy managers, they're always looking for like the next big thing. And I don't know if you're angling for me to say Terry McLaurin or not, but he could have been that guy. He just wasn't starting enough leagues. I think people were excited to go to the waiver wire and pick up Adonai Mitchell from the Jets,
right,
coming off of a huge game. And I don't know how fluky it is because he had 7 targets the week before, just really wasn't on the same page with Tyrod Taylor. And you watched it. This is 2 games ago, and you think to yourself, all right, they're slowly building rapport. They'll be okay eventually. You didn't think it would happen the very next week. And now here he is, a matchup against Miami. Their run defense has gotten better. Their pass defense is not. And Adonai Mitchell could end up being somebody that you literally picked up off the waiver wire and you put into your fantasy lineup in week 14, fantasy playoff time almost.
Yeah, playoffs start next week. And so I'm in 5 leagues. I've clinched in 2. I've got a shot in the 3rd. But I got to score some points. But anyway, in one of these leagues, and it doesn't really matter because, like I said, I've already clinched. But do you think Amon-Ra St. Brown is going to play tonight?
I don't.
Okay.
He hasn't practiced all week. It sounds like it's a pretty significant injury. I'm sure the Lions would love to have him.
Yeah.
But even if he does play, are we sure it's going to be the same Amon-Ra St. Brown? Is he going to be? He's obviously going to be less than 100%. It's kind of going to be, it might be a trap if you end up starting him in fantasy because he might not see very many targets. He might not be very good. I'm hoping that that's not the case. I'm hoping he makes a miraculous recovery, gets a shot at Toradol, whatever it takes for him to get out on the field and catch 9 passes for 140 yards and a touchdown. This is a great matchup for him. But the Lions just might say, you know what? You didn't practice all week. You're just not there yet. Let's save you for another week. And then that means a lot more of Jameson Williams. And they've got 2 interesting wide receivers, Isaac Tesla and Tom Kennedy. 2 very different names, but from what we saw last week, Tesla kind of was the clear-out guy, and they use him occasionally on deep shots. And then Tom Kennedy literally replaced Amon-Ra St. Brown in the slot and ran the same kind of routes that St. Brown ran. So there's appeal for both of those guys. Tesla has 6 catches this year. Half of them have gone for touchdowns, so I like him a little bit better. He's got a little bit more upside. He's got plenty of downside. Kennedy kind of safer if you're looking for 8 to 10 PPR points.
Well, if Amon doesn't go, I've got Jordan Addison and I've got Christian Watson. So would you play one of those 2 guys?
I would put Watson at the top of the list. I love the matchup for him against Chicago. I know the Bears, they looked awesome against Philadelphia on Black Friday, but really it was their offense that looked awesome. And then Philadelphia made a bunch of mistakes on offense. They had to punt a lot. They just haven't been right, or certainly not consistent for the better part of the year. Jordan Love, whenever he's not pressured, is amazing. And we saw that on Thanksgiving because the Lions couldn't get to him. That's a great reason to like Dak Prescott tonight, by the way. But as long as Jordan Love's got time to throw, and he should have that against Chicago, he will target downfield, and Watson will be his guy. Watson's the top 24 receiver for me this week.
All right, so this league is the big one. I got to score some points. The top 4 seeds are based on record. The 5th and 6th seeds are based on points scored. And right now, I'm in the 6th spot based on point. I need to score some points this week. I've got Drake London. He's you can tell me, you know more than I do, if he's going to go or not. I've also got Hampton, Amarian Hampton. Is he going to go? And if Drake London does not play, I'm kind of in a mess. I got to pick somebody up. But talk to me about Drake London and Hampton. Do you think those two are going to go?
I'm nervous about London, even if he does go, because we know that Seattle defense is really good and they travel well as well. So I think that it's going to be a very difficult spot for him to put up huge numbers, especially with Cousins under center. Cousins just hasn't been great this year. So you should lower expectations for Drake London. Still probably would start for you, but probably be more of like a top 15 to 20 wide receiver rather than a top 10 guy, which is where he's been. He does have 2 weeks this year where he's been better than literally every receiver in the NFL. And if he continues to practice this week, I guess you could probably count on him starting. Even if Hampton plays, again, Philadelphia's run defense, they got beat up last week, but this is a different type of offensive line in LA. The Chargers just aren't great there. So I'm thinking that the Eagles have a bounce back week against the run. And I also think that Hampton will not get the type of workload that he had before he got hurt. He'll split with Kamani Vidal, and that makes him pretty tough to trust in fantasy. So I'd be okay with London. I wouldn't be okay with Hampton.
Okay.
And then if you've got to go to your waiver wire, look for Greg Dortch, look for Jaden Higgins. We talked about Adonai Mitchell.
I got
if
Ad Mitchell.
He's there. Devon Vele might be the last best wide receiver that's out there. His film from last week was outstanding, and he's kind of taking over as the middle of the field target, as in breaking route guy for New Orleans, and they're going to end up having to throw a lot against Tampa, and that is where you attack Tampa, is the middle of the field. So Vele is a very interesting play. Those would be the types of receivers I would look for if London's out.
What are you hearing on Dalton Kincaid?
He's practicing this week, and that's a really good sign. Usually in the past couple of weeks, he might get in one limited practice and then he's out, but the injury that he suffered apparently was a much bigger deal than the Bills let on. Big shocker. That happens all the time in the National Football League. If he's healthy and if he's active, he's got the best matchup in fantasy football. Tight ends have absolutely crushed against Cincinnati. They play a lot of zone coverage. He's their best zone beater, and he should be in line for a really big day. I'm looking at my tight end rankings right now. I would start McBride over him. I would start Bowers. And now I'm looking at like Travis Kelce. And I'm not sure if I would start Travis Kelce over Dalton Kincaid. That's how excited I am for this matchup for Dalton Kincaid. Call him a top 5 tight end if he is active for Buffalo.
All right, let's bang up these calls. Let's go to Will in Tyson's. Will, you're on with Dave Richard.
What's up, guys? I got a question. Either Lamar or Stafford.
This is a no-brainer. It's Stafford. Though I know last week was kind of gross and Carolina kind of put it to him, but I don't think the Cardinals can do that. They're missing some of their best players this week. Stafford's a top 3 quarterback. And Lamar, I mean, holy moly, he just hasn't looked right since he's come back from injury. Kind of got cheesed out of a couple of touchdowns last week. You know, there was the play where Likely was down at the goal, right before the goal line, and then a touchdown was called back by an OPI. If he gets both of those touchdowns, we probably feel a lot better about starting him. But the Steelers have had his number for quite a long time. Last year was the first time that Lamar actually put up some good fantasy numbers against the Steelers. Pittsburgh's desperate. I think they're going to play a lot of man coverage and blitz the snot out of Lamar Jackson. And I don't think that's a good recipe for him to be a good fantasy quarterback. I've got at least 12 quarterbacks ahead of him in my rankings this week.
All right, let's go to Pastor Jacques Bristow. Hey, Jacques, how are you, buddy?
Hey, guys. Hope you guys had a good Thanksgiving, everybody.
Thanks.
It's a happy December, man. It's Christmas. It's crazy.
Yep, it's awesome.
We're already here.
What do you got
Hey,
for
Dave, quick question for you. Half-point PPR. Chris Godwin, I know he's starting to get more snaps, and he had a decently productive week last week. Or I could go with Kyle Monangai, who had a great week. And I looked the last few weeks, and Green Bay's tough, and it's been touchdowns mostly more than touches. But I just like need reassurance. I'm leaning that direction with Monangai, but can you give me a little bit of counsel as far as that goes?
It's very close. In my full PPR rankings, Monangai is ahead of Godwin by 2 spots. And I think that in half PPR, it just leans even more toward Monangai. I am so impressed with how the Bears offensive line has played over the last month or so. And they're rotating Swift and Monangai. The only time you won't see Monangai as a part of the offense is when the Bears are trailing. And so that in this game, I think it could be a close game between the Bears and the Packers. I really do. But maybe in the fourth quarter, if the Bears are down 7, you might not see a lot of Monangai unless it's short yardage situations. Then you will see him. Overall, I think that Monangai has looked good, and this Bears offensive line looks good. We know that the Packers might be missing a couple of starters up front. I would lean on Monangai one more week.
All right, there you go, Jacques. Thanks, buddy. Let's go to Jake in Fredericksburg. You're on with Dave Richard.
Hey, good morning, guys. Happy holidays.
Thanks.
Dave, I've got kind of like 2 questions in one. I need to start a tight end, either Brenton Strange or Dallas Goedert. And the reason I ask that is I really got to cut one to pick up a quarterback because Drake May's on bye. And I'm staring at either Mariota or Taylor, Tyrod Taylor. Or at this point, do I even cut Ricky Pearsall to pick up one of those guys?
I would pick Goddard before I would cut Pearsall, but they're both droppable. I don't know how anybody can trust Dallas Goedert, given the production that he's given, the fact that Philadelphia's offense has just been struggling for so long. Over the past 2 weeks, it looks like the only guy that's been consistent is A.J. Brown. And it's really tough to buy into Goddard when they haven't even tried to use him to try and break out of this funk that they've been in offensively. You tack on the offensive line issue, no Lane Johnson, maybe Goddard's blocking a little bit more. That's something I should actually look into. Maybe I'll do that when I'm done talking to you guys. I would cut Goddard first, and I would get Mariota against the Vikings. It's a tough matchup. Minnesota's going to blitz him a lot, but he's got McLaurin, he's got Debo. I think that Mariota showed last week that he can still play in this league, and as a bye week replacement, I would trust him at a Tyrod Taylor.
Oh, so you think that Mariota is going to play and not Jaden?
Well, right. It's obviously contingent on Jaden Daniels, and the fact that Jaden got in practice already this week is a positive sign. If you're worried about that, then you could pick up Tyrod now, and then come Saturday, if we know that Jaden's not going to play, you can pivot to Mariota.
I think I'm telling you, I think he's going to play. I'm just getting the vibe.
Okay, that's interesting to know. I didn't know one way or the other, and if Jaden Daniels plays, I kind of like him against Minnesota too. How could I not?
I mean, he's just they had video. He's ripping throws. He's not wearing a brace. Coach is being weird about functional, being able to stiff arm guys. Well, they'll figure that out in about 5 seconds, and then they're going to clear him. The mom told everybody he's going to play. Mom said last week he's going to play next week. So
all right, I like all this. I hadn't heard all this.
Yeah.
See, this is why I love coming on the show with you guys, because you guys know everything.
Well, we don't know everything, but we'll speculate on anything. Yes. That's for sure. All right.
Informed speculation, Dave.
Yeah. Let's go to Rick.
That's been my career.
Yeah, right. Rick, what's up, buddy? You're on with Dave Richard.
Ricky.
All right, he's not paying attention. Let's go to Eddie, DC. Eddie, what's up?
Morning, guys. Hope all is well. Need
Thanks,
a
man.
PPR and a flex. I got Tesla, Darnell Mooney, or Kareem Hunt.
Gross.
Yeah.
I think I would go with Tesla, especially if catches count, just because of the opportunity that he should have. He probably has the most upside of the 3. Hunt would actually be second, and that's just me telling you how bad Darnell Mooney is and how he's made one good play all year, and it was the touchdown he had 2 weeks ago. And against Seattle, I'd be surprised if he does something like that again.
All right, we're gonna try the speed round without cakes. We're gonna try.
Let's just do it real quick.
Do you remember the rule? They know the rules.
They know the rules.
No small talk.
No stupid questions.
No stupid
Don't
questions.
disagree with him. Yeah, all that stuff.
All right.
One question.
They know the deal. Let's go to Kyle. Speed round, go.
Half-point PPR, need 1, Addison, Debo, or Quentin Johnson.
Debo.
Ooh, likes Debo.
All right, let's go to Woody.
Well, compared to those other 2, I like Debo.
Yeah. I got you.
Woody, speed round, go.
PPR, choose 1 running back. Javonte Williams, Zach Charbonnet.
Javonte.
That's kind of a no-brainer, right?
Let's go to Austin.
Yep.
Speed round, go.
Jerry Jeudy or Roma Dunes?
Odunze.
Hey, are the Commanders worth picking up as a defense this week, Dave?
I would rather have the Dolphins defense. And I get it. You want to start anybody against J.J. McCarthy. But one of my strongest rules in fantasy football is do not start a bad defense. And I give Dan Quinn a lot of credit for changing the play calling and taking over the play calling and changing it up with them, but they just don't have the talent. And I can't trust them even against Minnesota.
Gotcha.
All right.
Let's go to Vinny. Speed round. Go.
Golf against Dallas secondary, Tua against Jet secondary.
I didn't catch the first name, but
Goff?
I'm not a big fan of Tua.
He said Goff, I believe.
Goff or Tua?
Golf,
Oh my
golf
God!
against Dallas.
Ridiculous
Yeah,
question.
golf against-
Okay, stupid question.
He says dumb question.
Stupid question. You're done.
Goff should light it up.
Goff should light it up, yes.
At home.
Even without a Amon-Ra St. Brown and Sam Laporta and Khalif Raymond and Calvin Johnson and all the other Lions that are out this week.
Dave, you always ask us how our teams are faring before the playoffs. How
Yes.
many of your teams, like percentage of your teams, will make the playoffs?
What's 8 divided by 12? Is that
Isn't
3
that
over
3
4?
quarters?
No, that's 6 over. I don't know what it is, but it looks like I'm going to make the playoffs in 8 of 12 leagues.
2/3.
Oh, nice.
It's pretty good.
Sure, whatever it is. I don't have a calculator in front of me. You'd think I would know.
That's
what that is.
impressive.
I went to high school, so
We did
ridiculous
too,
that I
but
don't
none
even
of
know
us
it.
can figure it out.
I couldn't figure that one out. All right.
2/3,
well,
I believe.
good luck, and we'll talk to you next week for playoffs.
You know, I can tell you the A dot of Peyton Manning in 2009, but I can't tell you what 8 over 12 is. So
Good
what do I
stuff.
know?
Yeah.
66%.
All right. Thank you, Dave. Appreciate it, buddy.
That's
You
Dave
got it.
Richard.
Good luck in your leagues this week, especially you, Bish.
All right.
Yes,
pal.
man.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
buddy.
Dave, brought to you by our friends at Metropolitan Moving and Storage. They're the best. Call my guy Justin or go online at dcmetropolitanmoving.com. They can do your local, your long distance moves. We love Metropolitan Moving and Storage. We're the junkies. Be right back.
All right, guys. You thinking about selling your home? Well, you know, choosing the right agent is everything. You're not just hiring somebody to list the house. You're hiring someone to protect your equity, fight for your bottom line, guide what's probably the biggest financial move you'll make all year. That's why you got to go with my friends, the Realtor Rockstars, Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds and Power Home Team with Keller Williams. While the average agent throws your home online and hopes somebody notices, Empower Home Team launches a full-blown marketing campaign. Digital ads, buyer matching technology, high-impact visuals, messaging that creates a real buzz around your home. That's why listings handled by Debbie and Sarah and Reynolds and Power Home Team don't sit, they sell fast. And they don't just sell fast, they sell for more money. Time and time again, their clients walk away with higher net proceeds and less stress. And they're so confident in their abilities that if your home doesn't sell, what are they going to do? Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price you agree upon. That's their guarantee. You have nothing to lose, people. So call Debbie, Sarah, Reynolds, and Power Home Team right now. Find out more about this guarantee and others. Here's the number. 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD. Or check them out at DebbieAsTheBuyers.com.
Welcome back on an Open Line Thursday, brought to you by Window Nation. Searching for new windows and doors, search windownation.com. Their windows are measured to fit the first time and installed by experts to last. Window Nation for your home, because it's where you live. Your chance to steer the show on an Open Line Thursday. You know what? Let's try and get them going. 1-800-636-1067. I do want to mention, coming up at 8:45, we're going to give you a chance to win some Caps tickets. The Caps are red hot.
They are, man.
A couple weeks ago, you were looking at the standings.
Smoking.
They wouldn't even have made the playoffs. And obviously, 3/4 of the season was left, but it's still a little troubling when you're like, whoa, they wouldn't even make the playoffs. Well, now they're atop the division, and they're as good as anyone in the Eastern Conference. They're rolling. Ovi scored 2 goals last night. Ryan Leonard scored 2 goals last night. I gave you that stat, which I saw this morning, that it's like the first time in NHL history where on the same night you had a 40-year-old with 2 goals and an under 20-year-old with 2 goals. And that's what happened with Leonard and Ovi. Both
hopefully we'll talk to
to
Carbs in the last segment. He's still on the West Coast. We texted him to see if he'll get up and talk to us. But if there's a time in the morning to talk to him, it's after they've won 6 straight and 9 out of 10. I mean, they're just on fire.
So if you're a Caps fan, you can give us a call. Tell us you're fired up for this team.
Okay.
Starting to think Stanley Cup this year. Obviously, it's super early. But at 8:45, we will give you a chance to win those tickets. And then at 9:25, we'll give you a chance to win some tickets to go see OAR. During the break, EB was talking about Brandon Ayuk because he saw a new story about Brandon Ayuk.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. There's obviously been a link to Ayuk and the Commanders for quite a while now. We know about the Jaden Daniels-Ayuk relationship. Things have gone sour. That's been public for a few weeks now.
Mm-hmm.
He played he had back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons, really was establishing himself, had the holdout we all know about, ended up getting a big deal, right? I think it was like 4 years, $120 million. The guarantees are crazy, but they ended up voiding it because the guy's basically not in a great spot with them right now. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to return this year. I mean, they're still somewhat hopeful publicly, but he's not around a lot.
Right.
I think the guys love him, but for whatever reason, and there seems to be this infatuation that he has with Jaden, right? I mean, he wants to play with Jaden. And I don't know if this is his way of orchestrating his way out.
Boys.
They're boys.
Yeah.
But here's my question to you. So he suffered, and none of us are doctors, but we all have experience, being sports fans and friends and family in our own injury. He suffered torn ACL, torn MCL, torn meniscus, so pretty devastating injury. It happened, I guess, in week 7 last year.
Correct.
Here we are in week, what are we in? Week
14.
14. So you're talking about a guy
Year and a half if he doesn't play
He's
the
going to be
rest
a year
of
and a half without playing.
Yeah.
Okay. The likelihood of him returning to the Niners, especially if they've voided the guaranteed money, is
0.
It's very low.
Yeah, I think it's 0.
I'm asking, should we go after Jaden's boy, who has been super productive at times, who will only be, 28?
Yeah, it's pretty
He was
young.
26 last year, 27 this year, be 28 next year, but will have gone a year and a half without playing. I'm sure he'll command decent money, but the guarantees can't be crazy. He had played a year and a half.
Yeah. I mean, he's damaged goods. It kind of just depends on how he looks.
Is that one of our answers so that we can then use our capital, our draft capital on the defense?
I still think you have to draft a younger receiver, but it could be. I just don't know. What's the probability he's going to be the same Brandon Ayuk when he was putting big numbers up?
I don't think he will be initially.
Yeah.
I mean, in his last couple of years, when his great year was 2023. We had 75 catches for 1,300 yards, almost 18 yards a catch, 7 touchdowns. The year before that, he had 8 touchdowns. Wasn't quite as prolific, just barely over 1,000 yards. In fairness to,
I'm out on Ayuk.
You are?
To answer your question, I'm out on Ayuk.
Because of the injury?
I think the injuries scare me, and I'm a pro draft guy because Terry's a little older, and I just feel like I know Jalen Lane's super fast, and maybe he'll develop into something.
Yeah, he's a 4th-round pick.
I want to get a stud, speedy receiver, draft him.
He
That's going to
just
be
a
your
year
Terry
ago got
replacement.
4 years, $120 million. A year ago, he was that guy.
Yeah.
And the injuries replaced me, and kind of this buzz around him that he's not being professional, right? The team Like Kyle Shanahan doesn't even really know what's going on with him.
He's not really showing up.
It's kind of a red flag to me. You know, like I was just
But
scared.
what if it's his way of just orchestrating his way out?
I don't
which
love
we don't
it.
like it.
Well,
but-
Steve Young was asked about it. He said, "Look, Brandon Ayuk is checked out. He's moved on.
Yeah,
because of what happened with the contract and the injury.
Didn't like it all.
So if he's in a new spot where he's happy, sure, it could happen.
And you got to remember,
but you're talking about a
Peters
year and a
knows him.
half.
But Peters knows him,
of course.
So Peters, Peters was around him for a few years. He knows the guy.
Yep. But
And Jaden knows him.
He brought in Debo coming off an injury from last year too, and
Right.
Debo started off pretty well. But
Debo's been a modest success.
He's been okay.
He's been okay.
I expected more from him, but he's been okay.
But I think it's the injury that's hurt.
But this is
Debo.
a lot more serious than what Debo had.
Yeah,
a lot more.
I don't think it's that unusual that guys tear multiple ligaments. I think it is unusual though that it's going to be like a year and a half before he comes back.
Yeah, it's a lot of time off.
Should be back. That means there's been probably some setbacks.
It's a lot of time off. Yeah,
I don't know.
But I'm sure they'll be in the running.
I'm kind of in the camp of let's go after him. Let's sign him to a deal. Keep the guarantees reasonable, and then we can use draft capital on the defense, which is really, I think.
But even if you
where we
did
need-
go out and sign him to a 1-year deal or whatever it would
well, not
be.
a 1 year, but maybe a 3-year deal. But the
Guarantees,
guarantees, money
whatever
is-
you did,
is
you can
low.
still draft a receiver.
Sure, but not. It doesn't have to be the first pick.
Okay, maybe not.
But the problem is, see, drafted a receiver, it sounds great, but when you draft one in like the fourth round, you're going to just draft another like Jalen Lane type. You're not going to get a Brandon Ayuk.
Probably not.
You're going to get a Luke McCaffrey type.
But the injury would just concern me, and being off for basically a year and a half. That
Are
would
you a
concern me.
yes or a no? Then you're a no.
I don't know.
I trust Peters.
I think
I
it
trust
depends on
Peters.
how he looks and how he's recovering from the injury. If he looks as good as he did pre-injury, of course I'm a yes.
All right, I put this up as our poll of the day, sponsored by Surfside. Use the code JUNKS.
Well, he's not going to look as
JUNKS,
good as then now.
at store.statesidevodka.com, and you get 25% off select merch, tees, hats, hoodies, and more. Use the code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com. I think I'm wearing my Stateside Vodka shirt right now.
You are. If
Forgot what I put on.
I would rely on Peters' judgment of his character. If he's a good character guy and he's a hard worker and he's just got a difficult injury he's got to overcome, it's certainly overcomable.
I want to. The reason, okay, I think Terry can produce the next couple of seasons. All right, I'm fine with that. But I want somebody that's significantly different in age from Terry McLaurin to be my number 2, and who eventually may be the number 1. That's why I would draft somebody. So you have like a stud, and I get it. You got McCaffrey and you got Lane, but I want a stud wide receiver.
The only
who's
way to
young.
get a stud like that is first round. That's the only way. That's the only way.
I
You might luck box one, but the guy you're talking about
yeah.
is a first round guy.
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm prepared to use the number 1.
So that
pick
means that
on a
our
wide
defense,
receiver.
which
Yes.
has been awful for years and years and years and years, it's not going to get the upgrade that it needs necessarily. It's going to be later.
Well,
You're pushing that.
Yeah.
Pushing that off.
or
You're
I'm
saying
using
receiver is a bigger need for me.
I'm loading up on the offense. And you know
There's
what?
so many
It's-
holes.
I-
There's
I
so
know.
many holes. You
That's
have to
why
kind
I'm
of pick
saying
and
you
choose.
could plug one with Ayuk even for a year or two, and then maybe get a first
More
or second round receiver the
expensive.
next year.
He's going to be
If he
more
looks-
expensive.
Not gonna be that
If
expensive.
he recovers. If he recovers.
They already pulled his guarantee.
Yeah.
His market value's gone down. He ain't getting $30 million a year.
I'm a no. You're a yes.
I'm a yes if Peters vouches for his character.
If you want to chime in on Open Line Thursday, you can, or vote on our poll at
To me,
Junks
it's all
Radio.
about your character and your work ethic. It's all about that.
I'm
There's a
loading up-
million talented
You know what
guys.
I'm looking forward to for the Commanders next season? And I think the last game was encouraging in this respect. You saw what Terry can do to the offense, reminded you. You knew, but it had been a while, right? And then you'll get Jaden back. And now all this Connerly talk, like he's starting to perform. Now you're seeing what they envisioned, which was, hey, let's help Jaden as much as we can. How can we help Jaden? Well, let's boost the offensive line, which they did. And so I'll boost it at wide receiver. They did it this year with Debo. I think Debo's been a modest hit. For them. A modest hit. But draft somebody who's going to be around to grow with Jaden Daniels as the future number 1.
I love that, but that's just pushing all your holes on defense aside.
No, because I'll use free agency and I'll use the lower round draft
Okay.
choices. I'll try and do like what the Rams did. I mean, the Rams a couple years ago unloaded everybody and they rebuilt that team pretty quick. You have to make the right decisions.
I mean, Debo has been he was a hit in the first month, but
then he hurt his heel.
He hurt the heel.
I'm telling you, that's the thing. It's not that he smashed into the age wall.
No, he also lost his starting quarterback.
That's true.
And he lost his number one receiver to his side.
But he's just not putting up any numbers.
But this last game was better.
Got that burst.
That he had Terry this last week.
Yeah.
You know, like having Terry helps Debo.
All right,
I mean, when Debo's out there and it's Robbie Chosen and the bums that they had around him, well, the defense focuses on him, takes him away.
Sure. But I mean, Debo was putting up the really good numbers in the first month, but he really has tailed off. And I know it's mostly because
it's because
of Jaden and the heel.
Yeah. All right, let's go to Mark in Largo. See if Mark can be somewhat, succinct.
No, I would stay away from Brent. Look, Adam Peters needs to start getting receivers that can grow with Jaden.
Right.
It's just that simple. I mean, you got to say goodbye to the San Francisco connection. I mean, yes, Ayuk will be good, and maybe he'd be better with another team. But you got to start building receivers because if you bring Ayuk in here, it's only going to be for a 1-year deal.
Why? He'd only be 28.
He's 28, but here's the problem: you're going to be.
He's 27 now. He'll be 28 next year.
Okay, right. Actually, he's 28 now. He was born in 97. 97. He'll be 28. He'll be 29 next year.
He was born. He'll be 28 in March.
You sure?
Yes.
Because I thought he was under the assumption that
he was born in 97. Mark makes up things more than any other caller we've ever had. He just makes up birthdays.
He was born in March
No,
of
you're right.
98.
Okay, you know what, Eric? You know what? I'll give you that. Yeah. You're probably
He's
right.
27 right
But
now.
I throw the age out. He has a serious
He
injury.
has a serious injury, but you know
still
what?
coming off a
Guys
knee
who
injury,
recover
guys.
from ACLs all the time. All
Okay,
the
let
time.
me ask you this.
maybe
Let me
not
ask
all
you
of them
this.
do.
There's about a 15 or 20% that don't.
Let me ask you guys this. Would you rather have Brian Thomas or Jordan Addison?
I don't know. Maybe
Brian Thomas.
Maybe Brian Thomas. Maybe.
Yeah, but
Brian Thomas.
why because those guys are on contract years?
Because they're younger.
Well, because you still get them on the rookie deal.
Yeah.
And you still get them growing with Jaden. That's why I say those may be better options. It may be cheaper. Yes, you can.
I would be
Brandon
excited
Ayuk.
about
You can sign him.
Thomas. I'd be excited about Thomas.
Yeah.
I like
Thomas.
I like Thomas.
I mean, he's had a bad year this year, but he had an injury.
Yeah, but wouldn't you have to trade for him if he's under contract? The guys who are free
I don't know what his
agents, the
contract
notable
situation.
free agent wide receivers, it's George Pickens. All right, number one. By the way, red flags. There's a story about George Pickens, not only the time with CD, but apparently he's missing team buses. He's red flags all over the place. That's why Pittsburgh got rid of him. Alec Pierce, who's the stud wide receiver for the Colts.
Right.
That's an intriguing guy because he's a deep ball guy.
He is. He's good.
He
And
breaks the
he's
mold
big.
too.
And
He's
he's
white
big.
wide receiver, speedy.
I just want to add a stud. If Jaden vouches for him, if AP vouches for him, I don't know.
Yeah,
I think I'm okay with it.
You're right. You would have to trade for Thomas. Yeah. So I don't think Jacksonville is trading him.
All right, 800-636-1067. If people want to chime in, you can still bang out your calls. I know we have a giveaway, right?
Yeah, coming up at 8:45, we'll give you a chance to win some Caps tickets. 9:25, your chance to win OAR tickets. It is open line Thursday. 1-800-636-1067. Your chance to steer the show here on the Junkies.
All right, guys. Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel. Because with FanDuel's Thursday Touchdown Jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do, place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player actually scores the first or the last touchdown in the game, you'll win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. How great is that? All you have to do, visit FanDuel.com/EB to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/EB for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. Opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bad teams.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan. We told you at 8:45 we're going to give you a chance to win some Caps tickets. We're doing that right now with our favorite, the Caller 10 game.
Caller 10.
1-800-636-1067. 10th caller will hook you up with a pair of tickets to see the Capitals. Thursday, December 11th at Capital One Arena, they take on Carolina. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event info, visit thefandc.com/contests. I sent a text to our guy, Jim Van Stone over at Monumental, trying to hook up some tickets for this WWE show for a listener that he's friends with somebody that's been kind of down on their luck, had some medical problems, and they're a wrestling fan and couldn't afford the tickets, whatever. But I told him that EB loved the vault tickets, and he was like, that's great.
Of course.
Oh, good. More to come.
I mean, what's not to love?
Yeah.
It's truly an elite experience if you have an opportunity to get some tickets through work or a client or whatever, or, God forbid if you actually want to pay.
Go to the vault.
Highly recommend the vault suites. Yeah, you're gonna love it.
Hey, so I mentioned the Pickens story, and when you were talking about Ayuk, it's a little reminiscent, but this story came out. Todd Archer and Jeremy Fowler of ESPN showed that Pickens has been disciplined by the Cowboys more than once since they acquired him from Pittsburgh. They say the quote is he might miss a team bus or be late on occasion, but the Cowboys can live with that. A source told ESPN. He's been a hard worker and has been accountable, and that's been the important part. Of course, he was benched with CeeDee Lamb in after week 11, right? But he played the most of that game. But he's having just a ridiculous year.
Yeah.
I mean, right now he has 73 catches on 105 targets, 1,142 receiving yards, and 8 touchdown catches. So only JSN in Seattle has more receiving yards than Pickens over the first 13 weeks.
With a kid like him, he's a kid to me, but with a player like him, you got to take the bad with the good. I mean, he's going to have issues like that, and he has for his entire career, even in college, but he's so good. Can you tolerate it?
I mean, usually when you have enough veterans and leaders, that sort of thing, I think our veterans and our leaders, some of them are going to move on. I'd be surprised if we still had Zach Ertz and Bobby Wagner next year.
Right?
But Dallas has Dak Prescott.
Yeah, they got guys.
You know what I mean? Like some guys just are
they're
not
just wired that way. Yeah. They're just wired that way. You would think
that's what the Giants are going to have to deal with Abdul Carter, right?
Yeah.
There's a couple red flags when you miss one time. Okay, there's a misunderstanding. He said something like he thought he was supposed to be in one area, or they changed his. When it happens 2 times in a couple of weeks, you're starting to wonder, well, maybe this is his MO.
Yeah, you would think.
And Pickens' MO is.
You would think a Pickens would mature over time, but he hasn't.
But his production is so
good.
He's
a baller. He is a baller.
That's what also worries me about Ayuk. I don't love. I'm in the draft, a wide receiver camp, a first-round wide receiver. Going all in on offense. I'm moving the cakes aside.
Look, I
all
like
in on offense. Because then, look, if you draft that wide receiver, Jaden's got the improved offensive line, right? So you have Tunsil and Connolly as bookends. Line's looking good. You give him.
Are you bringing Debo back?
No.
So you're going. Terry,
I mean, I wouldn't mind.
Going Terry.
Noah probably isn't coming back.
You can't rely on him.
If I can get Debo at a cheap price, we'll see. I don't think he's going to be super
not going to be
expensive.
at top of the market guy.
No.
Yeah, then I would bring Debo back.
Yeah, he can be a wide receiver 3.
I'm prioritizing drafting a wide receiver who's going to be around, who's a stud. You get a stud.
If there's one that's available. Again, we went through, and supposedly it is one of the deeper classes.
You just look around the league, and when you get
there's always going to be good receivers.
Yeah, I mean,
there's always going to be good receivers.
I know you said yesterday there aren't as many good receivers, but Ibuka has been a stud in Tampa, and the guy in Carolina is
right.
a
But
stud.
we didn't have it. We didn't have an opportunity to get him.
I know. What I'm saying is, get one of those guys who's going to grow with Jaden Daniels. That's the one thing I agree with Mark.
It'll be interesting to see how they prioritize the players, the holes that they have to fill. It'll be interesting. I'm not saying Ayuk is a no. I'd have to see how he recovers from the injury. Could be a steal. Could.
I would be surprised if Pickens doesn't just stay with Dallas. I mean, he's maybe had some incidents, but I think Jerry Jones of all owners can handle it, and he's been super productive. Why wouldn't they
guess
stay?
comes-
Why wouldn't they stay? I mean, what they want to move on?
I guess it just comes down to the money, I guess.
Yeah,
I think
mean,
a lot of people
who-
expect them to franchise, but
Jerry,
it's just
Jerry gives the money.
Yeah, he does.
He pays.
yeah. But eventually, you run out of that money.
He didn't want to give money to Micah.
He was willing to give him a pretty decent penny.
The guy I'm more interested in, EB. So you want to fill wide receiver via free agency with Brandon Ayuk.
Potentially.
I'm more intrigued with tight end in free agency, and one of the guys is off the board now. So Mark Andrews signed a 3-year deal with the Ravens.
Yeah.
Travis Kelce's supposed to be free agent, too old. All right, not dealing with him. The two guys I'm interested in, and it's interesting. Baltimore signs Andrews, gives him a 3-year deal. Is Isaiah Likely, who's only 25. He showed a lot of potential. And then Kyle Pitts, who has never lived up to his potential.
I'm all in on Pitts.
But those are two guys that are out there.
I definitely am interested in Pitts. He's like a Kinlaw. He's like a guy that just has all this potential that you're just kind of banking on.
Man, he just doesn't. Right. He just hasn't put up any numbers.
Has he had great quarterbacks?
No,
I mean, I guess he had Cousins for a couple years.
Not great,
there.
but I mean, he had Pence this year, and he just doesn't score touchdowns.
I know, but it's not like he's not capable.
I don't know. I mean, he hasn't proven it. Guy was like number 4 pick in the draft.
Dude, he has all the ability.
He's still only 24.
I'm all in.
I know
on Pitts.
physically.
I mean, the touchdowns aren't
ability.
there, but I would say the production's not he's got 56 catches this year.
It's been a little bit better. It's been a little bit better.
He just doesn't get in the end zone, man. And they do target him. They do. I've watched it. They do target him. He just doesn't get open in the end zone for some reason.
I'm all in on him.
Okay.
I would go after
see
him.
if Adam is.
I would trade Ertz for Pitts in 2 seconds.
Well, of course.
Now, the crazy thing is, if you just did a side-by-side of Pitts and Ertz. So the reason why Pitts is so tantalizing, mentioned he's the number 4 pick.
He's a physical freak.
6'6", 250, and can fly, right? He ran like a 4.4 or 4.3.
He's got everything
40.
you want. I don't know. Maybe he's a dope. Maybe he's got no work ethic, but I find that hard to believe.
But here's the thing that would trouble me, right? He's got all of those things, all that hype. And 56 catches is not bad. It's tied for 25th in the league. Right. Zach Ertz is at 49. It's not even that different. And Zach Ertz has 4 touchdowns compared to Pitts' 1. But I would be all that said, I'm intrigued more by getting a tight end in free agency than a Brandon Ayuk. And I don't know how much Isaiah Likely would command, but he's definitely shown flashes.
Mm-hmm.
Valdez, as a Ravens fan, you surprised that they committed to Mark Andrews? Because I'm making an assumption. Maybe they end up signing Likely too. But if you had to pick one of two, I would have thought that they would probably sign Likely because he's younger.
My guess is they asked Lamar which one he wanted, because I mean you can't keep both, especially if Lamar's going to get $74 million next year. So there's not enough money to go around. But Likely's a stud. I don't know. He's very good. He's very good. He's got sure hands. When he catches the ball, he can actually block too. He'd be great in DC because he runs the scramble drill great because he's used to doing that. So if Jane's out of the pocket, and Likely's running the scramble drill,
I don't think he'd be super expensive just because he's never. I mean,
he's
the most catches he's had in a season was last year with 42. So he's not.
No, yeah, exactly, because there's not enough balls to go around.
Right.
But if he was the tight end 1 in an offense, I think he would thrive.
I think so too.
This is just from one writer who writes for SB Nation. Okay. He kind of gives Pitts a little bit of an out because of just the offense that he started in with Arthur Smith in Atlanta. He's a running offense, and he's not he's a receiver, and he's not the type of tight end that Smith wanted. But this is what he says. He says his cuts are slow and plodding, too often stutter stepping at the top of his route when he changes direction, making it far too easy for defenders to know where he's going. Pitts is running at full speed. He rounds his cuts without any of the suddenness required to fool a defender. His long gait and slow ramp-up time to top speed can't really be helped. They said, he goes, he's just lazy, woeful route runner, isn't helping anything. He's been a subpar route runner since he arrived in the league. Now, I don't know if that's just one guy. Maybe other people disagree, but there's got to be a reason that he's not putting up bigger numbers.
Let's go to Matt in Stafford. Matt, what's up, buddy?
Hey, they were tracking this weather pattern that was over in vicious tornado chasing territory. It's coming this way, and the question was, would it stay south? Well, I've seen some pre-treatment, and it's as far as D.C., so it looks like it's coming. So we got to see what's going to happen with that.
When's it coming?
Is anybody going to be? Well, it's going to be in the morning commute time, so I'm wondering if anyone's going to be crashing at the hotel there.
Oh, I'm not. I'm going home. I saw there was going to be.
They offered it to us.
I thought it was going to be
usually the way it works. Like we don't. To be honest, usually our boss will send an email when the weather's terrible and says, "Does anybody want to stay?"
I'm going to text my man Cameron, see how serious it's going to be in the morning.
If anyone needs picked up, let me know. But also wanted to mention that the Jaguars were shopping Brian Thomas before the trade deadline. It seemed like that was the reports. It seems like they're trying to just really target Travis Hunter as much as they can. And they thought Brian Thomas would get motivated, but it seemed like it was kind of opposite effect. He seems like he needs a new, fresh home. I just don't know if Peters is going to give up a first rounder to get him. I think he would have done it before. Maybe he can after the season, but I think he wants to keep his draft pick because all these GMs like having a draft pick on draft night. Draft night is so popular now; it's almost as popular as a Super Bowl. They want to be able to stunt on national TV.
I don't know if it's about that. I just look. Why wouldn't you draft a wide receiver versus trade
a pick for him?
Brian Thomas, who's having a down year? And why would the Jaguars give up on him?
He didn't have a down year last year.
Right. He was great last year. Maybe this year his numbers are down, but why would they want to trade him?
We don't know. We don't know anything about Brian Thomas. I mean, we don't know how coachable he is. We have no idea. I mean, if it's true that they were shopping him, well, there's a reason they're shopping him.
If it's true.
If it's true, yeah.
I don't remember seeing that.
I do actually remember seeing that. I actually do remember seeing that.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
Then there you go.
I don't know why. Maybe there is something there.
1-800-636-1067. When we come back, we'll open up EB's entertainment page. Don't go anywhere.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Alex Ovechkin scored twice to extend his record to 911 career goals as the Caps crushed the San Jose Sharks 7-1 for their 6th straight win. Washington got plenty of help. They got goals from Sonny Milano, 2 goals from Ryan Leonard, Brandon Duhaime, and Dylan Strome also getting goals in the victory. This is the team's longest win streak since they also won 6 back in January last season. They'll continue on their West Coast road trip and go for 7 in a row tomorrow when they face the Anaheim Ducks. And the Vikings anticipate that starting quarterback J.J. McCarthy will return this week from concussion protocol to face the Washington Commanders. From the Crop Medcal 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Welcome back. Chunky's come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And, of course, you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, presented by Crop Metcalf, the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. Looking to be their next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber, just visit cropmetcalf.com to join their team. You know, we promote a lot of things. We don't promote enough the YouTube page. Mike Marr does a great job putting up videos all the time. Subscribe and like to the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. You miss something, whether it's a John Keim interview, something Commanders related, odds are Mike Marr's got that video up.
So we got a video up right now, JD5, if he has to prove himself again. And then I'm putting up one right now. It'll be up in about 5 minutes, and it's us reloading our roster. And, should we get Brandon Ayuk? Those are the 2 up.
There you go. A lot of Commanders content. All right, let's open up the entertainment page, EB.
Gotta give people what they want. I don't have the read. Do you have it?
It is driven by BMW of Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner. The ultimate driving experience on your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW of Fairfax. Ask for EB's girl, Miriam.
That's right.
Or check them out at bmwfairfax.com.
She'll treat you like a rock star. I promise. You're gonna take it for a test drive. You're gonna love it. So actually, don't go if you don't want to be sized. I would just say don't go.
Impossible not to be.
Because you're going to go and you're going to drive it and you're going to love it.
You're going to get
sized. I think you understand what I'm saying. And they have something for all price ranges. They can make something work for sure. All right, we did this yesterday. I don't want to have to rehash it today. Everybody's doing their Spotify rap thing. It's kind of funny.
Mm-hmm.
Valdez's Spotify age is 72.
Hey, we should see who has the most minutes listened for the show.
Eric was by far.
No. I meant like our listeners, like podcasting.
Well, it's interesting because mine is also tainted because I play like sleep sounds. So that's part of it.
I know there was a lot of talk yesterday about your minutes. And
that's what it is.
I was defending you, saying that you listen to it while you sleep. Now I have a friend, and her minutes are the same. She has 90,000 minutes listen, or not 90,000. Yeah, 90,000 minutes listen. 66 days worth of Spotify music.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, what are you doing with your life?
Well, I listen to certain show pods and that are 3 and 4 hours, and not through Spotify.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not even getting picked up.
You're constantly consuming content.
I constantly consume content. Now I'm not like my daughters. My son's not this way, but both of my daughters are this way. As soon as you get in the car, immediately they want to hear music, and they want to hear music they like.
My daughter's the same way.
Like immediately, they start to melt down if I go a block and we don't have the music going.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I drive and I'm just
way.
like I'm lost in my thoughts. I'm not really ready to listen to something. You know what I mean? Like
sometimes I just need silence just to ponder.
Or I'm just pondering life. I haven't even thought about music.
Yeah,
it's just background noise.
Yeah. But no.
My daughters are the exact same.
They have to have it on all the time.
I wasn't allowed to touch the radio when I was a kid.
When you were a kid? Yeah. That's probably true.
We got to pour one out for Apple Music users because this is a tough time of year for us because everyone that has Spotify is flexing their rap and stuff.
You're not a Spotify guy?
Apple Music through and through. Big Apple ecosystem guy.
On. Do people is that even still a thing? Like, hold on. Do people even use iTunes anymore?
No, it's just all Apple Music. So you subscribe the same way.
Music.
It's the same deal.
All right, but what does it mean?
It's just the
It's
app
their
that comes-
version of Spotify.
Yes, exactly. I mean, they do a Wrapped, but it's very nubs compared to Spotify's, and you
Why
can't
don't you just come over to Big Silly?
because then I have to restart all my playlists that I've made. Like I put in a lot of effort in these
You
playlists.
don't think you could transfer your playlist?
I don't even want to think about transferring over.
I guarantee you can.
We
He can make the argument.
My playlist. That's funny. My playlist is so
Too
silly. I
precious.
can't.
He can make the argument. Why don't you come over to Apple?
I hate Apple. That's why.
Okay, but
even though he's got a billion Apple products,
I don't really use them.
It's
I mean,
the same.
I've kind of transitioned off Apple.
Look, I use Spotify, but it's the same.
Okay, I just don't like Apple.
He's not an
charging
Apple guy.
$80. I had Apple for years. I don't like the everything breaks on purpose. Lasts like a year. Then you got to replace like a cord for your laptop. It's at $80. I got after about 10 years of doing that, I got tired of it. You know, your phone. You all know they've done a million stories how your Apple phone, they gear it and it starts to deteriorate after 12, 14 months or whatever. And you got to get the next one. What do you have to Apple 74 phone now you got to get?
Yeah.
Because this one lasted about 6 months. And you come out with a new one that's not that much better than the last one. And you got to pay what, $2,000 for it?
My daughters and my wife have Apples, and I pay for them, but what am I going to do?
Yeah,
I don't have an Apple.
I got tired of paying extra premium just to say I have an Apple. The $3,000 for a computer I could get for $400.
Well, I love Apple products. Like I have almost every product they offer just because of how
bet you do.
compatible it is.
Yeah, I know. They get you sucked in. It's like a drug. They're evil. Come over to my side. I'll preach to you. Okay?
Green text.
They're evil.
Green text is hiding.
Again, you're in the cult.
It is not.
You're in the cult.
Thank you.
You're in the cult.
All right, what was your story though about the rap?
Well, I'm just saying.
You got off track.
Everyone. I kind of think it's funny. Mine. I listen like music like I'm a teenager. My age was 20. You know, it's because I listen with my kids. I think largely. But I guess now they have the number one song of 2025. They have their top albums, all of that. You guys care to guess? Okay, the top song of 2025. I have 5 of them. Care to guess about any of them?
Golden K-pop.
Not in there.
Ophelia by Tay-Tay.
Not in there. In fact, I only know.
Why are you laughing?
I know, but it's just funny that you know it.
That's a great song. I love that song.
You know?
I do. I love the video. I love the song.
You love Life of a Showgirl?
Yeah, I love that.
All right.
Can you give us
I just like the song. It's catchy.
Genre rap.
Pop.
Yeah.
It's pop.
I would have no idea. Just give it.
Oh,
All right.
Sabrina Carpenter, maybe?
No. Lady Gaga and Bruno Mars, Die with a Smile.
Don't even know that song.
I'm not sure I even know that one. Can you play it?
Oh, I've heard this.
That's
song
this
a
one?
million
That's
times.
Lady Gaga and Bruno Mars?
Oh, I think that's the number one.
This is it Chappell Roan?
No.
I forget who
this is. Bruno Mars and Rose.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I don't think I've ever heard this
Well,
song.
it says the global top song of 2025 that I'm seeing is Die with a Smile by Lady Gaga and Bruno Mars.
Okay.
Says number 2, I know this one, Birds of a Feather, Billie Eilish.
Mm-hmm.
Can't believe that's that high.
Such a mediocre song.
APT, man, Bruno Mars all
That's
over
what
this.
I was just playing.
APT by Rose and Bruno Mars. Okay, I know Ordinary. I think that
By
song
who?
kind of blew up by Alex Warren.
Warren.
I think that blew up on like social media.
You'd have to play that one. I don't know.
You've heard it. Which one is this? Oh, this is Birds of a
Birds of a
Feather.
Feather.
Yeah.
You don't like this song? This song's kind of silly.
No, I know it. I just can't believe it's that high. Like the number 2 song globally. Like in the universe. It's kind of crazy.
Or what was the 5th song?
5th song, DTMF by JP. Bad Bunny.
Okay.
Top U.S. artists, Taylor Swift, Drake, and then my top artist, Morgan Wallen.
Okay.
Top U.S. songs of 2025, Luther by Kendrick Lamar. Die with a Smile again by Lady Gaga and Bruno Mars. And Ordinary. Play Ordinary by Alex Warren.
Isn't this song about, I think it's about her meeting Travis Kelce.
Didn't she do a song about his
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure
about his bat?
I'm pretty sure she wrote the song about meeting Travis.
Did she do a song? Is it called like 9 or something? Did she do a song that's like a number and it's supposed to be like the size of his
That's everybody's speculating.
She references how big it is, but I think it's called wood.
What's the number that she uses in the song? What's the jersey number?
I think 9.
9. Sonny.
It's Steve McNair.
Let me see what else. There's a couple other things I wanted to mention here. Oh, yeah, this was mine. Top U.S. album. Me and Mar, I think we were both on this. I'm the Problem. Top U.S. album 2025.
I think that was my most listened. Is either that or Get Rich or Die Trying by 50 Cent, which is old school.
20 years old.
I know.
You just got into it.
I love that album.
By the way, have you been watching the Diddy doc? I watched the first episode.
I haven't watched it. Is it on Netflix?
I need to follow
Was
up.
it good?
Yes. It
little
was
slow?
good at the beginning. Then I got slow. To be honest with you, I dozed off a little bit,
Mhm.
and then I got excited again at the end. So I gotta get back. Today's a good day to get back in.
Mhm.
Today I'm gonna get back in and watch another 2 or
So there's 4 episodes. I
There's
think.
4 episodes.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think people are pretty much universally, if they didn't know before, like I would be curious what JP's opinion would be after watching it, that he's just a despicable human being. That Diddy is an despicable human being.
Yeah, well,
I agree with that.
I don't think anybody would disagree.
Well, it's amazing that nothing came out like until when it did.
That he was able to hold it off for that long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was able to.
I'm just in the minority where I
mean, the number of lawsuits.
I like
this
some
guy's
of his
had.
songs.
Yeah. I mean, he actually
had a
did
heyday of some silly, obviously a lot with Biggie, but even his solo stuff right around that time, really, really good.
It's amazing that he kind of came up as a dancer when all you want to do is goof on him when he dances. But he did kind of first start out as a dancer in some of these videos. Anyway, it's always a fun time of year to look back at music. Miley Cyrus, I guess, is getting engaged. Some guy I'd never heard of. I guess they say she's been dating this dude. Is it
What's his name?
Max Mirando, I think, is the guy.
Max Miranda.
She's been dating him for maybe 4 years behind the scenes. People apparently knew.
He's a drummer. Max Miranda. He's a drummer for I don't know what band.
Wasn't she like dabbling with girls though?
I think she's definitely down.
But
they say that the ring that she got is it looks like a 4 to 5 carat diamond that costs somewhere in the range of $450,000. Engagement ring from Max Mirando. Max Mirando has $450,000.
He looks like a donk. First of all, he looks like he's about 5'4". She likes him somehow. I don't know why. He looks like a donkey. Look,
There's a bunch of Cyrus. You know how many
Look at him.
Cyruses there are?
look at him.
Yeah.
Donkey Kong. Benj, look at him. You're better looking than him.
Benches?
I know. I know you're questioning it.
I'm better looking than all of you, though.
Look at this. Look at him.
You're younger than us. That's about all you got on.
And
us,
by the way,
buddy.
Miley looks terrible in this picture. Oh, she looks bad.
She's one of those that has the random tattoos that makes me crazy. Like if you like tattoos, that's fine. But I hate the randomness of hers. We're just too much space.
Rando.
Get a sleeve already. Too much space and random tattoos. I don't know. I'm not a fan. Some of you guys, Valdez, did you grow up watching Full House? Were you a Full House guy? Is that
Oh,
your
yeah.
thing?
Definitely.
So you're a Dave Coulier guy.
Oh, definitely.
Of course, he told fans, I guess, back in 2024 that he was dealing with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, and I feel like he announced that he had licked it. Now, so to speak. Now they say he's got. I didn't even mean to say that. He's got a tongue cancer.
Uncle Joey has tongue
He's
cancer.
got tongue cancer.
Oh,
now they
man.
say it's completely unrelated to the non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. I have an idea where he might have got it, but I don't know. But I mean, it's the first thing that comes to my mind. If someone said they have a tongue cancer, it's the first thing that comes to my mind. But they say it has a 90% curability rate. So nobody wants to deal with cancers and stuff. That's awful. But 90% cure rate. I mean, you want it to be 100, but that's pretty good.
You'll take 9 out of 10 if you have
I'll take
cancer.
9 out of 10 if I had to.
I got a buddy who had that.
Yeah,
and
the tongue cancer.
He beat it, and
Yeah.
it was a show.
Did it take a chunk out of his tongue?
Yes.
Yeah. Does it talk like hurting now?
I mean, you can tell. Yeah, it's definitely
Yeah, it's
impacted
like a
his.
lisp and all that.
Well, I don't know if it's a lisp, but you can tell it affected him. It affected his speech.
Did he get it from what I thought? He might have got-
No,
What do you mean? No, you act like that's crazy.
no, he didn't. Get it from
If you
that.
get some hurting, that can happen.
He didn't get it from that. I mean, I don't know how he got it, but I'm not going to speculate. I mean, he's a
Like
friend of mine.
Like Michael
I'm not gonna
Douglas?
say
Oh
that.
yeah, I know.
Michael Douglas, he got like the throat cancer.
Yeah. He said, "I'm not
Too
doing."
much.
Yeah.
By the way, real quick,
Too much of that.
before we go to break, remember I was going to sell my Meta Ray-Bans?
Yeah.
Toothpick. He
Yeah.
backed out.
He backed out.
So
what was he gonna offer?
Benj, they're back on the market.
Hold on, what was he gonna offer?
It was like
you?
275.
275. All right.
Oh, no, some dude said he was gonna meet you wherever.
Well, he was gonna. Yeah, but he was gonna offer me less.
$25 less.
All right. Well, they're
He
back on the
still-
market.
he still
So
wanted the high
if this
bidder.
guy wants to come back in, he can.
$25 less.
But yeah, but I mean, I like Tooth. I met Tooth. Tooth, my boy, but he backed out on me.
Why
so
did he say why he backed out?
he said he gave me a reason, but it was for his son, and apparently his girlfriend already got him some, so he didn't need him anymore. But anyway, they're back on the market if anybody's interested.
All right, they're interested. You could buy his Meta glasses.
You
I
can
gotta find
call
my
up
Meta
and tell
glasses.
Benj your number, and I'll contact you.
That's up. There you go. I entertained you. George Clooney, some article about him retiring. Do you really care? No. And then there are. I guess he says he has no interest in retirement.
I saw an article with Clooney. I think he went on the Kelsey's podcast.
Okay.
He says he hasn't had a fight. He's like Cakes with his wife in 10 years. He said, I'm too old. What am I going to fight for? He said, nobody's going to win. And then Travis Kelsey claimed he hasn't had a fight with Taylor Swift in 2.5 years.
They've been dating 2.5 years.
Yeah.
Wow.
They don't. She doesn't bicker at him, or he doesn't bicker at her.
That was
or
his claim.
They don't annoy
Clooney's
each other.
10 years
Right.
and Kelsey 2.5 years.
Good for them.
Good for them.
I could go 2.5 weeks.
I can't seem to go an
day.
hour
Right.
getting yelled at for something.
Right.
Then it passes, but I mean, it's like, yeah, I'm always doing something wrong. I guess those guys.
I mean, they are super wealthy. Maybe there's no reason to fight. We fight over dumb stuff.
I mostly just get yelled at for doing nothing. So I don't really have a leg to stand on.
Coming up next, we'll go around the NFL with the Junkies Blitz. Don't go anywhere.
All right, guys, every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel. Because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or the last touchdown of the game, you'll win your bet plus a share of the bonus bets. So visit FanDuel.com/EB and take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/EB for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. Opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select markets. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we told you to give you a chance to win some tickets to go see OAR at 9:25. So now's your chance to call in at 1-800-636-1067. 10th caller. You will win 2 tickets to go see OAR 3 Decades Tour. That's Friday, July 24th at Merriweather Post Pavilion. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event info, visit thefandc.com/events. That's courtesy of Live Nation. It is an open line Thursday, 1-800-636-1067. This was via social media, but a couple people have asked this over the last few days, whether we're doing a holiday show, and we are. We haven't announced it yet. I don't know if we have all our ducks in a row, but we will be doing our annual holiday show. I believe it's on the 19th.
Yep, next Friday.
So we'll announce some details here in the coming days. All right, let's do a little Junkies Blitz.
Am I going to wear the Santa? Am I going to wear the Santa hat again?
It's up to you.
Sure.
It's tradition.
I'm going to try to wear the meta glasses. You got to remind me. We got to try to figure it out. I got to figure out how to connect them. Like I just got to figure it out.
By the way, I think I got another offer.
What'd you get? 250?
I don't know yet. I don't know. I just texted him now.
It's a pretty good offer. Junkies Blitz brought to you by Offenbachers.
Play with mine.
I don't know.
Football season is here, and cooler nights are calling. Score big with a hot tub and fire pit, warmth, comfort, and the perfect game day vibe. Let Offenbachers help you upgrade your backyard today. And don't forget, Offenbachers now carries indoor and outdoor saunas.
Can I just ask you a question about the Commanders-Vikings game?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, obviously it's not a huge matchup because both teams are not going to the playoffs. They're both in bad losing streaks. But just even if Jaden doesn't play and Marcus does, just based on due theory, don't you like the Commanders this week?
Yes.
I do.
I think they're playing better.
I just like them based on due theory. And
Well,
they've been
more than
playing.
the due theory, to me, they've been playing better.
They
So
played,
you got Terry back.
They played very well
and as
last week.
DQ said, we lost, but we're not lost anymore.
Now it's a road game, and who knows? And I don't know who's going to play quarterback at Minnesota. But I just think even if McCarthy plays, and even though they're on the road, I just like the Commanders.
For the record, I said it earlier. I think Jaden's going to play. And this is no insight. I have no nothing.
Okay.
I'm sure I'm wrong, but I'm basing it on the moms saying publicly or whatever to fans, whatever. Don't worry, he's playing next week.
Yeah.
2, me watching video that like Kime and JP Finley and those guys put out of him just ripping balls, no brace on the left arm. Like, what are we doing here? Like, let's go.
Okay. I guess we'll find out Friday.
Friday or Saturday. Yeah.
All right, it's a Thursday. I like to do true false Thursdays. So we're going to start with the Deshaun Watson story. So Deshaun Watson actually returned to practice for the Browns.
I didn't think he would ever play in the NFL again.
He was designated to return to practice from their PUP list. He has a 21-day window that has been opened, and the Browns can either add him to the 53-man roster within that time frame, or they can rule him out for the remainder of the season. True or false, Deshaun Watson will be starting somewhere next season.
I say false. Too much baggage.
I can kind of see him for a desperate team.
How does that
First
work?
of all, he's got.
the money's too crazy. Like, how does that work?
Yeah,
they
I'm
would have
not
to cover the money.
I mean, if Cleveland covered the money, maybe.
I guess if Cleveland covers the money, they only have to pay him like $1 million or like $5 million. Or
He's
something.
not the same player anyway. He hasn't played in forever. He's not the same player. He's had so many injuries. But
His
off
fall
the
has been
field stuff,
wild.
I mean, I just don't see it.
In his career, 123 touchdowns, just 48 picks, and his pass rating is basically 99. But as Jason mentioned, his last really productive season was 2020.
Right.
Where he had 33 touchdowns and 7 picks.
Yeah, I mean,
since then he's peaked at 7 touchdowns.
But here's the thing.
Why would you want him?
Well, because you grasp it, he's young
Still
enough.
only 30.
Maybe he could. Maybe if he gets healthy, maybe there's something still there. Like, it's just weird. Why does he suck all of a sudden? It's just weird.
I'm sure there's a lot of reasons.
And as far as the character stuff goes, no one, I mean nobody, had the baggage and the hatred and the venom and the country against them more than Michael Vick did. I never thought he would get an opportunity to come back, and he's come back and he's been accepted, and he's had a,
it's true.
people accept him. And
Tyreek Hill was beating up his girlfriend in college, and he.
Now,
I get it.
Justin Tucker's last week just got another tryout.
He's
with
had
the
2
Colts.
tryouts.
Yeah, I mean, so they're obviously willing to kick the tires on him.
I feel like,
I know.
like if you're
I would vote false.
If you're the Minnesota Vikings, all right, the next opponent, you've seen how bad it is without JJ McCarthy, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you have supposedly this guy and Kevin O'Connell who can turn around quarterbacks. Did it with Sam Darnold. Some people are crediting him for Daniel Jones.
Mm-hmm.
If you're Kevin O'Connell and you got J.J. McCarthy coming back on develop him, but you might have a guy who's proven, at least now you're right. He has done it in 5 years. I don't know. I could see a team definitely kicking the tires on Deshaun Watson.
All right. Well,
and maybe it'll be Cleveland.
I think you're wrong, but possibly. I don't think it'll be Cleveland.
What if Cleveland gives him a start this year and he performs well?
Cleveland's going to draft a quarterback.
Which is crazy because they drafted 2 this year.
Yeah, 3rd and 7th round.
I think I don't know if he's going to start next year. I think he's going to start this year. I think they're going to open up the 21-day window and they're going to give him a start or two to see if nothing else to market him for other teams.
All right, true or false? Speaking of Cleveland, Shedeur Sanders will be starting, and he's going to be starting against Cam Ward this week. Of course, at one point, people were wondering if Shedeur or Cam was going to go number 1. Of course, Cam goes number 1. Shedeur goes in the 5th round, but there was talk about it. True or false? Both are busts.
Shedeur and who?
Cam Ward.
Cam Ward.
Cam Ward doesn't look really good at all.
He's got 1 win this year, right?
He's got 1 win, and his numbers have been really bad. What's his completion percentage? Is it less than 55%?
Take a look at how many times he's been sacked.
He's been sacked a
Now,
billion
he has
times.
a terrible team around him,
He
but
does.
that's what happens when you go to a number 1 pick. He's flashed like his arm talent at times.
Yeah.
Like, to me,
What's his completion percentage? Is super low.
His completion percentage currently,
Is it in the 5s?
it's got to be 59.7.
All right. Almost 60.
Better than Caleb's.
Almost 60.
7 touchdowns, 6 picks, sacked 48 times.
It could be worse. I mean, they're killing him. Sacked 48 times. That's how they say they ruined freaking David Carr. Remember? They said David Carr got ruined because of all the early sacks.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Drake May got sacked a billion times last year too, and he's obviously bounced back. So I don't know. I'm not going to give up on him just yet.
I don't think you give up on it too soon.
Not after 12 games.
All right, true or false? The Broncos, who have an amazing record, are counterfeit.
False. Why would you think they're counterfeit? Just based on last week?
What do you mean by counterfeit?
Well, right now they're
Like a
considered like a
legit
Super Bowl
contender.
contender. I would lean towards counterfeit. Here's why. Last 4 games. And there's an argument to be made that teams can have a knack for this and that they have the talent to do it. But their last 4 games, they're the second team in history to win 4 straight games by 3 points or less. Houston, they won 18-15. The Raiders, the pathetic Raiders, they beat them 10-7.
All right, beat the Chiefs.
Beat the Chiefs 22-19 and overtime win against Washington 27-26. I think they are overvalued. Like their record is better than what they are. I think
But that
they're
might
an
be
okay.
true. Maybe
I think they're an okay get into the playoffs team.
yeah.
I don't think
You
they're a
just don't-
Super Bowl contender.
Okay, you might be right, but I'm not going to call them counterfeit. I mean, if they're hosting games, they can win games out there.
I don't think
I mean,
they're
if you're 10 and
counterfeit,
2
but I don't think they're a favorite.
They
Yeah, I
also
wouldn't-
beat the Jets earlier this year in
Yeah.
week 11 or week 6, 13-11.
All right, but they beat the Eagles in Philly. They beat the Cowboys, pounded them.
Beat
They
the Giants 33-32 in week 7.
Yeah, that was a ridiculous comeback. But they've got good wins. Cowboys at Houston, Chiefs at Philly. Defense is legit.
Do you know what Bo Nix's record is as a starter though?
It's got to be pretty damn good.
20-9.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
I told you the day they drafted, but Peyton targeted him. He saw stuff in there that he could work with. Traits, super experienced guy. The number one reason why I was kind of anti-Drake, the number one reason was just the inexperience. All the other guys in the draft I liked because they played a lot.
All right.
I probably was wrong on May, but I like experience.
Yeah.
True or false? Tonight, Dak Prescott will throw for over 300 yards and have at least 2 touchdown passes. I say true.
I'm sorry, you said 302 touchdowns? Yeah, I could see that. I hope at least one of them's to Pickens, if not both of them.
I wish I had the same zeal for this game as you do. I have mild to moderate zeal.
You're not into the NFL. You're into the Commanders.
I have favorite teams I'm into. I'm into the whole dumb league.
Well, you're also not a fantasy player, so you don't root for other players.
Exactly.
And you're not a gambler.
No, every time I gamble, I lose. I'm a gambler. I just
Well,
lose.
you're not a big sports
I'm a loser gambler.
I mean, what'd you do on
Add it to
Thanksgiving?
the list of things I lose at.
Did
What?
you on Thanksgiving? Did you look for movies or
You're
did you
a
watch the
hostage
NFL?
on Thanksgiving.
No,
What
you
else
can
can you
watch
do?
it. There's other channels. There's a million channels out
If I
there.
had my druthers, I would have went somewhere and hit balls. But, you know,
That's an hour
for you.
He was up in Jersey, weren't you?
Yeah. I mean, I watched.
So you sat
I
in
watched
Jersey.
football. The first game I didn't watch. I was in the hotel lobby, twiddling my thumbs.
What was the house like that you were at? And
Nice house. They always have a nice setup.
Nice place.
Yeah.
Nice TV.
Yeah. Perfect.
And TV's always on.
Yeah.
On Thanksgiving, it's always on football.
Oh, if you host Thanksgiving and you don't have football on, everyone should leave.
Yeah, I agree.
And I used to go to the parties where people thought, first of all, they made fun. I won't say who, but they used to make fun of us because I had an SUV. So because I was a gas guzzler, they didn't like me for that. And then they said that TVs were uncivilized and they didn't have TVs in the house. I used to go to yeah. They weren't my people, but I would go to parties and.
So are these neighborhoods?
No,
neighbors?
it's just I'll tell you during the break. But in other words, I was invited to these parties, and I couldn't have been a bigger fish out of water.
They didn't have one TV in their house.
Uncivilized.
I find that very hard to believe. I don't know. I don't think I'd know one person that wouldn't have at least one TV in the house.
I'd love to know who it is. Do I know him?
No, but
okay.
it was like a genre.
Gotcha.
Of people. I'll tell you during the break.
A genre of
It's like
people.
a genre of people, like people that do certain things. I don't know.
Well-
I mean, I'd be invited to these parties and there'd be no effing TVs, and I got made fun of for having an SUV.
I'll be locked into the game tonight, and I'll try and tell myself go to bed at 10:30, but then 10:30 is going to hit, and I'm like, let's go take it to 11. Then once 11 hits, I'm like, I might as well ride it out till the end of the game, unless it's a blowout. And I actually could see the Lions getting blown out. They just don't seem right.
They don't. But this is a big game for them. Now, St. Brown being out, if that's the case, and it looks like he's going to be out, that'll be huge. But they haven't had like we were talking to Baldy, they haven't had back-to-back wins since, I think, early October.
Yeah. But actually, that means that they're due for a win because they lost on Thanksgiving.
That is true.
1-800-636-1067. It is an open line Thursday. Your chance to steer the show. Open line Thursday brought to you by Window Nation. Searching for new windows and doors? Search windownation.com. Their windows are measured to fit the first time and installed by experts to last. Window Nation for your home because it's where you live. Welcome back on an open line Thursday. Your chance to steer the show, 1-800-636-1067. Earlier, we were talking about Brandon Ayuk because there's a story that it's just probably over in San Francisco. Seems like a malcontent there, and they're not happy with him.
I
He's
think
not
it's
on the
almost like his
field.
way of quiet quitting. You know what I mean? Like he wants to play with Jaden. I think he's been angling for this for a while. That's what it looks like from afar, anyway.
Yeah, I can see that.
But there's an article in the Washington Post, and we didn't talk about this possibility. And maybe this is a low possibility, but we're wondering who's going to complement Terry McLaurin next year. Do they bring Debo back? Do they bring in a guy like Ayuk? Or do they draft somebody? Treylon Burks' catch was so amazing. Our pal Bears Verluga kind of wrote a column just about Treylon Burks.
Nice.
And Terry McLaurin is quoted in there, and maybe it's something we need to think about. McLaurin said, sometimes you just need a change of scenery. And then he just says, I'm really happy that he's come to a place where you're going to get the opportunity to earn your spot to play. And I think he's earned that. I think he makes our receiver room better. What if Treylon Burks is the answer? That a change of scenery like works out for him. He stays healthy. Because at some point, there was at least one talent evaluator who said, this is a first-round pick.
I've been open to that possibility from day one, and you mocked me. I've been open to it since day one.
He also could be just a guy.
Well, I mean,
who doesn't make the roster next year?
It's possible. I find it hard to believe. He's not lightning because he's a big guy, right? 6'2", 255. I think at the combine he ran a 4.55.
Yeah.
He
is a big dude.
But he's a guy I think was super successful in college, just didn't get it going for whatever reason in Tennessee. And is getting a second crack here.
Dan Quinn said his hunger index is high.
Right.
He did
The
talk
guy
about
wants to prove it. There's
Right.
always a space for that type of competitor here. I don't think it's likely, but that's where, these last 5 games will be interesting. And that's like, if he can show something in these last 5 games, it's weird, he missed the one game, right, with the finger injury.
Mm-hmm.
But if he can show some consistency, well, then all of a sudden he's a legit possibility. He's somebody on your radar for next season.
Yeah, let's see how he plays. If he stays healthy the next 4 or 5 games, and then if he puts up any numbers. He was targeted only 4 times. He only had the 1 catch against Denver. I mean, if he's someone that you want to implement, well, start throwing the ball to him. But maybe he's not open.
They say so here was his draft analysis going into the draft, okay? This is what got him first round. Big, smooth, natural, possesses the versatility to operate from anywhere, wherever you want. He's a mismatch receiver, combining size, strength, and competitiveness, similar to the Titans' A.J. Brown. And we hadn't seen that yet.
Mm-hmm.
But his speed testing at the combine did not meet expectations.
Yeah.
See, that's where he slipped a little bit. They say he might have a weight issue. I don't know if that's borne out in the few years he's been a pro. Then he needs to get better with contested catches. He's got to get better with the 50-50 balls. And, maybe the route running isn't ideal. But he's got the raw physical stuff there.
Yeah, maybe.
You saw it.
Look, I don't think it's highly likely, but he was a first-round pick. And since then, as Verluga outlines it, he suffered from turf toe. He then endured a concussion. He tore ligaments in his knee.
Lots of injuries.
He never played more than 11 games in any of his first 3 seasons in Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just 1 catch. It gets you fired up.
Well, he had
but
another
McLaurin
catch. Didn't he?
said,
He had another catch.
No, I'm talking about the
2
spectacular
weeks ago.
catch.
Yeah.
McLaurin said, quote, you can see the first-round talent ooze out of his play style. He's very physical. He can win down the field. He caught a ball with his finger broken, and he has unbelievable ball skills.
Got to see more.
That's from Terry McLaurin.
I'm telling you, when he made the catch, my initial instinct was he just made the roster next year.
Well,
I tweeted that. It was such a spectacular catch. I mean, how do you get to cut that kind of talent?
I hadn't really thought about it. I didn't really think it was a possibility. But these last 5 games could be very telling. Like,
It'd be big for him. Big for him.
Maybe it's just the number 3 receiver down the road, but let's say he catches 3 to 4 balls per game the next 5 weeks.
Right.
Well, I mean,
Well,
that's basically what Noah Brown was doing when he was healthy.
Yeah, maybe
right?
he could be the Noah Brown of next year.
I would rather
if he
have
stays
him
healthy.
than Noah Brown at this point, only because of availability. I love Noah Brown when he's healthy. Just that happens like 3 times a year.
Let's sneak in a couple phone calls.
All right, let's go. Let's go to our guy Joshua, Upper Marlboro. Joshua, do you even work?
Josh.
Yeah, man. I'm about to hop on a Zoom now, but I always got time for you guys. But
All
hey,
right, I appreciate
listen,
it.
Yeah. So you guys are about to mock this 100%, and I'm really only talking to EB here because you're a visionary, man. So,
Thank you.
So listen.
Thank you.
Listen to me. Are you going to mock this mercilessly?
All right.
But if the way the schedule is set up this year, we can make the playoffs, man. So listen to what I'm about to say.
No, I'm going to listen to you.
This is the second day in a row.
I'm going to listen to you.
Let me no, JP, you can't mock me yet. You can't, Bish, you can't mock me. You got to listen first. Our schedule is unique that we're playing the Eagles twice, and they have a tough last 5 games except for one. I went on the Odyssey app. I listened to Philadelphia Sports Radio because I loved how depressed they were. These folks are in a free fall. They have to play the Chargers. Then they got an easy game against the Raiders, but then they play us twice in the Bills. If the Raiders happen to beat them, and if we win out, we will make the playoffs at 8 and 9. Dallas is kind of irrelevant. If they lose any more than 3 games, they're going to be out. Everything is in our hands.
There's a small percentage of me that likes what you're saying.
You really think the Eagles are going to lose to the Raiders?
By the way, they look at the Commanders as an easy.
The Raiders are 2 and 10.
The Raiders are terrible. What if I'm asking you a question, Josh? What if the Raiders? What if they beat the Raiders? Are we out? Are we eliminated? Then we can't win the division.
Yeah, that'll be 9 wins.
If they beat the Raiders, we're out. So,
okay.
so
that's
that
good.
is
What I like,
what I like
is he said that the Eagles are in a free fall
That's the one thing
because they've lost. Hold on, listen to me for a second.
Oh my God.
You said the
nuts.
Eagles were in a free fall, right? They've lost 2 in a row. Did you say that?
That's what he said, I think.
Commanders have lost 7 in a row.
Yeah.
The sports radio and the callers in Philadelphia think that the end is nigh. They think that they're about to give away their season. They got to play the Chargers, then they got their easy game,
But
then
they're
they play
sweating
the
Dallas.
Bills and us twice.
They're sweating Dallas catching them, not
Why
Washington.
can't they beat the Chargers? Herbert's got a broken hand. I mean, they got no running game. I mean, come on.
The Chargers defense is excellent. They could absolutely beat the Eagles. All I'm saying is we got Superman coming back potentially this week. If we win out, we're going to the playoffs, and it's game on from there. That's all. EB, I'm talking only to you, man. Only to you.
All right. Well, when do they play the Raiders? When is that game?
Philly?
Yes. When is that game?
Couple
2
weeks. Couple weeks.
December 14th, next Sunday.
All right. Well, first of all, we got to do our part. We got to beat Minnesota. We got to beat the Giants.
Yep.
We got to do our part. And then, by the way, got to beat Philly twice.
Hey, I'd love them to win.
It's a lot to
win
ask.
out. That'd be great. Win out, finish 8 and 9. But that ain't going to cut it for the playoffs.
They've got a 1% chance of going to the playoffs, people. Hello. 1%.
Hey, but it's the second day in a row. Different guy called in yesterday.
Well, he's psycho. He's psychotic. It's like that old man was yesterday. I don't know who that guy's. What was his name?
I can't remember. Let's go to Chris in Rockville. Chris, what's up?
Hey guys.
Hey, you gotta be quick, bud.
All respect. I think you guys are crazy talking about spending draft capital on offensive players, especially wide receivers.
Okay.
We had the worst defense that made the playoffs.
That's what I
last
keep
year.
saying.
We got
Okay.
away with it.
That's why I'm
But
pro Ayuk.
We got to get younger. Target the Ohio State linebackers or the Texas Tech linebackers. A piece that we can build around for the next 10 years on defense and start getting younger.
All
I mean, we'll see.
if you're
Look, they've
talking about-
drafted guys
if you're talking about-
that are defensive players. In the last 2 years, they drafted Sanderstill and Amos at corner, right? So it's not like they have been devoid of drafting guys. Drafted Johnny Newton.
Yeah.
They have some young guys. Maybe they haven't panned out like you'd want them to, but it's not like they've ignored it completely.
He's talking about Arvell Reese, who's a stud from Ohio State. You're going to have to probably draft number 2 to get him. 2 or 3.
All right, we got to get out of here. Our pals B. Mitch and Finley, they're coming up next here on The Fan.
The San Jose Sharks got destroyed by Alex Ovechkin and the Capitals last night. 7-1 was the final score. Ovi had a 2-goal night, putting him closer to tying and breaking yet another one of Wayne Gretzky's records. So last night marked Alex Ovechkin's 181st career multi-goal game. Only Wayne Gretzky has more multi-goal games in NHL history. He has 189, so just 8 away from tying, 9 from breaking yet another record from him. So the countdown is on to watch Ovi make even more history. And just for fun, let's take a listen in to one of Ovi's goals last night.
Chip in front, and Ovechkin scores again. It's his second. It's a power play goal for Alex Ovechkin and the 911th of his NHL career. The Capitals blowing the doors off. It's 5-0 Washington. Chip.
From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
What's the mic in my man?
Boop, boop, boop. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I'm good, man. What's happening with you?
Oh, just fist fighting the internet. Outside of that, I'm in pretty good shape.
Hey, man, go with the old school one.
That
Media Zone 2011 still works.
I don't know what's going on here, but we're trying to figure it out.
You know, new stuff breaks quicker.
Here's what I know. Huey is a problem solver. I got a feeling Huey might just get us something fixed for next week. We got 5 weeks left this year. We're going to make it all work. I'm trying to enter the stream. If you're in the stream, B-Mitch is already in there. 106.7 The Fan on YouTube. You're watching us on Monumental Sports Network. Good morning to everybody watching us. B, the Caps are just
wagging.
Dude.
7 games. They've scored 7, 8, and 7 this year, haven't they?
They dropped a touchdown last night, man. It's so much fun to watch the Caps when they get rolling, and then particularly the way Ovi is rolling like this.
You know what I think? Ovi sits around and waits for people to doubt him, and he said, "Okay, I got something to now motivate me. I'm gonna show him." Because everyone said, "Oh yeah, you know he'll ride off in the sunset." Nah, he's leading the way again.
He definitely is. And I think this West Coast trip might be exactly what they needed. They were already rolling, and then you go out west, and it's just all the boys chilling together. You know what I mean? Like, it just allows for kind of a different level of camaraderie and being together as a team. You're right, B. So far this year, about a month ago against the Oilers, they dropped 7.
Back-to-back, 7-8.
Against Montreal, they dropped 8. They had another 7-goal game last night in San Jose. They wrap up the West Coast roadie tomorrow night in Anaheim against the Ducks before a Sunday night return to Capital One Arena. Looking at the standings now, they are now alone in first place in the Metro. 36 points.
That was a hell of a move.
I know, dude. Like 10 days ago, they were tied for last.
Yeah.
Now, it does show, again, how jumbled up this Metro division is. They're alone in first place with 36 points. The Blue Jackets are in last place, only 7 points behind them. You know what I mean? So there's still a lot of kind of a bundle there. They've also played more games. They've played 28 games. The Hurricanes are 2 points behind them with 25 games. The thing that stands out to me, though, looking at all 4 of the divisions, both like in the Western Conference and in the Eastern, the Metro doesn't appear to have any bad teams. Like every other division, the person in last place, it would be at least 10, 11 points behind Washington. Like if you look at the West, the Nashville and Calgary both have 22 points. The Caps are 14 points clear of those teams.
Yeah.
But in the Metro in the East, everybody's pretty good.
Yeah.
So they play a lot of hockey. Eventually, that's all going to get settled out.
But also that helps, too, and everybody's better, everybody's closer. You don't have a chance to relax. You know, sometimes you hit those lulls in seasons where, oh, man, we could chill now.
Nah, you got to keep the pedal to the metal.
Totally.
So,
well, dude, it's so hard to look at this, but I also wonder for the Caps specifically. Now we understand, unlike the Four Nations last year, this year Washington will have some guys in the Olympics, but the NHL has basically taken 3 weeks off for the Olympics. And with that, a dude like Ovi probably gonna get some rest. You know what I mean? Like some of these veteran players are gonna get a big chunk of rest right in the middle of the year. To me, that can only help.
That helps him
because these are vets.
Yeah, the guys that have a lot of wear on the tires, it helps them out tremendously. But then again, it could go the other way for some guys. If guys don't know how to take care of themselves in that 3 week off period, they can get rusty as hell.
Yeah. Well, the other thing, did Landfill drop us? I saw this.
Joey and Landfill dropped it.
Dude.
About the first time.
Yes.
A guy over 40 and a guy, under 20, I think it is.
Yeah, or at least
in his
I think
20s.
20.
In his 20s,
yeah. Pretty wild stat for what Washington is accomplishing right now, where you've got Ovi scoring a lot and you've got Ryan Leonard in his second season scoring a lot. And I think here's the actual stat. Capitals are the first team in NHL history to get multi-goal games from a player 40 or older, Alex Ovechkin, and a player 20 or younger in Ryan Leonard. The threading the needle is really hard to do. It's interesting. Dan Quinn actually used that phrase with a question I asked him earlier in the week. But the Caps front office has properly thread the needle of allowing Ovi to continue to play. At this point, he's broken the record. Now he's just killing the record.
But think about it, he's still playing
right
at a high level.
And they've gotten younger and better, and they're like real contenders. That is hard to do, man.
It's hard to do, and I think also, like, one thing I noticed when Ovi was first around, people sat around and watched Ovi. These guys get involved. They had 5 goal scorers last night. Okay, you had totally different guys that scored the other night. So it's like when you have multiple guys that can put the puck in the net, teams can't just focus on one guy.
Right.
You know, I think this team this year, you try to focus on Ovi sitting in his office. You got other guys that will hurt you. You know, and when the different lines have guys that can score off each line, that makes a world of difference.
Totally, man. Fun to watch these guys. We're going to talk a little Caps hockey. Ethan Cadeau will join us at 11:30, Monumental Sports Network. I was thinking about this. Steve Wino is a legit friend of mine, but Wino was our guy because he would join us all sorts of locations to help us with Caps all the time, because we love having Joe B and Locker and Allen and all the Caps guys on, but those guys,
they were a lot.
Yeah. So like Ethan Cadeau, all of a sudden, what did Wino do? He covered every damn hockey game, and then he covered everything else in town.
Yeah.
He was out here at least once or twice a week. He was at all Commanders games. Ethan's kind of doing that now.
Yeah.
He's covering every Caps game, and then he was here yesterday. He asked a great question of Mikey Samerstill about JJ McCarthy. You know, Mikey and JJ were on that Michigan team together that won that Natty. I believe those two are pretty good friends. And Ethan smartly asked him, he's like, hey, you're going to be facing JJ McCarthy this week in Minnesota. He's like, yeah, we haven't talked this week. And he's like, are you gonna? He's like, no.
Talk after the game.
That's exactly what he said, dude. So Ethan picking up that Wino mantle. At 10:30, in about 20 minutes, Paul Tenorio.
That's the reason my friends wouldn't talk to me week of the game.
Was that what it was like?
Well, they kind of knew I was the type of guy where I was going to get you to say something.
Like in the media, or just like
no. Like if I played my friends and I knew them, I could talk trash to get you to say, give me something. You know what I mean?
So playing in the 90s, there's no texting, there's no social media.
Yeah, phone, cell phone.
So will you just call them and harass them?
I call and holler and say, you're not going to return my call?
Okay.
Oh, okay, then no problem. You know, then I start saying little stuff, and then they'll call back, and you have a conversation, and in that conversation, they always said something about what they're doing.
Right.
You know, and if a guy, like, that's the reason the guys avoided Michael Jordan. See, Michael butter you up, get all your little information, and then go put 35 on you, 40 on you. But if you were the type of guy and you basically have a loose bowel mouth where you can't hold anything in, don't talk to people. You do better not talking to them. But we're still friends. We can be friends. I can say, hey man, have a great game. I'm not gonna pick you off.
It's gonna be fun.
I started agitating them early, man.
You're a chief agitator. So we do have a busy show. The World Cup draw is coming to DC tomorrow. They're doing it at the Kennedy Center. I got to be honest, like, you know how we all kind of make fun of the NFL schedule release announcement date? It's like, wait a second. The NFL's making a big deal out of just announcing the date of the schedule release. And then the schedule release is a big deal.
Yeah.
To me, I think this is the world version of that. Like, all this is what teams are going to be in the same divisions.
Yeah, but people really want to know, and people want to get their plans and all that stuff. And
But the big joint with the World Cup draw, the group of death. They always have the group of death. And I don't know who it's going to be. They've also, like everything else.
That's all Friday, right?
Friday,
Yeah.
I think at noon.
Yeah, I was.
We'll be live, B. We can react
I
live
had
to
a
the World
guy
Cup
send
draw.
me a guy sent me an invitation and all to go. I'm like, I work at that time, bro.
B, I don't know. But from my understanding, this thing should be pretty cool. You might want to consider that invitation.
Nah, I'm good.
I think the Village people are performing.
I'm good.
I'm not even doing a bit. White Brian, try to confirm that. Yeah,
YMCA.
You got to go. If B Mitch doing YMCA isn't a meme and a GIF on our socials within minutes, we're all doing something wrong.
Hey man, no, I'm good, bro.
Yeah, so we're going to talk a little World Cup. I'm excited for the World Cup. It's always, when the games are on, the passion, you can feel it. It's just different as an American because I don't think our boys are really running here.
I have felt the excitement and the joy and the love from what's your guy over at Channel 4. Because every
Gio.
day, Gio has been giving it to us, man. So I've been getting all the time because he was talking to a guy on Monday, I think, Monday or Tuesday.
It might have been Mauricio now.
It's Mauricio.
Yeah.
He was talking to a guy on
Mauricio
Monday.
does a good job with it.
And that dude was exciting. So I was like, well, damn, I might want to go to this thing. And then he had another report last night.
Yeah.
So I've been keeping up on it.
Shout out to Mauricio Casillas.
Yeah, man.
All right. We're going to do the B. Mitch and Finley World Cup preview real quick. Do you know who the favorite to win the World Cup is? This is from
Spain.
FanDuel.
Oh, it was Spain. It was two teams I heard. Spain and man, who else was it?
You nailed
Morocco.
it with Spain, not Morocco.
They did say Morocco. They said you gotta be watching Morocco.
All right, so Spain is plus 410 to win,
Mm-hmm.
about 4-1. Spain is 4-1, then England, then France, 6-1, 7-1.
Okay.
I think France is defending champion, right? Mbappe.
Mhm.
Morocco's 75-1. So they're on the list.
Well, the guy said Morocco because I think Morocco beat Spain and they beat England, one of those other top teams in this other little deal they had coming up to it. So he said that's the thing you got to be watching for.
And Mitch Tischler was just in Morocco. You got to look for intangibles, dog.
If Mitch was there,
I don't know how much soccer he played, though.
He probably messed those people up, dog.
When I was a kid, Brazil was like the dominant team. I wouldn't
Yeah.
mind seeing Brazil be dominant again. I feel like they just play fun soccer. I don't know this, and we'll ask Paul Tenorio from The Athletic here in a moment for our official soccer preview. Argentina's defending champ. Or was that Argentina's defending champ?
You gonna sit there and ask me?
I believe that because Messi won. It was
Okay.
Lionel Messi won. So I think Messi might have retired. You know what? We're going to wait for the soccer expert to join us here in a
Well,
few
you know,
minutes.
that's the thing I would do. You like to go out there. You like to jump into the water no matter how rough it is sometimes.
I believe Argentina is the defending champ because Messi won his he finally got his World Cup
Okay.
because he had won everything else. He'd
But
won
that-
a million Champions Leagues and
Right.
all that stuff, and then
All
he
right.
broke through. So shout out to Argentina and Messi. I'm sure he's listening. Let's get to something.
He is so happy you said it.
Yeah, we know a little more about.
Argentina is.
Bang.
Yeah, because you know Joey, he's a
soccer guy.
He's googling everything.
He's the monkey.
He's googling
button
acting like
puncher.
he knows.
Huey gets stuff done. Joey sits back in the studio and
Googles and then throws answers like he know everything.
Bobby Wagner, Brian.
Yeah.
Named Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee for the Commanders.
Yep.
I like that.
Yep, I know. Bobby does a lot, man. He the thing about him, like, when you see Walter Payton Man of the Years, the guys that go out there and they basically help tons of folks out. And I think he's done a great job of that. I think Bobby not only helps his teammates, he helps people outside in the community and things like that. And, I got to tell people all the time, players that do things like that, that's a blessing. That's an additive. First of all, you want a guy to be a great player. Bobby's been that. And a guy that also can understand that, you have a hell of a platform and you can be impactful to many, many different neighborhoods and things of that nature. Not just the one where you grew up, you could do it in multiple spots.
Well, it's kind of interesting because it's kind of similar to you, right? Like Wagner had this incredibly distinguished career in Seattle, built really long-lasting roots in Seattle. He's now a member of the ownership group that owns the WNBA team there, the Seattle Storm. He's also from Southern California, so he's got long-time roots in Southern California, played a year for the Rams. And then it's like, poof, the magic of free agency. He lands on the East Coast and in a city he doesn't have ties to. And he has worked hard to build those ties, I would say. And one thing I find, he has a foundation named to honor his mom that I believe is focused on stroke prevention. And being in town, and I want to give the Commanders credit because the Commanders and National and Children's Hospital have built this really strong partnership. Like I know just on a personal level, the Children's Hospital reached out to me, and we had this young man who was a cancer survivor came to, I believe it was the Bears game, and got to like work with me pregame for that. And when I talked to Shannon from Children's, and I was like, I'm all for it, but we got to make sure the Commanders are on board because we're bringing a kid down on the sidelines, whatever. And the Commanders gave full support. So clearly there's a really valuable relationship that is established between the team and Children's Hospital. And I think Bobby is smart to get involved with that. So, I mean, certainly our support to Bobby in the Walter Payton Man of the Year, that is a very real award.
That's one with a lot of prestige.
Yeah. I believe now I'm speaking off memory, which is always hazy. I believe the last time Washington had a finalist. So every team nominates somebody. So there are 32 nominees, right? And then I think they pick 3 guys that go to Super Bowl week, and then one person gets named the winner at NFL Honors that week. And I remember anyway, the last guy I remember seeing down there was Sundberg. If you remember Nick Sundberg, the long snapper that had loads of love, which was such a simple, good idea where they installed.
It's normally the best ideas are those simple ones, to be honest with you.
All politics are local. Like that, what they did is went into schools where somebody told me this. You're not allowed to say needy anymore. Like you certainly can't say poor. So they went into. How would we describe the schools that needed the laundry machines?
Needy.
Yeah, right. Like
listen, bro. Listen, the whole thing about it is if we take every damn word out of everything, we won't be able to talk to people.
Right.
But the whole thing, you went in and you went to help some people. Okay.
That's what you're supposed to do.
You went to help people.
Right.
Okay. And that's the ultimate thing. Why do you help? Why do you help people? Because they need help, right? So it's the whole thing about it, you can break this thing down. But he went in and he did a needed thing. People were going to school with dirty laundry, things of that nature. He was cleaning up their stuff and all that, and then they felt much more confident. If your clothes are clean, just think about it. Your clothes are clean, you feel more confident when they're not. So and I think Sundberg did a great job of that. Bobby, he does even more. He motivates when he's not even knowing he's motivating. Went back to school to Howard, got a master's. That's motivation right there.
Totally.
A lot of times you're doing things when you just feel you're trying to better yourself, but you get somebody else that's been trying to make that decision. They go ahead and look back and say, well, damn, I could go do that. Well, damn, he did it. I'm going to go out and I'm going to pursue what I wanted to pursue. So he does all types of things.
Congrats to Bobby. Well-deserved. We'll see if he advances and maybe even gets the final call on that thing. We still don't have a starting quarterback for Sunday. Talked to Mariota yesterday. We're gonna discuss the pronunciation there also. I think I don't know who's going to be the starting quarterback Sunday, but DQ keeps telling us, I'm not going to say anything till Friday. And they're going to practice at 11. Dan Quinn will probably talk around noon on Friday. And I think there will be a decision tomorrow. Today, speculation. When we return, the official, I think first ever, B. Mitch and Finley World Cup draw preview, Paul Tenorio from The Athletic. Nobody go anywhere.
This sports update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. The Cowboys will visit the Lions tonight for Thursday Night Football, with the losers' playoff chances taking a big hit. The Lions may even have star wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown, who is listed as questionable on Wednesday's injury report with an ankle injury suffered last week, questionable for tonight's matchup. And some big news around the NBA. The Bucks and Giannis Antetokounmpo have started conversations about his future with the franchise and whether he's best fit staying or going somewhere else. But hours after that report came out, Antetokounmpo sustained a non-contact calf strain. The severity of the injury is initially unclear, and no word whether or not that ruins his chances of maybe going somewhere else. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Danger zone, baby. Revving up your engines. All right. There is a worldwide event on Friday that is going to draw hundreds of millions of people's interest, I would imagine.
I would say so.
The World Cup draw happens Friday at the Kennedy Center, of all places, here in Washington, D.C. I think it's kind of sad that we get the World Cup draw in town, but no games. But that's a story for a different day.
Stadium, bro.
Yeah. Helping us make sense of all of it is Paul Tenorio, senior reporter for The Athletic Soccer. Paul, thank you for your time, man. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Thanks so much for having me on.
Appreciate it.
Dude, for the uninformed, how big of a deal is the World Cup draw on Friday?
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge deal. It gives every team a sense of what path they're going to have to navigate if they want to win the World Cup. And I think, fans in every single country that's qualified are going to be tuned in to figure out what the schedule looks like for their country. And I think really what people maybe don't realize, it's like the same way we should think about March Madness, right? Like, your odds of winning this tournament are partly based not just on how good you are, but on the ping pong balls that get drawn on Friday that determine not just who you face in the group stage, but which groups you match up with once you get to the knockout phase of the tournament. So, for example, the U.S., if they win their group, they'll be matched up against, if they win their group and then win their first knockout game, probably the winner of Group G. So if you're an American fan, you're not just matched up against, you're not just watching who you get drawn into your group. You also have to watch who gets drawn into Group G, which of the best teams in the world will be in that group. So there's a lot that will be determined by, what ping pong balls get picked out of the bowls on Friday.
The field has been increased, 16 more teams. How much more intense will this one be?
Yeah, I mean, I think it'll make it a lot more fun. There are countries that are going to be taking part in this tournament who have never been in a World Cup before. And it certainly also makes for different types of groups than we're used to, So, like, there's a chance that the U.S. gets drawn into a group with Uzbekistan or Cape Verde or Jordan, teams that, maybe you don't typically see in the tournament or that the U.S. would be heavily favored against. So I think that part of it is cool. For me, I got a chance for the first time in my career to cover a World Cup in 2022 in Qatar. And the coolest part about a World Cup is everyone comes to the country where the World Cup is happening, and they're all there for the same thing. And they're from all over the world, all these different cultures represented, kind of melding together in these cities where the tournament is being held, and all just celebrating the sport. And so when you bring in all these new countries, it's just adding to the party. It's adding to the fun. And I think it'll make things interesting. Like we know in March Madness, it's like there's a chance that you'll have a George Mason or a VCU in this tournament of a country that no one expects that pulls off a big upset. And that always makes things more fun too.
Could Scotland be George Mason? We're pro Scotland on this radio program.
Yeah, sure. Scotland could, though. I will say, like, Scotland's in pot two. So they're one of the teams that if you're the U.S., you have to be drawn against the European team. So, do you want to roll the dice and hope that one of the weaker European teams wins the playoff and you get a pot four European team? Or would you say, okay, we could beat a Scotland, we could beat a and Austria. So we want that European team where we know what we're getting in pot 2. It'll be interesting to see. But yes, certainly Scotland could be a team that could make some noise.
How is the U.S. looking? Because I feel like, a lot of it I see on social media, it seems like the players kind of hate each other, and they hated the last coach, and I don't know if they like the new coach, and the old guys hate the young guys. Like, what the hell is going on with U.S. soccer?
Yeah, it's been a very dramatic 4 years, really, or 3 years since the last World Cup, with everything that happened coming out of Qatar, the controversy between one of the players, Gio Reyna, and the former coach, Greg Berhalter, and their families, respectively, who go back to childhood. Greg Berhalter and Gio Reyna's father, Claudio Reyna, grew up together, played youth soccer together, played on the U.S. national team at a World Cup together. The mothers went to UNC and played together. So that was its own messy drama. And it sort of obviously influenced the team and impacted the team, and the results kind of went down pretty quickly, especially in 2024 when the U.S. lost in the Copa America. That led to Greg Berhalter being fired and Mauricio Pochettino being hired. And what's interesting is the first thing he diagnosed, Pochettino, who's a very prominent, very famous coach in soccer, kind of considered a coup that the U.S. would be able to even hire Mauricio Pochettino. He's coached PSG, Messi and Neymar and Mbappe at PSG, coached Chelsea, coached Spurs to a Champions League final. He came in and he said, everyone's talking about these guys, these young players, as a golden generation, as this team that can do something different. And he needed to basically pull them back down to reality. He said there's a complacency that's set in. These players have kind of taken for granted that they're going to be called into the national team, that their jobs are secured. And what I credit him with is he essentially manufactured competition in a pool where there was a big disparity in terms of the level of talent between those golden generation, quote unquote, players and sort of the domestic pool that plays here in MLS. But he's found players that can really contribute. I'll give an example. Alex Freeman, who had only played something like a half a season of top division pro soccer, the son of Antonio Freeman, and Pochettino brings him in, gives him his debut on the national team, and Alex Freeman is looking like a player who has a chance to start a game at a World Cup now, coming out of kind of nowhere because Pochettino gave him a chance. So, those types of players are really making an impact now, and I think it's changed the trajectory of this team. And I think there's now starting to be some real optimism coming off of the 5-1 win over Uruguay last month, that this team is starting to get into form now.
Well, I like that coach. That coach rolled in and he basically said, young kids, what you thinking, like everybody else in the world, that's going to change right now. And they need that. In every sport, they need that right now. Guys very much think that just because I'm around, I'm going to be automatically put somewhere, and they got to go do the work.
That's right. You've got to be able to make people, as he says, he wants them constantly looking over their shoulder. No one, he said, if your name is not Leo Messi, you shouldn't believe that you're going to be on the World Cup team. Basically, he's like, you ain't Messi, so I don't care how good you think you are. You're not that good. So I think
like
that's been really important for these players to understand. And you can see the difference in intensity, not just when the team is together, the competition and training as they're fighting for these 26 spots on the World Cup roster, but coming out of the November window where they beat Paraguay and they beat Uruguay with a lot of the big stars, quote unquote, missing. Well, what happened the next week? Christian Pulisic scored a goal. Weston McKennie scored a goal. Tim Weah scored a goal with their club teams in Europe. So I look at that and I say, those guys are watching those games and saying, oh man, my job is on the line. I've got to produce with my club team and show that I still am a star. I'm still worthy of being called in. So that has a trickle-down effect that it's not just about what's happening when you're wearing a USA shirt, but it's impacting these guys' performances when they're back at their club because they know they've got to prove it.
Paul, well, the FIFA changed the rules this year where none of the top 4 teams can face each other until the semifinals. What's the reason for that, and what type of impact would that have?
Yeah, it'll be interesting as long as they win the group. As long as they win the group, they'll get put on opposite sides of the bracket. I don't know. I think I don't necessarily love it. I understand wanting to have the potential of your marquee games, your biggest games coming in the semifinals and finals. Of course, you want that. So it makes some sense. But, I kind of love that idea that, like, depending on how the bracket falls, you could have some teams facing off earlier in the tournament. That's part of the kind of the love and allure of March Madness and of knockout tournaments like this. But at the same time, you think back to 2022, like France and Argentina meeting in the final, those are the 2 best teams in the tournament. So I think FIFA's trying to make sure that if they can help kind of make that happen, but also with an assist from performance, right? Like if France finishes second in its group, it doesn't get moved to the other side of the bracket. It only happens if they finish first. So it's a little bit of a mix of kind of rewarding performance, not just at the tournament, but also performance leading into the tournament, and trying to make sure that the very best teams have a chance to meet each other in the biggest games.
We're talking with Paul Tenorio here. You can follow Paul at Paul Tenorio, Tenorio. Paul's a senior soccer reporter for The Athletic. Paul will be on hand, I assume, for the World Cup draw on Friday. Kind enough to give us some time via the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud makes the most dependable HVAC products in the DMV. Forgive me, I probably should have asked you that. Do you get to go to this World Cup draw on Friday?
Yeah, I'm sitting right now at my mom's house in Alexandria, Virginia. I grew up here in Mount Vernon.
Okay, awesome.
Watched B. Mitch play many years. So it's exciting to be on. But yeah, I'm here in Virginia right now. I'm headed into DC once I get off of this call, and obviously a lot of events happening. A lot of the biggest names in global soccer are here in DC right now ahead of the draw. So there are events all around the city all day yesterday, all day today. And then the draw tomorrow, where everyone will be there, and President Trump will be there as well. So it's going to be a pretty big event.
You got to get you a picture with Kevin Hart and Shaq.
You'll be right in the middle. The biggest guy and the smallest guy.
I think I want to put Kevin Hart in the middle. Make sure I'm as far away from Shaq to not work.
So, especially if you are a DC native, right? My guess is Trump just kind of commandeered this process, and that's why it's in D.C. at the Kennedy Center.
That's exactly right. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, for me, it sucks that we get the World Cup draw and there's no games
No
here.
game at all.
Like, why can't? Is it just because Northwest Stadium isn't good enough?
Yeah, we all know the situation out there, Northwest Stadium. I mean, I spent 5 years at the Washington Post going out and covering games, and never, ever did I enjoy my drive out to that stadium. So, look, I think it's a reality check, right, for DC that it doesn't have the stadium, the facility that FIFA looks at and says, yeah, we want to stage our tournament here. And there's a lot of factors that go into that. It's one of the big ones is how many luxury suites do you have, because FIFA wants to maximize how much money they can make, right? Yeah. So would they rather go to a newer stadium? When you look at the stadiums they're going to, they've all been upgraded or built recently. So whether it's Cowboy Stadium or in Houston or even Philadelphia, the Link, I guess not the Link anymore. The Link is an older stadium, but it's got the suites, it's got the amenities, and it's easily accessible. It's easy to get to. Whereas FedEx, you factor in the fact that it doesn't have as much of the luxury offerings as you want. It's very difficult logistically to get in and out. You're going to have millions of fans traveling into this country that have no idea how to get around. So no public transportation makes it tough. Like, it's going to be very interesting logistically at Arrowhead Stadium, where they're playing, the only Midwest stadium in this tournament. I think they're going to face pretty big logistical issues there because of the lack of public transportation out to that stadium. So
they got parking for days, though, at Arrowhead.
Well, they got parking. Shuttle buses. They got to run those shuttle buses. And make sure there's no Royals games happening anytime that week. But yeah, I mean, and also there's the tax side of it. I live in Chicago now. Soldier Field doesn't have any games. They've got to. They went into negotiations with FIFA, and FIFA basically says, we want to pay no taxes. We want all the tax breaks. We want all of this profit, and you guys take the cost of security and all the other things. And they're saying, doing the math on it, saying, I don't know if we're going to make money on this. So all of those factors in, but it is weird. I went to RFK to watch Mexico, Italy in 1994.
So did I, dude. I went
to that game.
After 2030, we may be able to have one.
Yeah, I think we'll be back in business. Yo, B, can you imagine
the World Cup in 2031? That'd be a pretty cool thing to have at the stadium, the new stadium.
And I mean, the U.S. might actually win that one. You imagine the good people of Uzbekistan rolling over here to watch their match against Panama, and they roll into Arrowhead Stadium, and the Chiefaholic is out there grilling up burgers and stuff.
Hey, that's what we want to do, right? We want to introduce the people to the American traditions, teach them how to tailgate. I mean, there's a lot of great traditions in soccer.
You'll find out what burnt ends are.
Let's bring them in. That's right. Give them some burnt ends, a couple beers, and say this is how we do it here at Arrowhead.
Yeah, dude.
I like America now.
Yeah, breaking down walls. Paul, my last one, dude, and this one's pretty simple. Who's going to win this thing?
Oof. I think if I
Not
were
as
to call
simple
it
as you
right
think.
now, I would say Spain. Spain is playing the best soccer. They looked absolutely dominant in Europe. Incredibly talented team. So I think if we're going to just look at it as of today, I would say Spain. Well, you'll have to ask me again after the draw when I see who's going to be facing against whom. But I would say, for me, the two favorites going in are Spain and France. Those are the two heaviest favorites of this tournament.
What about who's going to be the group of death? That's the best term.
I think the team you need to watch to get an idea of the group of death is Norway. Norway somehow, I think partly because there are three co-hosts of this tournament, the U.S., Canada, Mexico, those automatic qualifiers got put into pot one with the best teams in the world. So the U.S. will avoid playing in the group against Argentina, France, Spain, England, the biggest team, Germany. And that kind of, because there's three of those teams, it kind of pushed some teams back. So Norway, with Erling Haaland, who's the best striker in the world, had just hit 100 goals faster than anyone in Premier League history, is scoring at a historic rate. He's in Group 3 to make his World Cup debut. Nobody wants Norway. If you're looking at pot 3, the difference between Norway and the rest of the teams in pot 3 is enormous. So my guess, my hunch is wherever Norway ends up will be the group of death.
Norway, B.
Norway. All right.
Paul, we really enjoyed this, man.
Appreciate it,
I
Paul.
hope the draw coverage is great, and maybe we get you back on after the draw to figure out how the U.S. looks and some of these other teams.
Yeah, it would be great to be on with you guys. I'm sure I'm already getting texts from my buddies that are listening saying, hey, you were home and you didn't even tell us. So I appreciate you guys having me on.
Tell me you came to work, man.
That's right. I'm looking over my shoulder, too. Potentino's watching me, so I got to keep working.
Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate the time.
Thanks so much.
All right, Paul.
That is
we got to reach out to Antonio, man.
Yeah, that's his son.
He was talking to me about that when we were in Green Bay.
That's crazy. So for those, Paul Tenorio, senior soccer writer for The Athletic, mentioned Alex Freeman a few times there on the U.S. men's national team. That is Antonio Freeman's son. Antonio Freeman had all that success with the Packers. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley on World Cup Draw Eve.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel. Because with FanDuel's Thursday's touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last touchdown of the game, you'll win your bet plus a share of bonus bet. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/Brian. for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Pay your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel, an official sports book of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Landfill playing some hits. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. You can stream with us on YouTube at the 1067 The Fan page. You can watch us on television, Monumental Sports Network. I'm about to eat some trail mix. If you're watching on Monumental, shout out to Trail Mix. Also, if you missed any of our interview with Paul Tenorio, it was really good. Paul is senior soccer writer for The Athletic. The World Cup draw happening tomorrow. Globally, I think the World Cup draw might be among the biggest events of the year. I think on a personal level, I'm more interested in Cowboys-Lions tonight, but I'll be paying attention. Now, Landfill, we got to make a note. Wherever Norway goes is going to be the group of death. We'll find that out tomorrow. Let's hope the Americans avoid Norway. And for Paul Tenorio, he probably isn't aware of this. And, unfortunately, this title contains no monetary value, but Paul Tenorio is now the official soccer insider of the B. Mitchell Finley program. So congrats to him.
Yeah.
Whether he wants to be or not.
We're going to name him that.
It's a unilateral decision.
But we need the person who's the official soccer person to come on. So we got to make sure he would do that again.
He said he would.
Okay, cool.
He said his buddies were texting him. Text him right now that he just was
What's
named
up, buddies?
The official soccer insider. We got to get into some football. We got a lot of football to discuss, obviously. I did want to take a moment let's be real, as bad as this football season has gone for the University of Maryland, and this basketball season looks like it's going to be a fairly humble one as well. The juice in the last month. So a couple weeks ago, Maryland gets the basketball player, the kid Baba, out of Blake High School in Silver Spring, who he's a 5-star, had his option to go anywhere he
want to go.
Went to Maryland. Quincy Wilson, who's an Olympic gold medalist,
he can flow,
decided to stay home and go to Maryland.
All right.
I think of all the things, that still blows my mind the most, I think. And then yesterday, National Signing Day, I didn't realize how big of a prospect this guy is. Maryland got the number 2 prospect in the country. This kid, Zion Ely.
Yeah.
D-end out of Baltimore, St. Francis High School, becomes the highest rated Terp football signee ever.
Yeah.
I figured this guy was a big deal. He had offers from Bama, Oregon, Ohio State, Georgia. Like, he could have gone anywhere.
Yeah.
So, shout out
what did I say the other day, though? Like, there are going to be some guys who decide we're going to stay home and make this team bigger. Well, you may have to start of it right now. 2 top prospects in different sports games. Well, 3, hell. And Quincy probably number 1 prospect as well. I mean, you're coming out of high school saying I'm going to college.
I can't imagine there's a better prospect than Quincy Wilson.
You already have a gold medal.
Right.
So, but think about that. Just think about the attention that comes to Maryland based off of those 3 signings right there.
Totally.
And then your women's basketball team always does what they do.
Dude, Lady Terps, I don't think you're supposed to call them that. The Maryland women's basketball team are top 10 in the country. I think they're undefeated. I believe men's soccer is in like the Elite 8. I think they just won the Big Ten. We focus on football and basketball, men's basketball, but like they got a lot of good stuff cooking in College Park. Yeah. And if they could figure out football and men's basketball, it'd be really cooking. It'd be B-Mitch gumbo cooking.
But you know what though? The stuff that's really cooking, support it.
Yeah, dude.
You can support them while the other ones catch up.
This is us supporting them.
Yeah.
All right, when we come back, let's talk about the quarterback situation for the Washington Commanders. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch Finley.
Ole Miss athletic director Keith Carter disputed several claims made by former head coach Lane Kiffin. Carter said Kiffin and his representatives were told several weeks earlier that coaching Ole Miss in the college football playoffs was not possible if Kiffin took another job. In announcing his departure on Sunday, Kiffin wrote that players had asked him to remain the coach through the college football playoffs to maximize performance. Carter said of the meeting between Kiffin and Ole Miss leadership that there was a lot of pushback to him leaving, but begging for him to stay is certainly an overstatement. So this breakup just continues to get messier and messier. And Noah Brown participated in full yesterday at practice. Coach Dan Quinn spoke on his availability to return for Sunday's game at Minnesota, saying it is very much in the green. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Going out the door.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Shout out to Monumental if you're watching us there. I'm going to check in with the folks on the stream.
What up, stream?
How's everybody doing on the stream? What up, stream? I will read the last comment made in the stream. It's from Jupe, just said loins. That's the last comment I saw.
Damn, Jupe, what you talking about, man?
My guess is somebody asked, who do you like tonight, the Lions or the Cowboys?
Oh, he meant the
but he,
so
wrote,
he don't like the Lions, he like the loins.
He wrote loins. So that's what we're
hey, that damn spell check, man.
And shout out to White Brian for highlighting it and putting it on the bottom. Also, shout out to White Brian for the gif of B Mitch doing YMCA. I tweeted that out and I posted it to Facebook. That was great dancing, Brian. I also
you call that dancing? I was just doing YMCA.
It's dancing for white people.
You said that. I didn't.
You know that Brad Paisley song, Alcohol? And
I saw
white people dance.
I saw Brad Paisley last night on the commercial.
I was like, last night?
Yeah, it was on Reba McEntire was hosting a show that they had on NBC on ABC. It was on your show, your station.
Tree lighting ceremony.
Yeah. In New York.
There you go.
Rockefeller Plaza.
Yeah.
All right. I was checking that out a little bit.
Attaboy.
Yeah.
Till
I fell asleep.
That sounds about right. I wanted to give you something.
You giving me some CIA balls?
I got a number of these. So
I think they may have like a chip in it or something. You trying to?
If you're watching on Monumental, I'm gonna try to pull up the email. I got an email from a dude that only provided his first name. Okay.
Hey, giving out these type of balls. Yep, he's trying to set us up.
He only gave me his first name, and I'm not going to say it, but the email address is very, what do you call that? Like
cryptic?
No, not cryptic, but just anonymous. Like it's just,
okay.
There's very little information provided. But this dude emailed me a while back and said, I'd like to send you some gifts from the CIA gift shop.
All right.
And I was like, all right, man. Like, I didn't really know what to do. You get a zillion cards to sign in the mail, but we also just get random things in the mail sometimes. So this dude said,
I just found out how people know I do that. JP announces over
you
there.
do it while we're live on air all the time.
They didn't know what I was doing.
You don't think they could tell you're signing autographs?
Oh, I could have been signing some checks.
Well, my man Blank sent us a bunch of these golf balls, and I am delivering them to you.
All right.
I posted this on Instagram.
How many you kept? You kept three sleeves.
I kept 2. I'll give you more.
No. We're gonna play with them every time we play. Let's see who has the most left.
It'll be you. So actually, I've been doing well at not losing balls when I've played most recently. I just can't chip. But here's my question. So I posted to Instagram. I have do you want a CIA what appears to be like golf bag towel? Because I have that. There's a box of stuff at Channel 4. I can bring you whatever you'd like.
Bring it in. We'll check it out.
But I posted on Instagram and somebody's like, dude, the CIA could track people down in caves halfway across the world. You don't think they're watching you with those golf balls? And I said, left hand up, I swear to God on this. I will happily give up my civil liberties if it means I never lose a golf ball again.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
if they can find my golf ball.
If they're tracking you with the golf ball, for that person that sent that out, he's not gonna have these balls with him very long. so if they track it, they're gonna be in some lake or some bunch of trees, but he won't be there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if that's the way they try to track you, they're not very good at tracking.
I am. If the CIA is tracking me, I'm cool with it. I got nothing to hide.
Ain't nobody sending you no golf balls to track you. The last thing they will send is golf balls because they know 99% of the people in the world
lose
golf balls. They don't keep them with them. They will not send. They will not send them. If they want to track somebody, they'll send it to a PGA player.
Right.
Not us.
Right.
Let's be real.
In about an hour, we're going to get a Vikings preview with Pete Burchich. I believe he's the voice of the Vikings. In about a half hour, we're going to talk some football and some hockey with Ethan Cadeau from Monumental Sports.
We're going everywhere today, baby.
We're everywhere today. But, B, I want to dive into Washington. I asked a bunch of guys. The Dan Quinn speech in the postgame that was in Hard Knocks where he said, we might have lost, but we're not lost anymore. I asked guys in the locker room yesterday what that meant. Because it's easy to derive meaning for us on the outside, but I was curious what it meant to them. And two different guys on record basically gave me the same answer, which I found interesting, like separate of one another. And it was Sam Cosmi and Terry McLaurin. And they said, it's our play style. That was a brawl, and we brawled. And last year they had that throughout the season. And let's be real. And I think a giant part of it was injuries.
Yeah.
But terrible stretch of football where they lost by 3 touchdowns for a month.
Yeah.
They weren't playing that way.
Yeah.
They were getting pushed around. And they were able to bring that back in that Denver game. Is that something as simple as the mental and physical lift that a guy like Terry McLaurin back on the field brings?
Yeah. Because, take you back to a cartoon. You probably know this cartoon. Remember the little dog always walked around and he had Butch, big old dog following him? That little bitty dog was loud talking when Butch was around.
That Underdog?
No. I forgot the name of it. But when Butch wasn't around, that dog didn't talk a lot. The injuries, I know people don't like to make excuses. They think when you bring up injuries is an excuse. But the injuries causes people to lose faith and to lose, let's say, confidence. If I got Butch or I got Daryl, Michael, Tyrone, Blanche, my brothers walking in front of me, I'm scared of no damn body in this world. But if all of them are gone, then now I got to do it myself. And you lose a little less, you have a little less confidence that you can handle it by yourself. But what you got them with you bad. Terry is one of those big brothers. You know what I mean? And when you see Cosby finally comes back and now he's starting to hit his stride,
legs, right.
He's a big brother. You all of a sudden see the guy that wasn't playing well when those guys wasn't there, he's now playing better. You know why? Because now he know I can just go do my job. Big brother Cosby going to take care of the rest. We got my brother out here, Terry, going to do some more. All those things begin to work in hand, and then all of a sudden you see the team playing better, and people will be like, oh, man, now they're playing different. Well, they got confidence back. You know why they got confidence? Because the big brothers are back in town.
Well, and then I was thinking about that, and I was thinking about the receiver group. Dan Quinn yesterday said he's very optimistic Noah Brown's back on the field this week, right? Your receiver group this week, assuming the creek don't rise, Terry, Debo, Noah Brown, Treylon Burks, Jalen Lane.
Yeah.
That's the best receiver group they've had on the field at the same time in months.
Yes.
Months.
Yes.
And so I don't think you can understate the injuries. I do think the offensive line played really well against Denver.
But see, what happens, though, and I think this is what people don't get. When you are a player of a certain ilk and you know somebody else who's of the same ilk isn't on the field, human nature is for you to try and do more. It's not a negative or a positive aspect thing, but what it does is it causes issues because you start trying to do more and you end up not doing your job properly, and you're trying to do more to keep up for somebody else that's not there. and then that other guy that might be taking that person's place, hell, he's not that person anyway. So now if you got a lesser of a person over there and you also become lesser yourself because you're trying to overextend yourself, the teams begin to drop off, don't they? It's a lot of mental stuff that goes into, I almost said the wrong word. There's a lot of mental stuff that goes into football. And I remember I had a coach one time tell me that it was more 95% mental. Didn't understand it. But as you go older and you start thinking about things, the mental aspect of this game can screw up the physical aspect of it.
To that point, then, it is Thursday morning, 11 a.m. Make a wish. Where do you think mentally the team is in the Marcus Jaden situation?
I think they're happy with either one. I think if Jaden is ready to go, this team understands how special Jaden is and what he can do. But if Jaden ain't ready to go, they got complete confidence in Marcus Mariota. That's how I say it.
So what I've learned is with Marcus, it is, I think where people were really mispronouncing it was the saying kind of Mariota.
It's Mari.
It's Mariota.
Mariota.
And I think maybe Collinsworth was a little.
He was overly exaggerating the end.
I think it's more, I don't know.
Mariota.
I'm not good at like the phonetic stuff. I think people are pronouncing it with like a soft A and it's more of a hard A. Like think about Super Mario Brothers. Whenever you know somebody named Mario.
So it's Mariota.
So it's Mario.
Mariota.
It's Mariota.
Not Mariota.
So
Mariota. That's how I say it.
Yes. So yesterday, you and I did kind of our gut check on Jaden or Marcus after DQ spoke. So about 23 hours ago. In the time since we've talked to Marcus, Jaden was out there on the practice field again.
Mm-hmm.
Where's your gut check on Marcus versus Jaden for this weekend?
As I told you yesterday, after listening to stuff yesterday, I felt a little less. But I also have paid enough attention to Dan to understand how Dan tried to throw you curveballs sometimes.
Sure.
And I don't know. I'm at that point. I can go 40-50 either way percent of who I think is going to go. Yesterday it was at 20. Jaden not going, remember?
Yeah.
I mean, 20 and him going. Now I can go 40-50 either way. Because see, this is one thing about me, what I've learned in life. When I start hearing people start having extra conversations about things, I think you're trying to pull wool over my head then. If you just tell me something and you never say nothing again, I normally take what you say as a fact. But if you keep talking and you keep like adjusting some stuff, now I think you're trying to fool me.
Well, and he does keep talking about Friday. So like he's letting you know that nothing's going to be decided until Friday.
Yeah.
And if you're Brian Flores, if you're the Vikings defensive coordinator, and I mean this sincerely, everyone understands that Jaden, when he's right, can play football at a truly elite level.
Yeah.
Like, I think with the Marcus Jaden conversation, for a backup quarterback, Marcus has a really high floor.
True.
I think his floor and Jaden's floor are pretty similar, right? Like, there's not a significant – the worst thing that can happen when your backup goes in the game is the fall off is disastrous, right? Like, you go from A to B, and B is way down here. I think when you go from Jaden to Marcus, the floor doesn't drop out.
Yeah, I'm with that.
The ceilings of both players are the difference.
Yeah.
And Jaden's ceiling, we have seen, to quote Michael Jordan, the ceiling is the roof. Like, he appears limitless. You know what I mean? Marcus, there are some limits, but he could play.
Yeah.
Marcus's best is pretty damn good.
Yeah.
Brian Flores, Vikings D coordinator. How much does any of this, whether it's Jaden or Marcus, knowing they both can run RPOs, that both can use their legs, like how much does his game plan change, or how much of his game plan is he waiting to find out, depending who's going to be the quarterback? That's what I was thinking.
What Brian Flores is doing is this. Brian Flores is studying Cliff Kingsbury more than he's doing those other players. Because the special thing about Jaden, you can't, he does it when he needs to do it. It just happens. There's no defensive coach in the world can go out there and say, yo, if he get in this situation, he might be able to do this or this. No, you just got to go with your keys and make sure you. So he's going to attack this offense. When Mariota come in there, they don't change the offense up, do they? They still run the same offense.
Right.
So if I prepare my guys for this offense, I'm going to be prepared for this offense. If my D lineman can beat your offensive lineman, and my offensive lineman can beat your defensive lineman, I don't give a damn who's on your field. I can win that. Now, if it gets to a situation where it get a little tied up, and that guy is special, Jaden, or even Marcus, somebody on the defensive side got to be special too to try and offset that. It may happen sometimes, it may not. But the ultimate thing comes down to what starts at the point of attack. And I think he'll be more concerned about his D lineman against our O lineman than he's worried about anything else.
Agree with that. I think one of the best, smartest moves in Washington acquiring Marcus Mariota. Mariota is a class act, a real gentleman, like a person I've enjoyed really getting to know and cover.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to try like hell to say his name correctly because he deserves that. So if you hear me correcting myself, it's because I'm working on it. I mean that sincerely. I think one of the smartest moves the organization did by signing Marcus is the worst thing that can happen to an offense is when the backup quarterback has to play and then the offense has to run differently.
Totally.
And again, the ceilings of the two players are quite different, but Cliff could call the same stuff. The offense doesn't change if it is Marcus on Sunday.
True. And I think that is why this team is not overly concerned about which one. They know one of them can do some extra stuff, but it's not the concern about which one because they're not learning something different. If they had to learn a different offense for one or the other, then they would probably be leaning towards what makes them feel more comfortable.
It's going to be really interesting to find out. I think a lot of people are kind of operating that it's going to be Marcus. I'm not closing the door until DQ does on Jaden, especially because one thing is Jaden wants to go. Jaden wants the doctors to clear him.
Yeah, I know
Jaden wants to be out there.
But what makes me so much more comfortable with this group, he's always wanted to go. They're going to make the decision based off what the doctors say. And I'm
as
cool
they
with
should.
That. Yeah, I'm cool with
that. Needs to be the plan. There's a part of me, B. I think it was a really interesting Monday in town because it was a misery Monday and that was a heartbreaking loss. But I think by and large, fans were so excited that Washington kind of played to their ability again and looked pretty good. Defensively, they were better. You give up 27. It's not a great defensive performance, but they were better.
Overtime, too.
Yeah. Offensively, they were pretty good. I think folks were just excited to see that.
Yes.
But it does increase the pressure of going to Minnesota and getting a win. Like Minnesota's 4-8. They're coming off getting their ass kicked by Seattle.
I don't know if it increases the pressure, though. I think what it does is it has shown that, you know what, this team is getting back closer to what they were supposed to be. But like I said yesterday when they were going to do one of those reels, I was saying, like, this team, it seems to have some level of confidence because they played well, but they lost. What they need now is a win and play well. So if they can go up there and play well and get a win, this thing, the process, the mindset changes drastically for a lot of people. The chat you and I are involved with, I have noticed changes just from the way they played in that game.
Agreed.
And I think if they can go and play that well and win the game, it just continues carrying that on. Because people are going to be happy when you play great, give great effort. If you're not winning the game, it only goes so far. So you have to win the game.
I think
for people to really begin to cross that hole.
I think you can.
Threshold.
Not that you can't celebrate losses, but you can look at what happened Sunday night against Denver and see a team that traded punches with one of the best teams in the NFL and really, really narrowly fell.
Yeah.
But if you don't see the same execution, performance, street fighting, brawling,
yeah.
I think people are going to be pissed. Yeah. Because you always say this. You've shown me what you can do.
Now I expect it.
Now, do it again.
They expect it. Yeah.
You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. We appreciate you. When we return, we're talking Commanders and Caps with our guy, Ethan Cadeau.
This sports update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. After a disastrous offensive performance on Sunday in a shutout loss to the Seahawks, the Vikings are anticipating that starting quarterback J.J. McCarthy is going to return this week from concussion protocol to face the Commanders. McCarthy was a full participant in practice yesterday, keeping him on track to play in Sunday's game. Now, as for Washington's quarterback, Jaden Daniels has still not been cleared for contact. His status for Sunday's game won't be known until Friday. When asked yesterday if he was optimistic that Daniels would be able to return against the Vikings, Dan Quinn said that he's optimistic that he's going to get a lot of reps for practice. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. Or for more information, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
I like this song. I'm now doing a deep dive on soccer. I don't know how I landed here. I want to see this dude, Erling Haaland, the Norwegian guy that Paul Tenorio was talking about. I'm reading this article from The Athletic of the 100 best players in the upcoming World Cup. They describe this dude Haaland as a freak.
You say he's fast to 100 goals, right?
He said a human bulldozer who can score almost any type of goal imaginable.
So he's bigger?
Yes, I don't know.
He's a human bulldozer.
Sounds like Adrian Peterson to me. Just a dude that can run over you, run past you, do anything he wants. Shout out to Erling Haaland and the Norwegians. Isn't Savannah about to go to Norway?
I think she said Norway or Sweden.
Maybe Finland.
Where the Scandinavian people at? That's where she's going.
It's all of those. That's like Scandinavia is like the Midwest of Europe. Like it's a term for an area.
Well, she's going. I don't know if she said Norway though.
If she's going to Norway, we need a report on Erling Haaland. Right now, though, we're going to talk some Commanders. Our boy Ethan Cadeau from Monumental Sports Network joining us via the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud makes the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. EC, how you doing, buddy? What's going on?
I'm doing great. Always fun joining you guys.
Appreciate you.
You asked a really good question yesterday to Mikey Samerstill in the locker room about this matchup. And I wonder if we're collectively focused enough on the matchup against Minnesota instead of the narrow loss to Denver and what's happening in the quarterback room. But what do you make of this Vikings team and Washington going in, riding this losing streak, desperate for a win?
Yeah, I think this Vikings team is kind of lost right now. Max Brosmer starting last week, they just didn't really have any fight from the jump, and you could kind of see that with Seattle jumping on them early, and it was just never really a game. I think the Commanders, this is one of their best spots to get a win the rest of the year. It's either this game or the Giants game. You brought up yesterday that the Dan Quinn quote from Hard Knocks, where it's like, we lost, but we're not lost anymore. I think that's a perfect sentence to really describe this Commanders team right now. They've played, the Broncos game was probably their third or fourth best performance of the year, if not better. It's unfortunate it ended the way it did, but I think the group as a whole, at least the vibe in the locker room that I got yesterday, they feel like this Sunday is very opportunistic. It's a very good opportunity for them to get a win against the Minnesota team that they could really take advantage of right now.
When you look at their defense and you look at the offense the way they played last week, do you look – I know what they did last year. That defense hasn't been as good this year, talking about Minnesota. Can Washington – do you think they can move the ball on them?
Yeah, I think between the 20s, they can definitely move the ball. A Brian Flores defense, they're just going to bring pressure and pressure and pressure. So I think if the Commanders' offensive line is able to hold up, and maybe you get a little help from John Bates and the running backs chipping and kind of just stopping the blitz, I think they'll definitely be able to move the ball. And I think Cliff Kingsbury will be prepared for that. I think in the red zone, I'm a little bit worried. I think Minnesota's red zone defense is pretty good, but I think regardless if it's Marcus Mariota or Jaden Daniels under center, I don't think they should have too much trouble moving the ball.
Yeah, you'd like to see them continue to run the ball well, and I think Chris Rodriguez has really been that for them recently. What do you make of Washington's run game, and will they be able to move it on the ground against the Vikes?
Yeah, I really like what I'm seeing from Chris Rodriguez, like what you just said. Jeremy McNichols has also impressed me. It's interesting to me that we've seen less and less Bill as the year's gone on. I mean, if you go back to week 5 against the Chargers, we had over 102 touchdowns. It kind of seemed like all the training camp hype was there, and then all of a sudden it's kind of just faded, and they've really kind of gone with these two veterans in Rodriguez and McNichols. One thing I would like to see, I would like them to remain committed to it. I feel like Cliff Kingsbury at times, especially when they trail, even if it's by a touchdown, he seems very quick to abandon the run game. And when they abandon the run game, the offense becomes way too predictable, especially when Jaden's not back there. I mean, I think Marcus is a really good, capable backup, but he just can't do some of the things Jaden can, obviously. So I would say in order for them to be successful on offense in general, they have to remain as unpredictable as possible. And that starts with committing to the run game and keeping it going, even when maybe the game script doesn't really say you should. Like, I thought Chris Rodriguez ran the ball great in the first half, but I don't really remember him getting that many carries in the second half at all. So I think it might have gone a little bit differently if they stuck to the run game a little bit more against Denver, and I'm hoping they do so against Minnesota.
You know, running the football is football is unpredictable, but it seems to me like they have a plan. This guy in the first half, let's go with the guy in the second half, and not that you have to go. They just have that, we're going to adjust it. And I think that makes no sense to me.
Yeah, I don't think that makes any sense at all. I would love for them to kind of stick with the same guy, especially Rodriguez when he's running. I think he's done a great job since he's got a lot more carries. I think that's something we haven't really talked about enough, that he's really transformed his body this year and making the most of his opportunities. But like you said, in the second half against Denver, he was a non-factor, and that's not really his fault. It's just as much Cliff Kingsbury's fault and everyone's fault as well. So I would love to see them kind of remain committed. I'd love to see them get under center a little bit more. I think the Commanders have the lowest under center rate of any team in the league. I know it's bottom 5 for sure. And I'd love to see that element of offense really start to make an impact on this team.
Yeah, and they've actually seemingly increased that significantly since the bye, I think. You've seen a lot more. I mean, hell, they opened that game against Denver in 13 with Marcus under center. So maybe we will see some more of that. Ethan, I was talking earlier, you're kind of following Steve Wino's footsteps, where you cover all the hockey and all the football.
Yeah.
I mean, you're at every Commanders game, every Caps game.
He's working a lot.
He's working a lot, man. So I did want to switch. I wanted to switch gears and talk a little Caps hockey with you. You can give Ethan a follow at Ethan_Cadeaux, CADEAUX on Twitter. Read all his work on Monumental Sports Network. The Caps are red hot. They dropped a touchdown last night in San Jose. What is going so right for the Caps right now?
Yeah, everything is going right. I mean, last night, it's a shame that was a 10 p.m. game because it was their best performance of the season. Their goaltending is great, whether it's Charlie Lindgren or Logan Thompson. I mean, Logan Thompson should be on Team Canada in the Olympics. If he's not on the Olympic team, that's just crazy. Ovi's heating up. He's up to 14 goals and 29 points in 28 games. He's 40 years old and averaging a point a game. That's just ridiculous. Ryan Leonard scored 2 goals last night, kind of proved to everyone why he was a top 10 pick 2 years ago. He's really coming to form, and they have no weaknesses right now. They're playing some of the best hockey I've seen them play in my 4 years covering them, and they're fun to watch. I mean, a month ago, 12 games in, they were tied for the fewest points in the Eastern Conference. You wake up this morning and they're in first place in the Metro. They've won 9 of their last 10, 6 in a row. It's a great time to follow them. They're really fun to watch, and kind of just want to enjoy the ride and see where it goes.
Not to look out ahead too much. They play tomorrow night in Anaheim against the Ducks. Another 10 o'clock start. I assume that's Joby and Locker. I hate when it's not Joby and Locker. Hopefully every game forever is Joby and Locker and not some national broadcast, but that I will get back on track. So they play tomorrow night against Anaheim. Then you've got Columbus on Sunday, but I'm kind of circling a week from now. Next Thursday night, Carolina's coming to town. We were all down there in Raleigh. Carolina in that playoff series last year in the second round. The Hurricanes were just better and probably by a pretty wide margin. I think that thing was a 4-1 series, right? Like I think that tells you the story of that series. Have they played Carolina yet this year? How important is that game next Thursday night? I bet Cap One will be rocking. I believe, shout out to Keith Cohen, I believe I will be in attendance as a fan. What are we looking for next Thursday? Did we lose Ethan?
Seemed like it.
Or we lost? Okay, but Landville, you still hear me, right? Okay. We're still on the air. We don't know where Ethan went. Maybe he just drove through a dead zone. The dead zone that always gets me is right by the Lincoln Memorial. All right. Ethan, you there? Are you driving by the Lincoln Memorial?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Next Thursday, Caps Canes. How big is that?
Yes. It's a huge game. They did play earlier this year in November in Carolina, and they won 4-1. Logan Thompson was great in that game. Yeah, Carolina just does a lot of things that the Capitals, I don't think the Capitals have a ton of weaknesses, but where their weaknesses are, Carolina does a great job. Like, Carolina's great on special teams. Earlier this year, the Capitals' power play and penalty kill were both in the bottom half of the league. The power play is still a work in progress. The penalty kill's gotten a lot better. That's just one team that, they just.
You're right, dog.
Struggling a little bit this morning. The late night game last night got me a little bit, but no, Carolina plays a brand of hockey.
You and Walton.
Yeah, Walton did sound a little rough.
Some must be going around over there, but yeah, the Carolina plays a brand of hockey that just doesn't really suit the Capitals well. They control the puck. They're great on special teams. They kind of just grind you away and play a frustrating brand. But I mean, the Capitals responded really well when they played earlier this year. I think the youth in the Capitals lineup this year has really kind of brought energy to this group that maybe the team didn't have in the playoffs. So, like you said, I'm really looking forward to that game on Thursday.
All right. I want to ask you one more, but I don't know if you have it in you. So
I got you.
Okay. How good has Ryan Leonard been? And what is kind of the ceiling for that kid?
Yeah, last night, perfect time you asked. Last night was his best game of his career. He scored 2 goals, scored a filthy end-to-end goal that was very young Ovi-like, which was crazy. His ceiling is like Tom Wilson, TJ Oshie hybrid. And you might be right. My voice is going, but
yeah, let's let you go.
Yeah,
go get some hot tea with honey.
Hot tea. Just get some lemon water, and that'll work. Warm lemon water.
A little bit of bourbon in there.
No, just lemon water.
I love that.
It's a Donnie Simpson deal.
I think I got it a little bit back. He could be that type of TJ Oshie, Tom Wilson hybrid where he scores 25, 30 goals a year. Physical player. He's going to get under your skin. I mean, he's going to be a fan favorite for a decade plus here. I mean, he's a top 10 pick for a reason. He has tremendous skill. He's really kind of made a jump since he was put on the first unit power play last week. He had a filthy pass to Ovechkin yesterday that resulted in the goal. So, I mean, there's going to be a lot of number 9 jerseys in Capital One Arena for years to come.
Yeah. So I am committed to only having my Ovi jersey. I think that's the only jersey I'll ever own. Unless somebody gives me an Ally Afraidy one, in which case I would wear that too. But I think I could be getting to a place, Brian, where I invest in a Ryan Leonard t-shirt jersey. Are you cool with that?
Just don't wear it in Compton anymore.
I only like to wear bright red walking through South Central. Ethan, thank you for the time, dude. Go rest up that voice, bro.
Yeah, appreciate you guys.
All right, that's Ethan Cadeau. May or may not be dying. We're hoping he's going to make it through. Pete Burchich from Minnesota, Vikings preview at noon.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Every NFL Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel. Because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And if your player scores the first or last touchdown of the game, you'll win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/Brian for your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel, official sports book of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Shout out to the Red Hot Chili Peppers. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. You can watch us on Monumental Sports Network. You can listen to us on any of the apps, Odyssey, iHeart, wherever you get your apps. Listen to the podcast, wherever you get your podcasts, Spotify, Apple, or you can stream with us on YouTube. All right, Landfill has brought something to our attention that is gross. This is just gross.
As soon as I saw it last night, I was just thinking, like, what if they just open the door and just whoop his ass?
I'm just going to read. This is from the New York Post.
I saw that. Ugh.
A DoorDash driver was caught shoving a stray chicken wing back into a takeout container after it plopped onto the concrete, then licking the sauce off of his fingers as he sauntered away, all without warning the customers. The disgusted Florida customer, Trina Brown, shared the damning Ring camera footage with WJXT shortly after their delivery horror story at their Orange Park home on Sunday. You can watch the video. It's pretty gross. Chicken wing pops right out, and the dude.
My question is, did she get her money back? And then get some extra stuff, because DoorDash and Uber Eats and Uber, they always act like you can't talk to nobody.
Yeah,
they can't get they can't figure it out. Did she get her money back?
I am sure. I don't know, but like I cannot imagine she didn't get her money back. Here's my real question. The question I have, B. How often do you think stuff like this happens?
Often.
DoorDash, Uber Eats, whatever.
Often. Hell, some of them just don't bring it, or they just eat something out of it. Like, you remember when we ordered the food, the two seafood platters from Deanie's, ours never came.
Yeah.
When we were going to be flying back that day, they never showed up at all. So that dude probably sat there and ate the whole damn thing.
I've had this thought. You get a lot of times, especially when I'm in charge of dinner, my girls like Happy Meals. There's a McDonald's not far from my house, River Road. I will go pick up some Happy Meals. I usually get some nuggets and fries myself. When you're driving home with a bag of McDonald's or a bag of whatever, Burger King, Wendy's, there's no chance you're not eating the French fries.
Hell yeah.
There's zero chance red-blooded Americans aren't eating the French fries in the car on the way home from the drive-thru.
Jay, you're right.
So I just wonder, DoorDash, Uber Eats, whoever you are out there, I bet there's at least a 50-50 split of these dudes at least stacking on the fries.
You got to make sure they got some Staples or something to make sure. And if that is open, you know somebody had been in your bag.
That's a good call. Staple it up. Do they do that?
They normally, some people staple, some people put some, but you got to make sure. When you get it, see, people, we like to get our stuff and just go eat. We don't even look half the damn time.
So in general, now not always, but in general, I kind of hate DoorDash and Uber Eats. One, they jack the price so much.
Mm-hmm.
Two, the food is never hot. Like, I prefer, honestly, and this, Lauren doesn't always appreciate this, I much prefer to go pick the food up myself because I know I'm coming right home with it. It's going to be hot. Now, that's not always going to work out.
I think you're making the best move. Just show her that video, okay? And then she won't order you Uber Eats, she'll let you go get it.
But, like, I love Paisanos. They don't deliver to my house.
Go pick it up.
I mean, I do. I usually go to the store in Georgetown. Like, sometimes you just have to go through Uber Eats or DoorDash, whatever it is. But I bet, what percentage of time do you think the drivers are, whether it's the food falls out and they put it back in or they're snacking on it, like, what percentage of time do you think the drivers are violating the covenant of food delivery people?
I don't know if I could throw a percentage on it, but I know people they've done it, and the fact that one person does it is too damn much.
Landfill,
I know that.
What do you think? Landfill gets a lot of Uber Eats. What do you think the percentage is when you order that movie theater popcorn that the delivery guy is snacking on it?
Well, the movie theater popcorn always comes up in a stapled bag, so I would say it's low.
What about in general then? Or are all the bags stapled?
A lot of them are stapled, or they have some kind of like sticker proving that the thing has been closed since it left the store.
That sticker, you can put that sticker back.
You could, theoretically, maybe.
Yeah. Well, I'm with you though. It's like you gotta You got to pay attention to that type of stuff because, like, let's be real, dude. In every business, most people do the right thing. There's a bunch of asses in every business.
Sure.
Okay, and that one ass can make it bad for everybody else. Like that dude that did that, dropped somebody's stuff on the floor. He could have just went back, go back and pick up another damn thing. Say you dropped it.
He'd have to pay for that.
Hey, I don't care.
That's why
he looking for another job right now.
Yo, in the article that Landini sent us, it said DoorDash just issued him a stern warning.
Well, DoorDash would be losing a lot of business based off of just that stern warning.
Dude, my favorite delivery is Chinese food. I love getting delivery Chinese food, and I call City Light China. Here's a free plug in Bethesda because I call them and they deliver it. Like that's the way it used to be. You would call the store and their person would deliver it.
Mm-hmm.
There wasn't this third party added cost. And shout out to City Lights. They come fast. I pay them cash. I think they appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Uber Eats, like if you order something that costs $15, by the time it's in your hand, you've paid $30.
Yeah.
Or at least $25.
Yep. Like, listen, I've sat there in Chick-fil-A over by my house in Chantilly. And you see them fix the food and they put it on a counter. So sometimes I sit in there and eat. Sometimes I just go pick up stuff. But every time I've sat and eaten, I'm looking, I'm like, they put that stuff up there like 20 minutes ago. Dude ain't come get it yet. All of a sudden somebody rolls in there, they get it, and he's walking slow. And I'm wondering, how long ago did this person order this stuff? So that's why it's so damn cold. Some people try to do too much. They go pick up your Uber Eats while trying to pick up an Uber driver, an Uber rider to go drop him off before they bring your food to you.
Now, I'm not particularly proud of this. The last time I used Uber Eats, Brian, was I needed grapefruit club soda to mix with vodka, and I wasn't going to drive. My man delivered it on a bicycle from the Safeway in Bethesda. I tipped that guy. He earned that. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by the Downtown DC Holiday Market. Tonight on 106.7 The Fan, we've got a matchup between the Wizards and the Celtics. Now, this game is shaping up to be quite the contest, considering both teams are going to be without multiple key contributors. The Celtics are likely going to be without Jaylen Brown. He's dealing with an ongoing illness. The Wizards, though, they're going to be without Deep Breath, Trey Johnson, Bilal Coulibaly, Alex Sarr, Corey Kispert, and Sharif Cooper. In other words, Washington has definitely hit an injury bug. But the result of these injuries forced both teams to rely on their depth, so this does give Washington a chance to sneak out a victory over the Celtics. It's back, DC. The Downtown Holiday Market runs November 21st to December 23rd, noon to 8 daily. Shop local, grab treats, and feel the holiday magic between 7th and 9th Streets Northwest. DowntownDCHolidayMarket.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. Points up and down the eastern seaboard. Right now, we're excited to jump on the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud makes the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV, and talk to Pete Bercich from the Vikings radio broadcast. Pete, what's up, man? How you doing?
Wish I was doing better with our team, but hey, all good, man. It's a good time of year.
Well,
we know that feeling here.
We're riding in the same car together.
Yeah, I hear you on that one, man. It's tough, especially having played Sam Darnold, who took you to 14 wins a year ago, and this year it's been a much different journey, and there are a lot of reasons for that.
So let's get into some of that. They decided, that you draft J.J. McCarthy last year. You want to hand over the keys, but then he gets injured in training camp, I believe. Maybe it was even prior to that. But McCarthy's out for the year. Darnold steps in, plays great. Minnesota has that great season, goes down early in the playoffs. And this offseason, they look around, they say, we're turning this thing over to J.J. There have been injuries, but, what have you seen from J.J. so far this year?
It's a lack of consistency. Early on in the year, hit first and second drives, his passer rating was way up there. The touchdowns, the yards, it was, you're on those scripted plays early, and it seemed the first couple series seems to be great, and then it was kind of the middle, the middle second, third quarter when you started getting off the script and making adjustments. Things just weren't there. And lately it's just been turnovers. We've thrown 19 interceptions this year. Defensively, we've only produced 3. And there are reasons for that. Offenses are much more conservative going against us. They're willing to play the field position game. You're not playing from behind. I think early on in the season, that was another big thing. This defense faced more passes last year than any other defense in the NFL, and this year it's the number is pretty much flipped because offenses have time, they have patience. So that's turning into 40-some plays a game. Time of possession is very lopsided. But the biggest issue are the turnovers, man. I mean, they're just absolutely killing us. JJ. I don't believe he's played a game yet where he hasn't thrown an interception. He had one against Detroit that was kind of iffy, referee call, but outside of that, he's been consistent that way. And Brosmer comes in, turns the ball over 4 times. So that's been, I mean, that if you want to create an order with which to fix problems for us, it's the turnovers, the interceptions. And I'm not even touching on a offensive line starting five that has been together for one half of one football game so far this year. We've had somebody out, somebody replaced. So that the way you drew it up going into the regular season, yeah, we've seen 30 minutes of that this year. So there are a number of things which are ailing our offense right now.
But JJ has been a little banged up and hadn't played. Does it look like he's going to play, or will it be Brosmer?
No, JJ's been healthy, and that's kind of going back to what you said, talked about earlier with Darnold. The decision on Darnold was made before he even got here. You trade up, you draft the guy number 10 overall. He's going to be your guy. We didn't get a chance to see him at all last year because of the meniscus injury, which happened in training camp. He comes back this year, and he's just struggled to stay healthy. He got an ankle against Atlanta, missed, I don't even know, 3 or 4 weeks or 5. I don't even know. And then, he comes back and plays a couple weeks, gets into concussion against Green Bay. So he misses the Seattle game. He's just not staying on the field. And unfortunately in this league, you have to be out there. You have to play week in and week out if you want to make the incremental improvements that are necessary. But he's young. He's 22 years old. So, I think Coach in his press conference mentioned they're going to be a little less hyper-focused on the fundamentals and just kind of let him go out and play. It's like, you got to do something. So might as well just let the kid go out there and play, and maybe he'll be a little bit looser this week. I don't know. We'll see. But it's been a struggle. I mean, just look at Justin Jefferson's numbers. I mean, they're so far off of what he's been able to produce every single year for the last 6 seasons. His level of frustration has got to be I know it's got to be through the roof, along with the fans, along with everybody else.
As somebody that has Justin Jefferson in a fantasy league, I am acutely aware of the numbers. So it's interesting you bring up JJ, because he's had a few post-game situations where I think he's voiced some level of that frustration. How is that locker room for a team that largely has just been really good since Kevin O'Connell took over? And that's a guy that me and B know pretty well from his time here. I used to do a weekly interview with KOC. Good dude. I feel like everything in Minnesota has really been going well until now. Like, what is the vibe for that team?
I think those guys, they have a good group of guys. This is where if you have a problem or a couple people in the locker room, they're going to be headaches. This is where they start to pop up. And the thing that I'm watching closely is just the effort level. You look at the way the defense played. The Seahawks shut us out 26-0, but Seattle couldn't have come away from that game happy about their offense, right? We only gave up 219 yards of total offense. Jackson Smith and Jigba had 11 games in a row with 75 yards of receiving or more. He was held to, I believe, 24. So the defense is continuing to do what they need to do. They haven't quit. They haven't given up. That's the sign of a good locker room. No matter what happens on the field on one side of the ball, the other side of the ball continues to do their job, and they've been doing that. So they haven't reached that proverbial breaking point yet. But it's a strain, man. You know that. And how long can this go? Well, it all depends on, how this week looks. If it bounces back, if the offensive machine looks better, then yeah, you might be able to get some momentum. So we're all kind of waiting and seeing to see what's going to happen on Sunday. And I mean, the fans definitely will not be as energized as normal. So I think that'll be a big help to you guys, just because the noise level in US Bank Stadium can be so, it can be tough, but I don't know if the fans are going to be fired up in the beginning. So maybe to give them something to cheer for, but as of right now, it's a wait and see for, I think, the fans.
The running game is more led by Mason at this point right now, right?
Yeah, it has been. I think with Aaron Jones and Jordan Mason, I think with Aaron Jones, you have a more versatile type of a player, more of a cutback guy, speed, good out of the backfield, good receiver. That's kind of his role. And Jordan Mason is just he's a bigger downhill running back. Unfortunately for Aaron, he's been nicked up for a lot of the season. He missed a lot of games with the hamstring, had a shoulder a couple weeks ago that got aggravated against the Seahawks. So we're kind of waiting and seeing on him. That's the one thing. And I'm glad you brought it up because that's the one part of the offense we're 25th in rushing, and I think it's the highest we are in any category. We're 29th in the league in offense. I mean, the numbers are just 162 yards of offense last week total, right? I mean, the numbers are epically low, and we've just fallen to the bottom in on the statistical category. So trying to get something going, right? Something consistent. We don't have an identity in the running game in that regard as far as what we do, what kinds of runs we do well. So we have to figure that out, and it's kind of a different style depending on who's in the backfield, but we're going to need both of those running backs to have a good day on Sunday.
We're talking with Pete Bercich here on the Ruud Guest Hotline, RUUD. If it ain't Ruud, it ain't right. Pete played his college ball at Notre Dame before being drafted by the Vikings, played for the Vikes, coached for the Vikes. You understand this team really well, and the offense has been abysmal, and that is out of character for a Kevin O'Connell coach team. But defensively last year, they were so excellent, and I recognize how hard it is to maintain a good defense when the offense is terrible and you're just on the field all the time. That said, though, are you surprised by the defense's regression?
I think at least on that side of the ball, it kind of makes sense. Okay. So our defense last year faced more passes than any other defense in the league. Teams threw against us about 62% of the time. So that number has really completely flipped. So you figure at the end of last year, you go out and you're looking to increase the pass rush, right? You're looking to find more interior defensive linemen that can get after the quarterback so you don't have to blitz enough. You think of Brian Flores, he has a certain pressure rate that he wants on the quarterback, and he's going to blitz enough to get there. If he doesn't have to, he won't, but he will to get there. So you bring in Javon Hargrave, you bring in Jonathan Allen, you're hoping that you can generate a lot more passing pressure with a four-man rush. Jonathan Grenard, Andrew Van Ginkel, Dallas Turner, those guys. And then now you play, part of it's playing the AFC North. You know how those guys are. We've seen more extra offensive linemen and fullbacks and everything. It's kind of like old school football because teams are not behind. A year ago, we led the league in interceptions by 5. And it was because teams are behind. They have to throw the football. Things are happening. This year we have 3. We've had opportunities, but our pressure rate is still very good. So teams are like, well, why would we throw the football when we're ahead and we're getting extra possessions? And so they're just being much more patient. They're running the ball and even throwing the football. They're not worried about getting down the field and being explosive as much because they have a lead. So so much of that is in this game, winning and losing is a razor thin margin to begin with. And you throw just a couple of these variables in and it can really affect the product on the field. So that's why this defense has been, I think, less dynamic in that regard. But being the fact that they have been, they've played, you add 10, 20 plays per game. I don't know what that number is exactly, but the defense has probably played 2 or 3 more entire football games than our offense has. They've been on the field a ton. So they've managed to still keep us competitive. And, it's a stress that can only go on for so long. The offense at some point really has to pick things up.
It's funny. I wanted to ask you quickly about Jonathan Allen. Obviously, a player we know well here in the Washington market, played here a long time, grew up here. How has John fit into that Vikings defense and in that locker room?
I think he's doing great. It's a different front up here. We do things differently. It's not just you're not just a 4-3 and taking an edge and pinning yours back, vertical type of defense. It's there. I talked to him earlier this year, and he said that there's more mentally that he has to do than any other defense that he's been involved in, which is just the style of what we play up front. So I think there's been a lot of adjustment that had to be made on his part, mainly with technique and fundamentals and stance and things like that. But he's played very, very well. And he's been a big part of really being in the running game and everything else. I know what he really wants to do is get after the quarterback, but again, we just haven't been in that position where you have a team up, you're up by 2 scores, and a team has to throw the football. So I don't think he's been able to play the style that was envisioned when they brought him in and what he really thought he could do while he was here. So it's been frustrating, I know, in that regard, but he's been playing great, playing hard, and we're happy to have him.
Lastly, Pete, I'm just curious. It seems like everybody thinks Minnesota's a wreck and Washington has some sense of momentum. I mean, granted, you got a 4-8 team playing a 3-9 team here. What do you think happens on Sunday?
I don't know. You look at you guys, and you were just a batted pass away from beating a 10-2 football team, right? So right. Offensively, you guys have some weapons. Zach Ertz is just so consistent. Then there's Deebo Samuel, Terry McLaurin. If you want to get vertical, I think what we theoretically need to do is keep your defense on the field. Keep them on the field, and be able to eventually break some arm tackles and make some bigger plays in that regard. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I do this for a living, and I've done it for 20 years in this regard, trying to figure out what a team's going to do. And offensively, I have no idea what we're going to be able to try to exploit. You know what I mean? Try to take advantage of. Just usually. It's a matchup game, right? You look at matchups and you say, okay, we got him here. I have no idea. I mean, I don't know what Bobby Wagner's status is, but he's a veteran presence, and he always seems to be in the right place at the right time. And if you guys had him out there, I don't know. I mean, I'd love to be able to answer that question, but I just right now can't. I have no idea how this game is going to go. We'll make your offense earn it. That's for sure. I mean, defensively, they haven't rolled over yet this season. So, offensively, you got to protect the quarterback, and whoever that is, whichever quarterback that is. So running the football is going to be important. And, with Crosky Merritt and Chris Rodriguez and how hard those guys run, they have very good vision. You guys might be able to be patient with the run because it's going to be a 3-0 game or whatever it is. You see what I mean? And if that's the case, then you're going to stick with the play action. And, oh, by the way, you got a great tight end and in Ertz who can find his way to get open to move the chains. I mean, that's unfortunately the games that we've been watching for the last 5-10 weeks. And it's so in that regard, I apologize. I get paid, that's my job, right, to predict how this thing goes. But
don't apologize, bro.
No need to apologize. We're looking. It's just like we're looking in the mirror at each other.
Totally,
we're the same team.
Oh yeah,
totally.
It's a tough. It doesn't mean it won't be a good game, right? It just means this thing could go in a million different directions. And in that regard, maybe it's compelling, but other than that. I don't know, man. I haven't seen Jefferson catch a pass down the field in a long, long time. So it'd be nice to be able to get him in the open and have a couple big plays out of him that would definitely get everybody excited again. That's for sure.
Yeah. This team has struggled with that. It's been a little better over these last few weeks, but they haven't faced a talent like Jefferson in these last few weeks either.
Yeah.
Hey, Pete, thanks so much for your time, man. We'll see you on Sunday.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, see you guys Sunday. Take care.
All right. Pete Bursich covers the Minnesota Vikings games, radio, color commentator. It really does feel like we're looking in the mirror here.
Man.
With two
What's
organizations.
that meme?
Yeah, the Spider-Man joint. Nobody go anywhere. We're opening the phones up at 1:00.
Hey, it's B-Mitch here, and this Thursday is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel. Because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. To get in on this Thursday's action, all you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game gets started. And if your player scores the first or last touchdown of the game, you'll win your bet plus a share of bonus bet. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to take a shot at the jackpot. That's FanDuel.com/Brian. For your chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel, official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Must supply profit boost token on select markets. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct first or last touchdown pick. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 21 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Beat
This sports update is brought to you by AirVironment, built for defense, built for DC. Giannis Antetokounmpo will reportedly miss 2 to 4 weeks due to a right calf strain per ESPN. While the Bucks star will miss time, this issue could have been a lot worse. Yesterday's injury still leaves open the possibility of him getting traded this season. The NBA trade deadline doesn't take place until February, meaning Antetokounmpo should be back on the court, barring any setbacks. Speaking of the NBA, the Wizards versus the Celtics, 7 p.m. tonight. You can tune in right here to listen live. Celtics might be without Jaylen Brown, has an ongoing illness. The Wizards, though, they're without 5 guys tonight, so it's going to be up to the bench to pull out a win over Boston. AV is built for DC, built to innovate at the speed of intelligence, built to deploy solutions that give our warfighters the edge, built for now to defend our future. When the mission matters most, DC turns to AV. Visit avinc.com to learn more. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Up in.
B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Pump Up the Jam. About a half hour away from Bleak You Thursday.
I don't know.
Phone lines will be open. You can get mad at it, whoever you want to be. We got official moves from Ashburn.
Drake Jackson.
Drake Jackson going to get a chance to play. Officially, the Commanders just sent out a press release. They have released Darnell Savage, safety. He's a former University of Maryland player, drafted by the Packers, I believe. Played a little here right away, and now I think with the return of Will Harris, that's not a big surprise. Drake Jackson, though, is an interesting one. Jackson was a second rounder 2 years ago in San Francisco.
Mm-hmm.
You may have also realized Adam Peters was in San Francisco. Hasn't played a lot, has dealt with a ton of injuries.
Mm-hmm.
But when you get to this stage of a season, I like rolling the dice on high possibilities because the cost of Drake Jackson to you, signing him off waivers, was nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And this dude's 6'4", 275. Like, coming out of college at USC, he was a second-round pick for a reason. And that's what I want to see them doing is scouring other practice squads, trying to find guys that could be something.
Yeah.
And I don't know what will happen. I know we talked to Drake Jackson last week. He was a really interesting guy. Talked about, coming back from an injury like that, how hard it is, how significant it is. But I think that, this is a move that I fully support.
Uh-huh.
I'm sure Dan Quinn was waiting for my support, but this is what you should be doing at 3-9 is seeing what else you can find, giving them runway to make an impact this year to show you, hey, maybe they got something left.
Mm-hmm.
That's how the NFL works. It's not all. People get so caught up on first-round picks and everything else. You try to find players.
You only have a small amount of those per year.
Right.
And the rest of them is people that come out. And a lot of times those guys that come later can give you first-round play. If you just get them coached up right, and they bring that work ethic. So
Jackson is a really long player. Even just standing with him in the locker room, you see his length. He doesn't seem the biggest guy, but I think with the injuries, he maybe hasn't been able to put the NFL weight on yet that I imagine would be kind of part of when they drafted him. We thought we could bulk this dude up.
6'4", 275.
They listed him at 273. His combine had him at 255. So, the biggest issue for him has been the knee injuries. Specifically, he tore his patella in 2023. The Niners waived him.
Tendon.
Yeah. The Commanders claimed him, placed on IR. So this was like a smart roster move to claim him, which you have to put him on your active, but then you can IR him, which creates the spot again. It's going to be really interesting. When we talked to him, I think last week, there was some consideration if he could go last week, and he said, I'm good. I'll let them tell me when they want me. Now they're going to let him play this week. I don't know, man. I think this one actually is something that I'm keeping an eye on. I think this is more than a regular kind of random late season roster move. The Darnell, do you agree on the Jackson thing? I don't know if you had.
No, I'm cool with it. Listen, they bring people in, and when you sign someone, the hope is that the person can help you. And once they're on the field, you find out if they can help you. And, so we'll see.
I don't think he's not an edge setter, though. And I think he's a high upside pass rusher. And I think you'll see what you can get. And I think if you have a high upside athletic pass rusher and you're going up against a kid in J.J. McCarthy, who also is a big-time athlete, but is all over the place and sporadic.
Very much so.
Kind of interested in this matchup here. The Jackson thing, I think, is a little more than nothing. Like, it's a 4 out of 10 as far as my interest, but it's got my interest a little bit.
Yeah.
We'll see what, if anything, happens there. But I like kind of where that – I like the mindset of that roster move and decision. Specifically, when you look at the Adam Peters type, and keep in mind, he was in San Fran when they drafted this kid in the second round when a lot of projections were like third or fourth round. At that point, San Fran's coming off a Super Bowl. They picked late in the second. So he was the 29th pick of the second round. So what's 32 plus 29, B? 52? 62? He was a 62nd overall pick. 61?
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. You were looking at me crazy.
Yeah, like, just know that 9 and that 2 cannot give you an even number.
But what stands out to me about Jackson is the athletic score. That's what these guys like. His athletic score at the combine was an 87. You get into some of this more specific analytic stuff. They love guys with high RAS scores, raw athleticism scores. Just the athleticism score from that 22 draft placed him third among edge rushers and DNs. So that's what they're looking at. Now he's dealt with injuries in his career, but like you go way back to USC, and granted we're talking about college, but before the injuries started to kind of pile up, he made the freshman All-American team. He played in 11 games, had 11 and a half TFLs and 5.5 sacks as a freshman. He was 18, 19 years old. He's long. I don't know what he can – like, to me, he's a situational pass rusher that if you still had Dorrance Armstrong and Dietrich Wise, this would be way more intriguing. When this dude's coming in to be something those guys aren't.
Yeah.
Because Dorrance was big, strong, fine against the run,
and
and
give
can
you
rush the
something
passer.
that you haven't had, because like you said, what you see this year really ain't gonna make that much difference this year. It could be something that you may have a piece for next year.
That is certainly the hope,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Like, it's no secret. That's the hope. Is that maybe this dude who AP drafted now, I guess 3 years ago, can show why you did it. As for the Darnell Savage thing, or any surprise there? Apparently, he wanted to be released.
When you listen, man, the news is that he requested a trade or requested a release. Why does a player request a release?
Because they're not going to play.
They know they're about to be released.
You can't fire me. I quit.
Yeah, I mean, like those type of things when they hit the airwaves and hit the news cycle. I'm like, okay, because I don't know a person that's playing and doing something that wants a release. Listen, what he's done, what he did is what I always say. People always say, read the writing on the wall. You better comprehend that damn writing as well.
Totally.
He saw the writing and he said, okay, let me try to get out in front of this thing. So when they come out and they say, okay, we're about to bring Drake up. Who we gonna release? Well, this dude already asked one. Let's let him go.
All right, B, I'm checking on the show sheet, and I've forgotten to do a number of things. When we return, I'm going to give away Motley Crue tickets. I want to talk about Marcus Mariota. I want to talk about the Commanders' playoff elimination scenarios. And at 1 o'clock, we're going to open the phones. Nobody go anywhere. It's Beamich and Finley. Hey, JP Finley here, and you've heard me talk about all the great service I've gotten from the folks at Better Services. Well, they can do the same for you. Whether you need new appliances like I did, they were able to find the exact make model that my wife wanted, which was really helpful to me because that was one less headache on my plate. They took care of my kitchen. They've done tremendous work, but whatever it is you need, appliances, go check out their showroom in Kensington. They'll get you exactly what you're looking for, and they can offer next day, if not same day delivery. Say you need a little handyman work around the house before the holidays. Call Better Services. What if you're thinking about a bathroom renovation? Call Better Services. They're family owned and they've been operating in the DMV for over 50 years. With that kind of track record, they're doing something right. Check them out. BetterServices.com. BETTAR. BetterServices.com. You better get better. All right, folks, the moment you've been waiting for. Let it all out. Everybody wants to go see the crew. Ride with the crew. Caller number 10 right now to 800-636-1067. You win 2 tickets to Motley Crue, the return of the Carnival of Sins tour. Monday, August 3rd at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. Caller 10 right now, 2 tickets to Motley Crue, baby. Enjoy yourself. B, look, I finally took care of something. Man.
Carnival of Sin sound like the which call them of death.
The return of the Carnival of Sins.
I'm saying the Carnival of Sin sound like
the group of death. Look, I got a new phone.
Oh, you did?
Well, I got a new screen thing.
Screen cover. That's all you got.
I had no idea how easy that was to fix,
dude. Yeah,
and I've been rolling with the broken screen
lazy,
cover for.
Jay. You're just lazy.
I mean, it might be a year. I've had that.
More than a year.
No, not more than a year.
Yeah,
I think it's months.
It's been a little bit over a year.
Well, speaking of years or months, I don't know that we've been mispronouncing Marcus Mariota's name, but
he's never publicly stated that my name is being said wrong. So people have said it the way that they've been saying it.
But it kind of came to a head during the Sunday Night Football broadcast when my man Chris Collinsworth was going in on saying it correctly. And it kind of became this like national conversation because everybody's like, what is Collinsworth doing? So I thought the only fair thing to do was ask Marcus, hey man, let's set the record straight. How do you say it? Landini, I think you've got that. When you're ready, you just whisper in my ear, fella.
What?
I want
you say I'm ready, baby. Go ahead.
Fire away.
Sorry, this is kind of silly, but in the Sunday night broadcast, Collinsworth and Tirico kept saying Mariota. Is that actually the right pronunciation? Like, what is the right pronunciation?
Mariota. I think it's been said over the years like Mariota, which is incorrect, and it's pronounced Mariota.
Mariota.
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
All right, so
Mariota.
All right, boys in the aquarium, say it correctly.
Mariota.
There we go.
But see, the thing of it, though, you can correct that by just stating it one time, which Collinsworth did it. He stated it. It's cool now. Now you say it right. There are going to be people going to keep saying Mariota because that's what they've been saying for years, and he never corrected it. And a lot of people will not go with it. But, you know, I had this girl who used to always call me Brain Mitchell. I said, look, my name is Brian, goddammit. You know, if I let her keep saying it, she'd be calling me Brain. I said, no. She said, but that's how it's. I said, no. Brain is BRAIN, not BRIN. She said, well, I thought it was. Well, you I see why you flunking.
I don't mean this rude. That woman was dyslexic. Like, that's the only way your brain switches that around.
It was a young lady, but she was young at the time, but still, you don't see, that's not Brain. That's Brian. You know, so I corrected her, and she started calling me Brian. But if it's said, he's been in the league for almost 10 years now. So if this is the first time.
I don't know that. I think dyslexia might only be a male trait.
I don't know. I don't know if that's true neither, but you like to say some stuff, like you like to think a lot of stuff out loud. Sometimes keep that stuff in your head.
Landfill, you got anything on that?
All I know is this. He's been in the league almost 10 years.
More.
He could have corrected that a long time ago. So, but he's done it now. We got it. We're going to try to go with it.
We're going to try to go with it.
Mariota.
I think where Collinsworth got caught up was in the "tuh," and he was really
he was
pronouncing
good. He was going Mariota.
Right. That I don't think is what Marcus once clarified. It's Mar and not Mare.
Yeah.
So,
like, instead of saying, like, we call him Mariota, call him Mariota.
Right. It's like the Junkies video producer, Mike Mariota.
You said it right, like Mario.
Yeah, Super Mario.
Yeah. I had a friend named Mario.
Who was that?
Boy, cheated in golf. I tell you like that.
I went to
and his name was Mario Mitchell.
That's your boy.
Yeah. And he wasn't the brother. Like, hold on, dog. You can't have my last name and be on the golf course doing this, bro. You gotta take.
You said he wasn't a brother. You mean like one of your brothers?
No, he was not.
He was a white dude?
No,
Like
he wasn't
Mario?
white. No, he wasn't white.
Okay.
Mario is probably more. I think Mario might have been Filipino or something like that. But his name was Mario Mitchell.
I had a buddy named Mario in middle school, Mario Kramaric, who was forgive me, I want to say he was from Serbia, but I may have that wrong. One of the Baltic countries. Dude was like 6'5" in 8th grade. My man was tall.
Yeah, I just saw this dude was 7'9", and said when he was like in the first grade, he was 6 feet. 6 feet.
No way.
This dude is 7'9" now. Shaq looks up to him. He's a freshman in college right now playing basketball. He's in the first grade. He was 6 feet 6'1".
Damn.
Teacher walking in class and go, you're in the wrong class.
Yo, like Miss Brookings walks
But
in
he
and
is
she's 5'3".
7'9". When he was shooting the free throw, looked like he had a tennis ball in his hand.
It's like playing beer pong. How tall did we think Wemby was when he was like in 8th grade?
He's 7'5" now?
Yeah, something like that.
This dude is 4 inches taller than him.
Wow. I got news for you, Brian. Courtesy of our friend Joe Ferreira. If this is the time of year, if you don't follow Joe, you should, at Joe NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Joe breaks down all of the playoff scenarios, the teams that could clinch, the teams that could get eliminated, whatever it is. Joe Ferreira. I got good news and I got bad news, B. Bad news, Commanders have already been eliminated from a wild card berth in the playoffs.
Yep.
They will not be a wild card team. However, there is a path to a playoff spot.
Yeah.
You got to win out, and that would include 2 wins over Philly, which could get them the division at 8 and 9.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the problem is they also need Dallas to lose. All right, so Washington's already eliminated from the wild card.
Yeah.
And Washington can be eliminated from the division if the following happens this week. Let's just start with if they lose, they're cooked.
Yeah.
Officially. Or if the Eagles win Monday night in LA.
Yeah.
I believe that's in LA. Dallas can make things complicated too. If Dallas wins tonight, doesn't eliminate Washington, but it gets really difficult.
Totally.
So if you need something to root for this weekend, starts tonight with Detroit. Then obviously the Burgundy and Gold on Sunday, and then the LA Chargers Monday night. So that, if you're keeping hope alive, shout out to the Drew Cohens of the world. That is your scenario for the weekend. Now, our scenario for the next segment is Bleep You Thursday. We come together in fellowship around the community to give people a chance to voice their concerns, their angst, their anger at whoever has wronged you. First time we're doing phones all day. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. It's time for Bleep You Thursday.
was a pilot, 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He could run, he could pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city you about to play in. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. We about to get paid, y'all. For sure. Turn up, let's go. Left ASU after 2 years of college. Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He could run, he could pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city you about to play in. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Commanders announced they've activated defensive end Drake Jackson from the IR and released safety Darnell Savage. Savage was a 2019 first-round pick by the Packers, was in his first season with the Commanders, playing in 8 games. And veteran cornerback Darius Slay was claimed by the Bills on waivers yesterday, but he's unsure if he wants to continue playing, so he's not reporting to Buffalo. His agent said that, of course, he's honored a first-class organization like the Bills claimed him, but he's going to take some time away from football right now and decide in the next few days if he wants to keep playing. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
I'd still be with ya. Ain't that some? Ain't that some?
Wish you were there, like
forget you. All right, folks. Once a week, we come together
Ferrari.
with the opportunity to be mad at whoever you
Don't
want.
Can get you there.
You can be anonymous. You can call up,
Xbox.
curse out your family if you want. Whatever you want to do. Well, I guess you can't curse. So you not whatever.
Yeah, don't curse. Don't curse.
No cursing. But outside of that, you're Gucci. This is your opportunity. We're coming together as a people, as a congregation, to get our bleeps off. Let's start in Sterling. Big G. Who you mad at? Big G?
What's happening, brother?
Hey, what's happening, B-Mix? What's happening, Cindy? Hey, I am really pissed at the NFL Hall of Fame committee. What is going on with players from our team that they don't want to put them in the Hall of Fame? I'm not even talking about B-Mix. I'm talking about the Hog. Come on, man. What is going on with them?
Well said, Big G. You're
Yeah,
correct. Jacoby should be in. B should be in. London should be in.
Just finished having that conversation outside.
It is. I think there are some external factors involved. I think there is some residual BS from the Dan days. The structure of the Hall of Fame voting is pretty interesting. I would say, and
Flawed.
Flawed, I think, is a fair word, and the organization has no control over that. But in general, you're absolutely right, Big G. Good call. Good way to kick things off. Let's go to Scotty. I believe this is Wildcard Scotty online.
Really?
Wildcard, who you got at? You're always a happy-go-lucky fella.
You got it twisted. I'm always angry. I'm mad at the world.
Why you mad at the world?
I'm not mad at the world. I got a lot of bleep views though. So we got another we got an interesting part to the mad dog pooper. This woman, listen. This just happened about 8 minutes ago. I told you that they hadn't gone in the yard. You know, I mean, I got cameras everywhere, so I know they hadn't. I just happened to be home, look out the corner, look out the window. Sure enough, I see her with her dog, right? So, you know, I didn't say nothing. I drive, I'm heading out, drive by her house. They got be courteous, be polite, no poop and no pee signs in their yard. I'm about to blow a gasket. Listen, I want to knock on this woman's door right now and give her the business. This woman got signs in her yard, and she just let her dog go to the bathroom in my yard. Not to mention all the Penn State nonsense that's going on. I'm mad at the world. Why are you mad?
So you know what you do? You go get a no poop sign, put right at that
Already
gate
on the
you
way.
say go straight.
I'm
that
already
goes
on the
straight.
way.
Okay, you put that in your yard, and the next time she do it, call me off, hit me offline. I got a way you can take care of that.
Where are they?
I got a
They're
fence
not
guy
pooping
coming too, so I'm putting a fence up anyway. But it's just, man, it's like I think she's doing this to spite me, man, for real.
Do you have a dog, Scotty?
No.
I think you should go poop in her yard.
I mean, 20 years
Scotty
ago,
poop?
I definitely would have.
That's a good idea.
Listen, man, that's how you got to send a message. Enough is enough.
Hey, be careful with that one, Scotty. JP gonna get you arrested.
Who the hell's going to coach Penn State, Scotty? You were telling me it was Heartline. It was a done deal. You're full of it.
I think Sexton's truly blackballing all candidates. At this point in time, Matt Campbell maybe, and he's a
Matt
fine
Campbell?
coach.
The Iowa
Matt
State
Campbell's
guy?
Iowa State's coach. But here, would you want to coach Penn State right now? I mean, would you honestly want to? I mean, it's a big time job, regardless of everything else. But who would want to coach there now? I mean, who would? Who would?
Some people don't have to put up with the BS. I mean, certain level people may not want to go because they know they got to put up with BS. But straight cash, homie, make everybody deal with anything.
Sell some more ice cream. Pay the man. All right, Scotty. Appreciate your brand of crazy, buddy. See you, man.
I think your brand of crazy is worse because you believe Scotty about that who the head coach.
That was on me. Left hand up.
Yeah.
800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Who you mad at? It's my understanding Jim in the Navy Yard is mad at somebody. What's up, Jim?
Yeah, I'm mad at the person that ran into my car when I was parked in a parking lot in a parking spot.
Damn, when?
That was like a week ago. And then also ran out, saw that my car was damaged, ran back to her car and drove away.
Where?
Wait. Who ran out and saw that your car was damaged?
The other driver.
The other driver hit your car.
Yes.
saw that your car was damaged, got back in our car and just drove off.
That's what happened.
Do you have any license plate numbers?
I sure do. Got a picture.
Oh yeah.
Well, you know what? I hope she listening. He got your ass. Because, like, you know what you do? Take it to the police department, and they can drive right on up to her house. All they got to do is look at the license plate. They know exactly what she were, and go check it before she get a car fixed.
Mm-hmm.
One finger salute to her.
What do you do? You call the cops?
Yeah. I mean, I called the cops. They sent somebody out. They were able to track the person down because it turns out license plates are easy to you can find the person.
Oh yeah, they can track you there.
What parking lot was this in?
It was in McLean. It was at
Sheets.
No, not the Sheets. What?
Sadly, there's no Sheets in McLean. I wish there was.
Walgreens.
I went to Sheets in Sterling today. Everybody had their shoes on. Shout out to Sheets. Well, Landville, I'm sorry that happened. That sucks, dude.
They have taquitos at Sheets. If you're ever there, though, you should get some of them.
Taquitos.
All right.
Yeah,
maybe I'll check that out. I'm guessing. Oh boy, we got them both.
Ooh.
Oh boy.
We got Jera
and Charlie.
Charlie, let's go, baby.
Who do we want to let in the squared circle
Whoever,
first?
man, go with it. Whoever called first.
Jera called first. We'll go to line 4, an NFL owner. Hello, Jera. How do you do? Big game tonight.
That it certainly is, Finley. First of all, let me just echo what G said. Brian, you without a doubt belong in the Hall of Fame. And not only that, but the privilege and the opportunity to meet you a couple of times, you're a Hall of Fame person. And I love you to death. The reason I'm saying this might be the last time old Jared calls. So let me just get to what I have to get. And by the way, Finley, you too. It's been good listening to you grow up on the radio.
Thanks.
But let me get to a couple of weeks ago when Mr. Jupiter, whatever the hell he calls himself, got on there and said that he interviewed 5 flies. Now, I can't even picture this in my head. 5 flies he's interviewed. That's the worst and damnedest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. But, I mean, I've heard of a Venus fly trap. I guess you're the Jupiter fly attractor. Who knows? But I can say this. Brian Mitchell one time issued a public service announcement about hygiene. And he said, wash your ass. Well, son, you need to wash your ass. If you're sitting around talking to 5 flies, there's something tragically wrong with the way you carry yourself. Second of all, it's the way you talk, Mr. Jupiter. You call anyone, P. Mitchin, I do this. I think you're an undercover brother. I'm just saying. So I think what would be great for you, my friend, is to get a hold of that dumbass that's sitting on the phone on waiting, Charlie, and head on up to his cabin at Brokeback Mountain. In fact, before you do that, don't leave out that little dumb bastard Commando Drunko, because his ass will feel left out. And I think the 3 of you all ought to head up there for Christmas and frolic around on that mountain and fight like hell to get under the mistletoe together. And I'll end it with this. Assume your position, Mr. Jupiter, and kiss old Jerry's ass. Because I believe now, you talk about Bamas, you're a punk ass Bama. Bama.
Wow.
Y'all
What
have
a
a great
juke
day. Everybody else, Happy New Year.
Take care, Jera.
Wow.
Wow. Who should we let respond first? Jupe and Charlie are on the line.
Who called first?
I got to go with Jupe. He called him a punk ass Bama.
All right. Jupe, you're up, dude.
Hey, it's very funny how Jared keeps talking about Brokeback Mountain and all this and that, but he stay wanting my lips on his ass. That's very odd. He stay on that Diddy stuff, Jared. Hey, listen, I see I got you in your fields again. It's all good, my guy. I know you said this is the last time you call. You old, you up there in age. You know, you got to go change your Depends and, you know, check into the old folks home. Make sure you're drinking your warm bottle of milk because you need to make sure your bones are healthy. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, keep it up, Jared. You know, all respect and love to you, my guy. Let's just keep this thing rolling. All right, fellas.
All right, brother.
See you, Jupe. And now to complete the trifecta of hate,
Charlie.
Charlie, how do you do?
Trifecta of hate. I love it, JP. Now, I'm going to disappoint you because I know you guys want good radio. You want the juicy stuff. I'm not going to get on Jera. Jared's what we used to like Southeast called a self-check when we were playing basketball. Don't worry about him. He's a self-check. Okay, that's all bad I got to say about Jared. I'm in a conciliatory mood, but I do have a major bleep you to the people, and I'm not going to say any names because I know you don't want me to. The people responsible for getting the World Cup draw at Kennedy Center. And I'm also giving a major bleep you to the group was going to be singing with them. You know, the man at the group at you know who I'm talking about.
You're mad at the Village people?
Village people, yeah. And I'm also going to give a minor bleep out to the celebrities I just heard on TV a little while ago, the big sports guys who are going to be there too. They're going to make this into a big glitzy thing like you guys said this morning. But the main thing is the people responsible for getting it at the Kennedy Center. That's just another thing in the long line. Thanks, gentlemen.
All right, brother.
I did not have Charlie being mad at the Village people on my bingo card today. But here we are. Tailgate Ted is on the line, perhaps to restore some level of sanity to the program. Hello, Ted. How do you do?
I'm good, boys. How y'all doing?
We're good, brother. What's happening?
We're in crazy land.
Oh, yeah, you are. Big G took mine, right? I'm seriously pissed at the Pro Football Hall of Fame for screwing over Big Jake. But since I had to come up with something off the cuff, I got a gift card that is pretty up there, and I want to use it to buy something. And apparently you can't use gift cards to buy things online. You have to use them in person on different websites because there's no address tied to the gift card. What's the point of getting a gift card? It's like cash. It's guaranteed money for these places, but they won't take it. Bleep all those websites that won't.
But don't
take
you have to
that
get the
gift
thing shipped somewhere? And don't you put your address in it to get it shipped to you, right?
Yeah, usually there's like a code, Ted. Usually you like put the code
in. It still won't take it. It still won't take it because there is no actual address for the gift card number, even though it's a Visa debit card and you're getting it shipped to your house. Certain websites won't let you use it. So you've got to go in person and buy it. And
wow.
I don't feel like doing that. So
that's crazy.
Damn, that sucks. I'd be mad about that too. That's annoying. Sorry, man.
Money for them.
Yeah, maybe they. You know what they probably like even better is just charging for the gift card and never people never redeeming it.
Redeem it. Yep.
Sorry about that, Ted. Happy holidays, brother.
All right, brother.
You too, boys.
Shout out to Tailgate Ted. We threw this party in Madrid where Mitch and I really did nothing to set it up. Tailgate Ted did a lot of work, so we appreciate you, Ted.
Yeah. Just know, Ted, you're dealing with those two. That's about how it's going to be.
Yeah, that's par for the course. Craig is in D.C. What's up, Craig?
Fellas, what's going on, fellas?
What's up, Craig?
Hey, no, I can't call. Hey, B-Miss, good seeing you the other day, too, man. Hey, look, real quick, this mine, man. Hey, I know y'all know, Will, I think you know, JP. I coach for Maplewood, right? So,
Maplewood.
We get to the national championship. I got the 8th graders, right? I coach defense. Nobody scores on us all year. Only I think 2 teams scored on us the whole year. So we play one of the teams that scored us in the championship. First 2 plays of the first 2 drives of the game, they score. I don't know what my corner was doing, but he got burnt. He got beat twice this speaking in the backfield. I have no idea what he was doing. Okay, so it's 14-0. We finally score. We go down there, we score. We should go into halftime 14-7. Now, and I don't know how they do it in the league, B-Miss, but when the white hat pumps his, like, you know, back in the day, they used to raise the roof. When the white hat pumps his arm up, that means it goes to halftime. We got the film and all that. The clock go to 0-0-0. We walking up the field, the referee say, put 1 more second on the clock. They're on like the 3-yard line. So we get a little goal line thing. They end up scoring right before halftime. So we go down 21. I mean, I can't remember. We were down 3 touchdowns to 1 touchdown. I forgot that they went for 2. I can't remember how it worked out, but they was up. Long story short, we end up coming back. We lose by 2 points. If they would have not put that extra second on the clock, Maplewood would have had a national championship, JP. So bleep you to that white referee in this whole thing.
Bleep them.
Yeah, bleep them, man. Hail Maplewood.
Hail Maplewood, brother. That sucks. Sorry about that, dude.
I've gone to Little League stuff, and the adults completely screw up Little League sports. I'm talking about the referees,
parents,
the damn referee association, the parents, and the coaches. They all screw it up. The kids are there to handle their business. Everybody else completely put their adult mindsets in it and screw everything up.
Screw them. Bleep them. All right. We got options, B. Let's do this. Commander Tequila, how do you do, sir? Who are you mad at?
Oh, I'm mad at two things. I'm mad at the weather here in North Dakota. It's freaking negative 35 degrees out here with the wind
Why you
chills
in North
blowing
Dakota? I
out.
thought you moved to California.
I was in California. I got this job offer out here in September, so I'm going to building another tunnel.
It's negative 35 degrees?
Yeah, with the wind chill blowing it is.
I have no intention on ever going to North Dakota.
I've been to South Dakota, I
have
believe.
no reason to want to go there.
I won't be back. I'm sorry about that, Commander. That's cold, dog.
It is. I'm like 30 minutes from Minnesota Viking Stadium, so I might go there. But
all right,
if
you go to the game this weekend, will you paint your face like the Joker in Batman?
Oh hell yeah, I'll do that. That's not a problem at all. I give Mitch a hug too. Yeah, I do.
Yeah, Mitch definitely wants a hug when you're face painted. I am not sure how the people of Minnesota would react to you in your face paint. So I would love to see that. You have my full support on that.
All right. And my second plea for you is to Gerald, because he's out there in the mountains with his adult diapers, retiring, out in the woods. So he might just be needing another pair of diapers. So I just needed some Christmas gift. I don't know if he's a size small, medium, or large. On diapers.
We're trying to find that out.
I think JP might know that.
All right.
Good luck in the cold, Commandante.
All right,
We're
man.
thinking of you.
Be cool, brother.
Let's go. This has been a particularly wild Bleep You segment. Our guy Matt Stafford is on the line. Big game this weekend, Matt. Who you mad at?
Hey, Jared, you got to come back, man. Commander Tequila, Bleep You sounded too sober. Also, I wanted to say back to Spain. Chris Rodriguez has 89 yards. He's averaging 5.7 yards per carry. If there's ever a decision to go away from him there, Bleep You, you know who you are. And then we're all familiar with two-lane highways, the stop, slow guy with the sign. If I wave to you, you got to at least nod your head. It's part of the job. So Bleep You, choke on that.
Bang.
All
right, Matt. Appreciate you, bud. A lot of angry people, Brian.
Hey, man. Things happen, dog.
Landfill got his Bleep You off a little earlier. Jeff or White Brian, anything to get off your chest, fellas?
Now, Auburn played great in basketball last night.
I thought Jeffrey might have one, but I'm not so sure anymore. I continue to be frustrated, Brian. If I get if I get an email, I'm just going to use them as an example. I love the Washington Post. It's a newspaper of record for my life. I am a digital subscriber to the Washington Post. Once a day, I think, hell, maybe more than that, they send me emails with stories.
And then you can't get to them.
If I click on the story on my phone,
you have to buy it.
And it's like, oh, you got to log in. Go directly from the email to the app that is installed on my phone that I'm logged in on.
There you go. Same thing happened with me.
It drives me crazy.
Yeah, but they really want you to log in, or they try to get you to sign up again. To hell with that.
Dude,
I'm not doing it.
It's not like there's a number. Like I'm a Marriott guy. They send me emails like they saw I was looking for hotels in Minnesota and then I didn't finish it, right? So then they sent me an email like, yo, here's 4 hotels in Minnesota. I click on it and it doesn't just go to the app that has all my information. I am not, Brian, this may surprise you. I am not a computer programmer by trade. I don't know the steps that would be required within the literal computer code, the binary zeros and ones. I don't know what would be required to go from the email to the app, but I sure as hell know it's possible. We got AI. They landed on the moon 70 years ago, 40, 50 years ago, whenever that was. If you could land on the moon in 1960, you could sure as hell get an email to go directly to the app in 2025. Let's tighten this up, people.
Yeah.
Let's tighten this up.
Get it right.
Thank you.
Get it right. Get it tight.
You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's B. Mitchell JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn on the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
The best part, the Rude systems are whisper quiet. You don't get those noisy interruptions in the middle of the night, no clanging around in your ducts. Nobody wants clanging around in your ducts. Rude's got the variable speed compressor that ensures precise temperature and humidity control, which gives you comfort and performance perfectly balanced. Here's what's most important, though. With a new Rude system, you could qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Check out rude.com/federal incentives to learn more about that.
Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
This sports update is brought to you by the Downtown DC Holiday Market. Cornerback Darius Slay will not report to the Buffalo Bills and is unsure whether he wants to continue playing. Slay was claimed off waivers by the Bills this morning, and Buffalo retains his rights if he decides to continue playing, though his agent said that he's going to take some time away to really figure it out. And Giannis Antetokounmpo will reportedly miss 2 to 4 weeks with a right calf strain. The Buck star is going to miss some time, but it was feared that it could have been much worse. So this injury does leave the possibility open that Antetokounmpo could be traded at some point this season, which was a discussion they were having right before he got injured. It's back, DC. The Downtown Holiday Market runs November 21st through December 23rd, noon to 8 daily. Shop local, grab treats, and feel the holiday magic between 7th and 9th Streets Northwest. DowntownDCHolidayMarket.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Shout out to the Village people. Charlie's mad.
Charlie mad at him.
I don't know what that's about. Big news out of Philadelphia, Brian.
What's that? With the team?
The Eagles. Bum, 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 bum.
YMCA.
I mean, this is just an all-time banger. You can play this anywhere, anytime, and people will stand up and do the dance. Like this.
YMCA.
I'm asking this honestly because I'm unaware. Have the Village people and YMCA become politically co-opted? Is that what's happened, Lampville? Because I'm blissfully ignorant when it comes to why we're mad at the Village people.
Yeah, I don't know. Charlie, he seemed to say like everybody was on the same page, and I had no idea what he was talking about.
Jeff, you're our musician. Are you aware of what's amiss with the Village people?
Nah.
Do they still? It might be in the year 2025. Some of those outfits might be insensitive. Is that what it is? My man wearing the construction clothes. Jeff, do you know what they dress up like?
In 2025, they call that cosplay.
Okay. Yo, Jeff, speaking of, are you going to what's the expo we sent Jeff to a couple of years back? Isn't that coming up?
The sex thing?
Yeah.
Exotica.
Yeah, Jeff, are you going to be our boots on the ground Exotica reporter?
Hey, I mean, it is this weekend. I only got a DJ at midnight, so I'm with it.
I'm not sure you want to be at Exotica at midnight, dog.
No,
Exotica seems like
that's when you want to be there.
You go during the day for Exotica. Jeff, I think you should go to Exotica dressed like a member of the Village people.
No.
I think you should.
Nah.
Yes.
Nah, I'm good.
I think you're working.
However, I will get on the little wheel again.
Or you can go as George Clinton
with a George Clinton
in a diaper.
Yeah, I'm gonna dress up like Cameo with the boots and stuff and sing Cameo.
Leon wore that to his 40th. I think it was his 40th birthday party.
Nah.
He showed up with the tights with the jock on the outside.
Wow,
and
that's a statement.
He was a Cameo dude.
Jeff, if you had to dress up as a Village people member, would you go construction worker, motorcycle man?
Motorcycle man for
cowboy.
Sure. I will never be a cowboy. Never.
But Jeff, I think my man wears very interesting chaps. Are you aware of those?
Kind of like Prince old pants.
Yeah,
the booty's out, Jeff.
Oh nah.
Oh
nah.
real news out of Philadelphia.
Ooh, boy.
Saw this from Schefter. This is real.
All right.
Eagles defensive tackle Jalen Carter is out for Monday night's game against the Chargers after undergoing a procedure this past Monday on both of his shoulders. Carter now is undergoing treatment on both shoulders, and he will be considered week to week to return Carter wants to be as close to 100% as possible for the playoff run. Schefter goes on to continue that this could certainly be a multi-week injury, but at this point, Jalen Carter won't be put on the IR. That's a big deal, B. Jalen Carter is a player.
He's a player. Crazy, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Georgia Bulldog.
Bulldog.
And I wonder, I mean, Philly without Carter is a very different team than Philly with Carter. And there's enough going wrong in Philly.
Mm-hmm.
Like if they need to lean on their offense, the offense has been very unpredictable. Jalen Carter through whatever 12 games, he's played 1,068. Last year, Jalen Carter played 1,068 snaps, most in the NFL among interior D-line.
Damn.
So whatever's going on with those shoulders, it might just be some serious wear and tear.
Wear and tear, hell yeah. Because he's taking on double teams a lot.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's a big deal, dude. So if you are an Eagles fan, bad news for you. That's going to be really interesting to watch. I did also want to spend a little time on this game tonight. Dallas, Detroit, B. This one will have me Amazon priming tonight. That's a game I'm going to watch.
Okay.
It's in Detroit. Do you want to guess the line? Cowboys are among the hottest teams in the NFL.
They don't have Amon St. Brown on the Lions side.
Correct.
So Cowboys probably favorite. -3.5.
Cowboys have won 3 in a row, including wins over the Eagles and the Chiefs. Lions have lost their last game at home to the Packers, and yet Detroit's favored by 3 in this thing.
So that's an even game.
No, it's at their place.
I know. It's an even game.
Sorry.
Give them 3 at home.
This seems like a funky line, man. 77% of the bets are on Dallas. 81% of the money is on Dallas. They've won 3 in a row. Detroit's without St. Brown, like you mentioned. And yet the line is just held at Detroit -3.
You know why? As good as you think that defense has gotten, Gibbs can carve it up. Gibbs get one little space, and he's 65 yards down the field. That could be a problem for them.
It appears to me, and I often overthink this, that I was talking to Cameron last night because he is now in 4th place in our pool, and I am now in 13th or something.
Oh, he's killing you.
He said, Jay, I think sometimes you overthink it. And Doug, you're correct.
Yeah, you do.
On the surface, you look at this game, give me Dallas +3 all day. Right?
Yeah. You think?
What if that's what they want you to think?
Yeah, but see, the whole thing about it is, Jay, it's not all that. See, one thing about the gambling industry, let me just tell you what they know. They know everybody that gambles think they're smarter than they are. So you're going to kill yourself to try to figure out what they're doing. All they do is just throw it out there, and if they break even, they don't lose. But you know what's going to happen? The person that think that they're going to beat them because they're going to overthink it, they're going to win.
All right, so I just pulled it up.
You and Gil Walker, I think y'all might be brothers because y'all do the same thing.
Gil and I have a lot of similarities.
Gil had a whole spreadsheet, everything. And I'm like, dog, you got all that stuff? He said, yeah, man, I broke it all down. I said, but you always in the red. You lose all the time.
Now, Brian, if I may push back.
Go ahead.
You know me well. You think I know how to do a spreadsheet?
No, but I'm just saying. He has a spreadsheet. You think you know everything. So y'all got all these things going together.
Bees does the spreadsheets, all the numbers.
Yeah, and Bees don't win a lot either.
I'm glad Bees was okay yesterday.
Yeah, man. Pete killed him on that one. Bees get the full body massage.
All right, so in our pool,
getting his back waxed.
Doug is in 4th, but he's actually tied for 5th, if we're being technical. Doug has 74 points on the year. I have 68. I am 3 games over 500.
You kind of like the Caps were a few weeks ago.
We're all jumbled up. Just need a couple hot weeks.
Oh, yeah.
Need a couple hot weeks.
Or not.
Landy, on the surface, everybody's going to bet Dallas tonight, right?
I think so, yes. Except for Jeff, apparently.
Jeff said, no, we not. I heard him.
What you like tonight, Jeffrey?
Detroit.
Gibbs' rushing total for tonight is 77.5. Javonte Williams, 66.5.
He's going to have 177 and a half.
Damn. David Montgomery, another 36.
Just saying.
I know a bet Landfill usually likes. Landini, Jared Goff, over under half of a rushing yards.
I don't believe in Jared Goff rushing, but if there's a Dak Prescott rusher, I like that.
9.5 for Dak.
I feel like that's an over there. I feel like that's a bet that I might be taking.
Let's look at the receiving yards. CeeDee Lamb, 85.5. George Pickens, 83.5. Vegas sees about 170 receiving yards from CD and Pickens tonight. Now, no St. Brown, so Jamison Williams, who is on my fantasy team, and Jamison, we could use a big night, sir. Jamison Williams at 80.5. Can I briefly complain about fantasy football? I know you care.
You can complain about everything, bro. You do it anyway.
Last week, I had the second highest score in the league. I would have beat. There's 12 teams in our league. I would have beat 10 of them, except the one dude I played.
Why? So you would have beaten, but you didn't.
Our final score was like, shout out to Celeste Kane. He beat me fair and square. Our final score was like 120 to 108. My 108 would have beaten everyone else in the league except him.
But the thing about it is this, Jay. You wasn't playing everybody else in the league. You were playing him.
Damn it.
You just made the wrong decisions. And probably if you wasn't playing him, somebody else probably would have whooped your ass.
I need a win this week to get into the playoffs.
Who are you playing this week?
My boy Kevin, I think, who's terrible. But that
Kevin gonna probably beat you by 20
He probably
points.
will. Well, not to mention all of that, Christian McCaffrey's been my horse all year, and the Niners have a bye. So I'm starting Blake Corum for the Rams.
There you go.
Local boy, DMV. We need a win. You're listening to B. Mitchell Finley. We're coming right back.
Grinding all my life.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067, the fam. All right, folks, we are excited to get our boy Peter Rosenberg, the Rude Guest Hotline. Of course, you can watch Peter WWE, ESPN, Hot 97. He does it all. What's up, dude? How are you?
Guys, I apologize. I was on the verge of rushing what I was doing, and then I was like, they wouldn't want me to rush. They would just say, "We'll talk to you right after." I was finishing up an interview with Rakim, and I'm like, "What am I can't rush Rakim off the line to talk about losing to Denver."
No. First off, you never have to. We are always grateful for the time, so never feel you need to do anything, but certainly not with, one of the true Mount Rushmore rappers of all time. So you're good.
What a friggin' treat that is.
How is Rakim?
He's great. We're hosting a show. Me and my podcast partner, Cypher Sounds, we're hosting a show for him in New York next week. So I volunteered to host the show just as an excuse to get him to come back on the podcast. We haven't had him on in years, and we spent just like 2 hours with him. He was just telling stories. He was in no rush. It was awesome, man. I don't know. He's like, a lot of times I get after my career, like, oh, who are the people you meet? Like, what's the coolest thing? Having any sort of relationship with him, I think, is about the coolest flex in my entire career.
Dude, so I wonder if I think you're one of the few people that this will be the perfect Venn diagram to make this comparison. Okay. I always have that feeling. I've become like friends with Gary Williams. And whenever I get to hang and talk with Gary, I always feel so lucky after it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Listen, what a random comp that is. However, for me and you specifically, absolutely resonate. The only difference is, like, there was no world in which when I was in college, you could show up at Bentley's late on a Thursday night and Rakim would be drinking at the bar by himself.
Very good point. Very good point. Well, dude, we don't want to hold you too long. What do you think about how they played in Denver and how did they keep it going against Minnesota?
That was a lot of fun. That was cool to see them be a football team again. It was reminiscent of last year in a lot of ways. Obviously, they just a really pretty sound offensive game. We could talk another day about like kind of what's happened to Bill in that running offense, but whatever. I mean, they whether it's McNichols or Rodriguez, they're moving the ball. Terry's Terry. Mariota played a really, really impressive game, particularly the forcing that pass interference to extend the game at the end there. And then, listen, the defense, you're not writing letters about the defense, but at least they got them off the field sometimes. That's all. Yeah. Really, I think that was sort of what we saw in that game, guys, was the formula for what would have been a successful season, minus we'd be even better with number 5 playing, is that we don't expect the defense to be world beaters. We just need them to get people off the field sometimes. And they did that. And so it made it a fun, competitive football game. And I think there'll be a lot to learn about this administration if they're able to keep some semblance of momentum going, particularly after a loss in the end.
Totally, man. I think just force a couple punts and give your offense a chance. And we saw that against Denver. Yeah.
Yep, they did.
When and how much Jaden do you want to see the rest of the way here?
We talked about this a little bit. I think if he's ready to play, I want to see him play. Joe Burrow is playing and has less to prove than Jaden Daniels does. And he's out there playing. Jaden needs to play. It's his second year, man. There's still enough time here left to play a meaningful amount of football where, like, we can see some new things from him, or, he can actually have statistics at the end of the season that don't look like you didn't even play this year. I think there's real reason to see him out there. I'd like to see him and Terry. Listen, we just locked in to have Terry for basically the rest of his career. So let's get these guys gelling. Let's see what this team can look like. I don't want them to play Jaden shouldn't be playing scared, and they shouldn't play scared with him. Hopefully they protect him and he plays smart football. I mean, some of these things, some of these injuries, I don't know if they're preventable or not, but I think, as much as I sit here and I criticize Jackson Dart on the radio every day about him needing to be more careful, in year 2, I still see more from Jaden where he could be more careful. So all of that is stuff I want to see him work on, frankly.
Peter, we got to run. You know how this goes. Thank you for making
All right,
time,
bro.
man.
Appreciate you, man.
I appreciate you guys. We'll talk full next week.
All right, that's our guy, Peter Rosenberg, Hot 97, WWE, all of it. Nobody does it like he does. Nobody else does the AAA poll question of the day like Landfill. Today's poll question, what will we see more of this December? Caps wins or Wizards losses? Of course, the AAA poll of the day brought to you by AAA. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA, plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders. We got to make bets. We got to do it fast. Landfill, don't even play the sounder. White Brian, how'd we do last night?
Me and Landfill won. Everyone else lost.
All right.
Dagger.
All
All
right,
right,
4-1. B-Mitch 4-1. Okay, good.
What do we like tonight, boys?
I'm taking the Cowboys.
Landfill's taking the Cowboys.
Give me the
I'm
Lions.
taking Detroit straight up.
Jeff, you all right, dog? You got that same thing Ethan was working
Yeah,
with?
I'll take the
Nah,
Lions.
I'm good.
I'm going money line though. It's not over 200, is it? Good.
Money line is 180. You're good.
I'm taking it.
Okay.
Money line.
I'm taking I'll do the same. That's actually really smart, B, for this nonsense. I will take Detroit money line as well. That's 3 Detroits, 1 Dallas. Did White Brian pick?
J-Mo touchdown.
J-Mo touchdown. Me and my fantasy team would really, really like that, White Brian. Great pick. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program. Thank you to Paul Tenorio for joining us. Thank you to Pete Bursich for joining us. And thank you to Peter Rosenberg for joining us. Thank you to Ethan Cadeau for joining us. We had 2 Pete's on today. New record.
Yeah.
Great and Danny coming your way next. Thanks for listening. You made it this far. Oh, you a beer.
Cowboys wide receiver George Pickens is expected to play tonight. He was removed from the injury report yesterday after being limited in Monday's practice with calf and knee injury. Also for tonight's game, the Lions may get star wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown. He was listed as questionable on Wednesday's injury report with an ankle injury. More news around the NFL. Eagles defensive tackle Jalen Carter is out for Monday's game against the Buccaneers after undergoing treatment on both of his shoulders. He could miss multiple weeks, but he is not expected to be placed on injured reserve. And tonight, right here on 106.7 The Fan, you can listen live to a matchup between the Wizards and the Celtics at 7 p.m. This game's shaping up to be a little bit of a contest, considering both teams will be without multiple key contributors. Celtics likely going to be without Jaylen Brown, who has an illness. The Wizards, though, without a few more: Trey Johnson, Bilal Coulibaly, Alex Sarr, Corey Kispert, and Sharif Cooper. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Good Thursday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. You are listening live to The Fan. We will talk with the Ringers, Sheil Kapadia, at 3:30 about a great Thursday night matchup, the Lions and the Cowboys tonight. And at 6 o'clock, the Athletics' Robert Mays will spin us around the National Football League. I want to talk about some coaches who could be on warming seats as we close in on the end of the NFL season. As a reminder, we're giving away Leonard Skinner tickets ahead of the Beltway Blitz at 4 o'clock. What's up, Danny?
How you doing, dude? So you pointed this out. I wasn't really aware of it until you pointed it out on me. My eyes are really red, and like now they're like a little irritated. So I've got it in my head that like I'm like starting pink eye. That's what's in my mind now. Wasn't thinking anything about it. Didn't even realize it. I went to the bathroom and looked. They're really red.
So when
it's
you
annoying.
got here today,
Yeah.
the first thing I said to you is, I look up, your eye looks as pink as someone with pink eye. I said, "Do you have pink eye?" Because that's not one of those come to work with it things.
Right. I don't think I do. Well, but actually, I don't know. I don't know.
Your left eye looks like you
My
have
left
pink
eye Lopez, yeah. I mean, there hasn't been any gunk, any of that like nasty, gross stuff that usually comes with the territory.
Could be early in
but
the
maybe
pink eye
this is
process.
maybe this is first stage. I don't know. I mean,
Your right eye looks completely fine.
that's the one that's more irritated, ironically. So I don't know, man.
But if it feels irritated on the other side, I actually feel better about the whole thing. Because then it's probably not pink eye in one eye. It's something going on with your system.
Yeah.
Where your eyes are irritated, and if they, they're dry or twitchy or whatever.
Mhm.
But only one of them looks very, very pink.
I mean, it's red
from here.
It is Capitals red.
I'm glad you mentioned the Capitals.
Now, a quick gripe. I read the analytics. Shouldn't they have gone for 2 last night?
They could have
Oh,
if
thank
they
you.
wanted to. I don't think it was necessary, though. 7-1 win over the Sharks. 6 straight for the Caps.
Take that.
8 of 9. They've now got the most points of any team in the Eastern Conference. And Ryan Leonard was awesome. Little kid Leno, 2 goals, 4 points. He has helped to fix this power play. They're 4 for 13 on the PP since they put him on it and have gotten it going. Alex Ovechkin, 2 more goals among these 7 last evening. They got the extra point up and through against the Sharks for win number 6 in a row.
And it will come down low into the Capital zone. Worked out now to center. Ryan Leonard cuts through, goes to the backhand and scores. What a goal from Ryan Leonard, just dancing through the defense. And the Capitals, the extra point is good. It's 7-0 Washington.
Whatever you have, you just gave John Walton.
I mean, good heavens, poor
What
John.
was that call? I mean, he didn't do anything wrong. He called it well. My guy was sick last night, huh? I mean, if they weren't in California, we're going to the bullpen probably. That was a tough go of it. And by the way, he was just doing that all game.
Yeah, that's tough, buddy.
Where's Ken Sabrin when you need him? Let's carry the load a little bit here, bud.
I mean, that is hard. I mean, I've been there. It's so frustrating. I'm sure he felt like okay after he was hopped up on the meds and ready to rock and roll. But I've been there. I've been sitting in the chair, and adults have been like, "You have to go home. You sound ridiculous."
I had not heard that call until we played it on air. Poor John Walton. But yes, the Caps are on fire. They have played 3 more games than some teams in the East, so that's part of the reason why they have the most points. But they've completely turned their season around now with their 9 wins in their last 10 and their 6 in a row. Thursday Night Football tonight's going to be excellent. This is a really, really good matchup. Really important NFC matchup as well. It's got a loser leaves town feel to it, doesn't it? The Cowboys are 6-5-1. You've got 0 margin for error here. They've won 3 straight since their bye against the Raiders, and then the best week anybody's had all season, beating the Eagles and the Chiefs within a 5-day span. So now you've got Detroit. Things soften up a little bit on the other side of this, though. They close with Vikings. They'll be favored at home. Chargers at home. Pick'em type game, but I'll bet you they'll be favored. Then at the Commanders on Christmas Day, they should win that one. And at the Giants, if they beat the Lions, Danny, they'd be 7-5-1 with a legitimate chance to get to 11-5-1. And let's say they don't run the table, even still, 10-6-1 could actually get them in.
Might do it, yeah.
They've got to beat Detroit to give themselves a chance to go 3-1 and get some help.
Yeah, it all depends on what other teams do if you're in that space. But I'm telling you, over the last 3 games since their bye week, there have not been many teams playing better football than them.
You just went in that space. That is a Dan Quinnism, big time. Have you heard him say that before?
No, what did I say?
Oh,
I don't know what I said.
Saying in that space, like in the space or in that space.
Oh,
like
man.
Rivera had so many. I don't even remember them now. What were Rivera's?
Be where your feet are. Don't draw me a map unless you've been there.
Kind of repeating what he had just said for emphasis.
More so than anything else.
It really is. After
it really is.
Like, Danny's my friend. He really is okay. But one of the Dan Quinnisms is to say in that space.
I didn't even mean to. It's rubbing off. I'm sure.
Listen for it. You'll hear it a lot.
I'm sure I will. It'll pop up now. But I mean, they weren't very good to start the game against the Eagles, if you recall. The Eagles choked that one away. Should have won it. They're up 21-0. But since then, and really the Raiders game coming out of the bye week, they would shit at the Raiders, but who cares? They've played really good football. As you said, they had the best week ever, VH1 style, and they put themselves in a position where they're a team I wouldn't want to play. The way their offense is humming, defensively, they're fine. Not good, but fine, which is good enough. They're dangerous, man. And if they beat Detroit, you said it, 7-5-1 with 3 games left that they'll be favored in, one kind of a coin toss, which you maybe can afford to drop because it's an AFC game. They're in a decent position right now.
Jay makes the case, Jay Gruden, when he comes on with us, the last couple of shows we've done with him the last 2 weeks, that they are the hottest team in the league, basically the team you'd least want to play this week is the Cowboys. I think that's a little overstated and hyperbolic, but I get the point. You just heard Savannah mention in the update that George Pickens is playing tonight. So with him on one side and CeeDee Lamb on another and a tight end who can stretch the field in the seam and a run game that's pretty strong behind a good offensive line and a quarterback playing at an MVP level, have fun against that offense if you're Detroit's defense. Now, the flip side of this is the Lions, who have gone boy, girl with their wins and losses for the better part of 2 months. Dating back to October 12th, this is what they've done. Lost, then won, then had a bye week, then lost, then won, then lost, then won, then lost. Every other game. So they're due to win, I guess. That's the good news. But they'd better. If they fall to 7-6 with the Rams coming up, you're looking at 7-7 with 3 to play and bad tiebreaker metrics going into a gotta-have-it 3 wins and needing help. This is an elimination game of sorts, it kind of feels like, for the Lions. You'd have to run the table after this otherwise. That's why I'm going loser leaves town here. Somebody is going to be dealt a hand they probably can't overcome tonight.
Yeah, for the Lions, I think especially, given what's happened in that division, and as you said, that they dropped a game or two they probably shouldn't have. Tough schedule, but even still, with the 2 teams ahead of them and the NFC West, the third-place team has 9 wins. That's San Francisco. They're 9-4, a half game back of the co-leaders, the Rams and the Seahawks, because they played one more. The math doesn't work great. You can't have 2 divisions with 3 teams getting in. That's a really, really, really tough road that they have left. Their best path is probably to get to the top of that division or leapfrog a team in Green Bay that's beaten them a couple of times and is basically 2 games ahead of them at this point. Not easy.
No Sam Laporta. Looks like no Amon-Ra St. Brown. No Khalif Raymond. No Brock Wright. So you're down 2 receivers, 2 tight ends, and Jared Goff playing behind a super banged-up offensive line needs to be great tonight. What a challenge for him. Good news is you're at home, indoors, on carpet, but a lot of Jameson Williams, I'm guessing, in that passing game. I wanted to start locally on the Commanders front with your update today coming from Ashburn. Cliff Kingsbury met with the media. Before I get to the comment he made and what we wanted to talk about, has Cliff had a better year than we've given him credit for, do you think? We were beating up on him pretty good 2-3 weeks ago. The offense has started to turn it around a little bit as they've gotten healthier. And you take inventory now and you kind of take a step back, look from 10,000 feet, and you say, how sure are we that he hasn't gotten a lot of juice out of an orange that didn't have much? I mean, if really this was all about injuries, and you look at where they're ranked now, it's not like he had a terrible season as a coordinator. I've been frustrated with some things. My problem right now with their offense is that Cliff just refuses to adapt to some of the things around the league that are very successful. I think they need to be under center more. I think they need to go 12 and 13 personnel, play action, roll in the pocket, boots more. He doesn't really have any interest in doing that. And so this is just what it's going to be. You're going to line up in gun. You're going to occasionally be in pistol. You're going to run spread and do the horizontal raid. But if you look at some of the numbers, they're number 2 in the red zone with all the weapons that they haven't had at times this year. In terms of overall rankings, they're 11 in EPA per play. They're 12 in yards per play. They're 13 in third downs. They're 10th in fourth downs. I think a lot of coordinators in this league would have had worse numbers with the cast that they've been operating with and a backup quarterback starting for half of the season than Kingsbury's had.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Just given what we saw last year and how good it was, this is certainly a big step back from that, and you went through the reasons why. Yards per play, they actually come off pretty well. They're tied for 12th with a handful of teams that are right in that bucket, which is very,
to me, among deep dive analytics, that's the best stat. You line up, how many yards do you get on any given play?
yeah, and they're pretty middle of the pack in that regard. And given, as you said, no Terry McLaurin for 80% of their games, no Austin Eckler for most of it. Very little weaponry at times, backup quarterback, everybody kind of being on to you. No deep threat of any sort. Yeah, that's actually not too bad. It's the points that I think really kind of screw them. Like they haven't scored, even though they've moved the ball decently well, even without, again, with all the usual caveats. If you were middle of the pack in all those numbers, if you were, say, 17th in points, I'd go, yeah, that makes sense. That's kind of a corollary. I think they're 24th in points scored as an offense.
Phenomenal in the red zone, though.
Once they get there, yeah.
So that tells you a couple things. I think they've had more long drives to go on because of their defense.
Yep. No turnovers, no short fields ever.
Never short fields.
Yep.
Because you don't get any takeaways, and when you do, it's almost never in plus territory. But to the other side of that token, I guess, their return game is great. Kick returns, specifically punt returns to a lesser extent, but I mean, they're one of the best kick return units in the NFL and one of the best starting field position units in that regard in the league. Almost every single week, they've got a drive starting past the 40-yard line or something like that. So maybe you give some, you lose some there. But I would say overall, while I have my annoyances and things that I wish Cliff did a little bit differently, and when it's going well, they don't matter, and when it's not, you get a little more frustrated. It's like a marriage. It's like when you're having one of those weeks where you're just in a bad mood, all of a sudden, the thing that, your husband not doing the dishes maybe bothers you a little more. You know what I'm saying? Yep. And right now I'm going, come on, man. We can't ever get under center. We can't run any plays like all the good offenses do in the league. But if you just told me no Terry McLaurin almost all season, no Noah Brown almost all season,
you're going to suffer. Yeah.
Debo's going to be banged up for the better part of a month where he's not quite himself. No Austin Eckler as your outlet. Really, the only area that's going to be unimpeded by injury in any way on the depth chart is the offensive line. There's going to be some flux there at left guard anyway. And you're going to be just outside of the top 10 in offense with 5 weeks to go and Jaden Daniels played half of the season. I would have signed up for that sight unseen. I wouldn't have said, no, let me see what's behind the other door. That is an easy sign up for that spot.
I would say so. I mean, again, given all the dramatics around, given everything that's gone as bad as it possibly could have, you're right. On a binary, I would have signed up for that. Where, hey, am I middle of the pack on offense for the most part? I'd say yes, and let's see how will I stay afloat. Again, the thing we talk about a lot is if their defense was just regular, not good. Not even talking about good, not even mediocre, not even average. If it was regular, not good, in the low 20s with an occasional turnover, they probably win 2 more games at some point,
at least.
Or at least they're not getting blown up by 25 each and every week, right? For a month plus.
Complimentary football is not a thing that you get to benefit from if you're Cliff Kingsbury either. To that point,
no.
Every coordinator in the league knows on both sides of the ball. I'm not just talking offense here, but you are made better by the guy in the building coaching the other side of the ball, or you're made worse by that person. Sometimes I think that their defense has it harder because of their tempo, because Cliff Kingsbury's not in the huddle. By the way, their percentage of non-huddle plays is so much higher than anybody else's. It looks like it belongs on a Saturday. And I kind of like no huddle, but they do it even to the extreme more than I would. But their tempo can put a team in a bind. I remember one time talking to Kyle Shanahan about this years ago when he was the OC here. And I brought him some numbers, and I'm like, hey, help me with this. And I showed him what Washington's offense was doing with tempo as opposed to not with tempo. And I'm like, here's what you guys are doing with tempo. It was one of the highest rated everything in the league. I'm like, here's what you're doing when you're not using tempo. It was not good. And I said, but you're doing it at this rate. And it was middle of the pack at best. I don't remember all the specifics. And I remember him saying to me, like, yeah, I love it. Like, I want to do more of it. But right now, we don't have a defense that can survive if we're out there going 3 and out potentially and giving the ball right back to an offense.
And our whole drive takes literally 1 minute. We can't do that.
And I just remember thinking, okay, so they know they could be better on offense if they did it this way, but they think that overall the product for the team might suffer from that. And it does feel like Washington, at least from a play calling, tempo, no huddle standpoint, is going, everything else be damned. Let's turn up the faders as best we can on what's best for the offense sometimes. And I think that makes it harder on a bad defense.
I think that's true. But my only counter to the counter, and it's a good point, is it's not as if they're always snapping it with 25 seconds left on the play clock, right? They can go no huddle, but how many times does the referee walk up to the line of scrimmage and go, I'm the letter T, everyone has to wait, and they're still snapping it fairly low. They're just not huddling in between.
I'd have to look this up. The last time I looked, they ran the fastest time between plays in the league.
For the most part, they do.
By a bunch.
And there's no question about that.
Yeah.
They're if they're not up there, the third or fifth. I mean, the point is they go fast, but it's not every, like, their 3 and outs usually don't take that. Like, there were years at Buffalo, for example, when they were so good out of the K-gun with Jim Kelly and Thurman Thomas and Andre Reed and company. They're like, we're awesome in the 2-minute drill. We're incredible. We got a maestro here. We got weapons galore. We're so good when we play hurry up. Let's just play hurry up all the time. And the rare occasion it would go bad, their 3 and outs they'd be done in 45 seconds. And the defense, Bruce Smith and Darryl Talley and all the guys would come right back on the field. That's, I don't think that happens that often with this offense is kind of my point.
They're 12th, just outside of the top 10 in percentage of drives, by the way, that are 3 and outs. You'd like to be lower there if you're going to operate with the tempo they do to that point in terms of helping the defense. But look, we wanted to get into Laramie Tunsil. We got a lot of show in front of us and some runway to do that. So we will get into what Cliff Kingsbury said about the big left tackle and the fact that he's going to break the bank probably this offseason or next because he's one of the better pass protectors in football. It's an interesting comment from Kingsbury for a guy who might need an extension from Washington this offseason. But I actually want to double click on Kingsbury because it's been a while since we have taken the temperature of our audience on him. And it did seem like his approval rating was dropping, like everybody in the building, over the last several weeks. As you lose, that happens. And as your side of the ball, in his case, gets less effective, that happens. But I do think maybe you can call it reactionary or recency or whatever after they had a good game against the Broncos. I just think if you look at the totality now of 12 football games, even as we're sitting here and they've lost 7 in a row and 8 of 9, I do feel like he has actually done a good job with the hand he's been dealt this year. And I wonder if people agree with that first. 800-636-1067. And just where are you at on Kingsbury? Like, we've had callers that have called up and said, I kind of hope he gets a head coaching job.
Yeah, it'd be nice if he was to leave.
If he got a head coaching job, that'd be awesome because then you could run a NFL offense like what Seattle's doing with Darnold. One of those Shanahan-type offenses under center. I'd like to have my cake and eat it too, where I'd like Kingsbury to be here for the continuity that comes with the same offense for 3 years with your quarterback that is massive for a young developing player. But I would also like to incorporate more of those other things. There's no reason he can't or shouldn't be willing to do that. And if he doesn't want to do it to the offseason, that's fine. But I remember the Ben Standig piece where this guy watches every single play of every single NFL game and every single Power 5 college football team in the offseason every year to try to find new creative things to do. Well, do that.
Yeah, he adjusts, but he's very slow to adjust. He does.
I don't know if he does. I mean, I yes, as much as any coach does, but I would not say that is a trait I would describe Cliff Kingsbury with as saying like he is willing to, he's malleable. I would say the opposite.
Well, it's fair, but I guess my point is the reason everybody brought up correctly, by the way, the Cliff was he would do incredibly well as an offense for 8 games, 9 games, 10 games, whatever. Then defenses presumably would figure something out and he wouldn't change. When we're screaming last year, when Jaden was busted up, they played good defenses. The offense wasn't the same. Terry's just trotting out to the left. There's no motion. There's no change. There's no nothing. Eventually, he did it. My point is, it takes a lot. You got to get punched in the mouth a lot of times. You go, okay, fine. If I walk into the guy's right hand, he's going to punch me in the mouth.
How you feel about Kingsbury? 800-636-1067. And then what is your interest in year 3, which looks likely, and it's certainly a good thing in a lot of ways. But are you interested at all in what could be behind another door? Like if he were to leave as a head coach, would part of you say, it stinks a little bit, but this could actually be okay? 800-636-1067. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana. In the NFL, roster moves for the Commanders today. They activated defensive end Drake Jackson from injured reserve and released safety Darnell Savage. Tonight, Thursday Night Football, Cowboys and Lions kicks off Week 14. 8:15 kickoff. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. The Cowboys coming in 6-5-1. The Lions 7-5. Both teams currently on the outside of the NFC playoff picture. Lions wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown listed as questionable. Return next week is considered a more realistic expectation, but the Lions have still not ruled him out for tonight. The Eagles did rule out defensive tackle Jalen Carter for Monday Night Football against the Chargers after he underwent a procedure on both of his shoulders on Monday. Basketball tonight, the Wizards taking on the Celtics at 7 o'clock at Capital One Arena. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Last night, the Capitals extended their winning streak to 6 games as they beat the Sharks 7-1. They're back in action tomorrow against the Ducks in Anaheim to wrap up their West Coast trip. Football season's heating up. Is your house? Call Dan at Foley Mechanical. From HVAC to boilers to radiator heat, they're the pros across D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Privately owned, proudly installing Amana. Foley Mechanical. No gimmicks, just game-ready comfort. Visit FoleyMechanical.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thank you for listening to the show. Shil Kapadia of The Ringer at 3:30 to talk NFL football with us. And at 4 o'clock today, 90 minutes from now, somebody listening is going to win tickets to a show, Leonard Skinner, this summer in D.C. But we started out talking about Kingsbury's press conference today, kind of stumbled into a discussion about where we're at on Kingsbury after year 2. And we're taking your calls at 800-636-1067. I actually think this is one of those situations where, like, if I was a teacher, before I got out the calculator, punched in all the numbers to find out your grade, I bet you I would, in this particular case with this student, I would say, oh, I bet he's going to have a C. And then I punch it in and he's got like a B squarely or a B plus or something. I'm like, oh, he had a better semester than I thought.
Oh, I know what you mean, where it's like my impression isn't that great, but then when I actually look at it,
And then I think about the context of it all and all the injuries. I think he's done a pretty good job. But for all of my complaints, and I know they have been loud occasionally, and they will continue to be until this thing is humming, I just don't think he does enough of the stuff that I really, really, really like and want to see. And it's not just my own proclivity, that's some of it, but it is also what works with the really good offenses in this sport. Dan Orlovsky is a disciple of this. You know, if you're not under center, if you're not marrying your run game to your pass game from being under center in 12 and 13 personnel, I just think you're missing the boat. And he just doesn't do a lot of that. So that's going to be my frustration probably in perpetuity. But I think it's a bigger deal to have continuity with the quarterback than anything else is. When you have a good, and he is a good, maybe even a really good offensive coordinator. So my number one preference would be that he comes back and keeps as many of the assistants on this staff as possible. That's my number one priority. Beyond that, number two would be, okay, if he leaves, is that devastating? I think it's a big deal. I think it's a huge loss. It might not be the disaster that it would have been a year ago at this time, probably, but it would be a significant blow, especially because maybe Tavita Pritchard takes 1 or 2 guys with him from down the pecking order to Stanford. And then Cliff takes 1 or 2 guys with him, and you're losing somewhere between 4 and 6 assistants, you know, counting those 2 guys this offseason. That's very possible, and you're kind of rebooting again with Daniels. So the continuity is my number one priority, and I think he's good. So my feelings on him are still very positive. Like, I've never, if polled on approval rating, I would have never bubbled in disapprove on Cliff Kingsbury still. And I wouldn't as I sit here today.
Yeah, I think that's the way to put it. I mean, the offenses that are flying high this year, a lot of them are doing it one way. Last year, 2 offenses met in the Super Bowl that didn't do it that way. I think the league is cyclical and changes and moves, and there are concepts, though, that make a lot of sense. By the way, here's what makes a lot of sense. One play should look like the other play until it's not. That's pretty good. I would subscribe to that. That's the easy code for that is under center. You can get some run mixed with pass, and they look identical, etc. When it's going well, you could still do some of that from the pistol. I think you can still do some of that from the shotgun, but I think it's harder, and it's been proven harder this year.
I would say no to the shotgun, definitely to the pistol. I think the shotgun idea has been debunked. Pistol is not that different, maybe from under center, according to some of the experts. I can buy some of that. But the two teams last year, you're referencing Chiefs, Eagles.
Yeah.
Both of them do the under center stuff more this year.
Everyone's adapted.
It's trending in that direction.
Yes, that is the
for
trend.
Almost everybody. Washington is not getting that memo.
No, but we've seen a million trends in this league. The Wildcat was the trend that was impossible to stop. The zone read was impossible to stop until it wasn't. I mean, there adjustments get made. This is a push and pull. Now, it used to be like, oh my God, you need to have 5 wide receivers on the field at all times. Well, now it's like, what's a great advantage is having a tight end that can run and block or pass, catch, and block. Now you can knock nickels into next week. But I digress. So to me, I'm still generally pretty positive on Cliff Kingsbury. I think if you give him the appropriate armaments, that's an offense that's impossible to deal with. And they didn't have that this year. And I think he was hamstrung. I think there was nothing on that play sheet for a few weeks that he could have called that would have done an awful lot. When nobody's afraid of you. Again, when they played Dallas, that was an objectively terrible defense. Same with Chicago. They were both made to look really strong because there was no threat. And there was no design threat that Kingsbury could come up with because they didn't have a horse. They didn't have a weapon, whatever you want to call it, that scared defenses enough to back off. When you are not afraid of a huge dimension of a modern offense, there's a reason everybody started going to these 2 deep shells. Everybody started playing quarters or cover 3 to back off because they're terrified of getting beat over the top. They were like, enough of these highlights. We're going to make people matriculate. If you take that ability away, everybody's not playing on their heels, not playing flat-footed, is attacking down to the line of scrimmage, which they were against Washington. You can't run it and you can't really throw it.
My one concern about him is still adaptability and just willingness to shift into something else, literally and figuratively, I guess.
It's mine too.
But the Rams, the Bears, some of these teams, if you look at the personnel groupings they used in September versus now, it's just so different. Sean McVay will go from a couple of weeks where they don't have 3 tight ends in a game to having 82%, 13 personnel or whatever. Like, that's not a thing here. It is just kind of what you see is what you get. And that's probably not completely fair. I mean, there are weeks where they'll come out in jumbo, and they do that, I think, with the extra offensive lineman at one of the highest rates in the NFL. There are wrinkles for sure, but it seems like he wants to run his thing. And even at a time when you were completely beleaguered at receiver, but you had your tight ends, they didn't seem to lean more into tight ends.
Yeah, remember We Are Marshall, Matthew McConaughey vehicle? And so he's like, what do we do with our bad personnel? And he went to Bobby Bowden and was like, teach me the veer. Like, there was a point where he's looking at it and going, we don't have the animals. We don't have the horses here. We don't have the studs. What can we do to try to compete? I don't feel like Kingsbury did that. I'm with you on that.
Let's go to Joe, who's in Reston on Grant and Danny. What's up, Joe? How are you?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I think I feel pretty good about Cliff still. I think that, personnel-wise, what's happened with the injuries, obviously, with Jaden and Terry are going to hurt any team. And I think my one hope is that maybe nationally people view him in a worse way so we don't end up losing him. I think an underrated loss this year that really hurt his offense, that I guess I feel like not a lot of people are talking about, is that I feel like the loss of Eckler early on really made the offense less dynamic. And maybe on even a smaller sense, losing Zacchaeus in free agency. I just think those two things made the offense less dynamic outside of obviously losing Jaden and Terry.
Yeah, it's a big difference.
Yep.
But we've talked about this through the lens of Daniels a bunch. How about through the lens of the play caller? Look at the guys that caught all the passes last year. None of them played the majority of this season. It was McLaurin, De'Ami Brown, Olamide Zacchaeus, Austin Eckler. Zach Ertz is the only guy that's actually been on the field routinely this year of the top 5. And then you could even go down the board with like Jamison Crowder and some of those other guys. It's been a complete turnover. Let's go to Carl in Fort Washington on Grant and Danny. How you feeling about Kingsbury?
Hey, Grant. Hey, Danny. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Very nice.
We
Thank you for
appreciate
the
you.
call. Appreciate that.
Yeah, of course. Thank you. I'm with a lot of people right now saying that Kingsbury is fine. I think Kingsbury is fine too. I agree with a lot of people's arguments that it's the injuries. Only so much can be said about injuries. I want to go to the point you guys are saying about making adjustments. Kingsbury runs a lot of, shotgun, not a lot of under center. And I want to ask you guys a question, whether or not that's that's him not adjusting, or that's him deferring too much to the system that his quarterbacks prefer?
It's a great question.
Thank you.
Really, really good question. I don't know the answer. Here's how I'll answer it best I can, and this is a guess. I assume Daniels is way more comfortable doing the thing he's always done.
Yeah, he's done it the most, yeah.
That's a reasonable assumption, right? So there might be something to that where you go, I'm just going to keep him in the gun. That's what he likes. That's what he knows. He played at this incredible level last year, and it worked, and getting him under center more often, it wasn't necessary. And now, in the flow of the season, it's a little more complicated. But to that, I would say, do you think Caleb Williams would have been more comfortable if Ben Johnson didn't shove the whole playbook down his throat and say, you're now going to throw to the middle of the field in pop passes, out of play action, on 5-step drops, and we're going to be under center a ton? And by the way, they wore it in training camp. He looked like poop. You know, they wore it in the preseason. Like, there's viral videos of him throwing to the wrong areas and all. But guess what Ben Johnson did? He said, this is how it works in this league. This is where you're going to need to be. It's like the old Robert Griffin debate you and I would have, or so many people had, where my point is they did the thing that was great for Robert Griffin and the offense to have the most success right away, and they were going to little by little break off a piece and hand it to him on his plate to eat to get him better as a pocket passing, real-life NFL quarterback winning from the pocket. That's not what the Bears did with Caleb Williams. You know, that's not what Bo Nix is doing in Denver. Like, these coaches are going, all right, here's what you're going to learn. Would it be more comfortable? Absolutely. Get comfortable being uncomfortable. That was one of the first comments Ben Johnson said when he got to Chicago. And he's kind of lived by that. And this is one of the ways, I think, where he chose
it pays dividends, yeah.
lack of comfort for the betterment of the development. Let's go to Chris in Hyattsville. What's up, Chris? How are you?
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
I have a rare day where I can catch the whole show live and comment. So, listen, I appreciate what Kingsbury's done. I think he's been the best offensive coordinator this team has had in quite some time. That being said, I'm not moving heaven and earth to keep him. And it's for the very reason that you mentioned, Grant, and that is, for as young a guy he is, he seems very set in his ways and only wanting to run his one style of offense. I mean, I don't want to compare him to Joe Gibbs because that's done too often in this town. But the thing about Gibbs is people think he ran the same offense for 15 years. He didn't. That team was different each time they went to the Super Bowl. They still always were run-based, but, you know, under Doug Williams and Rippon, they aired it out a lot more. You know, they had a split backfield by committee one year instead of having, you know, the workhorse. Gibbs knew how to adapt and update to keep with the times and the personnel he has on the field. I don't think I see Kingsbury adapting his offense or molding his offense around what the players do best. Instead, I think he's trying to get them to conform to the offense he wants to run. And I'd rather have a guy who is more adaptable and, you know, creates more dynamics. And like the under center thing, it's not about being under center. It's about giving the defense as many different looks as possible to be held accountable for.
Right. It's
I
harder
like that
to
translation.
defend.
Yeah.
You're turning your back to the defenders. You could do that a little bit in pistol, but I don't think it's as long. And that's what defenders will tell you is the problem. I think it's also a lot easier to marry play action pass to the run when you're doing it from under center with some of the boot action and the things you could do on stretches, some of the pop passes I talked about where you're dropping 3 and 5 and, you know, all of a sudden you got the dig coming behind the linebacker that you just don't see a lot of in this offense. It's a good phone call. I want to get into that next, though, with you. So let's tackle this. And if you're on hold, we'll get to 800-636-1067. But let's spin this thing into that direction of the conversation, which is, do you view Kingsbury as intractable? And maybe the better question is he doing this because he thinks this is what's best for Daniels? Maybe he doesn't think doing it the other way would work with Daniels or would be as successful? Or do you think he's doing this because this is his style? You know, he doesn't want to deviate away from the thing he knows best and what makes him comfortable. That's a big difference.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
I mean, honestly, it's the best compliment you can give a coach is maximize your players by doing the thing that makes them great. And if he's doing this for that reason, it's probably actually a really good thing. But if it's the opposite of that, and Daniels could excel in the other way, and you're not doing these other things that work around the league because it's just not the way you've always done it.
Yeah, I like it this way. Like
then-
I love a good defensive coach that's got a high flying offense where he's like, listen, it's not what I want to do, but by God, we're so good at this, I have to deal with it.
It's like green flag versus red flag, depending on what the
Right.
reality is
Mhm.
here. So which one is it? Grant and Danny on the Fan. Hey guys, it's Grant for the FanDuel Sportsbook. FanDuel's an official sportsbook of 1067 The Fan. Every NFL Thursday, today's an NFL Thursday, is your chance to hit the jackpot on FanDuel, because with FanDuel's Thursday touchdown jackpot, you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets each week. Here's what you're going to do. You're going to get in on tonight's action, this Thursday's action. All you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And then if your player that you picked scores first or last among the touchdowns in the game, you're going to win your bet plus a share of bonus bets. You got to go to FanDuel.com/GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP, for a shot at the jackpot. FanDuel.com/GP, your chance to win a share of the $2 million in bonus bets. Got to be 21 in Virginia. Opt in. Must apply profit boost token. Prize pool to be split equally among all participants. Bonus issued non-withdrawable. Bonus bet expires in 3 weeks. Restrictions apply. Terms at Sportsbook. FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Tomorrow, Field Trip Friday returns. We are at Craft House in Reston from 2 to 6:30 tomorrow. We expect Reston to do what they've always done. Take care of their guys. Show up and show out. I know the lads have lost 7 in a row. I know.
We all know
that the locals are now 3-9. This is not the way any of us drew it up. But that's not going to stop us from having a good time. We're going to Minnesota. We're flying out on Saturday. So let's get together, talk some ball, have a little fun. Craft House, Reston tomorrow.
That is the plan. Craft House has been very good to us over these couple of years. We've had some really good memories there before some really fun games. And this is another game also. But the fun, it will be had.
So the question that was brought up, we're talking Cliff Kingsbury, and a caller said, does he do it like he does? Because it's better for Jaden Daniels. It's what he's more comfortable doing. It's what he's always done. Or does he do it because he's intractable? I think it's a great question. I'd love to know the answer. We do have the evidence of how they operate with Marcus Mariota, which is that they don't really change anything.
Mm-hmm.
I'd have to look at percentages. I don't know where to find this by quarterback, if I'm being honest. It does, for me, anecdotally feel like there are more times when they're under center, and it's not very often, and they do that bootleg thing with Marcus Mariota. But he's also just played a lot more over the last dozen weeks of football.
Yep.
So I obviously am going to remember more of those. Percentage of plays under center, Daniels versus Mariota, I wonder what that would look like. But also with Mariota.
Thank you.
You're welcome. He's also a guy that in his entire college career at Oregon and throughout his entire NFL career has lived in the gun. So I don't know that that is evidence that helps us or answers the question. Because if you're calling plays the way you do and formations the way you do because that's what Daniels likes, well, that's also probably what Mariota likes.
Who was the analyst that we had on who said the reason to go out of the shotgun all the time was to emphasize the quarterback run game? Do you remember who that was? It was like 6 weeks ago. It was a while back.
Yes.
Somebody smart. I don't know if it was Frank Schwab or the guy that invented DVOA. I can't
it was
remember.
Robert Mays.
Was Robert Mays
coming on today? He was on like a month ago, and I asked him, should they be under center more? And he said, the only reason you go under center more often, like basically, if you have a quarterback who can run, living in the gun or living in pistols, not a bad idea.
And that's what's haunted me since. Is if the reason for all of this is to emphasize the quarterback run game, then that's not a good enough reason for me. Now, there are compelling reasons to line up in the shotgun. That is, I don't want my young quarterback ever turning his back on the football field because I want him to be able to read and process everything at all times and see where defenders are, see tendencies, see movement. I don't like the idea of him turning his back. It's really hard, for example. This
He
is not the
turns
same.
his back in pistol anyway.
Right, but a shotgun, it's far less. You never have to take your eyes off the defense. This is not the same. I understand that, but I'm just trying to illustrate the point. Our little 7 and 8 year olds playing flag football, when you have them fake a handoff and they turn around, it takes seconds for them to turn back around, see the field, figure out who's open, and by then, what was open isn't anymore. Whereas if they can look at things, it happens much more quickly. That's an extreme example, of course. I'm not saying that Jaden Daniels plays like an 8 year old, but it's illustrative. You could see the challenge of turning your back. Again, there are trade-offs to that. There could be really good things. Those are reasons I'd like to hear or be interested in. If it's, I need my quarterback to run, nope, right away, tear that up and throw that out.
Yeah, I differentiate between gun and pistol on this conversation big time. Like, I think living in shotgun, which obviously you guys know this, but just if there's anyone out there who's like, what's the difference? Pistol, you've got the back behind you, and so you're still getting that angle where you're turning your back to the defense. The entire point of running from under center, there's a lot of them, but one of the benefits is when you're dropping back, Danny's kind of thing that he doesn't like, when you're not looking at the defense, they can't see the ball, and it slows them down, right? When you're in traditional shotgun with a running back next to you, you have this mesh point thing where very quickly you put it in their stomach and you pull it out. It's not the same amount of time where they're confused or don't know what's happening. It's a way smaller time. Now, you can make the argument, and some people do, that in pistol, that it works the same way. I still think there are great benefits to being under center.
There definitely are.
Based on where the back is, it takes longer to get back to the line of scrimmage. They're so deep. The timing, marrying up play action is still better under center. But shotgun is, I don't want to say it's dead to me, but it's not like I would never do it. But majoring in shotgun to me is the worst of the three. Like if we're playing blank, marry, kill, or whatever the game is,
yeah.
Like shotgun gets killed every time.
Yeah.
I will, the number 2 is going to be pistol, but under center is number 1. go to Jeff in Woodbridge. What's up, Jeff?
Hello, gentlemen. Always a pleasure.
Thanks,
Happy
buddy.
holidays.
You too, buddy.
You as well.
Thank you. 2 points. First of all, I think it's hard to underestimate how bad the current situation is as far as his not being able to adjust more. Number one, because of the injuries, and two, because of the complementary football. I mean, the defense is so bad. I mean, you're just at risk constantly of putting them in a worse position if you have the occasional 3 and out. And so I think he has had to adjust, just not in the way we'd like to see it, because of he's been hampered.
That's a good point.
Second point. I think the most important thing is the development of Jaden Daniels. And, here's a guy that's had Johnny Manziel and Patrick Mahomes, Caleb Williams, and Jaden Daniels. And you could take a lot of, they were all very extremely successful during the time he was coaching them. And the guy knows how to develop a quarterback. You could have had, how many quarterbacks have you seen drafted in the first round that are, out of the league in a year or two because of how they were handled?
Yeah,
And
I think Daniels probably, regardless of who was coaching him, would have been okay. But I think your point's correct, which is he's got a great track record with quarterbacks, which is one of the reasons the team was intrigued.
That's why he got
by
a head
him.
coaching gig.
Exactly, and he'll get another one, and he deserves to get another one at some point based on what he's done with Daniels. I think that's very well said. All right, next we'll do 2 things. Laramie Tunsil's due for a payday. It could be coming this offseason, and I think you guys will be intrigued to hear what Kingsbury had to say about paying him. It was a pretty fascinating comment today. Plus, which NFL head coaches are in trouble as we barrel down the stretch of this NFL regular season? Whose seats are getting hottest? That's next on Grant and Danny.
NFL Thursday night football kicks off week 14 tonight. The Cowboys take on the Lions in Detroit, 8:15 kickoff. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. Cowboys and the Lions both on the outside of the playoff picture right now. The Cowboys are 6-5-1. The Lions are 7-5. Lions wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown is listed as questionable. Although a return next week is considered a more realistic expectation, they're not ruling him out for tonight just yet. He is listed as questionable. For the Commanders, roster moves today. They activated defensive end Drake Jackson off injured reserve and released safety Darnell Savage. Basketball tonight. The Wizards in action at home, taking on the Celtics. 7 o'clock tip-off. Can hear that game right here on the Fan. And hockey last night, the Capitals continued their hot streak, beating the Sharks 7-1. That's 6 straight for the Capitals. Day off today. They'll stay on the West Coast to wrap up their road trip tomorrow as they'll take on the Ducks in Anaheim. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
We're brought to you today and every day by the law firm Kunduri and Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com and mention us to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. We will be in the air with those guys on Saturday morning on our way to Minneapolis for a show trip. Should be very, very good. I think we're doing hotels instead of Airbnb this time, because we were Airbnb.
We did that last time,
in
yeah.
Kansas City in a house. Kind of cool. Everybody, we got pizza, hung out, watched Sunday Night Football. Did
I think
a bunch of
maybe
stuff.
if there are a couple more guys coming, then that became probably too hard, right?
Oh, I
Because
would
Wasim
imagine
couldn't
so.
come last time.
I mean, there's a twice as big a crew.
Yeah.
So we would need a big house.
Mm-hmm.
It would be like the
It's fine by
stadium
me, but
where
yeah.
the Michigan Wolverines
That's
play.
right. That's right. We need the
But
big
yeah,
house.
that'll be good because we're right downtown. We're a few blocks away from a bunch of stuff, including the Odyssey headquarters down there, where I think we're going to be doing the show from. But should be a good trip. It sounds like it's going to be frigid.
Dude, as my kids used to say.
You've never been to Mall of America?
No,
How many times have you been to Minnesota?
twice. 2 times in Minneapolis.
And how long are we talking?
Weekends. Yeah.
How long ago?
One was for a wedding, probably like 8 years ago. Once before that, I don't remember why we were there,
Okay.
but I went, definitely went.
So I went to go to the All-Star festivities at Target Field. I definitely didn't make it to Mall of America on that trip because there was a lot of stuff going on. But I went the first and only time for football when Washington was playing the Vikings back during the Shanahan era. I think it would have been 2013. And Michael Phillips and I went to Mall of America and did all the skits and bits. Roller coaster, putt-putt, like all that stuff.
That's so wacky at them all.
I mean, it's crazy how insanely big it is. I'd like to say we're going to get there. Maybe that'll be one of the activities
Could be.
is planned that we don't know about yet. But if not, I know Darius and I are trying to get over there to check it out. Maybe Danny will come with.
What's the plan when you go over there? Is it just like, wow, this mall is big. All right, let's go home, or what are you
Everything's
doing?
there. I think
Yeah.
like any mall, you kind of be a mall rat. You walk around.
Just
a
walk
little bit.
around. Oh, there's a Foot Locker. There's a food court with the cheesesteak place.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not like going to Tyson's, with all due respect to Tyson's. Again, there's like roller coasters. And we
Roller
could, like,
coasters.
to me, we could go play putt-putt. It's like what I want to do there. And at their mall putt-putt.
Indoor putt-putt. I'd be steamed up to do
Yeah,
that.
on a cold day, you got to be inside anyway,
Mhm.
right? Which NFL head coaches are in trouble? Let's get into that. So there have already been 2 firings this year. Generally, there's between 6 and 8 coaches getting replaced at the end of the season. So I want to have a category of I'm very sure this guy's out. And then this guy might be out category. Like we already know 2 dudes have been fired. The next category is these guys will soon join them. Put this in pen. And then the other ones put this in pencil, but I think they could get fired. So who else do you think's in the put it in pen, they're going to be fired category?
So I've been pretty confident that Kevin Stefanski has to go in Cleveland. They're yelling for it on the radio. He's 2-30 over his last couple of years.
If they're yelling
Numbers
for it on the
approximate.
radio, then it's got to happen.
But it's to the point where now it's like untenable. And if you're in charge there, you need someone to blame. That's a lever that I think is going to get pulled. But the counterpoint is, what does he have to work with? And the answer is not a whole lot.
They're 6-25 over the last 2 seasons.
Yeah.
6-25. I don't care how good of a coach you are. When you've won 6 times in your last 31, you're probably getting fired. There's not a great argument, by the way, against doing it when you're 6-21 in a results-oriented business. Now, he is a 2-time coach of the year. He is only 43 years old, and he will be able to get a job again almost immediately. I would think the New York Giants would love to have Kevin Stefanski come work with Jackson Dart. I would, any other team, like if Tom Brady wants to go offensive, the rumor was he did everything he could to get Ben Johnson to come to Vegas, and Johnson chose Chicago, where they already had made the quarterback pick, rather than, going to a place where you didn't know when you were going to get your quarterback or how high you'd be picking. Well, if the Raiders blow out Pete Carroll one and done, and we'll get to him on one of these lists possibly, but does Tom Brady go, all right, I want a play caller, I want an offensive-minded guy I could talk shop with, and he goes and gets Kevin Stefanski? That would be possible. I don't know if you'd have interest in the Raiders job if you're Stefanski. What about the Tennessee Titans? They just hired Brian Callahan. The reason they moved on from, fired Brian Callahan, rather, but they hired him after moving on from Vrabel because they didn't want the defensive leader of men. They thought that wasn't the way to go in the league. They wanted to go offensive-minded, and they got worse. If they called, does Stefanski answer that call? Would you want to be a play caller for a year and somewhere like in Philadelphia, where you're going to go to a Super Bowl or be close, and maybe you just rehab your image and wait for a better job?
I'd be a little scarred from my most recent experience to try to be the guy that turns around the oil tanker in a chaotic situation. I might hold off on a Raiders/Titans job for a season or two. I mean, knowing that I'm still in my early 40s if I'm Stefanski.
So you're going Kevin Stefanski will get fired. You're putting that in pen.
But again, yeah, I'll put it in pen.
I'm also putting that one in pen at this point, 6-25. I just think even though he's going to get a job immediately, there's a lot of good coaches that are going to get other jobs where you wear out your welcome or it's time for a fresh voice in an organization. And that's where we are in Cleveland, I think. All right. Anybody else you're using a pen to write down is not going to be with their team next year?
Jonathan Gannon, question mark? They've gotten worse pretty much every year, it seems like. That's not true. They were 4-13, 8-9, and now falling back off at 3-9 this year as everyone else has gotten better. I know it's probably not all his fault. Kyler Murray hasn't done much this year, has been hurt, and then they got that soft benching situation going on, but doesn't seem to be trending in the right direction. It may just be time after 3 years.
He is the next guy on my list as well. Jonathan Gannon, to me, is definitely not going to be the Cardinals head coach next year. He's also young, 42. He might get another shot somewhere. Probably more than Stefanski would have to go rehab his image as a coordinator and build some trust back up within an organization where they win a bunch, a la what he did in Philadelphia. But he inherited a bad Cardinals team, 4-13. I thought last year they really looked like they'd made strides, and you go, geez, they're 8-9.
They're tough, yeah.
Good offseason. Kyler plays well. Maybe they win 10 games, 11 games, make the playoffs, and it's gone the other way. 3-9 now. So he's 15-31. That's a .326 winning percentage. That's in the bottom 25% of like coaches all time that qualify if he had enough games. So there's just not enough results. I mean, you have that one, like the really good year where we're like encouraged and thinking maybe he's pretty good at this was a sub 500 season. That speaks to how bad it's been.
Mm-hmm.
He also has had some weird things. I don't remember the specifics, but when he got hired, they had a like tampering thing right away based on conversations, press conferences that he'd had where they had to be penalized for that. And then remember, he got fined a bunch of money for that sideline thing with his running back this year where he like hit him in the chest or whatever that was. That's one of those, if we're considering making the move, but we're not sure, we find you 100,000.
Yeah, if you're 9-3, it's like, hey, that was a great moment for us. It really helped us find out who we are.
Right.
At 3-9, it's like, can you believe you did that?
So let's put pen on Gannon. That means there's 4 openings. I've got pen on one more guy that I want to know if you would break out a pen on.
So there are 2 guys I've got in mind here, and I don't know if I feel pen worthy.
So my only other guy in this category of I absolutely think this guy's going to get fired is Raheem Morris.
Raheem Morris is one of my 2.
With the Atlanta Falcons. Raheem Morris is one of the most likable dudes in the NFL. Sean McVay, who I don't hear from, like if I'm communicating with Sean McVay these days, it's because I'm reaching out. Sean McVay, when like Raheem Morris was interviewing for the Commander's job, is hitting me up to tell me like, dude, I'm telling you, this guy's the best coach in the league that doesn't have a job, like trying to put him over. Everybody loves him. Kyle loves him. McVay loves him. Like he's got these coaches all over the league that everyone thinks is very, very smart, who all say he could be a great head coach. In his career, He is 33-55 as a head coach.
The results just simply haven't been there. He has one good year, I would say, as a defensive coordinator. One where you go, that was pretty impressive. Other than that,
As a
it's
defensive coordinator.
Yeah, when he was the defensive coordinator for the Rams.
I think he's probably been good more than 1 year as a defensive coordinator, but as a head coach, 10-6 is his only winning season. 33-55. We'll come back to the DC thing in a second. But here's my problem. How many times when you watch the Falcons do you go, what in the hell is Raheem Morris doing with the clock? It's constant. Both times they've played Washington, Danny, the last 2 years, it's been one of our biggest talking points the day after those games. Remember how weird the end of the game situation was last year?
Mm-hmm.
It seems like for a guy that has 6 years, I mean, we're talking about 88 head coaching games, he still has these issues, and they've just gone in the wrong direction. Now, maybe if you're sitting down with ownership and they're debating your fate, you could go, listen, man, Terry Fontenot paid Kirk Cousins $100 million, then drafted Michael Penix. We had a weird quarterback situation. He has subsequently missed on a bunch of first-round picks. We don't even have a first-round pick this coming year, despite being one of the 10 worst teams in the NFL, and despite all the assets we've used at quarterback because of the Penix injury, and Cousins is $100 million, so they got to get out of that contract. They have to bring in another quarterback to start the beginning of next year because Penix tore his ACL. Like, there's no GM that has more things to answer for right now than Fontenot. Maybe he would say, I actually could do this with a good GM, and I just haven't had a chance to. That could be the argument.
Entirely fair. Yeah. I mean, Morris is one of those dudes that he's in the cool guys club. Again, despite very mediocre at best results, and that's being kind. The other guy, though, I want to bounce off before we come back to Morris is Mike McDaniel. Just doesn't seem to be a good operation in Miami. Again, I don't know how much is his fault specifically. I don't think all of it is, but some of it probably is, where you may have needed a different voice there. I mean, when it's fun and cute, when he's quirky and off the wall and we're zany and we're running plays that nobody's seen. Now it seems like everybody's kind of caught up. Hills over the hill, a terrible pun by me, but they're not quite the same offense anymore. And he can't dig them out of it. Like, he doesn't have another gear like a Vrabel or like a Mike McDonald or something else. It's just like, hey man, I'm zany and quirky. And it's like, it's wearing thin down there.
So this is why I'm using these categories, right? Because the pencil category that we're about to get into, which is where I have Mike McDaniel, still means this guy gets fired, but I'm way less confident about it. So, like, I think Raheem Morris will get fired by the Falcons. I think Jonathan Gannon will get fired by the Cardinals, right? I think Kevin Stefanski gets fired by the Browns. And you put that in pen because you're sold on it. The next category for me of like, I could see that, is Mike McDaniel. And I had him in the pen category until 2 weeks ago.
And they've won 3 straight.
They have won 3 games in a row.
Yeah.
They've won 4 of their last 5. What if they finish okay? You know, what if they beat the Jets, who they should beat this weekend?
You know what the record would be if they beat the Jets?
They'd be 6-7. And the Hill pun was the one you wanted back?
No, I let you walk right into it. I mean, you do 6-7 yourself.
Okay.
Right?
The Steelers, after that, is a winnable football game. Could get you to 7-7.
All their games left are winnable-ish.
Bucks, Patriots. I mean, I could see them going 8-9, maybe
easily
7-10.
Yeah.
And if that happens, that means they will have had an over 500 record from November 9th on. I don't think that gets you fired. Not to mention, I think that most of the faults with McDaniel, or the reasons you'd want to fire him, are not really the results. What I mean by that is his record's actually pretty good. I don't think Tua is good. I think Tua has played well at times. He put up some huge numbers, some good seasons under McDaniel, because I think that offense has been great. But he's above 500 in 3+ years as the head coach in Miami. 33-30 right now. Is that not a pretty impressive thing? Like, going to Miami with Tua as your quarterback, and look at what's happened for them with injuries and stuff this year, and to be above 500 after 4 years? I don't think that means you're clueless. So
no, it's a decent accomplishment. My counter to your counter is that it isn't trending in that direction, in the good direction. Like, if they would won 4 games, then 7 games, then 10, and now they're on to 12, it's going the opposite way. They were over 500. They were 11-6 2 years ago. Mediocre last year, worse this year. So even if they do finish stronger, it's a feather in his cap. But offensively, his calling card, and you're 100% right, by the way, about Tua, but bear with me. They were the number 1 offense in yards, number 2 in points a couple of years ago. They're now in the mid-20s in that regard. They have fallen off a cliff there.
I think most of their offense was built around the idea of Tyreek Hill.
I think so too.
Not having him changes the game, so you got to get a new Tyreek Hill this offseason. But look, if they fired him, I would say, yeah, I totally get that. To your point, it gets worse each of the last couple of seasons. But that one's in pencil for me. That's why I don't have him in the pen category. Unlike those other teams, they're actually showing signs of life and improving as this year's gone on.
They are. It's hard to argue that. Again, they won 3 straight. The big one is the winner for Buffalo in that group of 3.
Who else is in the pencil category of, I get that? A name that keeps popping up is Pete Carroll being one and done with the Raiders. I don't see it. I don't think Tom Brady has the heart to pull that one off. Like, hey, I hired you last year. Now I'm firing you. But this is what we keep talking about with Pete Carroll. The entire reason you go get him, he's the oldest head coach in the NFL at 74 years old, was to make sure that this year didn't happen. Even when things were bad in Seattle, at their worst, it was 9-8 a couple years in a row. It was 7-10. You were always going to win 8 or 9 games. That was the whole point of Pete Carroll. So you go, okay, let's not bottom out. Let's not have a terrible year. Let's not be 2-10 in a disaster. And that's what they are. They're 2-10. They're one of the worst teams in the league. The Geno thing backfired. The Carroll thing backfired. If they're smart, they'll just detonate and start over and realize this is a bridge to nowhere. I just think that while they should do that, because teams all the time fire guys after 1 year, they might give Pete Carroll the career reverence that they feel like he deserves to have another shot at this thing. I just don't see Tom Brady ending this after 1 season, even though he should.
Yeah, that's my instinct. I'm leaning that way that he doesn't get fired. That's a pencil one for me. The other pencil one I've got is Zach Taylor in Cincinnati. Now, if Burrow comes back and they're all of a sudden frisky almost to the playoffs, maybe, but it just feels like everything he's tried, they've made a big production about trying something different, and they're still, not particularly good, especially on one side of the ball. His defensive coordinators, he's in charge of all that. Again, not all his fault. Joe Burrow gets hurt. You're obviously worse than you were before he gets hurt. But still, it's another year of this. This was a group that was in the Super Bowl not that long ago, not trending in the right direction. That's the name I've got in pencil.
Zach Taylor, I had in pencil. I've moved him off of the list of guys that I think lose their jobs now, but I definitely see that. I don't have Aaron Glenn listed here either. A lot of people think he could be one and done with the Jets. It's been a bit of a nightmare. They did win this past week to get to 3-9. I think he gets another season. I think he deserves another season, but it has been unimpressive to say the least.
So I posited a couple weeks ago that I thought he might be a candidate to not have his gig. My only reasoning, and this is a small, unfair sample, you're losing. Everyone gets you inherited the Jets, man. You went to the Jets. It's an uphill climb in a headwind, walking in molasses. Everyone understands that's a hard one. When he started doing that, I don't know, ask the reporter weirdness, when he started getting super adversarial and mad at people for pointing out the bad thing.
You mean when he wasn't acting like an NFL head coach?
That all of a sudden, that my flag went up on that one. I went, wait a minute. Everyone's going to give you some grace. I mean, the dumb New York media might not. The guy's a bum. Who knows if you are or not? But human beings that are reasonable can go, yeah, that's a tough situation with no quarterback and a disastrous roster and a culture of losing and a terrible owner. We can relate to that. When you start doing that game, I kind of go, wait a minute, maybe you're not supposed to be the head guy.
I'm going to throw 2 more names at you that are really, really intriguing. And that is the 2 longest tenured head coaches in the NFL. Mike Tomlin with the Steelers, who's been there since 2007, and John Harbaugh with the Ravens, who's been there since 2008. I don't think Harbaugh gets fired. I think he'll be back, but it wouldn't be the craziest thing in the world to me if we find out that they're mutually parting ways or something at the end of the year. Not that he's not a good coach. Again, he's a guy I would put in the category of he's going to get another opportunity. He's good at this. But 288 games in Baltimore. It's been a long time. And the other one is Tomlin. It's been even longer. And I made this case yesterday. Pittsburgh this offseason between betting on Rodgers, swapping out Pickens for Metcalf, paying TJ Watt, who's slowing down, and a bunch of other decisions, just had a nightmare of a year, and the thing's gone stale. Tomlin is a really, really good coach. He will get another job. I just think that it's run its course with the Steelers, and he needs to probably reboot somewhere else and try to modernize himself a little bit and maybe go somewhere, frankly, where they have a quarterback. Like Tomlin with the Giants and Jackson Dart. I don't think I would hire him if I was the Giants. I'd try to go offensive-minded, but that would be a really cool landing spot for him potentially.
It would indeed. I mean, and this This particular Steelers team, just kind of to your point to illustrate it, doesn't look like the other Steelers teams that go 9-8. In other words, you knew what you were in for. It's a bad offense. It's a 1980s situation. It's a rock fight, but they're going to be disciplined, play great defense, win with a special teams play. This group for half the season, you're like, do you even know your assignment? Who are you covering? What are you doing for a defense that's aging and look confused and disorganized? That's not a Steelers Tomlin program. So maybe lost his fastball in that regard. I think a reboot for him would be great. I don't know if that's in the Steelers' identity, to be honest with you. And I will tell you, this is a quick side. I know a handful of Ravens fans, just a weird informal sample, all are done with Harbaugh. They would actually like him to be gone, which I think is fascinating given all the success.
Yeah, I mean, fans, short for fanatical, like that's crazy to me. But I think anytime somebody is in a place a long time and you haven't won in a championship in a while, especially when you've been floating around and kicking at the door, fans get upset. I would be curious to know like how that front office feels about if the coaching is worse than it was at any point. But this has been a really bad season for them, obviously. All right, we'll talk to Shil Kapadia next of The Ringer. Excited to see what he thinks about Thursday Night Football tonight. Whether the Lions or Cowboys lose probably reshapes the playoff picture in a big, big way in the NFC. We're Grant and Danny on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders making a roster move today. Activated defensive end Drake Jackson off of injured reserve and released safety Darnell Savage. Tonight, Thursday Night Football kicks off Week 14 of the NFL season, 8:15 kickoff. You can hear that game tonight over on the Team 980. Both the Cowboys and the Lions on the outside looking in on the NFC playoff picture. The Cowboys coming in 6-5-1. The Lions are 7-5. For the Lions, wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown is listed as questionable. Haven't ruled him out just yet for tonight, although next week is looking like a more realistic expectation, but still not closing the door on him potentially returning tonight. Eagles defensive tackle Jalen Carter has been ruled out for Monday Night Football against the Chargers after he underwent a procedure on both shoulders on Monday. NBA tonight at Capital One Arena, the Wizards taking on the Celtics. 7 o'clock tip-off. Can hear the game right here on The Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Grant and Danny on The Fan. It's Thursday, and we've got a quality Thursday night football matchup tonight in Detroit, where the Cowboys are 3.5-point road dogs taking on the Detroit Lions. Feels odd to me because it's not very often that I expect a 3.5-point underdog to win a game, but I think Dallas is going to beat Detroit tonight. Let's get to the bottom of this matchup and look ahead to Week 14 with Sheil Kapadia of The Ringer. Sheil, thank you for jumping on the Rude Guest Hotline with us. It's great to have you back on the show. How are you?
Doing well, guys. How you doing?
Great, buddy.
Doing great. Am I crazy? I like Dallas tonight, even though they are 3.5-point dogs. How do you see this one going?
No, I don't think you're crazy. I like that side as well. I feel like that Cowboys offense, I mean, with those two receivers and the way Dak Prescott's playing so far this season, I just feel like they're a tough matchup for really any defense. And then, you look at the other side of the ball, and the Cowboys defense was playing terribly, but they make the moves at the deadline. And I just feel like it's a massive game for the Dan Campbell era. They had their two shots. They got to the playoffs. They made a run. And now if they lose this game, they might have a hard time, or they will have a hard time even making the playoffs. So, yeah, it's a fun one. Backs against the wall, really, for both these teams.
I feel like Dallas actually has a pretty good chance to make the postseason. I don't know if it's not certainly not wishful thinking because I'd like them to lose every game forever, but just in general, I feel like they're in a pretty decent spot. If they win tonight, I could absolutely see them at 10 wins, and that tie might come in handy for them. Give me your thoughts there. It's kind of a general temperature check.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's tough. You got to jump some teams. You got the Niners. You got the three NFC North teams. And so just in terms of that wild card spot, there are some teams that it's going to be difficult to jump. But I absolutely believe they have an opportunity. I mean, I think their offense is just playing at a top 5 level right now. And when you're playing that well offensively, you have a chance in almost every game. So they're just a different team right now than they were the first month of the season. So the margin of error is slim for them. I don't know if they have to win out or maybe win all but one game here. But, yeah, I do think they have a chance to kind of sneak in there and maybe be a dangerous team in the NFC playoffs.
Sheila, I've got two takes that are diametrically opposed, and I believe both to be true, and I just want to get your reaction, which is you can't give George Pickens $30+ million a year. That will blow up in your face. And also, I think the Cowboys have to pay George Pickens at the end of this year.
Yeah, I think you're right. You're right about that. So there are a couple ways you can potentially do it. One of them is, are there things you can work in the contract? What are you actually concerned about with George Pickens? Are there things you can work in there where, hey, if he doesn't do X, Y, and Z, now all of a sudden that guaranteed money isn't going to be the same? Would he go for that? Or would he say, no, thank you, I will just go hit the open market and take a contract that doesn't have those qualifications? Do you use the franchise tag on him, where you say, hey, let's take this year by year. We will pay you for 2026, but we don't want to make a big commitment beyond that. And again, he might say, wait a minute, what are we talking about? The way I played last year, now you're making me play on the franchise tag. So I think it's a very tricky situation. Now, Jerry Jones has not been afraid in the past to take on those risks, really, for players that have done far worse than what anything George Pickens has done here. But yeah, I am with you. I do think it's I do think it's a difficult decision negotiation for both sides there.
Pre-bye week, Dallas's defense, it felt like they were playing in the Big 12 in like the early 2000s, just giving up 40 a week, and it was a disgrace. All of a sudden, for the last month, kind of post-bye week, couple of trades, et cetera, even with that loss to Arizona, they've been even, dare I say, okay on that side of the ball. How real is that?
Yeah, they got guys healthy. You know, they got Overshown, the safety. He's back. And then Quinton Williams has been the biggest addition. Now, listen, I didn't like that trade at the time, and I still think when we look at it 2 years from now, we go, man, first and a second they gave up to the New York Jets, but there's no doubt he is an impactful defensive tackle and has made a huge difference both in the run game and as a pass rusher. You know, he wasn't having a huge impact with the Jets earlier this season, but sometimes it just comes down to environment and culture and how motivated a player is. So I don't think they're a great unit, but you don't need to be a great unit. You know, in the NFL, if you have a top 5 offense with kind of a mediocre, competent defense, that's going to win you a lot of games. And I think that's probably more where they land here.
Shil Kapadia of The Ringer with us here on Grant and Danny in DC. So, Shil, let's talk about the other team in this matchup, and that's the hosts, the Detroit Lions. I've been saying throughout the day, I know mathematically they wouldn't be eliminated, but if they were to lose tonight, I do think that they are in a really bad spot. They'd be 7-6 with the Rams hosting them next week, staring down the barrel with all their injuries, maybe of 7-7. And then even if you went out, you would need some significant help. And that means you're beating Pittsburgh and a Vikings team that took them to the brink here recently, and the Bears in Chicago, out in the cold where Jared Goff is not as good. Is this a gotta-have-it game for the Lions, or do you think that's overstated?
No, it is. I mean, you just look at the numbers, and I think, you know, if they lose this game, I think their chances to make the playoffs drop to under, I want to say 20%, 15%. So it doesn't mean they can't do it, but all of a sudden it's a really uphill climb. And so this is a team that had championship aspirations before the season. You know, I always like to do a thing where I say, all right, who are the teams that can actually win the Super Bowl, come up with 6 or 8 there? And they were absolutely in that mix. But I think you saw some of the change with their offensive line. You saw losing Ben Johnson to the Chicago Bears. They got stung with injuries again on defense, which was a factor last year. And so some of those things haven't gone their way. So I do think this is a big sort of culture test in this spot where, you know, what are you made of here? Are you still able to fight through this with the injuries, with the things that haven't gone your way, and come back and still make the playoffs? Or is this one of those, hey, we're taking a step back years and we'll come back next year and hopefully contend there? I think the result of this game will go a long way in answering that question.
The Ringer Shil Kapadia with us here on Grant and Danny. Who's the best team in the NFC?
Oh my gosh, the best team. It's a great question, one I change my mind on probably every single week. I think I would still go with the Los Angeles Rams right now. If you made me pick one, you know, I think they are a team where their offense is reliable week in and week out with their quarterback and their coach, and of course their wide receivers. So even if they have a game like last week where they turn the football over, those games can happen, but it's not like they got shut down. And so I just feel like against any defense in the NFL, I feel pretty confident that with McVay and Stafford, they're going to be able to figure some things out. Defensively, I have more questions, specifically with their secondary, but I think, you know, all these teams have some kind of weakness. So I think I would still go with the Rams.
If you had an MVP vote, would you vote for Stafford or May right now?
I would vote for Drake May right now. You know, I think he has been, I think he's earned it. I think if you look at it, I know they haven't faced the hardest schedule. At the same time, he doesn't have Sean McVay and Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams. Like, I don't think that's a great situation in New England. The offensive line has been below average. You look at who he's throwing to, Stephon Diggs and Pop Douglas and Hunter Henry. I mean, this is not what anyone would consider a top 5 supporting cast in the NFL. So yeah, there's still some time to go here, but if I had to cast a vote right now, I would go with May over Stafford.
Does Philadelphia figure it out, or is this kind of like 2 years ago, 2023, when we're going, maybe their demise is exaggerated, then they just crashed and burned in Tampa in that playoff game where they got woodshedded? Do they figure it out and make a deep run, or is this like a couple years ago?
Yeah, it feels more like a couple years ago. Now it's a little different. That year, the defense really fell apart, and the offense kind of gave you some hope that they could figure it out. This is sort of the opposite, where the offense here just looks like a complete disaster right now. It looks like they don't have answers. And so until they prove to me that, no, we can figure some things out offensively and we can have some tweaks and we can play well here, I'm going to assume that they don't have answers. And then they have the injury to defensive tackle Jalen Carter, which I know you guys just mentioned there during the update. I mean, that's one of their best defensive players who now is going to miss multiple weeks, it looks like, with a shoulder injury. So that defense I still like. I think they're well coached, but they're not as talented as they were last year. They're not as healthy as they were last year. So I think they still make the playoffs, but I am not bullish on them getting to the NFC Championship or the Super Bowl.
Sheil Kapati has done such good work for many years on the NFL, followed him ESPN, The Athletic, and now with The Ringer, joining us on Grant and Danny. I know recently you had done a piece and you guys had done a show on coaches on the hot seat. We were just talking along the same lines of like, who would we put in pen? Who would we put in pencil as far as who's getting fired? I wonder, though, what's your boldest, most out of the box or unpopular take as far as what is going to come down the pike on the coaching carousel?
Yeah, the thing I'm curious about, we don't have enough coach trades in the NFL. You guys are with me. You have to do a radio show every day. It'd be great to talk about.
Give us coach trades, man.
Yeah, give us some coach trades, at least some hypotheticals. We had the Sean Payton one, but I always look at that and it's a little bizarre to me, that we don't have more, that you don't say, hey, I would give up a draft pick for this guy who could be my coach for the next 5 years so that I don't have to go out and just take a flyer on someone, take a chance on someone. So I actually look at this Ravens-Steelers game, and I look at two guys in Tomlin and Harbaugh that have been at their respective spots for a long time, have been great coaches, have both won Super Bowls, have won a lot of football games. But with Tomlin specifically, I look at it and I say, man, if they just struggle down the stretch here and they don't make the playoffs and they've got no answer at quarterback for 2026 and they don't have a great roster and they don't have a great defense, everyone at some point in life, you say, hey, has what I'm doing right now, has it run its course? Should I look for something else? And I just wonder. I'm not predicting it's going to happen. I'm not reporting it's going to happen. But just in my head, I'm saying, I wonder if he's saying, all right, we've had a good run. Let's try something else. And would there be a team that would say, hey, Pittsburgh, we will give you a draft pick. Mike Tomlin, go have a great second act. And Pittsburgh figure out how to rebuild that roster.
One of those bizarre hypotheticals that wouldn't make any sense, but bear with me. Imagine you have to risk the entire Kapadia fortune, like the entire inheritance and everything that goes with it, on who has to win the AFC South. You got to go to the betting window right now. Who wins the AFC South?
Oh, my gosh. I would probably go with the Houston Texans. If it doesn't even feel right coming out of my mouth there. I know that the betting odds would say that would not be the smart pick. They would tell you to go with the Colts. Or even the Jaguars. I can't go with the Jaguars. I think they're maybe the dumbest team in the NFL when you watch their games and just the way they play. So I'm not risking the billions in the Kapadia fortune on the Jacksonville Jaguars. And then the Colts are just in a bad spot right now where they're trending in the wrong direction. Daniel Jones has this injury. Sauce Gardner's out. They've got a tough remaining schedule. So I know it's not a lock with the Texans. I still have questions about their offensive line and their offense. But you know what? They have one thing they can hang their hat on, which is they are a top 3 defense in the NFL. And so I think that keeps them in a lot of games. And so I think I would go with Houston.
Sheil, thank you for joining the show. Always great having you on. We appreciate it.
All right, guys. Take care.
Check out his work with The Ringer. Kind of him to give us a few minutes here on Grant and Danny. We will talk to Robert Mays of The Athletic to go around the NFL to get ready for Thursday Night Football coming up at 6 o'clock today on a pigskin heavy G&D. Remember, we are in Reston at Craft House for a Friday field trip coming up tomorrow from 2 to 6:30, so make note of that. Double Play is next. In 20 minutes, we're giving away Leonard Skinner tickets ahead of the Blitz on The Fan. Hey guys, it's GP for the FanDuel Sportsbook, an official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. Every NFL Thursday, today's an NFL Thursday, ahead of Thursday Night Football, FanDuel gives you a Thursday touchdown jackpot, and you can win a share of $2 million in bonus bets on Thursdays like tonight. So here's what you do. You get in on the action. All you have to do is place an anytime touchdown score bet before the game kicks off. And then if you bet on the right player who scores the first or the last touchdown of the game, you're going to win a share of the bonus bet money. Go to FanDuel.com/GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP. The bonus bet money, by the way, is $2 million. That's right, $2 million divvied up. All the people who hit their bonus bet, you get a slice of the pie. FanDuel.com/GP. Must be 21, present in Virginia. Opt in. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bet expires in 3 weeks. Restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. 1-800-GAMBLER. Just after 3:45 on G&D, it is time for a double play, driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. Danny, I know that you have made a urgent care appointment for after the show.
I did.
So that you can get your eye looked at to see if you have pink eye, to see if you can still go to Minnesota or not. I'm 97% sure you don't have pink eye, for the record.
Okay.
I don't know if that helps you or hurts
It
you.
actually helps a little bit.
But
weirdly.
I wanted to tell you to cancel your appointment. You should cancel your appointment.
Oh.
I don't think anybody needs to look at your eye.
Oh.
Matt and Stafford texted me and said Danny's eye is just stress. So you don't need to go to urgent care. You don't need to get in any examination
Is that
done.
based on?
Dr. Matt in Stafford, who isn't a doctor but does listen to the Grant and Danny radio program,
Which is like getting a doctorate.
said let Danny know that he thinks I don't know if he's even seen you on the YouTube page.
I don't
or
know
if he
what
just
he's doing.
Heard you say that your eye was a little red.
Yeah.
He thinks it's just stress. So go ahead and cancel the appointment.
Oh, with all due respect to Matt, and that is a data point. Like that's one.
Matt in Stafford, MD.
Yeah. I think a second opinion by a different kind of medical doctor might be warranted. But like again, that's no disrespect to Matt and Matt's diagnosis from listening or watching. I'm not sure what he's doing. He's consuming, which we appreciate. And thank you, Matt.
Do you have a doctor that you normally go to?
I do one medical bit.
So what I'm wondering is it when you go to the doctor, do you just go to urgent care?
Depends. On something like this, where it's like every doctor's office
Sure.
everywhere is closed, but they're open. So I go
Here's
to the
what
open
I have
one.
found.
Yeah.
I have found, I don't know how this works or what's what. I think generally our insurance stinks is pretty much what I can tell, but
Yeah.
I think most people feel that way about
I think
their
that's what everyone
insurance.
thinks, yeah.
But that said, when I go to urgent care, I feel like it's always so expensive.
Well, I'm sure of that.
As opposed to a doctor.
Well, yes to that, but the second part of it is what drives me ham is, all right, I paid you, right? I get it. It costs $31 or $48 or $70. Totally fine. Months will go by. Months.
And then the new bill.
Hey, you have a balance. Hey, there's the balance. Oh, whatever that is. I was like, I'm happy to pay you. I understand. I'm taking people's time. I'm coming for your expertise. You've done something for me. You're helping me when I need it. I'm paying for the flexibility. I'm willing to pay. It's the months later part that drives me up the wall.
Yeah, and also the how's it this much part that bothers me.
Which I get.
A little bit.
Which I
too.
think is fair, yeah.
It's like, wait, I went to urgent care and sat there. They looked at me for 9 minutes. They gave me my blood pressure and a couple things and told with a packet of paper.
Stick your
said,
tongue out.
Go
Yeah.
get this medicine or whatever. And then they charged me $626.
How did that happen?
For the blood test? Like what blood test did we do? How do we do?
I didn't even remember taking one.
Ooh, one of the guys from this is pretty good. Kandorian Murat. I guess they are related to, without getting into too many details.
Okay.
A eye surgeon.
Oh.
And they said, send a picture of your eye.
I don't think I need surgery though.
No, but maybe
he's seen some eyes.
If this person knows about eyes, maybe
Okay.
they would know if you have pink eye or not.
Okay.
Or maybe they're like, oh, that's just an irritated eye.
Okay.
The fact that you are telling me, as not a doctor, right? Not a doctor.
Right.
You telling me that both eyes have been bothering you a little bit tells me you don't have pink eye. Even though it looks like you have pink eye in your left eye.
Which I don't think that's a very good conclusion by you.
I think you'd be surprised.
Okay.
I think you're not going to have pink eye, and it's going to be solely because of what I'm saying.
I'm also betting I don't have it either,
Right.
by the way. But
based on my analyses,
again, we may end up in the same place,
right?
But I don't know that you're.
Yeah.
The times that I've had it over my life, it's been in both.
It would be a really bad time for you to get pink eye.
I don't think there's a good time. This would be especially bad.
So here's what you've got coming up in short order.
Yeah.
Looking at the Danny Rouillet calendar that I have in front of me.
Right. We do share a calendar.
You guys don't know this, but Danny and I share a calendar.
We just figured it would be easier.
It's what we do.
Helps us make plans.
As work husband and work wife.
Right.
So Danny, tomorrow you've got the live show.
Yes.
Which we're doing Oot and a Boot.
Oot and a Boot.
That is in Reston at Craft House. I've got you down tomorrow night for a George Washington University Hall of Fame event where you're emceeing ceremonies.
Yes, I'm helping with the inductions of this year's class.
I've got that down for tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
And then Saturday, I've got you down as flying to Minneapolis on an airplane.
Yeah.
You shouldn't get on an airplane with pink eye. I've also found that via AI. And
I think that's a pretty reasonable conclusion.
A lot. You think the Lions have a lot on the line tonight? There's a lot riding on this. A doctor's appointment at 7:10.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a pretty heavy one. It's a big one.
What if you just slip the doctor $10 to tell you don't have pink eye?
I don't know that that's what we want to do there, because then everyone gets pink eye.
Nah, it's bad.
It's like the whole law firm, and then family members do. And it's who's patient zero? It's the guy with pink eye.
Well, if you have pink eye, I'm not going to be upset at you. I'm going to be Rick in general at the world.
Yeah.
That I've sat 4 feet away from you all day long while you had pink eye. Not your fault at all.
What? Right.
And like
ish, yeah.
No. There's a lot of people in this building that shame people who come to work when they're not at 100%. I'm not one of those people. I believe in going to work and working, and everyone else can kind of get in where they fit in. And the job is the job. The show must go on. This is show business.
Yeah.
We are. This is a Broadway show where we're performing every single day.
Mm-hmm.
So if you can speak, I respect the person that gets to work. So I'm not upset at you. Doesn't mean you can't be upset at the situation.
Right. And there's a distinction there.
I don't do this tit for tat. Who's patient zero thing.
I see.
A lot of people like to do that. I'm not a believer.
You're not one of those guys.
No, I'm not. I believe in not shaming the person who was trying to do the thing they're supposed to do. But if you have pink eye, now I got anxiety.
Yeah.
Now I'm nervous.
Right.
Now I'm kind of like, I don't want to get pink eye before I go to Minnesota.
Well, I think you can blame the guy who like knowingly has it. Like if I went this morning and it's like, hey, I got it, and I'm like shooting conjunctivitis out of my eyes, that's an irresponsible move. But
nobody's showing up here knowing they have pink
eye. Right. I showed up to work and you're like, dude, what is wrong with your eye, psycho? And I was like, I don't know, it seems fine. And then I went to the bathroom and I was like, oh my God, it's so red.
You're like, I have conjunctivitis.
I have red, but it's only one eye. And Grant thinks because both my eyes are irritated, maybe I don't have it.
Right. So you're fine.
Scientific.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think everything's going to work out, guys.
I hope so.
You're going to be able to MC the event tomorrow.
I hope so.
You're going to be on that plane. What if Danny went to Minnesota and everyone got off the plane already having pink eye?
Like it acted that fast.
We're walking
because
up
the air current
tarmac.
thing. Yeah.
And it's just like before everyone just has one pink eye and they're itching their eye. Like every single person on the plane. It's like, oh my God, you did have pink eye. Matt and Stafford was wrong. You should have kept your appointment.
You should have kept it.
The Beltway Blitz is next. There's a passenger sitting in 13F. Try not to rub eyes with him if you could avoid that, please.
We think he touched nearly everything, so if you could just get some hand sanitizer and rub it all over your face.
What they say about fecal matter causing pink eye isn't always the reason, so don't blame him for that. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Leonard Skinner tickets as soon as we return.
This update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. Look at today's practice report for the Commanders. 2 players didn't practice, Drake Jackson and Bobby Wagner. Drake Jackson was activated of the injured reserve list today. Darnell Savage was released. Jaden Daniels was a full participant in practice today. Noah Brown, Javon Kinlaw, Frankie Louvu, and Tyler Ott were also full participants in practice today. Thursday Night Football kicks off Week 14. Cowboys and Lions at 8:15 tonight on the Team 980. Amon-Ra St. Brown listed as questionable. Not ruling him out for tonight, but a return for next week is considered a more realistic expectation. Eagles defensive tackle Jalen Carter going to be out for Monday Night Football against the Chargers. Basketball tonight, the Wizards taking on the Celtics. You hear that game right here on the Fan. Tip-off at 7 o'clock. If your office setup is looking like a busted play, call the pros at PVI Office Furniture. They'll come to you to help design a game plan that actually works. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Score big when you call today to score 15% off your purchase. Get your office in championship shape at PVI.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Caller 10-800-636-1067. Congrats, you're winning a pair of tickets to see Leonard Skinner and Foreigner to the Double Trouble Double Vision Tour, Saturday, July 25th, Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events, courtesy of Live Nation.
We are Grant and Danny, and we're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morab. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. And another note, you can send them a picture of your eyes, and they'll pass it on to somebody and tell you if you have pink eye or not. That's something they do for you.
This is the type of stuff they do to help
That's
you out.
the kind of service they perform.
Everybody needs a K&M in their corner, in their life, I think. I'm looking forward to going to Minnesota with those fellas and the crew this week. But before we get to the Beltway Blitz, going to cover the NBA, the NFL, the Commanders in short order here. I wanted to get to the breaking news on the Commanders for just a second, right out of the chute, which is that they listed Jaden Daniels a full participant in practice today. Feels like a really, really big development. Now, I guess this doesn't mean inherently that he's been cleared for contact, but he's gone from being limited in every other practice he's done since the beginning of last week to now being a full participant today. That is a very, very good trend in the right direction, obviously.
That's a big deal, right? Now, you already said it. Thursdays are not exactly like, smashing helmets and popping pads.
It's the number 2. I mean, I would say Wednesday and Thursday are the 2 biggest practices of the week. So if you're
in terms of
today,
physicality, yes.
Absolutely. And length and everything else. Now, I don't know. This staff might do it a little differently. Seems like Thursday might actually be their biggest practice because Wednesday is the day they give everybody off. Like, hey, is anybody feeling anything? Anybody have a finger hurting?
You played in the league at all?
A little bit tired? Who's been in the league for more than 3 years? Who's done it? Who's done 3 seasons? Who's done time? Who's done 3 years in the league? Who's done it? You don't have to practice today. That's what they do. And so today feels more like all right, let's have a real practice. And he was listed as full go.
That is a big step. Are you changing at all? Are you wavering? Does he play this weekend?
I am moving. So I'm taking the slider.
Yep.
Which last week, all week, was at 90 that he was going to play or 80 that he was going to play, that I had moved down to 30 or so the last couple of days. I'm moving it back up to 50%.
How about it?
Are we going to see 5 versus 9? 9 on the field for the Minnesota Vikings against 5 for the Washington Commanders? Is that what's going to happen?
I'd be a lot more excited if that was the case. Yeah, my swings have been very wild. I was 50.5 the other day, and then yesterday, when it was, they sounded like they were couching it so that he wasn't going to play, and they left it so open, and Dan Quinn was trying not to say the thing, and instead of just saying the thing, he wasn't saying the thing, but it's what he wasn't saying and how he was saying it or not saying it, as the case was. I was down to like 10%. I'm up in the I think in the 40s.
More on Daniels in just a couple of minutes in the Beltway Blitz. Let's start you off on the ice. A 7 spot for the Caps last night in San Jose. They get 2 wins in 2 nights in California. They've won 6 in a row. They've ripped off 9 of 10. Washington's rolling. A 4-goal first period, maybe their best period of the season. Ryan Leonard had 2 apples and 2 goals on a 4.6 shot night. He was the best player on the ice yesterday. Alex Ovechkin scored twice, including just his second power play goal of the season. Doggy Duhaime had a shorthanded goal. Doggy got a feed. No look pass from Alexi Protas that was sent from the heavens.
That was splendid.
Just an absolutely remarkable play. The Caps looked great last night in front of Charlie Lindgren, saved 23 of 24 shots. The only Sharks goal, first goal as a Shark for old friend Dmitry Orlov, by the way.
Good to see him. It was 0-0, and there was a robbery from Lindgren. I don't know if it was the side of the net, the post, Lindgren himself. I don't know. I don't care. It looked like a really great sprawling save, great activity. From that moment on, it was Capitals, 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 and then some more Capitals. And then when the Capitals were almost done, it was like 7 more Capitals times. All the scoring chances, they were fantastic. Without John Carlson last night, second game of back-to-back, that ain't easy.
Capitals do have a third straight in California tomorrow. They will play at 10 o'clock East time against the Ducks. Hashtag late night Caps. And then they come home on Sunday for a night piece against the Columbus Blue Jackets at 7 o'clock this Sunday, hosting the Jackets. All right, there you go. That's your hockey. Let's keep it moving, talk some football. Jarrett Bell of USA Today Sports joins us to get things going on the NFL. Hey, Jarrett, before we get into the league currently, correct me if I'm wrong, you are the D.C. Hall of Fame representative, right?
Yes, I am.
Very cool. That's quite an honor. That's awesome. So we talked a lot on the show yesterday about Joe Jacoby not getting in again, which just seems ridiculous. Were we close, do you think, to him being a finalist? What can you tell us about this process? I'm curious, when someone like Jacoby doesn't even make the finalist list, like who whittles that list down before you guys even get to vote? How does that work?
Yeah, good question, because Grant, they've changed the process again. And so this subcommittee, there's always been a seniors subcommittee that takes the seniors candidates and whittles them down, as you put it, and then presents them to the full selection committee. So I am was not on the seniors committee. I've never been on the seniors committee, to tell you the truth. And so once you get out of the modern era pool, you go to that committee, and that's where he is now. Now, I'll say that,
So can I ask real quick to clarify? So nobody's voting.
I think he was close. Obviously, I'm sorry to cut you off,
Yeah,
Brent,
go ahead.
I think he was close to being one of those three, and I was actually surprised that he didn't become one of the three finalists, right? The only thing I can say to that is that you could talk to people in Kansas City that'll tell you, well, why isn't Otis Taylor in that group, right? And Roger Craig with the 49ers, who is one of the finalists. And so I think the short answer is that there's a lot of competition. The more convoluted, answer or question is about, how does a guy not get to that point? And like I said, there's just so much competition that, sometimes it's tough to explain.
Yeah, I don't want to besmirch anybody else. None of the other guys are 4-time Pro Bowlers, 3-time champions, and 2-time All-Pros. Having said that, again, I don't even want to argue against them. I was just looking for, and you gave me my answer. It's not like people are voting and he's not getting enough votes. He's not even getting to the point really where people can vote. Is that fair?
Yeah, with the whole committee. Now, the
Correct.
seniors committee, they will vote to advance the three finalists as they did. So they'll have a vote within a vote, if you will. Same thing for the coaches committee, same thing for the contributor committee. And now the full committee, which we still have to cut down the modern era players from 26 to 15 finalists. And then once we get the whole slate, we'll have our meeting before the Super Bowl, and that's where the next class will be announced. But, I know it can be frustrating, especially, I feel for a guy like Joe Jacoby or a guy like, Roger Craig or, any of these other candidates who have been in the mix for a number of years, because there's nothing else they could do as players, right? I mean, they've put their bodies on the line and had their blood, sweat, and tears and had their accomplishments and all of that. And there's nothing they can do except for, wait and see what the results are. And when you talk about, there's like 382 Hall of Famers, right? Period, including contributors, coaches, and the whole thing. And, going back 100 years, man, there's been over, 20, 30,000 people who have played in the NFL. So it's a very select number just when you do the math. And the competition is just incredible. It really is, because even if you look at the guys that we are considering right now for the modern era players, I mean, there's guys who have been in that mix for, 6-7 years and still haven't advanced to that point.
Jared, let's talk about the big one tonight in the NFC. Detroit, Dallas. It feels like not quite an elimination game, but almost, especially for Detroit, just given what's going on in that division. Dallas, I still think there might be a pathway, but the window might close. Just kind of give me your thoughts on this one and where these two teams stand.
Yeah, I think the Cowboys are playing better football right now than the Detroit Lions, which is really weird to say, right? When you think about how good Detroit has been over the past couple years. But let me just say a couple things about the Lions, being a Detroit native too, and, someone who has followed their path over many, many decades. It's kind of like, they had the window last year at the number 1 seed, and people in Washington know what happened to that. And the year before, where they're, winning in the championship game at San Francisco. And you think that you'll just come back the next year and pick it up. And I think all of this kind of illustrates that it's not automatic that you're going to just get right back. And so you'd better cash in to that window when you can. And I remember Dan Campbell, after they lost that game in San Francisco, 2 seasons ago in a championship game, saying, hey, guys, I don't know if we'll ever get back to that point again. Now, he didn't say that to the point that he didn't believe in his players, but just said it from the standpoint that, it just doesn't automatically translate. So that being said, they don't have Sam Laporta tonight. I don't know if they're going to have Amon-Ra St. Brown tonight. The running game hasn't been the same. They lost their coordinator, who's blowing it up in Chicago, right? Not to mention Aaron Glenn, their defensive coordinator, but Ben Johnson, the former offensive coordinator, doing great things with the Bears. So a lot has changed for them. And then, as you mentioned, the division, the Bears, the Packers, and the competition that they have from those two teams, it's just an incredible lift for them when they are not at full strength. That being said, the Cowboys have kind of found their stride. You beat the 2 Super Bowl teams, even though those 2 Super Bowl teams have had their issues, but they won those games and given themselves a chance, and they are playing better. The defense is better. It was so bad before that it had to get better. But you add Quinnen Williams and a couple other guys, Demarion Overshawn coming back, and then the Cowboys offense has played pretty well all season. I think it's going to be very interesting. So that's the setup for tonight. The Cowboys are playing better football right now. Can that change tonight? Of course it can, because Jahmyr Gibbs, he can rip one off at any point. Jameson Williams, the Lions receiver. Jared Goff is actually playing pretty good football, but their offensive line, not as strong as it's been the past couple of years. So should be a barn burner.
Long-time NFL columnist, revered NFL writer, Jarrett Bell is with us here on Grant and Danny. Jarrett, specific to the NFC East here and kind of the pecking order moving forward, I mean, the Eagles are clearly a playoff team. We've talked about Dallas. Do you see Washington and New York as 2 teams that can kind of flip the switch next year? In the case of the Giants with the right head coaching hire and Jackson Dart with the Commanders, they've been great. Now they've been bad. There's some thought maybe that after an offseason they could get back with a softer schedule to last year. Like, how do you see the bottom 2 in this division?
Yeah, that's interesting. You mentioned the schedule and what looks to be them drawing a softer schedule. We'll see next year when some of these teams in last place or in first place and all that stuff, right? But I think Washington, I'd feel better about Washington just because of what we saw last year and knowing the special quarterback they have. But that being said, the Giants have, as much to be excited about with their young players, their core players. Except for, I don't know, mate. We'll see if Abdul Carter shows up. But the point being that, they've got some things to build around, but you don't know who the coach is going to be at this point. But at least with Washington, you've seen what can happen. And you saw it last year to a degree. And just like my point about the Lions, it just doesn't pick up and automatically go to continue the next year. But they've got so many of those pieces, including Jaden Daniels, that you've got to feel good about them.
Jared, thank you, buddy. Have a great weekend.
Okay, you too, guys. Thanks.
You got it,
Take care,
man.
Jared.
Hit that local 53 sounder, please. Okay, Tom Shad covers them. That's why he's talking to us right now on the Beltway Blitz from Post Sports. Tom, it usually takes me like 3 scrolls to get through the entire Washington injury report. It's only like one reasonable screen it fits on. And the big news, Jaden Daniels, full participant of practice. What can you tell us?
Yeah, that's definitely a huge development. I mean, everything that we know about this kind of injury, the big check mark was not having ligament damage, not having fractures. And from that point, my understanding is you just need to get it to a place where you can do your normal movements and there isn't a significant risk of re-dislocating it, basically. And so that's what they've been working on this week, kind of that Dan Quinn called them the functional movements. So the fact that he's a full participant, certainly a good sign, I would think, for this weekend.
But does that mean that he's been cleared for contact? Because obviously he's not taking on contact in practice. In other words, could he be full again tomorrow and then Dan Quinn tells us he hasn't been cleared for contact? Or do you take him going from limited to full as meaning he was cleared for contact?
The cleared for contact thing has gotten a little bit dicey for me. And I tweeted this out a couple days ago. I mean, I think essentially, like from a pragmatic standpoint, what's going to happen is he's going to be cleared for contact and then he's going to play. Now, whether that happens, tomorrow or whether that happens next week, I don't know. But I think that cleared for contact piece, because as you said, he's not taking hits in practice. I think that's kind of going to be a code for whether or not he plays.
Will anything be different when he does play? And I guess what I mean is I'm not expecting a brand new offense with different terminology and everything, but will we be able to see tangible adjustments both from he and Kingsbury and everybody in between to try to actually get him through more than like half of a game before getting hurt again?
Yeah, so Cliff Kingsbury said last week that, he doesn't view it necessarily as his role to call things differently to kind of insulate Jaden, that, obviously he's going to try to be smart and put him in the right positions, but kind of at the end of the day, it comes down to what Jaden Daniels is doing when he's out there on the field. We know this is something that he's talked about all year. He knows the importance of him being healthy, right? And I think it's just this push and pull between trying to make plays and also trying to do the smart thing and protect himself. But looking back at, this year compared to last year, they're running him a lot less on, designed runs or kind of RPO type stuff. So it's not like, he's being put in difficult positions. It kind of just comes down to, scrambling and doing a good job of kind of throwing the ball away, getting out of bounds, and particularly in critical, or not critical, I should say, situations. You don't need to risk it all on 1st and 10 in the first quarter or whatever in the same way that you might need to in the fourth quarter.
Other names that were full on the injury report, what stands out?
I think Javon Kinlaw is a good sign. We weren't entirely sure what was going on with him, missing practice yesterday, and then Frankie Luvu coming back. And then, a big one, obviously yesterday was Noah Brown, being a full participant. And, I know there are segments of the fan base where he's gotten a little bit of flack, but that is a huge piece to get back, and to have, him out there with Terry, with Debo, with Treylon Burks now. You've gone from a place, I don't know, a month and a half ago where you were really, really short there to now where you got to feel pretty good if you're Cliff Kingsbury in this offense. So, I think, if you're Washington, you wish that this happened earlier in the season. But yeah, it seems like they're finally starting to get healthy here for the stretch run.
Tom, what have been the tangible differences these last couple of weeks? And again, it's not as if this defense has turned into the 2000 Ravens or something, but looking at this defense with Dan Quinn making the calls now, it's still the same play sheet in general, right? It's just, he's barking different things into the headset. But what have kind of been some of the substantive differences we've seen over the last couple of weeks?
The biggest one on paper, I think, is just playing more zone. I think that's kind of where you have to start. I think ideally they want to be like a man press man team, but kind of shifting away from that and playing more zone here in the past couple weeks. And then I also go back to just the lack of predictability. I think there was a little bit of predictability kind of at the tail end of Joe Witt's play calling tenure there, and they're doing some things in terms of disguising coverages and bringing blitzes from different places that are novel and make opposing offenses have to deal with kind of a different set of ideas. And then the other thing I would say candidly, obviously they played some juggernauts, and the past two offenses that they've played have not been juggernauts, and the offense they're going to play Sunday is certainly not a juggernaut either. So I think that definitely helps with some of the numbers and stuff as well.
Tom Shad, Washington Post. Check him out there. Tom, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Tom.
You got it. Let's get to the Jaden Daniels news next. He has been listed for the first time since suffering that elbow injury as a full participant in practice. It's only Thursday, which bodes very, very well for Sunday, but we don't yet know if he's been cleared for contact. So what do you make of that? Do you think this is a sign that he could actually return after we started to think that wasn't going to happen this weekend? Grant and Danny on the Fan. What's up, friends? It's Grant here for the good people over at Virginia's 250th Commemorative Committee. The father of four presidents talking to you right now. We love going out and finding fun things to do to learn about the history of not only the Commonwealth of Virginia, but the United States. We just got back, as I've been telling you about, from George Washington's Mount Vernon, the birthplace, and really, really cool spot. It was, a opportunity to see not only the history of him living there, end of his life, the tomb, George Washington laid to rest, like just powerful for the family experience. But this holiday season, we've got some things we've lined up. Here are some cool things you could do to celebrate with VA 250, the 250th year of Virginia, United States this year. Frying Pan Park, holiday on the farm all month long. Children's holiday shopping at Colvin Mill Run. That's going on December 6th and 7th this week. There's the Scottish Walk Parade, Old Town Alexandria. Santa at Colvin Mill Run as well. That's December 13th and 14th. There's a holiday candlelight tour, Bedford County, that you could do December 5th through the 19th. To get any of these events, find out more fun things you could do with the family to celebrate Virginia, to celebrate America, 250 years. You're going to want to go to visit.va250.org. That's visit.va250.org. Do what the Paulsons are doing. Find some fun places to go. Get the stamps in your VA 250 passport here. 250 years. Visit.va250.org.
This update is fed by Paisanos, not just pizza, but something for everyone. Paisanospizza.com. In the NFL, injury news for the Commanders today, Jaden Daniels was upgraded to a full participant at practice for the first time since his elbow injury. Still yet to be seen if he's going to be able to get on the field on Sunday. Roster moves for the team today. They activated defensive end Drake Jackson off the injured reserve list, despite the fact that he didn't practice again today. They also released safety Darnell Savage. Tonight, Thursday Night Football, Cowboys and Lions at 8:15. Amon-Ra St. Brown listed as questionable. Next week is a more realistic expectation for him to get back out on the field, but they're still not ruling him out for tonight. Eagles defensive tackle Jalen Carter's out for Monday Night Football against the Chargers. Basketball tonight, the Wizards take on the Celtics. 7 o'clock tip-off can hear the game right here on the Fan. No one appreciates fan listeners more than Paisanos. Now score 30% off any order of $30 or more with promo code FAN30. Pizza, wings, pasta, salads, and more. Add it all to the cart and use promo code FAN30. Order now at paisanospizza.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thank you for listening to the show. In 30 minutes, 5 o'clock, we'll kick off the stretch run here, taking you up to 6:30. What areas of the Commanders are you feeling best about going into 2026? Something we'll be discussing next hour. But how about this news? Jaden Daniels, a full participant in practice today, did not see this one coming. He had been listed as a limited participant dating back to early last week. And Dan Quinn just said yesterday that he would take kind of this part of the process all the way up to Friday. But they elevated him, was just sending some text trying to get some information. So here's kind of where I'm at on this and what I think this means. This does not mean he has been cleared for contact in the way that Dan Quinn keeps saying that when he's cleared for contact, that's kind of the last hurdle. Because there's no contact at practice. You could be a full participant in a non-contact practice and still not be cleared for contact. But for him to go from limited after days and days to full, there was a breakthrough. There is progress being made.
Yep.
That the trend is going in the right direction and things are now in line, I think, for the possibility of that clearance before the game and maybe him to play on Sunday. So I want to ask that to people right now. We'll open up the phones. You can get in and we'll answer these calls as they come in here at 800-636-1067. Get you on and off the line. But do you think we see Jaden Daniels against the Vikings after he was full go in practice on Thursday? There's very, very little precedent in this league for certainly a starting quarterback, but really for any player to go from limited to full Wednesday to Thursday and to not then play on Sunday. The caveat here is they could still have this thing. I don't want to say to hide behind. That sounds nefarious.
But kind of, yeah.
But yeah, they could still say, well, he's not cleared for contact. He'll be practicing in full with us in these non-contact practices, but it might be until next week until he's cleared for contact. So it is a different thing.
The variable here, and again, we've been doing this a lot, so we've gotten really good at it. The variable is, what does this step actually signify, right? If this was a tight end, if this was a guard, you would feel much better, more confident being able to say, oh yeah, given the precedent of what you just mentioned, you don't go from limited to full and then backtrack unless there's some sort of setback, obviously unforeseen, but the normal course of events, you're escalating your work, which means you're gearing up to play. This special position is different. You could be a full participant in practice and never do a single drill, especially at this point in the NFL season or any activity where anybody might lay a finger on you. And even if you did, you're the most protected person on the planet. You're like the Pope in the bubble. You know what I mean? Like nobody's touching you unless you want to get fined and have to face the wrath of the offensive lineman beating you up. So yeah, you could go through all that and still not play because it's the quarterback spot. And who knows what the timeline is for contact clearance and otherwise. But the fact is he was able to do everything they asked to practice today means something. The variable is how much.
So here's how I'll sum it up then for people just jumping in the car. So the news is that Daniels, with the injury report just dropping from the team, was a full participant. The clarification is this does not mean that Jaden Daniels has been cleared for contact yet. It does mean that he has made significant progress and is trending in the right direction. And this should give you hope that you see him on the field Sunday in Minnesota, but it does not make that return certain. Is that a good way to put it all?
Yes.
I think that's a way to.
Before this announcement versus after, it's now more likely that he plays.
So let's do our daily Brian Fantana Panda Watch move, where we've been all over the board here. Last week I had him in. This week I've had him out. You actually yesterday went way lower than me.
Yeah.
On Monday of this week, I think it was, maybe Tuesday, you had him playing, and I didn't. By yesterday, I gave him a 30 or so % chance to play, and I think you were down around 10%.
I was around 10 because all it sounded like to me was Dan Quinn was trying not to say that. Like he was just sitting there going, "Yeah, the return to play, and then see that's a game, and we're going to have them the medical people," and he was just looking to not say he's not going to play. Like that's what it felt like to me.
Well, we had a caller yesterday. I wish I remember who it was so that I could give him some credit. But they made such a good point when they said Dan Quinn never really hides it when he knows. You
In a good way.
Yes,
Yeah.
like Terry or Noah Brown. Vincent Akakik said it. So shout out Vince. With Daniels, on the weeks where he's played, we've known it early in the week. The weeks where he wasn't, they did whatever this thing is that they're doing. And I actually think that's so true. So if the point is, if you're following the trend, then he's not going to play. That's probably correct. That's what the trend has been. You either say at the beginning of the week he's good to go, or he hasn't really gotten good to go as the week has gone on. But the flip side of this is if they don't play him Sunday after he's full go Thursday, full go Friday, obviously he'd be full go in a walkthrough. And then tomorrow, Friday or Saturday or whatever, they say he hasn't been cleared for contact, so he's not going to play. Well, then now the things I said yesterday, I'm doubling down on, that this is handled in just a dumb way. I don't mean how they're grading his health. I don't mean how they're evaluating him. I don't mean that they're not rushing him. I mean how they're doing this publicly, how they're answering the questions, how they're listing him at practice. You can list him limited by having him not take part in everything. You could just say, hey, we're sitting this drill out, Jaden. Hey, we're not going to do this series or whatever. Now you're limited. And you don't have, again, the reactionary assumption. With all due respect, this is not Drake Jackson. This is not your 53rd player on the depth chart who goes back and forth from the practice squad. This is a different thing.
Yeah.
This is the starting quarterback who everybody's monitoring every move of. When he's handing out turkeys, we're seeing what kind of brace is he wearing? Is he using his left hand? Is that a weird gait he's got doing this charity event? People were wondering last year. No, that's just how he walks. Okay, cool. What is he doing that for? Did he sneeze twice or once? Sometimes when he sneezes twice, it means he doesn't practice the next day. Like that's the evaluation. That going in with a guy like this. So when you go limited to full, there's going to be a reaction. And if that happens on Thursday, only for them to not eventually have him get cleared, I will have even more of an issue with just the constant dog and pony show that they kind of feed into in a sense. But assuming they're not doing that, they're just, he made progress. He's feeling better. They think he's about to be cleared, or maybe he's on the precipice of clearance. They're expecting it on Friday or something. No harm, no foul. See you in Minneapolis. 5-car back on the track.
So I'm still leaning towards he doesn't play, but I know this is a step forward towards that.
You think he could be in full practice for 3 straight days and they wouldn't play him?
Yeah, I think it's possible. Again, I'm going to.
Do you agree that would be dumb?
Yo, for sure.
Also, by the way, you're taking significant reps, presumably away from Mariota. I guess he could be a full participant and not getting all the first team reps.
Right. I care less about that, but the point stands. I mean, it is a data point. I mean, to me, that's kind of why you have a veteran like Mariota who may not need, Mariota, who may not need as many starting reps to be good. I need Jaden. He's my priority. So I'll give him all the starting reps, even if he doesn't play. But that's my own little bias there. I know that's not the reality of things on the ground. I don't think they think of it that way. The way that you just laid out, that I agree with, that this is why I would recommend that they don't do it this way. In other words, I would try to set a date as best I possibly could. And if that date is missed, I would say why, and then not have to do this whodunit. Maybe he won't, maybe he will. Maybe I can interpret, was Dan Quinn smiling when he got to the podium, or, did he sit down with his right leg crossing over his left first, which means that he's in. I'm not even call it the Vince corollary, that it wasn't the, I can't wait, dude. We're back. He's back. It's awesome. The 5-car. He didn't do that. This is whenever they hide behind the return to play, we're not going to miss a mark, and the beat and the medical people have to do the thing. Because I think he can do everything in practice and not be a player. I don't think you could do that if you're a lineman. I don't think you do that if you're a running back. If you are any player that's going to get contact, what they could have done yesterday was 20 minutes of 7-on-7, 20 minutes of you catch the ball and the next guy got the quarterback next to you, and the quarterback next to you is catching the ball and you throw to a receiver. That's 20 minutes. Could have been another 20 minutes of you do the handoff. There's no contact anywhere for the quarterback there, right? Which, again, is different than everybody else. So I do think they could go through that exercise with him and then not have him play.
I guess they could. I think it would be pretty ridiculous to have him be a full practice participant for 3 practice sessions, albeit one being a Saturday walkthrough of sorts, only to then not have him play in the game. When you start listing him full go, and it's not like it's on Saturday in a walkthrough, in a legitimate NFL practice on a Thursday, you know the expectation you're giving is he just went from limited to full. That's a big step forward. That's progress in the right direction toward playing. And maybe they don't care about any of that. In fact, I know they don't care about any of this at all. But I do think it would be further frustrating in how they've handled it. But we'll get to your calls on this next. Do you think Jayden Daniels plays against the Vikings? So you're saying you don't.
I still lean no.
You're at 10% that he plays yesterday. What are you at now?
48.
Okay.
Wild swings for me, by the way. Wild.
Yeah. I mean, that's why this whole thing is annoying. Because, frankly, it's just personal to us having to sit here and guess and speculate and no good
I
information.
mean, literally, it's like
out.
the sun was shining from the southeast, and there's a clue over there. We're doing like a Dan Brown novel over here.
This is the closest I've ever been to going full Doc Walker on an injury, where Doc's bit is like,
You won't.
when you're hurt, I'm not talking about you until you play again. I've always kind of not believed in that because there's so many things you've got to talk about other players. Having said that, I am exhausted by this. Not just this couple of days, but this season of the knee, the hamstring, now the elbow. And it's never clear that the information is never just provided. It's just so much guessing and it's all half truths and half information. Again, they still have not said that he broke his rib last year. Let's not forget that.
Yeah.
Supposedly, as of what we know from them, he did not break his rib last year, even though he told Justin Jefferson in a video he did at the Super Bowl or wherever he was, that commercial he was doing, that he broke his rib. So we know that we're not going to get all of the intel, and we're not supposed to. I don't need all the information. I just need to not be misled is kind of what I'm hoping for. And I'm guessing they're not misleading us. I'm guessing this means there's progress being made, that he's trending in the correct direction, that there's a better chance today, fairly significantly, that he plays on Sunday than there was yesterday. That's what it would seem when you go limited to full. I'm going to put him at, what did I have him at yesterday? 35%, something like that?
Yeah.
I'm now going to put him at 51% right now to play on Sunday.
Just over. You're where I was a couple of days ago. This is wild.
Yeah, we've now reversed positions, basically. Figure that out.
I'm so annoyed.
Grant and Danny with you on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. Let's take a look at the latest pro football injury report presented by Fanatic Sportsbook. Big one tonight, Thursday Night Foosball, Dallas, Detroit. Let's start with Dallas. Safety Malik Hooker, questionable in this one, as is defensive end Jadeveon Clowney. Starting offensive tackle, Tyler Guyton is out. Those are the major injuries for Dallas. Now, for Detroit, buckle up. There's a whole mess of them. Backup tight end Brock Wright just placed on injured reserve for Detroit. That, of course, goes with Sam Laporta, their starting tight end, who's also on IR. Graham Glasgow, their starting center, is questionable for this Thursday night football game, as is star offensive tackle Penei Sewell, and Khalif Raymond is out. Amon-Ra St. Brown, a game-time decision. He's been questionable all week long, hasn't practiced very much because of that ankle injury, only suffered a couple of days ago. Also, safety Brian Branch is questionable. Safety Kirby Joseph is out for Detroit. Again, a banged-up team. And that's today's injury report. Listen all season long for weekly injury updates presented by Fanatic Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Download the app today. With football in full swing, there is no better place to bet period, full stop, then Fanatic Sportsbook. They're the best, okay? So don't wait for that bad beat with other sportsbooks. Switch to the home of Fair Play, where they protect all pro football player prop bets across straights, parlays, and same-game parlays across any first-half injury. In fact, I had one last week with the aforementioned star wide receiver from Detroit. He went out before doing anything in the first half. Boom, right away. My bet played on without that part of the bet counting against me. Some books do nothing, and some books just give you maybe the first quarter or so. But not at Fanatic Sportsbook. They flip losing bets into winning they flip losing bets into winning bets every football Sunday. I love these guys. You can also track your performance in the Fanatic Sportsbook app, and the payout speed is lightning quick as well. So bet with the book that always has your back. Fanatic Sportsbook, winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. MD visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. We'll take you up to 6:30 tonight. Robert Mays of The Athletic stops by the show at 6 o'clock. Looking forward to catching up with him, previewing Thursday Night Football. We're headed to Minneapolis, and it sounds like there's now a chance again. Our emotions are being toyed with that we'll get to see Jaden Daniels operating the Washington offense when we get there after he was full go in practice. Wanted to take our first look at Week 14 in the NFL. We'll start with the Thursday night slate to kick things off. Really good game. We've been talking about it. Cowboys and Lions. Loser leaves town. 6-5-1 Dallas. 7-5 Detroit. Winner is going to have a really good shot to make the wild card, specifically in Detroit's case. Loser is almost certainly not going to make the playoffs. Detroit has more margin for error here than Dallas does. But what's interesting is Dallas may benefit more from the win just because of their remaining schedule. Vikings, Chargers, Commanders, Giants. You could actually see them winning out the way they're playing offense.
Well, 100%. These are two teams that are kind of trending in different directions, right? Detroit's treading water, Dallas playing well, having best week ever here, most recently beating the Super Bowl winner and runner-up over the span of 5 days. They're dangerous, man, and their schedule's pretty easy.
One of the most important games of the NFL season so far, statistically, in terms of actual percentage chance of what it means for the playoffs. Steelers-Ravens, 1 o'clock kickoff in Baltimore this weekend. Both of these teams are 6-6 and really flawed. Steelers are going in the wrong direction. They've lost 2 in a row, 3 of 4. They've actually lost 5 of their last 7. They're just not very good. Aaron Rodgers, statistically, has been one of the least effective passers in the NFL, really from the beginning of the season. Meanwhile, Baltimore's coming off of a terrible 32-14 loss Thanksgiving night. They had won 5 in a row before that, but they were favorites in that game. They should, frankly, have 6 straight wins. If they lose to the Steelers, then you got to play the Bengals, who are trying to win out. Cincinnati's season's back on number 1, and Baltimore's very possibly done. Now, you could possibly win this thing at 9-8, but at some point, it doesn't really matter if you win the division or not if you're just not any good. And if they lose to Pittsburgh after getting blown out by Cincinnati and they're sub 500 through 13 games, I think that's the conversation we need to start having about the Ravens.
Right. Less about like, hey, this playoff scenario versus we're just not particularly good. And that goes for everybody. So this is how funny is this? I thought the AFC North would be what the NFC North is this year, right? Where you have 2 teams that are probably really good, 1 team that's frisky, pain in the butt. That was going to be Pittsburgh. And, Cincinnati and Baltimore would duke it out. Obviously didn't go that way. Joe Burrow's injury, a major part of that for Cincinnati, but they weren't good otherwise. And the Ravens have been a mess. Even when they were winning, you're going, what is the matter with them? Just the offense looks broken. Defensively, they were a mess for half the year. Now that that's fixed, the offense is worse. They just can't get right. Someone has to win that division, and I wish they could just wipe it off the map for this year.
The Ravens are, let's see here, 5.5-point favorites at home in this game. I would have thought it was a little tighter, honestly, the way Baltimore played last week, maybe 3.5 or 4. But that's an indicator of what everybody thinks of the Steelers right now. That is a broken offense, and Rodgers has broken bones in his hand and is injury riddled. Bengals-Bills has gotten more fun since last week, I'd say. Cincinnati, with Joe Burrow coming back, looked great against Baltimore. They hung 32. They doubled them up. The Bills have been susceptible to letdown spots. They've lost 2 of their last 4, and they've lost to the Dolphins and the Texans while scoring an average of 16 points over the last month. They messed around for a half with Pittsburgh before blowing them out 26-7 last week. But if the Bengals can beat the Bills, I think we need to have a reality check on Buffalo.
Yep.
This is not their year because they're probably just not that good either. But also, don't look now. The Bengals are in the hunt. The way it works, because of the Steelers and the Ravens playing twice, they probably want those 2 teams to split those games. And then if they win out, their chances of making the playoffs would be like 30%. They're actually not bad. They've got to win out, which is a tall order. Bills, Ravens, Dolphins, Cardinals, Browns. They got to beat Buffalo first. This is the toughest game they've got left.
This is one of the 2 super high point totals this weekend. We got a little Big 12 action. 53.5 is your over-under in that Bengals-Bills game. Both offenses good. Both defenses bad. There's your recipe right there, right?
53.5?
Yeah. It's the second highest of the weekend behind tonight's game. Cowboys-Lions.
I was going to say, tonight's has to be 55, right?
Yeah, 54.5, 55, depends on where you look. That's an important one for everybody. The Bills, at some point, good teams play good. And every time they take a step forward, look like the dominant group that could win a Super Bowl, they do something inexplicable and look awful. For the Bengals, there's no room for error, as you said.
A couple of other storylines. The Browns and Titans are playing. It's a terrible game, I get that, in Cleveland. But Miles Sanders is closing in on the all-time. Miles Garrett, rather. Miles Sanders is a running back who...
He's out tonight for Detroit.
I haven't thought of him in like 9 years. But Miles Garrett is closing in on the all-time sacks record, number 1. Number 2, Shedeur Sanders. This is a chance to go out and play a good football game. You got the Tennessee Titans 1-11.
No excuse this week, right?
Put something good on tape here. Colts, Jaguars, 8-4. This is a matchup for the top of the AFC South. Leader, driver's seat spot up for grabs here going into the stretch run. Both of these teams will try to fend off the Houston Texans, who are hard-charging, best defense in football right now. They don't play till Sunday Night Football against the Chiefs. The Texans lose. They're in a bad spot anyway, but they would be 2 games back in the division with a loss to the Chiefs of whoever wins that Colts-Jaguars game.
And lost in the sauce there is this is a loser leaves town match for the Chiefs. If they're 6-7, who knows what happens there? That's pretty much the end of the dynasty, right? They'd have to retool and reboot. But this is a massive one for them. They've left themselves no room for error. We're talking about that a couple teams that have sort of been royalty in the AFC, most specifically. We're used to them being a 12, 13, 14 type win team, walking to the AFC title game. If they lose to the Texans, which by the way is very reasonable that they might, even though it's a home game for them, because the Texans defense is nasty, offense doing just enough, you could see a 16-15 type rock fight type environment there with one AFC North team losing. Houston could gain some ground right there and be breathing down the necks of the two leaders.
I actually think this is the best weekend for football we've had all year in terms of matchups. And maybe that's just an indicator that we're getting late into the year.
With a lot of those division games, with a lot of stuff at stake, yeah.
But you start tonight. Cowboys-Lions is a great matchup. You mentioned the point total being so high. Steelers-Ravens is critical, both 6-6 leading the division. Bengals-Bills, I know the Bengals have a bad record, but if you look at the odds in that game, it's 5.5 points between the two teams, and Cincinnati all of a sudden is alive again. Then you've got Colts-Jaguars at 8-4 to lead the South. Don't forget Bears-Packers.
Yeah.
The winner of that game is maybe the 1 seed in the NFC and leading the North. Chicago's 9-3 at Lambeau Field, 8-3-1. Statement opportunity for them. And then we talked about the Texans and the Chiefs already. So there's really good games all over the place. Sneaky good Monday night game as well. Important for both teams. Eagles 8-4.
Yep.
Want to have a shot at the 1 seed in the NFC to come through the link. Meanwhile, the Chargers are 8-4. They're just trying to hold on to a playoff spot.
Trying to keep pace, yeah.
Normal injury situation. Justin Herbert up in the air now. He's dealing with a broken bone. I feel like something happens to him every year. This always is the Carbon Cape campaign. But both of those teams need that game.
Bears-Packers. Packers are favored by 6.5 at home. That smells like a we don't really believe you, Chicago, even after their recent resume.
Look at the odds to make the playoffs. They still have the lowest odds in the NFC, I think, as the number 1 seed.
It's crazy.
Of all the teams currently in, to actually get into the playoffs, I'm pretty sure they have the lowest
As
odds.
a few weeks ago, I get it. We're going, okay, yeah, right. They're a worse version. They're the NFC's Patriots. Come on. Really, this Bears team, really? What else could they do besides beat every team in front of them and look and getting better? They're playing better football as they go. Listen, I think the Packers should be favored in that game. It's up there in Lambeau. Green Bay's good. We know that, but I don't know. Touchdown favorite seems pretty long to me.
Danny and I had a disagreement on Christmas trees. It is the Christmas season after all. We'll talk about that next on G&D.
Good news for the Commanders today. Jaden Daniels was on the practice field, a full participant at practice today, the first time since he suffered his elbow injury. Also news for the Commanders today. They activated defensive end Drake Jackson off injured reserve, though he didn't practice again today. Darnell Savage was released to make room for him. Thursday Night Football tonight. Cowboys and Lions kicks off Week 14. 8:15 kickoff. Can you hear that game over on the Team 980 this evening? Both the Cowboys and Lions outside the playoff picture in the NFC right now. Cowboys are 6-5-1. The Lions are 7-5. Lions could be without wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's listed as questionable. It was a more realistic expectation to count on him being back next week, but they're still not ruling him out for tonight. Eagles defensive tackle Jalen Carter is going to be out for Monday Night Football against the Chargers after he underwent a procedure on both of his shoulders on Monday. NBA action tonight at Capital One Arena. The Wizards taking on the Celtics. 7 o'clock tip-off near the game right here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Welcome back, Nick Dowd. Good to see you back in the lineup last night.
Hey, Dowder.
Several games out.
Out there for the boys.
G&D on The Fan. Thanks for hanging with us on this December evening. We're taking you up to 6:30, navigating the traffic with you on your way home. Show's brought to you by the law firm Condorian Murad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. They do it all. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. And be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. So you and I got into a little discussion. I thought we could take it to the airwaves and get the feedback of the people. We can include our producers in this as well. But we'll open up the phones. I want to know, people are going to have to pick a side here. Are they closer to Team Danny, or are they more on my team on this one? So we were talking Christmas trees. I was telling you that the Paulson family put the Christmas tree up last night.
Right, the tree.
Well, the living room main Christmas tree, which is gigantic. I believe this tree is 14 feet tall.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure. Might be 12 feet. I know we need a ladder to decorate it. And our ceilings are like 20 feet in the living room. Something like that. And it is a gigantic tree. By far the biggest tree I've ever had. So we have this in the living room. Kids were excited, doing hot cocoa, put on Christmas music, Christmas movies, whatever. And we were decorating the tree. But the process is just getting started. We've already got the tree up in the girls' room. We've got the tree up in my son's room. And then last night, he and I were kind of mapping out the tree we're going to do in the basement. He wants to do all sports ornaments. So we're going to do like all the Redskins and Orioles and Nationals and all the ornaments I've collected over the years from my teams, basically. So if you add it all up, Danny, we're going to have a tree in the family room, living room, whatever you call, where you would normally sit and watch TV. What is that for you? Family or living?
I call it living room.
I call it a family room.
Yeah, I don't think either's wrong.
Okay.
Because I know exactly what you meant. Yeah.
In my house growing up, the family room is what we called the room where everyone sat around as a family, like watching TV, doing stuff. And then the living room was like a more formal room we would not go into that often, but with like nicer furniture where you could occasionally.
Oh, when company came over.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But anyway, so the main room, we've got a tree, and that's the big boy. That's all the ornaments, the family ornaments. Then we already have 2 trees in the kids' bedrooms. So trees 2 and 3, girls in Truman's room. And then we're going to have tree 4 in the basement, the sports tree.
Can I ask, when you say tree, do you mean like an actual tree or like kind of a toy novelty thing?
No, all of these are at least regular size, like 6 foot tall trees. Wow. Okay. The 5th one, if we do it this year, because the wife normally does, is right when you walk into the house in like that little foyer area, dining room, whatever. She does a tree, which I actually think is awesome, that just has all the cards we get for Christmas from people, like shoved into the branches. So there's no ornaments on it as much as it's just a tree with all the Christmas cards that you get. So every time, Toby sends us a picture of, the Altizers for Christmas, or Dad sends us, it's like, him playing Madden, and it's like, happy birthday from Darius Dameron or whatever. We put that right on the tree. So we're going to end up with probably 5 trees.
Wow.
You were very surprised by that?
I can't believe that.
You think anything more than 1 tree is kind of a ridiculous thing.
Yeah, it's the tree. It's where does Santa come? Where does he put the presents? How will he know in your house? He'll be mystified. He'll be walking around going, ho, 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 no, ho, ho, ho. The tree.
He knows exactly where to go.
There's one tree.
He's figured it out every single year.
You get a tree, and that's the tree you decorate. And that's now, if you want to do like a fun thing where each kid gets their own little novelty toy tree in their room, and your kids are younger than mine, except for one baby. Anyway, but like when you do the normal thing with your normal younger kids who appreciate the holiday, you want to do a toy or something where they can decorate their own and get a sports themed one, and that's your own family thing. But if you're talking about an actual tree, having more than one living, I know yours is fake, but bear with me.
They're all fake.
Having one living tree in your house is the answer. Anything over that is insanity, like actual insanity. You want a room to smell a certain way, you can make it smell that way, light a candle. The tree is the tree.
My mom always did trees in almost every room in our main living area. She has, at her house, she does like a red and white room that's like all candy cane, the most beautiful Christmas room you've ever seen in your life.
That's awesome.
It is unbelievable. And she does a red and white tree.
Mm-hmm.
Then she's got a tree out in the sunroom where they sit and watch everything. And that is like a bear tree. But then she has...
What's a bear tree?
It's literally all ornaments and like...
Just Mike Singletary.
Exactly. It's like Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
And Then she has like a celestial tree, which is like all moons and it's green and it's in a green room. But she has like 4 rooms, 4 trees basically, with different themes on each tree.
Wow.
I think it's more common than you think.
I think that's the most unusual. It's neat. It sounds like a lot of hard work and beautiful.
It's beautiful for your home. Wherever you're at, you're in the Christmas spirit. It is I think it's the right way to do it. But here's the question, I guess, so we can open up the phones on this and start getting the calls in here so we don't have to wait till the break at 800-636-1067. Your team, one tree is all everyone should have?
Yeah, like you go to the place where you get the trees and you get a tree.
As far as live trees, I agree.
Right.
But these are fake trees. If the question is how many Christmas trees is unwieldy, like what is the number where you start to get unreasonable? I think as long as you don't have more than one tree in any one room in your house, you're perfectly fine. If you want to do a tree in each kid's room because they love the tree and they want to do their own ornaments, perfect. You want to have one in the living room and the dining room and the basement's going to be a sports tree. That's my man cave where me and the kid today, we're playing hockey. He's Ryan Leonard. I'm Alex Ovechkin. He beat me in the first game. I whooped his butt in the second game.
You got to let him know. You have to let him know.
Well, it's been like 5 or 6 straight games.
He's chirping you.
It's just that he cries and throws a fit every time I beat him. And we're trying to get through that. And I needed to test to see if we're still there, and we're still there.
Right.
But anyway.
To confirm you're still there.
So we're going to do the sports tree. How many rooms do you have? That's how many trees you can have or less.
What about the half bath? You put a tree in there?
No, I wouldn't do a bathroom tree.
Okay.
That wouldn't make a lot of sense. 800-636-1067. Let's touch the people. Sam is in Gainesville. Sam, are you a one tree per house person? Or do you think more is okay?
Absolutely not. This is Team Grant all the way. So if I may for just a moment, my wife is immaculate. Our house is incredible.
Let's go.
It's like a Better Homes and Gardens kind of thing. Our main tree in the living room / family room.
By the way, he just
has
said
a
main
theme.
tree. Did you hear that? That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's a
Main
terminology
tree.
change. Do you work in Christmas tree sales? Is that why this is happening?
Our main tree, if I may finish, thank you so much, Danny. Love you, buddy. Is that it's a theme, right? I mean, it's got a certain style to it, a decoration. She goes so far, guys, as that the wrapping paper matches the theme of the tree.
Oh.
Our tree in the basement, what she's done since our kids were younger, is every year she'd go to Hallmark and buy a ornament, one for the boy, one for the girl. Every year, those go on the tree in the basement. We go to Disney World. We go to the Christmas store. We buy something from the Disney World. That's an ornament. It goes on that tree. We go to the Bahamas. We get something from Bahamas. That goes on that tree. That's like the fun tree. Where
So what are
all
the
our
other
ornaments
trees?
are.
I got to let you go, but what are the other
so
trees?
many trees.
2 there, and then we have a smaller, thin one in our bedroom, and that's it. So we have 3.
Okay, but you know what's nice? To have the Christmas tree lights on in your bedroom as you're laying there reading. I totally get it. And by the way, the themes is what's important here, Danny. If you just have a bunch of trees with it doesn't matter. I'm pulling all the ornaments out.
Sure. There's no rhyme or reason.
That wouldn't make sense.
Right.
But we've got the tree with all this is your first Christmas ornament. This is When me and the wife were dating the first time for a Christmas, we made ornaments, and I still was hanging those up last night. And like, that's the main tree. The sports one's in the basement, where my son was like, "Who's number 7?" I'm like, "That's Joe Theismann." He's like, "Who?" I don't know him. I'm like, "Oh, he's an older player. He played back in the day. He calls into Daddy's show sometimes." And he's like, on to the next thing and didn't care.
Right, not even listening.
But like, that's the sports tree.
You want a Super Bowl? Okay.
His tree is like a lot of dinosaur ornaments.
Uh-huh.
My daughters have a pink tree with like pink ornaments.
I think I
It's
can
themed.
safely say I've been to one house in my life that had more than one tree, and it was a blended family. And they were like, we didn't have enough room, so we did a second one, like almost like in a garage type place.
I'm not telling you that your take's insane about one tree.
Like, I've never heard of this.
Very
what you're saying.
traditional. What you just said though is asinine.
I've never seen it.
There's no way you've only been in. Like, I promise you, if you were to send a mass text, which I'm not saying you should, to your 25 best friends right now that are parents with kids and families and like, single family homes, the majority of them have multiple trees.
There's no way. There's no way the majority do, because everyone gets a real tree and they get one.
Let's go to Mike in Leesburg on Grant and Danny. What's up, Mike?
Hey, so we just put up our Christmas tree in the living room, in the corner, like near the window. But my wife is a huge Bills fan, so every at the end of the preseason, we put up a Buffalo Bills tree in the same room, and that tree will stay up until the end of the season.
Oh wow!
The football season. So it's a thin, one of those thin trees. It's blue and it has red and white lights on it. Every ornament is Buffalo or Bills related, and the tree topper is Josh Allen hurling the tree.
I love that. How big is the tree?
It's like a 6-foot tree, but we have it up on like a 1.5 feet tall, like,
so it's big.
Like
But it's a big tree. I mean, this is not, because I'm thinking like some people will do a thing or on top of a table or something. Like we did for our kids when they were really little. You could buy a 2-foot tall tree.
Right.
And you
I've
hang
seen
a
that.
couple of little things, and it's not, to me, that doesn't even really count.
Mhm.
That's no different than a decoration. That's like a manger or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
That's
of course. A nativity scene or
a
something.
nativity scene. Exactly right. Let's go to Mike and Clinton on Grant and Danny. What's up, Mike?
Hey, gentlemen, how we doing?
What's up, buddy?
You got to have more than one tree in the house. My family, personally, we got 5. My little sister has one in her own room. It's pink, got pink ornaments all over it.
Let's go.
I mean, if you got one, you just gotta get the nice big trees too. They got to be big. They got to be at least 6 feet or more. You know, just decorate the house, man. It's Christmas time. You know.
You get one.
Smell what you're cooking.
You
Yeah.
get one season. I couldn't believe when my wife told me the other day, this was a Black Friday sales thing.
Uh-huh.
I don't remember what day last weekend, but she said, I got to go out and get the kids trees. And I was thinking in my head, we definitely have trees for their rooms. We do that every year. And I'm talking about these little
Sure.
suckers, but I guess she wanted a new one. And I was like, okay, cool. And then I went upstairs. My son was like, you got to come see my tree, Dad. It's done. And I walk in his room and it looks like the tree you'd have in your living room when you were a kid with all the presents
He's
under
got
it.
his own.
And I'm like, you have your own giant tree, buddy? He was so excited. Sure enough, the next day, go into my daughter's room. They've got their tree. The one you sleep on that I think you guys should do, if I may, is the Christmas card tree, where you just shove the cards into the tree. It's such a nice way to display and get a Christmas card, take it over there.
We do a nice thing where that sounds really cool. I'm not even doing a bit, but my wife does it inside of this big, like full size, I don't know what you call it, a cupboard or a cabinet, whatever the thing is that's like tall. We open it every day, and that's where they all are looking at us, like all neatly arranged and kind of cool. So it's like a nice reminder that they're there. But I like that in the tree idea too.
Let's go to Luke in DC on Grant and Danny. Danny thinks more than one tree is ridiculous. I think you could have as many as there are rooms. Whose side are you on?
So I'm on Danny's side, but I caved to my wife, and it has gotten out of control. I have no idea how many trees I have in my house. I swear I don't have any idea. There's 2. There's one in each of my daughter's room. There's one on every landing, every corner.
Are they all big trees?
No, the 2 in my daughter's rooms are maybe 4 foot. But the rest are big, yeah. And, you know, and then a bunch of those thin ones. She took out 2 that the lights didn't come on this year. 2 more just magically showed up. So, yeah, I let it get away from me. And I regret it. My house looks beautiful. Love my wife, but it is out of control. I don't even know how many Christmas trees. I swear I have no idea.
Luke, you gave her an inch and she took what?
Several trees.
Oh, a mile and a half.
She took 5 trees, is what she did. Let's go to Charles in Alexandria on Grant and Danny. Where are you thinking here, Charles?
All right. Good afternoon, guys. I'm on Team Danny with this. I'm a dad, and I am not in the business of confusing Santa Claus. I am in the business of putting Christmas cards on a mantle, but we only have one tree because I am with Danny. I'm not in the business of confusing Santa Claus. That's not my gig.
I promise Santa's gonna. It is so easy. There's a main tree. That was the terminology a caller used, and
The
he was
main
right.
tree.
The main tree is in the common place of the house, the heat map. Look at your house heat map. Where do you spend the
It's a risk.
time?
It's a
Which
risk I'm not
couch?
willing to take.
Yeah, I understand.
I get it.
The fear that Santa Claus won't know where to put the presents. Like, what if he just gets in the house and he gets a little spastic, and he let's say
He's
Santa,
hopped up on sugar with all the cookies.
He's flustered. He's getting pummeled by the Seahawks in the pocket, and he just doesn't quite know what to do, right? And now Santa he takes off and runs.
Intentional grounding.
He just runs right out of the house. I get it. That is a risk, I suppose, we are taking as a multi-tree household. Neil in Woodbridge, what's good?
I'm calling in with a total of 4 trees.
Attaboy, Neil.
Unbelievable.
Like the one gentleman, we are part of the Bills Mafia, so we have a Buffalo Bills tree with Josh Allen jumping over the top of it as our tree topper. In the sitting room, that's our travel room, so all the travel ornaments from different adventures we've been on.
Oh, I love that.
By the main room, the main tree as we're calling it, that's all of our childhood ornaments, and then also all the White House ornaments. I've been buying the White House ornaments each year.
We do that
So
as well.
has the White House ornaments and our childhood ornaments, and then upstairs is another sports one with all of our sports ornaments. That's in the bedroom.
Apparently, Neil lives in my house.
I was going to say.
We have similar tastes.
You live
in
right by the
trees.
pool. I wonder if they're all real trees for people that do that.
So that's a good question. I would guarantee they're not.
Probably not,
I don't
right?
know anyone that has a bunch of trees that are all real. That would seem pretty
So
crazy.
that must be the dividing line. Because I think if you only do a real tree, which we do, then the idea of doing more than that seems completely foreign.
That would be hardcore. But I will tell you that your hard and fast stance of like, I bet you I don't know that many people. I think you sleep a little.
I've just never seen it before. This is the first I've heard of it.
Shane in Fairfax, you're on G&D. What's good?
Commander Danny, Lieutenant Grant, how y'all doing today? Merry Christmas to y'all.
You too, buddy.
What's up? Now, Shane,
Hey,
do you
look,
even
I
do a
got
tree? Because
12
you're probably traveling all December.
One on your
I got
PJ, one
12
on every
trees.
country you go to.
12 trees. I got 12 trees in my house.
12?
My home's about 9,500 square feet. My partner has a tree in every room. And I have a travel room, too. So I thought I was the only one that had a travel room. So our travel room has got like, that's my big tree. It's got like 12 feet tall, like 5 feet. It's huge.
Little
And
full,
here's
lot
the
of sap.
thing, though. They're all real. They're no fake. So every year, I got to tip my garbage guys. They love coming to my house because I got it looks like we're hoarding damn trees. That's what we look like.
How do you get
Boys and
them?
Girls
Do
Club.
you go with a U-Haul and get 10 trees and drag them back?
So no. You think I'm doing all that? That's what money's for. No. So what I do, I know a guy down here, and he gives me a good deal. I say he knows every year. We've been doing it for like 8 years now, so he knows on this time of the year. Like they just dropped off the tree just now. Put the last tree up just now. So
And they'll all have lights and ornaments decorated, all of them.
Absolutely. The whole. So this year I got smart. This year I said, you know what? We've been traveling so much. I'm just going to pay somebody to come out and decorate, which I didn't know that was a service.
Let's go.
So, I paid a service to come out and decorate all of our trees while we were in Switzerland.
I want to be Shane when I grow up.
Seriously.
9,500 square foot house with
I
10
caught that
Christmas
number
trees.
too.
That's not a small
I
house.
tell you what, I get 9,500 square feet of house. I'll put a tree. I'll put 2 trees per room. I'll put one in every potty.
All of a sudden, you're changing your tune. Let's go to Keith and Tyson's on Grant and Danny. Are you a 1 tree per house guy, Keith?
So currently, I'm the opposite of Shane because I live in a 1,300 square foot condo. So we
Very
are
similar to
one
a
tree right now,
9,500
but,
square foot house.
Yeah, and in fact, they both have square feet, so you're doing something.
but growing up, we usually had about 4 trees with my folks. One real, one miniature, and then you would get one artificial one, and Santa always knew that was the one to put the stuff under because it would sit a bit higher. And then we also had one of those fiber optic ones where like the needles change color every once in a while. And even in my 1,300 square foot condo, I'm going to see if I can convince the missus that maybe we get one of those like twig looking ones you get at Whole Foods that's like 2.5 feet tall. We put that.
A little bonsai one.
Just get you a number 2. That's right. Put it right there in the kitchen so you can look at it while you wash some dishes. I have considered seeing if Santa wouldn't mind changing the location of where he puts the presents. While we're talking about confusing Santa.
Okay.
What I've told my wife is I'd like to tell Santa to do the presents in the basement. We've been doing them in the living room. Santa seems to like to do them in the living room. But again, we have this really high, like 20-foot ceiling with a banister from the hallway from the kids' rooms.
You have a Brian banister there, yeah.
And I just, the Brian's right there. So if the kids come out of their rooms and look down, what if Santa's there? And they see Santa.
Oh.
Does it spook him? Does he run away?
Right. Now what?
Does he come back right away? Like, so I've been saying, you know what would be easier?
So you want the main tree to be the downstairs tree?
I'd like that because I think it'd be easier for Santa on Christmas Eve. But I'd have to ask the big guy.
Because he's got to haul up and down the stairs and stuff. I mean,
I got to ask the big guy how he'd feel about that.
Right.
Go to Brian and Manassas on Grant and Danny. Brian, are you on the side of the Christmas angel or Scrooge? Which one are you going with?
I guess I'm a Scrooge. I don't know if it's, I'm Team Danny here. I don't know if it's an income-based thing or an age thing, but growing up, we had one tree, and that's how it is now. I mean, I don't have the rooms like you guys have, I guess.
But
we got about
I guess the
2,000
difference
square feet,
is, like
that.
Danny's point is, he would have no interest in more trees. If you had 10 bedrooms, would you have interest in more trees, or do you think one in the main area where you put the presents is the way to go?
See, I'm going to say I still don't really have any interest in more trees. I'm still the one tree guy. Now, I am married, so that may not be my
Yeah, your interest may not be what happens.
That's cute. That's cute that you have a thought.
It's adorable what you're interested
How
in.
precious.
Yeah, no, I mean, all my neighbors growing up, it was a right when you walk in, the big, whatever you call it, living room, family room. It's the big one. It's the tree.
Bev is in Haymarket. Hello, Bev.
Hi, I am on your side, Grant.
Thank you.
I have 4 trees, 3 inside, 1 outside.
Ooh.
But I have a nephew who lives 5 minutes from me, and they have 17.
17 trees. Are they a
17
forest?
trees.
Why do they have 17 trees?
They have a theme for every tree everywhere.
Themes.
Is your nephew?
And
Be
these
honest.
are-
Is your
these are
nephew a
not
wood elf?
Play some
tabletop.
Christmas
These
music,
are-
Harris, while she
These
talks.
are no smaller than 5, 6 feet tall.
6, 7 feet.
They're all 6 feet tall. Bev, I'm going
And-
to play some
yeah,
Christmas
and
music
taller, and taller.
in honor of your phone call. You've got me in the spirit. 17 trees?
17.
Don't let Danny be Scrooge here, okay?
There's no Scrooge about it. You get one live tree. You go. It's a beautiful thing. You go with the kids and you select the tree. It's the Griswold family Christmas tree. You bring it home. It wasn't the Griswold family Christmas trees, one for every orifice in your house.
Themes. See, that's
Themes.
the difference. Themes. We've got our star tree. We've got our shark tree. We've got our dinosaur tree. We've got our commander's tree. We don't have a wizard's tree.
You already got a theme.
We
It's
got a
Christmas.
Capitals tree.
Isn't that a pretty good theme?
Christmas is a good
That's
theme.
a pretty good theme. Christmas.
We got a Christmas tree.
Yeah.
We got you could have a Jesus tree. You can have whatever trees you want.
That's right. You have
It's
a
the
Bills
beauty
tree.
of this
Apparently,
thing.
everybody does.
Everybody has a Bills tree.
You're jumping over. Josh Allen's at the top, jumping over.
Wayne in Southern Maryland. What's up, buddy?
Party
How
on,
are
Wayne.
you?
Hey guys, I heard you say something about not having multiple real trees. Well, we have 3 real trees.
What?
So did
I
you
guess
go
I'm
cut
more on
down 3 the
Team Grant.
same day, or just go to a parking
Yeah,
lot?
I went and chopped them. I went and chopped them down. That's what I do. I'm a chopper. No, but yeah, we went to our local tree sale place. They already have them cut down for you. You go and
sitting
pick
right
them
in
out.
the
But it's
parking
real
lot.
trees.
Yeah.
Sit in the parking lot. Yep. So my wife would have 5, 6, 7 if I allowed it, but we have 3. We've got the one main tree. We have a Ravens themed tree because I'm a Ravens fan. And this year, my daughter has her own tree in her room. But we've had 3 out in the open before as well.
And they're all real trees.
All real trees.
Oh, let's
Yeah,
go.
all real.
The love that people have for the Christmas season it warms my heart, Danny.
Makes you happy.
Yeah. And then there's Danny's house with just one tree. I'm gonna have to reach out to Mrs. Rouillet and see if I could help coach up some themes for you guys.
Again, Christmas is such a great theme. We should just stick with that.
Could I come over with a tree and could my wife and I decorate a couple trees at your house?
No, let's not do that. You're welcome to come decorate the tree.
In your basement, I want to do a George Washington University Danny Rouillet baseball themed tree.
There's not enough material for that. There's like one photo.
Don't you worry about that. We'll figure that out.
You'll get a guy.
Would that be all right?
No, there's no space for that. Who has that kind of space? You get one tree.
Robert Mays of The Athletic will spin around the league with us at 6. Let's talk areas of the Commanders you feel good about going into 2026 next.
This update is fed by Paisanos, not just pizza, but something for everyone, Paisanospizza.com. In the NFL, Jayden Daniels was a full participant at practice today for the first time since his elbow injury. Today, the team also activated defensive end Drake Jackson off injured reserve. He did not practice today, though. They released safety Darnell Savage. Thursday Night Football kicks off Week 14 of the NFL season tonight. Cowboys and Lions at 8:15. Amon-Ra St. Brown is listed as questionable. His return is more likely in realistic expectation for next week, but they still haven't ruled him out for tonight. Eagles defensive tackle Jalen Carter going to be out for Monday Night Football against the Chargers after he underwent a procedure on both of his shoulders on Monday. Basketball tonight. The Wizards taking on the Celtics at home. 7 o'clock tip-off at Capital One Arena. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. No one appreciates fan listeners more than Paisanos. Now score 30% off any order of $30 or more with promo code FAN30. Pizza, wings, pasta, salads, and more. Add it all to the cart and use promo code FAN30. Order now at Paisanospizza.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Five games to go for the Commanders. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. Washington is in Minneapolis to take on the Vikings on Sunday. News today that Jayden Daniels was a full participant in practice, although it does not sound like that means definitively that he's been cleared for contact. Those two things are not the same. But this is progress, and hopefully trending toward him being cleared and getting to play against the Vikings. Would be great to see a 5-game sample of Daniels to end the season. But Danny, other than Daniels, and maybe there's someone out there that wouldn't put him on their list anyway, although I think he probably should be added to any list put together. I want to know what people feel best about going into 2026 for this football team. What are the areas where you're super encouraged and you feel like they've actually made enough progress and the trend is productive enough that you fast forward into next September and you're really confident in what this team's going to look like? Like, I'll give you an example. I love what's happening on the offensive line right now. I think that the line is meshing and coming together in a way that excites me. They handled the Broncos brilliantly in a matchup against one of the best pass rushing groups in the NFL. The Broncos pressure this season at an NFL best 41% rate. And in their game against Washington, only got pressure 17% of the time. The Commanders had the most success keeping the Broncos from the quarterback area of the pocket that any team has had since week 3 of 2023 when the Broncos defense gave up 70 points to the Dolphins over 2 years ago. And that performance, while an indicator statistically, is just an example of many I could provide about how I feel about this O-line with Tunsil, who's the real deal at left tackle. Biadasz under center, at center is under contract next year. Cosme had the highest PFF grade in the NFL this past week, has come back into his own, starting to look like that Pro Bowl caliber player he was before the ACL injury. And Connerly at right tackle is becoming exactly what they thought he would be as a first-round pick. He's playing his best football right now. I left guard out because I don't really know what direction they go in. They could re-sign Chris Paul, who's been very solid, and they could, on the cheap probably, just keep the former 7th-round pick around as the starter, or they could go back to Brandon Coleman this offseason, who they once drafted last year in the 3rd round. Either way, it's one position of 5. It's the interior, it's guard, and I think you got 2 viable options there. But as of right now, Danny, the O-line might be the area of the roster I feel best about going into next year outside of Jayden Daniels.
It's mine too, and that's not a great exercise if we both are like, yep, the O-line, that's the most solid area that's had the most continuity this year, that's had the least disruption. The craziest thing that happened is one guy beat out another guy for a job that we didn't expect, and he started every game, and Chris Paul beating out Brandon Coleman. So I rubber stamp all of that. That's the area there's been the best performance, most consistent performance, most you would say consistency there in terms of not only the play, but also who's coming back next year. Continuity is the word I'm looking for. So yeah, I think that's the answer. Here's mine though, that I would add to it, right? I actually think the defensive line is not in a terrible spot. Dorrance Armstrong is under contract for not all that much. Now, if obviously this is health dependent, all these positions are, but I don't know that they move on from Daron Payne. The cap savings isn't outrageous. Maybe he's back. He's actually had a pretty decent year for the most part. You add in Javon Kinlaw. You add in Dorrance Armstrong back. I think they're probably going to attack that area either in free agency or the draft, whether it's defensive end or some more along that defensive front. But if you remember, when they were healthy, seemed like eons ago, ages ago, they were rushing with 4. They were getting home at a pretty good rate. They were bothering opposing quarterbacks. Remember that? You guys remember all the pressures? Do you remember that they were as effective as anybody beating offensive lines early on this season? And that's all kind of dried up and gone away as Wise got hurt, as Armstrong got hurt, as Moore's been put on dudes like Jacob Martin and Von Miller turning every day.
Don't you think those numbers were misleading because of the Giants and Raiders games?
Yes, to a degree.
They just got fat on a couple of bad offensive lines in the first 3 weeks. So 6-7 weeks into the season, they were in a place where they were a top 10 pass rushing group.
And I don't think they were that. I think you're right that it was a bit of a mirage, and we eventually we'll throw out the Russian judge and we'll kind of come back down to a more equalized place. But I think this defensive line, as assembled with some upgrades that I think they're going to do, I think they recognize they need to do that. I think it's going to be a decent group. I think it'll be the second most solid position group that I feel like is going to be on this roster next year. I feel decent about the direction it's going. Not great. It's not nowhere near the offensive line. I don't feel as good about cornerback, safety, linebackers. I don't feel particularly good about receiver. Kind of seen how they want to address that position. Running back to me is sort of pedestrian. Jayden Daniels obviously is the we've already said, let's put that aside, the obvious answer. Tight end, I have no idea what they have beyond Zach Ertz, who they seem to not be able to quit. So to me, the defensive line is kind of the next group where I remember when that group was okay, and I'll take that.
That's interesting to me because I would say that's one of the groups I feel worst about going into the offseason. Because other than the interior with Payne and Kinlaw, what else do you have, really? Armstrong's coming back from a pretty serious injury.
Yes, he is.
By the way, he was playing great football, but that was the best he's ever played in his career, and hopefully he finds that again. But that's kind of been an outlier in terms of pressure rate, sack percentage. That's not what he's always been, and now he's coming back from a legit injury. I really like this Jacob Martin guy that they've got on the outside now on a 1-year deal, but there's a lot of guys like that around the league. Don't know if he comes back or not. Could be due for a decent payday based on having some career numbers as a pass rusher. Von Miller is going to leave, and that's fine. Preston Smith won't be here. Eddie Goldman is twice missed seasons in retirement already, and he's going to be a year older. There's a good chance he's not back. Johnny Newton, at the beginning of the year, I was very, very confident that this was going to still be an impact player. I don't feel that way at all right now. He's getting outsnapped by guys that they didn't draft or spend any money on right now. So if you're saying on the D-line, who do you feel great about moving forward? It's Kinlaw, Payne, and not much else for me. So you're saying, well, what if they spend money? Yeah, well, I mean, I could play that game, I guess, at any position. Do I think they'll draft someone in the top 10 at the edge? Maybe. Probably.
That's kind of what I'm looking at. So
but I could say that about receiver then.
Sure.
They'll bring in Brandon Ayuk, and they'll do this and that, and next thing you know, it's Terry and that guy and Lane and Luke, and, based on the guys that are currently here that'll be back, you could take everybody but the 2 D tackles, and I would be okay with it, just based on the season they're having.
Hear what you're saying. I think Dorrance Armstrong may be a little bit more bullish on his renaissance than you are, and you're right, coming back from injury. This all assumes health. If we get 5 games and then he goes on the IR again,
he's fine. Like he's an okay player. I just don't think, when you watch the rest of the NFL and you see what the really good guys do.
Well, sure, he's not a game-wrecking world beater,
right?
But I guess my point is, we're grading on a curve here with this roster that I think is bad, needs an overhaul. That group to me is okay. And I feel better about that group than I do about corner, linebacker, safety, wideout, tight end. And I've just named every position group. So to me, like, the defensive line isn't good. I'm not telling you they're top 10 in the league, but the trend line to me is they're fine. And I think they're going to address that this offseason.
Question is, outside of Daniels, and if you want to talk Daniels, you can. What do you feel best about going into 2026 on this roster? 800-636-1067. And by the way, I'm going to react to what you just said in a minute. But if that is true for people and D-line is second just by default because you hate all the other position groups, that is a real problem.
I think so.
For how bad this roster is right now. G&D on the Fan. Take Daniels out of the equation. What do you feel best about on this Commanders roster after the offseason reset going into 2026? Now, theoretically, draft class, free agency, every position group improves because you'll bring in players. But where do you feel best? Like D-tackle could be an answer. You went D-line.
Yeah.
The edge position to me is a mess. But I could see that where you say, okay, Johnny Newton's only going to get better. Cool. Javon Kinlaw has made a ton of flash plays. I don't think he always plays because he's so big. He's just so tall. So he's a guy that you can kind of get underneath of and move around a little bit. And run fits are not ever going to be a strength. And you could see it in his career. Like the teams he's on, as many big splash, loud plays as he makes,
People
line
get
of scrimmage
frustrated,
and
yeah.
backfield. Like there's going to be a lot of rushing yards against those teams sometimes. That said, him and Payne, they show up. They're noticeable. They make a lot of plays that change drives and games, and that's why they get paid a lot of money. Kinlaw's a $15 million guy. Payne's an over $20 million guy going forward at the D-tackle position. Is there anything else that you feel really good about? Go to Elijah in D.C. on the Fan. Elijah, what's next? What do you got?
What's going on, fellas? Man, you guys kind of hit the nail on the head with the line play. I would say to add, I would have to say the return game. At least starting off, because I thought we had seen more consistency than we had seen, and they were getting like half. They were getting a considerable chunk just consistently on kickoffs, and that was something that I could count on. I'm like, well, we can get some good field position. That's very hard to do, but I think we can still hang our hat on that position on the return game in ways that we haven't in the past. And I think they just have a good chassis right now. I was even telling Main Man on hold, I think of these like pillars. You think of those Greek god, those heads and those that they go on. They can't be on the floor. They have to be sitting on pillars. So I'm looking at, Kinlaw and Payne. Those are kind of like pillar guys that you can put some pop and some things around. And I'm looking at this roster. It's kind of littered like that. If you kind of step back and look at this roster, it's like they can draft well and they can bring they can't get back to that situation. Like a mechanic will open up the hood and say, well, I like the chassis. Like there's some things that you like, but it's like, well, we're going to need a camshaft. I don't care how much power you think. I need my tires rotating.
Right. Well, here's what this exercise does for me. Hearing you say what you did, Danny, further accentuates this. But just to run through it, if you're looking at whole position groups, linebacker is in a bad spot.
Yep.
I like what Jordan McGee has shown. He's part of the bones moving forward. And maybe Ale Cajo and Kane Madrano or younger guys, UCLA products that can move around. Maybe they're a part of this thing. But whether Luvu's back on a new contract or playing out the final year of his deal or whatever, he has had a year where he's taken a step back. Bobby Wagner has taken a step back. So the way that they've done it this year is not going to suffice next year. They need at least one, if not two, new starting linebackers. And if they go to a more traditional set in some way, maybe McGee can be one of three or whatever. I think he's probably a speed run and hit guy who, if he's your Mike, then you need a really reliable other strong option at the second level. But that's an X, not a check. Then you go to the secondary. Corner. You can't feel great about corner.
No.
Amos will be coming back from an injury, but it's not one that I don't think you have to worry about lingering. Lattimore is now whatever you get is a bonus kind of guy if he's on the roster. Mikey Sanders still was a Sharpied, put him in whatever the boldest think you can find. He's the real deal kind of player. Is he still? Is he outside? Is he inside? I think I'm going to give him like half credit, but I got 1.5 guys with him and Amos basically at that position.
And for Lattimore, super quick, zero dead money if they were to cut him this upcoming offseason.
Right.
Quite literally, not even. I'm not even exaggerating. Zero. Please do that.
But when a guy's hurt, there's weird rules about being able to cut them. Like he would have to pass a physical first.
Oh, yeah.
I bet. It actually might backfire on them that he might have to be on the roster depending on when he could pass.
I just opened my mouth a little bit. But yeah, this year they had a $2 million out. It would have been $2 million in dead cap. Next year it's zero, but you're right with the injury complication. But yeah, I don't feel great about the corner spot. I don't feel great about safety.
Safety, I don't either. Although if you re-sign Will Harris, I don't feel bad about it. Quan Martin has had a pretty regressive year. He is he is to safety what Sanders still's been at corner.
Agreed. There have been a couple nice moments, but how many times? How many wrong angles? How did you miss that, guys? How many did you not get this dude to the ground type plays can you stand?
And if Harris is a free agent, he is, but if we're not counting that as on the roster, then they probably need 2 new starters at safety, so you can't say that. Do we want to go to the offense? Running back might be a spot where I feel pretty good, honestly. With Chris Rodriguez, arrow trending up, with the 7th-round pick and Bill, who makes no money, who I think has shown enough that you feel like as he gets better in the league, he could be a player. You basically need to bring in either keep Jeremy McNichols or bring in a McNichols type, an Eckler